The summer heat was unbearable as I chopped pig feed in the yard, sweat stinging my eyes. For 10 years, I had lived like a widow in the Wang family home. My husband, Jangwo, had left to find work just days after our wedding and never sent a word back. I stayed loyal, working like an ox to care for his sick father, his sharp-tongued mother, and his younger brother. I ignored the villagers who called me foolish, believing that my devotion would be rewarded when Jangwo finally returned. The silence of my life was broken by firecrackers and the arrival of a shiny black car. My heart pounded with hope as I ran to the gate, thinking my wait was over. Jangwo stepped out, looking like a wealthy stranger in a fine suit. But my joy instantly turned to ice. He didn't reach for me. Instead, he helped a beautiful, fashionable woman and 2 young children out of the car. He looked at my dirty clothes and rough hands with open disgust. Even his mother, whom I had served for a decade, shoved me aside to hug her new grandchildren, mocking me for being childless and poor. I stood there, ignored and humiliated, as my husband treated me like an embarrassment. Jangwo threw a stack of money onto the table. He told me that our old arranged marriage didn't matter anymore because he was a big businessman now. He introduced the other woman as his wife and had the nerve to offer me a job as their housekeeper. He wanted me to stay, serve his new family, and raise his children for a small monthly wage. In that moment, my heart hardened. I realized my years of sacrifice were nothing but a joke to them. I refused to cry or beg. I walked over to the chopping block, grabbed my kitchen knife, and slammed it into the table with all my strength, scattering his money. I looked him in the eye and made my choice. I was done being a servant. I demanded a divorce, determined to take back my dignity and everything that was mine. The silence in the yard was heavy as I stood there with a knife. My mother-in-law and the woman from the city were terrified, trembling in fear. Jangwo was furious, worried that a public scene would ruin his reputation as a wealthy businessman. He tried to bully me into leaving with nothing, but I refused to be pushed around anymore. I told him clearly that his bigamy was a serious crime and that I would report him to the authorities if he didn't treat me fairly. The threat of prison terrified him more than losing money. I demanded 500 yuan and a place to live. It was a small fortune, but I deserved it for 10 years of serving his family. To spite me, they offered me the ruined mud huts at the far west end of the village. It was a desolate place with salty soil where nothing grew. Worse, it was right next to the home of a fierce butcher whom everyone in the village feared. They thought living there would destroy me, but I accepted without hesitation. Living near a scary neighbor was still better than living with heartless traitors. Jangwo quickly wrote the divorce papers and handed over the money. I packed my belongings, which amounted to nothing more than some patched clothes and my kitchen knife. 10 years of my youth fit into a single small bundle. I walked out of that gate while my former mother-in-law shouted insults behind me, trying to drive away my bad luck. I ignored the villagers whispering about how crazy I was to move next to the butcher. I walked with my head down, hiding the tears in my eyes. I wasn't sad to leave, but it hurt to realize my past life had been a waste. When I reached my new home, it looked like an abandoned ruin, full of cobwebs and dust. From next door, I could hear the chilling sound of a knife being sharpened. It was frightening, but as I swept the dirty floor, I felt a sense of resolve. This broken shack was mine, and my new life was just beginning. Darkness swallowed my new, crumbling home as the sun went down. The air smelled of damp earth and mice. I lit a small piece of an old candle I found, but the dim light couldn't fix my hunger or thirst. The water pump in the yard was rusted and useless. I had no choice but to seek help from my neighbor, Wei Yi, the butcher whom everyone in the village feared. I walked to the large house next door, my heart pounding. When I knocked, the terrifying sounds of chopping bones stopped. The door opened to reveal a giant man with a scar running down his face, holding a bloody knife. He looked fierce, like the living devil people claimed he was. He instantly recognized me as the woman cast out by the Wang family, but he didn't mock me. Instead, he invited me into his yard, which was surprisingly clean and organized. I drank deeply from his well, the cool water finally soothing my burning throat. Seeing the fresh pork on his chopping board made my stomach roar with hunger. I offered him 5 yuan for a pound of fatty meat. He looked at me with a hint of a smile and cut a massive chunk, weighing at least 2 pounds. He tossed it to me and refused to take more money, saying the extra meat was a reward because he enjoyed hearing about how I stood up to my ex-husband. Before I left, he warned me to bar my door tightly against danger. Back in my shack, I wedged a stick against the door for safety. I built a small fire and boiled the meat in an old enamel mug. It had no seasoning, but the rich, hot grease tasted better than anything I had ever eaten. As I swallowed the food, I felt strength returning to my body. I was starting from nothing, but I was alive, fed, and finally free. I sat by the fire, finishing my simple meal, feeling content and warm for the first time in forever. Meanwhile, in the Wang family home, they were feasting and laughing, predicting I would cry or starve in my haunted shack. They were wrong. I was not the same woman anymore. I was determined to take back my life. Suddenly, a rustling noise outside broke my peace. Lizzie, the village troublemaker, was trying to break in, drawn by rumors of my settlement money and my vulnerability as a lone woman. He lewdly suggested he could protect me and my cash. I grabbed my knife, ready to defend myself, but before I could act, a brick smashed near him, followed by a thunderous shout from next door.
It was Wei Yi.
His terrifying voice sent Lizzie running for his life. Grateful for my neighbor's unexpected protection, I slept fitfully, dreaming of my past misery and Wei Yi's bloody knife. I woke up aching but feeling lighter than I had in a decade, free from the Wang family's oppression. I decided to fix up my new home immediately. I washed my face with borrowed water and headed to the village supply store to buy necessities. The villagers gossiped about me as I passed, but I ignored them, walking with my head held high. Inside the store, I ran right into Old Lady Lu and Hu Lily, who were loudly flaunting their wealth and buying expensive luxuries. They insulted me as soon as they saw me, calling me a jinx and complaining about my smell. I ignored their petty insults completely. I walked past them to the counter and calmly asked the price of a large iron pot, proving that their words could no longer hurt me. I was ready to build my new life, starting with the basics. At the village store, the shop assistant hesitated to serve me because of my patched clothes. My ex-mother-in-law and the new wife were there, too, mocking me and telling me to beg for food. They thought I was helpless. Instead of arguing, I pulled out the thick stack of settlement money I received from the divorce and slapped it onto the counter. The noisy store went instantly silent. I ordered everything I needed to start a new life: a large iron pot, bowls, warm flasks, and plenty of rice and flour. When my ex-mother-in-law saw me spending the money, she was furious and tried to grab it, claiming it belonged to her son. I stopped her immediately. I warned her that if she touched a single cent, I would report her son to the police for bigamy and robbery. The crowd whispered in my favor, and she backed away in embarrassment. I hired a donkey cart to carry my new treasures home, leaving them standing there looking foolish. Back at the west end of the village, I worked hard to fix up my small, broken house. I sealed the drafty windows with fresh paper and set up my new stove. For the first time, this place felt like a home. I was starving, so I took a large piece of the fresh pork belly I had bought. I didn't hold back like I used to. I fried the meat with spices and sauce until it was tender and rich. The delicious smell of braised meat drifted out of my yard and spread through the village. Next door, even my scary neighbor stopped eating his cold dinner when he caught the scent. Farther away, the wind carried the smell to the Wang family's house. Their celebration dinner was a disaster because the new city wife didn't know how to cook. The food was burnt, and the children cried because they wanted the meat I was cooking. My ex-husband sat there in anger, eating a terrible meal, while I sat by my warm fire, enjoying the best food I had tasted in years. The braised pork melted in my mouth, rich and tender. For the first time in 10 years, I ate without worry or scolding. I savored every bite of the shiny white rice and the savory meat, feeling warmth spread through my body. While I enjoyed my freedom, the Wang family next door was in chaos. My ex-husband's new, city wife, couldn't cook, and I could hear his children crying and refusing to eat her burnt, salty food. They smelled my dinner, and their greed quickly turned into anger. Soon, violent kicks shook my fragile wooden door. My former mother-in-law was outside, screaming and demanding that I hand over the meat for her grandson. She still believed she owned me. She thought that because I used my settlement money to buy the food, it somehow belonged to them. She expected me to open the door and serve them obediently, just like I had done for a decade. I wasn't afraid. I scooped the remaining meat and sauce into a clay pot and opened the door. The old woman stood there with a large empty bowl, her eyes full of greed, ordering me to fill it up. I looked at her cold face and refused. I told her clearly that we were strangers now, and I owed her nothing. I said I would rather feed the meat to a dog than give a single bite to the ungrateful people who had ruined my youth. Ignoring her shock, I walked right past her and headed toward the one place she was too scared to go, my neighbor's house. I approached the heavy black door of the butcher, Wei Yi. The old woman watched in horror, thinking I was crazy to go near the living devil. I knocked, and the door opened instantly. The towering man looked down at me and the steaming pot in my hands. I stood there calmly, choosing to share my meal with the village outcast rather than the family that had treated me like a slave. I offered the pot of braised pork to my fearsome neighbor, Wei Yi, making sure my ex-mother-in-law heard every word. I told him I would rather share my food with a decent human than waste it on people who treated me like dirt. I knew Wei Yi understood I was using him as a shield, but the delicious smell of the meat convinced him to play along. He ate a piece right in front of the old woman, and his terrifying glare sent her running away in panic, screaming empty threats. With the pest gone, I thanked Wei Yi honestly. I admitted that I had used his presence for protection, but my gratitude for his help was sincere. He seemed to respect my boldness. Before he went back inside, I gathered my courage to ask for a bigger favor. I pointed to my crumbling mud walls and broken gate, explaining that I didn't feel safe living alone in such an exposed house. I offered to pay him a generous wage to help me rebuild the walls and fix the door. At first, he laughed and said the money wasn't enough for such hard labor. My heart sank, but then he looked down at the empty clay pot. He told me he didn't want my money. Instead, he wanted me to cook for him. He promised to do the work if I provided meals as good as the pork I had just made. I immediately agreed. Cooking was something I excelled at, and I had plenty of money for ingredients. We made a deal for him to start the next morning. Standing in the quiet night, I finally felt safe. With this strong neighbor as my ally, I could build a secure home and truly begin my new life. I slept deeply, finally free, while the Wang family spent the night arguing. My ex-mother-in-law came home furious after failing to bully me, accusing me of having an affair with my neighbor, Wei Yi. My ex-husband, Jiang Wo, was jealous that I cooked for another man and annoyed by the chaos in his own home. His new wife couldn't cook or handle their children, leading to a loud fight. Desperate for help, Jiang Wo arrogantly decided he would hire me back as their servant for 1 yuan a day, convinced I would jump at the chance to return. The next morning, I woke up early to cook a hearty breakfast for Wei Yi, who had agreed to fix my wall in exchange for meals. I made golden, crispy scallion pancakes and millet porridge with pickled vegetables. When I opened the door, Wei Yi was already working hard, unloading clay and stones from a cart. He was a man of his word. I served him breakfast in the yard. He ate with great appetite, devouring the pancakes and approving of my cooking. He told me he planned to build the wall 2 meters high with glass shards on top for security, showing he had thoughtfully considered my safety. I was grateful and agreed to help gather straw. As we ate together, villagers passing by were shocked to see the terrifying butcher helping me, realizing that my cooking had won him over. We made a strong team, and for the first time, I felt truly supported. Wang Jiangwo came looking for me, dressed in his fine suit, expecting to see me miserable. Instead, he found me smiling and working happily with Wei Yi. Seeing us together made him jealous and angry. He couldn't stand that I was rebuilding my life instead of suffering. He stormed over and started shouting about my reputation, accusing me of being shameless for having a man in my yard so soon after our divorce. I found his anger ridiculous. I reminded him in front of everyone that he was the one who had twins with another woman while we were still married. While I was just talking to a neighbor, he was the actual cheater. The watching villagers laughed at his hypocrisy, making his face turn red. His new wife, who Lily, tried to insult us, looking down on Wei Yi for being a rough butcher. Wei Yi didn't need to say much. He simply struck a stone with his shovel, and his terrifying presence made her tremble with fear. Trying to save face, Zhang Wo changed his tune. He arrogantly offered me a deal. He wanted to pay me 30 yuan a month to come back to his house, not as his wife, but as a servant to cook, clean, and raise his children. He actually thought he was doing me a favor. I felt sick to my stomach. He wasn't trying to help me. He wanted to buy my dignity and humiliate me by making me serve the woman who stole my husband. I furiously rejected his offer. I told him I would rather starve in my broken house or beg on the streets than cook a single meal for the people who betrayed me. As they sputtered in anger, Wei Yi finally stepped in to end the noise. My neighbor Wei Yi didn't waste words. He flung a shovel full of wet mud right at Wang Zhangwo's feet, splattering their fancy clothes. My ex-husband tried to threaten him with the police, but Wei Yi simply stepped forward with a fierce, cold stare. Terrified by a man who truly knew hard labor and danger, Zhang Wo and his new wife fled like cowards while the villagers laughed at them. Wei Yi calmly told me that we needed to build the wall higher to keep such scum out, and I felt a surge of warmth and gratitude for his protection. Later, I went to the threshing yard to gather straw for the construction. While other women whispered and pointed at me, Li Xiaoying, the village secretary's outspoken sister-in-law, pulled me aside. She was worried about me associating with a fearsome butcher so soon after my divorce. I explained that I had cut all ties with my ex-husband and that living alone in the remote West End was dangerous. I told her that Wei Yi was an honest man who protected me, unlike the greedy Wang family who had used me. Li Xiaoying understood immediately. She expressed her anger at how the Wang family had treated me like a slave for 10 years, making me work harder than a donkey while enduring constant insults. She said leaving that house was a blessing. She forced 2 warm red eggs into my hand as a gift and told me that her daughter, my friend Xiaoya, would be thrilled to hear I was finally free. I accepted her kindness and invited her daughter to visit me when she returned from the county. Carrying the heavy bundles of straw back home, I walked past the gossiping villagers with my back straight and my head high. I didn't care about their whispers anymore. I now had a home, some savings, and a neighbor who stood up for me. For the first time, I felt that my real life was just beginning. Old Wang's gate was kicked open loudly. Wang Zhangwo, with a stern face, had mud splattered all over his neat suit pants, looking like he had just rolled out of a muddy pit. Who Lily followed behind, limping in her high heels. Her red dress was badly torn and dirty, with a big hole in it. Inside, everything was a mess. The 2 children were crying so hard their voices were hoarse. Toys and broken dishes were scattered all over the floor. Diapers piled up in the corner, unwashed. The foul smell mixed with the burnt smell that hadn't fully gone, making people's heads ache. Old Lu was busy sweeping the floor with a broom. When she saw her son return, she immediately threw down the broom, her face creased with a smile, and stretched her neck to look behind the 2. "How is it? Are you back yet?" Old Lu looked out the door, but only saw the outside air. Her smile froze halfway on her face. "Where is she?" "That stubborn girl is still pretending? Does she think the pay is too little?" I told her 30 yuan was too much. With her kind of temper, 2 yuan is enough to give her a meal. What's the point of talking about it? Don't mention that name in front of me anymore. Wang Zhangwo, angry all the way, couldn't hold back. He kicked a small plastic car on the ground. With a loud bang, the plastic shell shattered against the wall. The 2 children shivered in fear, crying even louder. Hu Lily entered the house and angrily threw her bag onto the sofa. Tears suddenly came to her eyes as she pointed at her dirty dress and shouted, "Mom, do you still ask that shameless woman? Look at what she did to us. This is real silk, bought at the friendship store for over 50 yuan. It's all ruined." Old Lady Lu felt sad about the 50 yuan dress, but she was even more upset about the cheap maid she couldn't even afford to hire for 30 yuan a month. She glared with her triangular eyes, pushed the child onto the sofa, and clapped her hands on her thighs. "This is too much. It's unbelievable. She doesn't want to earn money? Is she trying to go to heaven? Jangwo, tell me honestly, is that girl unhappy because she thinks she doesn't get enough money?" Old Lady Lu moved closer, with a calculating look. "How about I go talk to her again? Say it's for the child's sake, and ask her to come back and clean up this pigsty. Without someone to do the chores, how can we live? Mom, can you say fewer words?" Wang Jangwo loosened his tie, his movements so rough he almost tore the buttons off. "She's got her backbone now. She's found her backing. Not just 30 yuan, even 300 yuan wouldn't impress her." Hu Lily sat down heavily on the sofa, took off her shoes, massaged her feet, and bitterly added, "Mom, you don't know. My sister is really capable now. She's getting along very well with the pig butcher next door. During the day, that rough man is fixing the wall with his shirt off, and she's just standing nearby serving tea and water. She's not even shy about it. That pig butcher is the one pouring mud on her." "What?" Old Lady Lu's anger flared up instantly, ignoring her aching back and waist. She jumped 3 feet high on the spot. "They're hooking up? It's only been a day. That slut. That trash. Using my old Wang family's money to support some wild man? And she's even messing with my son." The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to rush out.
"No.
"I can't swallow this. I have to find the village chief, the secretary, catch that couple and make them parade through the streets. How dare they splash mud on my son? I'll tear her mouth apart and tear down that broken mud house." Old Lady Lu was truly panicked now. She grabbed the fire poker behind the door, ready to fight to the west end of the village. "Stop right there." Wang Jangwo slapped the table so hard that the teacups jumped. "Are you still ashamed enough? What are you going to do? Hand her over to be laughed at?" Old Lady Lu paused, looked back at her son, and said, "Jangwo, are we just going to tolerate this? That pig butcher has bullied us enough. You going there won't help. Can you beat Wei Laosan?" Wang Jangwo's face was so grim it seemed to drip water. He remembered Wei Yi with his muddy shovel and strong build, which made him nervous. That crazy dog Wei Laosan, he's not afraid of barefoot people. If you go cause trouble now, he might really cut you with a knife. When the police come, it will just be a fight. Can your old bones handle that?" Old Lady Lu shrank back at the words, "cut you with a knife," and instinctively lowered her fire poker. She is tough, but she's afraid of death, especially of someone like Wei Yi.
So,
Should we just forget it? Let her enjoy herself at the West End? What about our life?" Old Lady Lu pointed to the mess on the ground and her grandson crying for food, her face full of worry. Hu Lily covered her nose, annoyed, and kicked away some broken dishes with her toe. "Jangwo, I don't care. I won't do this work. My hands are rough enough. Hurry up and think of a way. How can we live in this mess?" Wang Jangwo looked at the chaos in the house, his temples pounding. He sneered, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and bit one without lighting it, chewing on the butt harshly. "Why rush? She's just holding on for now." Wang Jangwo squinted, his tone sneaky. "Fix the wall? Hire someone? That costs money. How long can her little savings last? What kind of person is Wei Laosan? He's not the type to take risks without reason, just looking for something new. When her money runs out, do you think someone like Wei Laosan will work for free? She'll be crying then." He spat out the cigarette ash, straightened his crooked collar, and looked like a big boss again. "No need for us to do anything. Just let her stay in that broken house. No water, no electricity, mosquitoes in summer, northwest wind in winter. In less than half a month, she'll come back begging us. Then, not just 30 yuan, even a bite of leftover rice will make her grateful." Old Lady Lu felt relieved hearing this. Yes. My son has a long-term plan. Let her starve and turn into a white-eyed wolf. Old Lady Lu threw down her fire poker, picked up her grandson, and said, "Be good, grandson. Grandma will make you some sweet water. Let's wait and see how that troublemaker comes begging for food." Wang Jingwo sat back on the sofa, watching the sky darken outside, his eyes cold and fierce. Su Nan, let's see what happens. For lunch, Su Nan put in a lot of effort. She sliced all the remaining pork belly into thin pieces, added freshly picked green peppers from the field, and made a big bowl of twice-cooked pork. The pork slices curled up like lanterns, shiny and red, with just the right amount of fat. She also prepared a spicy and sour shredded potato dish to whet the appetite. The main food was freshly steamed white buns, soft and fluffy. Wei Yi had been working hard all morning and was very hungry. The two of them sat at a broken wooden table in the yard to eat. Wei Yi ate bread and pork with gusto, looking very bold. Su Nan watched him eat happily and also felt hungry. He circled Wei Yi twice, acting more surprised than seeing two pigs fighting at a meat factory. "Third brother, did some kind of fairy lend you a body? Or did you drink fake wine last night and wake up confused?" Ma Lu stretched his neck, almost pressing his face against Wei Yi's still sweaty arm. "We've known each other for 30 years. Besides that pig-killing knife, when have I seen you touch a mason's shovel? And now you're fixing this broken house." Wei Yi didn't even lift his eyelids. He carefully placed a brick on the mortar, knocked the tile handle on the brick surface twice to press it down, then let out a rough breath through his nose. "Get out of the way, blocking the light." "Hey, you're even panting now." Ma Lu wasn't angry. He's Wei Yi's childhood friend, grew up wearing a split-crotch pants, and he's the only one in the 10-mile radius who dares to joke and laugh with Wei Yi. He usually helps at the county meat factory running errands and delivering goods, and also does some side jobs. He's well-informed. Ma Lu moved closer, nostrils flaring like a hunting dog smelling blood, sniffing Wei Yi intensely. "Something's off. This smell isn't right." Ma Lu licked his lips, grinning mischievously. "In this sweat, there's a hint of scallion oil, and the aroma of leftover pork fat. Third brother, your mouth isn't even wiped clean. Are you doing this for food, just selling yourself as a labor here?" Wei Yi stopped working, turned around, and stared at Ma Lu with dark, serious eyes. Ma Lu instinctively shrank his neck and took a step back. But Wei Yi didn't make a move. He just reached into his pants pocket, pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes, lit one, and muttered vaguely, "Too much talk. If you want to do it, do it. If not, get lost." Hearing this, Ma Lu chuckled. What kind of temptation would make Wei Yi, this stubborn mule, bow and work? "All right. Since third brother is in, I can't just stand by and watch." Ma Lu rolled up his vest, revealing 2 clear rows of ribs. He spat into his palm and rubbed his hands fiercely. "I'm familiar with mud work. With us working together, we can finish this wall before dark." With Ma Lu joining in, the progress doubled. One mixed mud and handed bricks, the other built the wall and filled the joints. Their teamwork was seamless. Su Nan listened to the sounds in the kitchen and looked outside through the window. Although she wasn't very familiar with Ma Lu, she knew he was Wei Yi's close friend. Seeing them working so happily, she didn't hesitate. She quickly brought out a large pot of green bean soup she had already prepared. The soup was made with well water, added with big chunks of old rock sugar, and looked very refreshing. "Take a break and have some water," she said, handing over a porcelain cup. Ma Lu heard the noise, and his eyes lit up. He didn't hold back. He took the cup, tilted his head, and drank quickly. His throat bobbed up and down, and half the bowl of green bean soup was gone in no time. Ah, so comfortable. Ma Lu wiped his mouth and gave Su Nan a thumbs up. "Girl, your skills are amazing. This green bean soup is so well cooked, and you even added sugar." They say Wang Jingwo is blind, throwing a treasured jade as if it were a stone. Today, I see that's not true at all. Su Nan smiled and poured another bowl for Wei Yi. Wei Yi took it without saying a word, drank it all in one go, and when he handed the empty bowl back, his finger accidentally touched Su Nan's hand. The moment their fingertips brushed, Sunan felt her skin burn and shrink back. His hand, used to holding a knife for years, had tough calluses all over the palm, rough like sandpaper. It hurt when touching delicate skin, but it also carried a surprising heat, seeping into her bones at the contact point. Wei Yi reacted even more strongly. He seemed to be shocked by electricity, quickly pulled back his hand, and squatted down by the wall to smoke. While he rested, Ma Lu sat next to Wei Yi, lowered his voice, and looked curious. "Third brother, give me some details?" He nudged Wei Yi's waist with his elbow. "Are you really just interested in the food? I haven't seen you so attentive at the county's state-run restaurant. What's going on? Do you like this girl?" Wei Yi, holding a cigarette, had his scarred face partly hidden by the smoke. He squinted and looked at Su Nan, who was tidying up the empty bowls nearby. Although her back was thin, she worked quickly and efficiently, without any of that annoying fragility. "Stop talking nonsense," Wei Yi muttered. He ignored Ma Lu's chatter and took a deep drag on his cigarette. The ember flickered on the half-smoked butt, almost burning his rough fingers. He didn't reply. "No way I believe that." The squinting eyes looked through the pale blue smoke and glanced again towards Su Nan. "That woman has a really good figure. Even in her dull, old clothes, her stubbornness shows. In the past, I often saw her working in old Wang's yard at the east end of the village, and I'd hear old lady Lu scolding her nose to nose. Back then, she was Wang Jiangwo's wife, someone else's daughter-in-law. Even if Wei Laosan's reputation was bad, he wouldn't do something immoral like trying to steal another man's wife. But now, things are different. That wall is really broken down. She's divorced, has no one to rely on, and now she lives right next to him." Wei Yi swallowed hard, inhaling the last puff of smoke. The spicy feeling shot straight to his head, making the fire inside him burn even hotter. "What do you mean I'm talking nonsense?" Ma Lu was not convinced. He counted on his fingers and said, "Look, everyone in the village knows you, Wei Yi, are famously lazy. Besides killing pigs to make a living, who asks you to build or repair houses? Today, in this scorching sun, you're sweating buckets and even pulling stones with a cart. If you weren't serious, no one would believe it." Wei Yi didn't reply. He just threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out with his foot. "Don't want your tongue anymore?" His voice was deep but carried a fierce edge that made others afraid to challenge him. "Save it for drinking?" Ma Lu shrank back and chuckled, knowing he had touched a sore spot. He didn't dare to push further. He patted his butt and stood up. Suddenly remembering something, he pointed at a black plastic bucket hanging on the back of a bicycle at the gate. "By the way, third brother, I brought back the leftover money from the meat factory today." And Ma Lu looked disgusted as he pointed at the bucket. "The pig we slaughtered today had some problems. The intestines smelled too strong and were a bit black. No restaurants wanted them. I also brought all the pig lungs and liver. I was planning to throw them in the ditch, but I thought your hunting dog might like them, so I brought them along." The bucket held a whole set of pig offal. In the hot weather, after the bumpy ride, opening the lid revealed a foul, nauseating stench that instantly hit the nose. Inside, the red and white offal was tangled together, intestines, stomachs, lungs, covered in dirt and blood that hadn't been washed clean. In this era, although everyone is short on oil and water, this kind of unclean pig offal is really disliked. It has a strong smell, uses a lot of salt and oil, and sometimes it's just greasy and fishy, making people feel sick when they eat it. Only those who really can't afford to buy better food would pick up such cheap scraps. The smell was so strong it made him want to sneeze. He was about to wave his hand and tell Ma Lu to take it away and throw it out, but then Su Nan came out of the kitchen holding a washed bowl and stopped beside the black bucket. Su Nan stared at the red and white mixture in the bucket. Her calm eyes suddenly sparkled with a bright light that Ma Lu couldn't understand. It was the look of someone seeing a treasure. "Is this a whole pig intestine? And pig liver too?" Su Nan quickly walked over, not minding the smell, and squatted down. She reached out with 2 fingers to poke at the contents. Although it looked dirty, it was really fresh, still warm, with thick fat. Ma Lu was stunned for a moment, and quickly waved his hand. Girl, don't touch. That's dirty, meant for dogs. I'll take it away and throw it out. Throw it away. Sunan suddenly looked up, grabbed the edge of the bucket, and said firmly, This is good stuff. Throwing it away would be a waste. Wei Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. The scar on his face moved slightly. You know how to do this. Of course I do, Sunan said with a slight smile, showing her white, neat teeth. As long as you have seasoning, even a fairy would drool over it. Brother Wei, Brother Ma Lu, don't leave tonight. I'll show you my skills. This pig liver is perfect for nourishing Brother Wei, and the pig intestine can be made into delicious sausage, great with drinks. Ma Lu grinned widely, looking skeptical. Girl, don't fool me. If the intestine isn't cleaned well, it can really make someone sick. That smell. I can't stand it. Don't worry, Sunan said confidently. She lifted the heavy bucket, her small arm bulging with muscle. I have a way. Brother Wei, do you still have some wood ash at home? Or we can buy some soda ash from the supply store. Actually, wood ash is cleaner. Wei Yi looked at her for a long time. Seeing her determined face, he nodded without thinking. There's some in the backyard fire pit. During the next hour, Ma Lu finally opened his eyes. He was building a wall and kept glancing toward the water well. This woman was truly tough and resourceful. Sunan rolled up her sleeves, revealing a small, fair arm. She didn't mind the greasy, dirty pig intestines. She grabbed a handful of dark ash and threw it into a basin, then vigorously rubbed the slippery intestines with both hands. Her technique was quick and skillful, turning the intestines, tearing off the fat membrane, removing lymph nodes. Her movements were dazzlingly fast. After rubbing the intestines with ash, most of the slimy mucus was removed. She rinsed them with water, poured vinegar over, and sprinkled coarse salt. The originally foul-smelling pig intestines became clean and white, with a pinkish hue, and no longer had any strange odor. Instead, they emitted a faint, fresh scent. She sliced the pig liver into thin, leaf-like pieces and marinated them with soy sauce and sweet potato starch. She cut open the pig's heart, cleaned out the blood clots, and scored it with a beautiful pattern. As the sunset painted the sky with fiery red clouds, the small, dilapidated courtyard was bathed in a golden glow. The wall was finally built up to 2 meters high, topped with sharp glass shards according to Wei Ye's instructions. Now, not even a stray cat or a wild animal would dare to climb over, too dangerous, with the sharp glass. Ma Lu was exhausted, slumping onto the ground, feeling like his back was about to break. He was about to ask for some water when a strong, unfamiliar, and aggressive aroma suddenly burst out from the kitchen with a loud bang. It was the spicy, pungent smell of hot oil frying chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, mixed with the sharp aroma of garlic and ginger, and the toasted scent from heated soy sauce. Next came the sizzling sound of the intestines being cooked. Ma Lu's throat moved suddenly, and his stomach let out a loud growl. Wow! He stared fixedly at the white smoke rising from the kitchen door. This smells so good. Brother San, is that really the stuff from that bucket we fed the dog earlier? Wei Yi was rinsing himself at the water well. A bucket of well water poured over him, washing away dirt and sweat. He shook his head to remove the water droplets and looked deeply at the busy figure in front of the stove. Inside the kitchen, Su Nen was fully focused on stirring the large iron pot. The thick pig intestines were boiling in the pot, coated with a shiny red sauce, with slices of green and red peppers sprinkled on top, making anyone's mouth water. This dish is called dry-fried intestines. The goal is to cook out some of the fat inside, making the outside crispy and the inside soft and sticky, truly delicious. In another pot, stir-fried pig liver just finished cooking. The heat was carefully controlled. Too long, and it would be tough. Too short, and it would be too raw. Now it was tender and juicy. Dinner is ready. Sunan came out carrying 2 large basins, her voice clear and bright. Ma Lu couldn't wait any longer. He didn't even bother to wipe his hands and directly grabbed a piece of intestines to eat. Ma Lu's eyes widened. In that moment, he felt like all the pork he'd ever eaten before was nothing compared to this. The intestines were crispy outside and tender inside, with a chewy texture. The unique smell of offal was perfectly enhanced by chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. The more he chewed, the more flavorful it became. His mouth was oily, but not greasy. Incredible. Truly amazing. Malu gave a thumbs up and loudly exclaimed, "Girl, with your skills, if you opened a restaurant in the county town, even state-run restaurants would have to close." Wei Yi also didn't hold back. He picked up a piece of pig liver. It was smooth and tender, with no hint of rawness, and even carried a faint aroma of wine. He glanced at Su Nan, who was smiling happily as she watched the meat. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and her plain face was full of satisfaction. "Is it delicious?" Su Nan asked. "Yes," Wei Yi replied, though his chopsticks moved faster than usual, clearly impressed. Better than pig slaughtering dishes. For him, that was a very high compliment. By the end, the basin of intestines and stir-fried liver was completely cleaned, with not a drop of sauce left. Ma Lu used a steamed bun to wipe the bottom of the basin until it shone, then sat back with a full belly, groaning happily, like a satisfied pig just released from the pen. Wei Yi still looked cold and serious, but the sharpness in his eyes was softened after such a filling meal. He held a toothpick, slowly picking his teeth, occasionally glancing at Su Nan as she tidied up the dishes. This woman was skillful and attentive. Just as they were enjoying this peaceful moment, suddenly, two bright beams of light shot across the usually wild dog-filled dirt road at the west end of the village. The light was so dazzling it illuminated the yard like daytime. Immediately after, a deep, powerful roar shattered the quiet of the night. Bang, bang, bang. Ma Lu suddenly jumped up as if he had come back to life, squinting his eyes and looking outside.
Wow.
Which big leader is coming to the countryside? This jeep with 4 wheels, we hardly see any in town. Soon and also stopped working, wiped his hands on his apron, feeling a bit puzzled. In this poor, remote place, they rarely see even a bicycle, so why is there such a big iron vehicle? The vehicle stopped steadily beside the pile of rocks outside Wei Ye's house. The noise was so loud, like thunder in a dry sky, exploding at the west end of the village. The villagers, who had just started eating and were arguing over a piece of salted vegetable, heard the roaring engine. They didn't even bother to wipe the rice crumbs from their mouths. They dropped their chopsticks and ran outside. Eating could wait. If they missed the chance to see the excitement, they wouldn't get a good spot. Nowadays, a jeep coming into the village was a rare sight. Even if the commune secretary came to visit, he would probably just ride a new bicycle. A car with 4 wheels? That meant great power. In no time, the area outside Wei Ye's house was crowded with dark heads. People didn't dare get too close. They stayed in the shadows where the bright light couldn't reach, stretching their necks like geese choking, staring fixedly at the still shaking dark green iron lump.
Wow.
Is that the police car? Or some high-ranking leader? Someone in the crowd lowered their voice, sounding scared and strangely excited. Definitely not a good sign. Look at that license plate. That's from a county. An old man, who claimed to have seen a lot, squatted by the roadside, smoking a dry pipe. He pointed at the car and said, "I think Wei Lao-san is in trouble this time. I told you, the king of death will catch him sooner or later." Always waving swords and guns. That butcher's knife looks unlucky. Maybe he stabbed someone outside, and now they're here to arrest him. Oh, that's a serious crime. He might even get shot. Rumors spread faster than a plague. Before anyone even got out of the car, people in the village had already said he was executed 3 times. Lao Lu was no longer feeling pain in her waist or legs. She pushed to the front of the crowd, her old face showing a fierce, happy expression in the glow of the car lights. She suddenly slapped her thigh, spitting out saliva and exclaiming, "I knew it. I knew that damn person wouldn't have a good ending." It was as if heaven opened its eyes. She turned around, grabbed the sleeve of the person next to her, and shouted loudly with a rough voice, "Did you see that? That's karma. Just now he was throwing mud at our Jangwo, and now someone has come to deal with him. Such a troublemaker should be locked up forever, so he doesn't harm the village anymore." Wang Jangwo, standing behind, didn't say a word. He just took a deep drag on his cigarette, then crushed the cigarette butt under his foot. He looked at the closed courtyard gate, and a small smile appeared on his face. If Wei Yi really got caught, it would be a great relief. Without this obstacle, Su Nan, that ungrateful woman, would probably be begging him to take her in. The car door opened and 2 people got out. The first was a middle-aged man, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with 2 pens in his pocket. His hair was neatly combed, and although he was smiling, there was a commanding presence that couldn't be hidden. Behind him was a young girl. She was very pretty, wearing a white shirt tucked into a long skirt, shiny little leather shoes, her hair in 2 braids tied with pink ribbons. Her outfit was very different from the villagers who ate pickles and bread. "Excuse me, is this Comrade Wei Ye's house?" the middle-aged man asked politely, his voice loud. Wei Laosan didn't lift his butt, still sitting confidently, fanning himself loudly. "Who are you looking for?" "Comrade Wei Yi." The middle-aged man stepped forward, his shoes squeaking on the broken bricks. Ma Lu quickly moved closer. He was clever and immediately recognized the visitor. "Oh, isn't this factory director Li from the machinery factory? What wind blew you here?" "This is Wei Laosan and you're looking for him because..." Ma Lu was worried. Could it be that Wei Laosan, this troublemaker, caused some trouble, and now the factory director brought people to settle the score? Li Minghui, hearing that the main person was here, smiled even more. He stepped into the yard a few more steps, not caring about the dirt on the ground, and reached out both hands to shake Wei Laosan's large fan. "Comrade Wei, finally found you. I came here especially to thank you." Wei Laosan frowned but didn't get up. Instead, he backed his rough, calloused hand behind him, avoiding Li Minghui's enthusiasm. "Thanks? I don't know you." Li Minghui was not embarrassed. He turned around and pulled the girl still hesitating at the door over. "Fong Fong, come here. This is the person who saved you that day. If Comrade Wei hadn't thrown that brick, those thugs would have hurt you badly." The girl named Li Fong blushed. Under the dim yellow light, she looked shy. She secretly glanced at Wei Yi. The man in front of her was shirtless, with muscles like iron blocks and a scary scar on his chest. If it had been any other girl, she might have run away in fear. But Li Fong's eyes sparkled like stars. That day, she was cornered in an alley by some troublemakers. When they ignored her calls for help, it was this man who stood in front of her like a mountain. He didn't say a word, but picked up a brick and knocked out the leader of the troublemakers. His fierce attitude made her see him as a hero. "Brother Wei," Li Fong's voice was soft, like a mosquito. She twisted her skirt in her hands. "Thank you for saving me that day. My name is Li Fong." Su Nan stood at the kitchen door, watching the scene, raising an eyebrow. "Well, a hero saving a beauty." The scene was cliché but effective. From the girl's eyes, she seemed eager to be close to Wei Laosan. Wei Laosan seemed to suddenly remember what had happened. A few days ago, he went to town to deliver meat and saw some troublemakers bullying a girl student. He found it noisy, so he took care of them easily. To him, it was like swatting a few flies. "Oh," Wei Laosan responded coldly and sat back down. "Just a quick thing. If there's nothing else, you can leave." Too many mosquitoes. Ma Lu was anxiously blinking nearby. This was the factory director, the best unit in the whole county. If he could build a good relationship with him, buying parts or getting a job quota would be easy. Why was this stubborn guy pushing people away? Li Minghui clearly knew about Wei Laosan's temper and didn't mind. He took out 2 mesh bags from the car, containing malt extract, canned food, 2 good cigarettes, and 2 bottles of Mao Dai. "Comrade Wei, this is a small token of our appreciation. Though it's just a favor to our old Li family, it's a life-saving grace." Li Minghui placed the items on the broken wooden table, right next to the basin used earlier for intestines. "If you ever have trouble, just come to the mechanical factory and find me." Old Wei didn't even look at the gifts and said, "Take them away." "I don't need the trouble. Please take them." Li Fong hurriedly stepped forward. "This was specially chosen by my dad." As she spoke, her eyes involuntarily drifted towards Su Nan, standing in the shadows. A woman's intuition is very sharp. As soon as she entered the yard, she sensed something was wrong. Who is this woman? Dressed in old clothes but neatly cleaned up. It's so late, and she's still in this single man's yard? Who is this? Li Fong couldn't help but ask, her tone tinged with cautious suspicion. Su-nan stepped out confidently and placed the last stack of bowls down. I'm the neighbor next door. Brother Wei helped me repair my wall. I brought some food. Neighbor, huh? Li Fong clearly relaxed a bit and smiled again. Your cooking skills are really good. I can smell the aroma from so far away. Su-nan smiled but didn't reply. This girl's little thoughts are all on her face. Li Minghui saw that Wei Laosan was unwilling to accept the gifts and couldn't force him, so he had to leave the items and exchange a few words before taking his daughter away. Before leaving, Li Fong kept looking back, her eyes lingering as if she could stick to him. Once the jeep drove off, Ma Lu immediately pounced on the table of items, his eyes shining with greed.
Wow. Mao Tai.
Zhonghua, third brother. What kind of good luck is this? Not only did you save the factory director's daughter, but that young girl seems interested in you too. Wei Laosan slapped away Ma Lu's hand reaching for the Mao Tai. Is that for the dead? Get lost. Ma Lu chuckled and held onto 2 cigarettes tightly. Third brother, if you become the factory director's son-in-law, you'll be flying high. Don't forget to give your brothers a hand then. Shut up. Wei Laosan stood up, grabbed the 2 bottles of Mao Tai, and without looking, directly handed them to Su-nan. Su-nan was stunned. The bottles were heavy and still warm with a man's touch. What are you giving me this for? Payment for cooking, Wei Laosan said simply. Aren't we supposed to just share the food? Su-nan felt the heat and hesitated. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Your roof is leaking. Wei Laosan pointed to the dark, broken roof next door and said calmly, I can't stand the smell of these 2 bottles of urine either. You should exchange it for money, buy some tiles, and seal your window tightly. I don't want to get up in the middle of the night to catch thieves for you. Su-nan was holding a bottle of wine, and it seemed like the man's palm still left a warm imprint on the porcelain. She looked up at Wei Laosan's expressionless face and the scar that looked a little fierce under the light. This man's words are really sharp, and his heart is very careful. He saw her embarrassment. Recently divorced, with only a few hundred yuan for settling in, after fixing the wall and buying food, repairing the roof would make life very tight. These 2 bottles of wine are his way of helping secretly. Okay. Su-nan was not pretentious and accepted it openly. Thank you, Brother Wei. What do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll make steamed pork with rice. Wei Laosan swallowed hard. All right. After saying that, he didn't look at Ma Lu, who was standing there stunned, but turned and went inside, closing the door with a loud bang. Ma Lu looked at the dark, closed door, then at Su-nan, who was smiling meaningfully while holding the Mao Tai bottle. He patted his thigh. Got it. Turns out I'm just extra. A jeep behind them puffed out black smoke, and the 2 red taillights quickly disappeared into the night, leaving only a lingering gasoline smell drifting from the west end of the village. The villagers, who had been leaning on the wall or hiding in grass nests watching the show, finally dared to peek out their heads. They whispered to each other, still suspicious. The old drunk Zhao Lizi, who had just predicted Wei Laosan would get into trouble, fiercely tapped his dry tobacco pipe on the bottom of his cloth shoe, regardless of whether there were still sparks. He looked pleased and muttered, Did you see that? I told you. He's definitely been taken away. Not even a sound. Maybe they even put handcuffs on him. Wei Laosan is in big trouble now. Shut your damn mouth. A loud shout exploded like thunder from inside the courtyard. The crowd suddenly fell silent for a second, then with a loud boom, like pouring cold water into a hot oil pot, everything exploded.
What?
The factory manager. That guy in charge of thousands of workers, Lee the factory manager? Wow, he's a big shot. Since he's the manager, why is he coming to this broken place at night? Ma Lu was very pleased with the reaction. He shoved half a pancake into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed. Then he slowly pointed his finger toward the broken wooden table in the yard. See that? Chinese cigarettes, 2 packs. Matai liquor, 2 bottles. That's a gift from the big boss himself, coming to visit and asking our third brother to accept it. He pounded his chest loudly, glancing sharply at the people who had just been talking trash, raising his voice by 8 tones, as if to make sure everyone heard. Did you hear about what happened in town a few days ago? Some reckless troublemakers dared to threaten Lee, the factory manager's daughter, trapping her in an alley. Who is our third brother? A hero who stands up for justice. He saw injustice and shouted out, then threw a brick. He knocked down 3 troublemakers. That's saving a beauty. Ma Lu spoke excitedly, spitting words everywhere, more lively than a storyteller under a bridge. That was Lee, the factory manager himself, bringing his daughter to thank us. Our third brother is a real hero. He doesn't care for these petty things, but when he saw trouble, he had to push the girl away. They had no choice but to leave their gifts behind. He winked mischievously, a sly smile hidden in his wrinkles. And did you see that pretty girl just now? That's the factory manager's daughter. Her eyes, she looked like she couldn't take her eyes off third brother. She's fallen for his heroic spirit. As soon as he said that, the old men around him looked like their eyes were about to pop out, drooling with envy. Chinese cigarettes, Matai liquor, and the factory manager's daughter. None of these things are dreams they'd ever dare to hope for. Oh my goodness. What kind of luck did Wei the Third have? This isn't luck. It's a sign of good fortune. Climbing up to the factory manager's high position, soon, he'll be walking tall in the county. Who said Wei the Third might get shot? Zhao the Lazy, was it you? The wind shifted faster than June weather. Just now, the villagers were calling him, living king of hell, and saying he would fall someday. Now, they all changed their attitude, shouting and eager to get close to Wei Yi, as if they wanted to become relatives. Zhao Lazy shrank back nervously, sneaking into the crowd and not daring to speak. He was afraid Ma Lu would pick him out as an example. Ma Lu saw the moment was right, then clapped his hands, which were not even there, and sneered at the crowd. From now on, keep your mouths shut and don't blame Brother San for everything. Today, Brother San is in a good mood, so I won't bother with you. All right, everyone, disperse. Don't delay Brother San's rest. After saying that, he ignored the surprised faces behind him and turned to go back to the yard to enjoy the remaining half-bowl of greasy intestines. As he stepped over the threshold, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He loudly called out towards Su Nan's house, loud enough for half the village to hear. Nan girl, those 2 bottles of Maotai are kept safe, right? That's good stuff. Later, take them to exchange for money, and then you can fix the roof. Stick with Brother San. There will be more good things like this in the future. His words hit like a thunderbolt, directly reaching Wang Zhengwo's ears, who is still nearby. Wang Zhengwo stood in the shadows. The once respectable suit he wore now looked like a joke. He stared fixedly at the black lacquered door that had just been closed again, his nails biting into the red Taschen cigarette box until it was crushed. Factory director of the mechanical plant.
How could this be?
How could Wei Lao-san, the pig butcher, have such luck? And Su Nan, that woman he didn't want, actually caught the wine Wei Lao-san gave her? That was Maotai. A good wine he, Wang Zhengwo, wouldn't even buy for festivals or holidays. Jealousy was like a poisonous snake, biting fiercely at his chest, making his heart and lungs ache. Zhengwo, is it really true? Old Lu was also stunned. She tugged at her son's sleeve and asked, did that girl really get rich? Go home. Wang Zhengwo squeezed out 2 words from his teeth, his face dark enough to drip water. He ignored his still-dazed mother and turned around with a grim face to leave. This grudge was now completely settled. Meanwhile, a black jeep jolted along the bumpy dirt road. Inside, the air was heavy and tense. Li Fong sat in the back seat, pouting, twisting a pink hairband in her hand, with slightly red eyes. Who is that woman? Li Fong couldn't help but mutter, I think she's just a rural woman, dressed very plainly. Why does Brother Wei treat her so well? Li Minghui, holding the steering wheel, glanced at his daughter through the rearview mirror and sighed. Fong Fong, people from that kind of place are not like us. That Wei Yi is just a strong guy, looks like a reckless sort. You should stop having silly thoughts. I just think he's good. Li Fong puffed out her chest. He's much better than those bookworms in the big yard who wear glasses and speak softly. When faced with a bully, those bookworms just pee their pants. Brother Wei is brave enough to fight back. The car turned into the county committee's residential area and stopped in front of a small red brick building. Li Fong stormed inside, throwing her leather shoes loudly to vent her frustration. In the living room, Zhao Cui was wearing reading glasses, sorting through yarn. She was dressed like a typical official's wife, her hair carefully curled. Though she came from a humble background, after so many years in the city, she had washed away her rural roughness, replaced by a shrewd, city-smart look. Seeing her father and grandfather return, Zhao Cui put down her work and looked sharply at her daughter. "How was it? Did you meet that benefactor?" She picked up her teacup and took a sip. "Just gave him some money to send him on his way. Rural folks like that are easy to manipulate. Once they latch onto you, it's hard to shake them off. I heard he's a pig farmer? He must smell like pig manure." "Mom," Li Fong was annoyed, tossing her bag onto the sofa. "He doesn't smell. And he's got a sense of justice. He's much better than those oily, well-dressed young officials." Hearing this, Zhao Cui's eyebrows shot up in displeasure. "You little brat, what are you saying? The guy I introduced you to the other day from the tax bureau, what's wrong with him? He's an office worker, has a steady job, a good match for you." "I'm not interested." Li Fong plopped onto the sofa, turning her head away. "That Xiaowang just spits when he talks. It's annoying. I like someone else now." "What?" Zhao Cui's knitting needle almost poked her hand. "You like someone? Who? From which department? Or from our big yard?" Li Fong bit her lip, her mind filled with the image of that shirtless, sweaty, hormonally charged young man from earlier. Compared to Wei Yebi, the boys around her who wear glasses and are gentle and refined look like babies who haven't been weaned. "You don't know him." Li Fong hesitated. "Anyway, he's 100 times better than Xiaowang." Zhao Cui looked at her daughter's excited expression and suddenly felt a pang in her heart. She was experienced and knew her daughter's gaze all too well. Fong, tell me the truth." Zhao Cui leaned in and spoke more seriously. "You haven't fallen for that pig farmer, have you?" Li Fong stiffened and didn't speak, her face turning redder as she fiddled with the wrinkles on her skirt. "Oh my goodness." Seeing her reaction, Zhao Cui lost her temper immediately. "Are you crazy? He's a pig farmer, a rough person, lives in a dirt house, and does low-class work. You're the daughter of a factory director, aiming for college. If you get involved with him, I'll be so angry I could die." "What's wrong with a pig farmer?" Li Fong also got upset, raising her voice. "Hardworking people are honorable. Besides, he looks energetic, strong, and can protect me. You're just being snobbish." "Snobbish? I'm doing this for your own good." Zhao Cui trembled with anger, pointing at Li Minghui and scolding. "Old Li, look at your daughter. This is what happens when you take her to meet that wild man. Her soul is already lost." Li Minghui also felt overwhelmed. He didn't expect his daughter to have such strong preferences. She ignored good officials and liked Wei Yebi. Enough, it's not even serious yet." Li Minghui tried to smooth things over. "Comrade Wei seems a bit cold and distant. Maybe he doesn't like Fong. How dare he not like her?" Zhao Cui raised her voice even more. "My daughter is a noble. Only a fool would think a pig farmer's family is good enough. No, I must stop this. Fong, stay at home these days. Don't go anywhere." Li Fong stomped her foot, crying as she ran back to her room and slammed the door. Zhao Cui was so angry she sat on the sofa, gasping heavily. "No, I need to find out what kind of person Wei Laosen really is. Maybe he's a fox spirit who cast a spell on my daughter." In the corridor of the county committee's family compound, 2 light bulbs were broken, and the dim yellow glow made the cement steps look bleak. Zhao Cui stormed out of the house, furious. She held a fan made of bamboo and waved it vigorously as she walked. What kind of situation is this? The factory director's daughter has fallen for a shirtless butcher. If this gets out, where will Zhao Cui's face be? Will she still be able to stay in this family compound? Just as she reached the second-floor landing, she bumped into someone. It was a woman carrying a wash basin with a few fresh-looking bok choy, carefully picking the leaves. Seeing Zhao Cui come down, The woman raised her eyelids and immediately curled her lips into a half-smile. Oh, isn't that sister-in-law? Why are you out here in the evening instead of relaxing at home? Are you arguing with Laoli? The speaker was Duing, who lived across the hall. Duing and Zhao Cui had been rivals for many years. Their husbands were about the same rank, and their living spaces were similar. Usually, they were polite to each other, but secretly, they looked for any chance to find fault.
Especially Duying.
Since her daughter failed to get into university several times and stayed unemployed for half a year, her eyes had been fixed on Li Fong, worried that Li Fong might marry someone better than her own daughter. Zhao Cui was feeling annoyed, and when she saw Du Ying's nosy attitude, she straightened up immediately. She couldn't afford to lose face, especially in front of Duing. Why argue? You don't know Laoli? He's just a simple guy, not someone to quarrel with. Zhao Cui brushed her hair back and immediately adopted a commanding tone, like a lady of authority. I'm just outside because it's hot inside, and I wanted some fresh air. As for you doing, it's so late, still peeling vegetables? Well, with so many people at home, it's understandable to be busy. Duing didn't take the hint and pushed the wash basin onto her hip, leaning forward slightly, lowering her voice. Sister-in-law, don't interrupt. I heard from my husband that a while ago, Xiao Wang from the tax bureau was interested in Fong Fong. How's that going? If Duing finds out that Fong Fong doesn't like Xiao Wang and instead is interested in a pig butcher, the whole family compound will know about this joke by tomorrow morning. Well, just like that, Zhao Cui covered half her face with a fan, pretending to be proud and hesitant at the same time. Xiao Wang is quite warm-hearted. Today, he even sent over 2 pounds of white rabbit milk candies. You know, that kid is honest and graduated from a famous university. Fong Fong really has no choice. Hearing this, Du Ying's fake smile froze for a moment, and she squeezed the vegetable leaves so hard they dripped water. Really? Du Ying's eyes shifted suspiciously. But I just heard Fong Fong crying over there. The noise was pretty loud. Sister-in-law, since we're family, you shouldn't hide things from me. If those two kids don't like each other, don't force it. Young people now value free love. Forced relationships aren't sweet. She paused, then changed the subject sharply. Besides, Yanzi and Xiao Wang are high school friends. If Fong Fong really isn't interested, we shouldn't delay Xiao Wang either. Zhao Cui was furious inside, wishing she could slap Du Ying's clever face with her fan. Trying to get a better deal? Not a chance. Were you thinking? Zhao Cui slapped her thigh with a loud bang, laughing so hard her body shook. Fong Fong was touched. Xiao Wang wrote her a poem. That girl is shy and thoughtful. She started crying while reading it. What's that called? Tears of happiness.
Don't worry about it.
Focus on your Yanzi's job. I heard the textile factory is hiring again. Should I ask Olju to help you? This hit hard, stabbing straight at Du Ying's lungs. Du Ying's face turned pale and then white, and she clenched her small cabbage-like hands so tightly they turned to mush. Talking about Yanzi made Du Ying's teeth grind with hatred. Earlier this year, Olju worked hard to find a way for his daughter, begging everywhere, and spent 2 months' salary to get a spot at the textile factory. Even though she was just a little worker, it was a real government job. But on the day Yanzi was supposed to start, she didn't even step through the gate. She claimed she had studied for a few years and was meant to be a pen wielder, saying she should work in an office. But in this county town, every government position is like a hole in the ground, no way to get in without connections. Without powerful contacts, who would keep a young lady who knows nothing in an office? Yu Yanzi happily stayed at home, relying on her parents, spending her days either applying snow cream or going out. Duing didn't dare to reply to her and just forced a smile, saying, So, it seems like good news is coming? All right, I'll wait to hear the wedding news. But sister-in-law, as a mother, you should be more careful. Don't let the good things slip away or people might laugh at us. After speaking, Duing turned and went upstairs, humming a little tune, clearly not believing Zhao Tsue's words, planning to find out more elsewhere tomorrow. Zhao Tsue looked at Du Ying's back and spat fiercely. Bah. Wanna see me laugh at this? Maybe in the next life. Though she scolded, Zhao Tsue felt more anxious inside. She could hide things for a while, but not forever. If Fong Fong really got involved with that pig killer, the truth would come out sooner or later. No, she had to act quickly and decisively. Early the next morning, just as the sun rose above the trees in the west of the village, Soon and carefully wrapped 2 bottles of Maotai that Wei Laosen gave her last night with old newspaper and put them into a plain cloth bag. In this era, this liquor was rare and valuable, especially in the county town. She could sell it at a pawn shop or directly to a restaurant for a good price. She needed money now. Fixing the roof and buying tiles cost money, and cooking for Wei Laosan and buying meat also required cash. Although she had a few hundred yuan from Wang Jiangwo, that was dead money. She couldn't spend a penny less. This liquor was just what she needed to solve her urgent problem. Before leaving, she went to the kitchen to drain the soaked glutinous rice. Today, she promised Wei Laosan she would make steamed pork. This dish requires skill. The pork belly must be cut into even, thick slices and marinated with sweet bean paste, fermented bean curd juice, ginger, and yellow wine. The rice flour is crucial. It must be made from toasted rice and glutinous rice mixed with star anise and Sichuan peppercorns until golden and crispy, then ground in a stone mill and coated on the pork slices before steaming thoroughly. Soon and quickly marinated the meat, covered it with a cloth to keep flies away, then carried her cloth bag and left. At the village entrance, she saw a few women gathered under the big locust tree, whispering secretly while mending shoes. Did you hear? Last night, that jeep came to deliver a gift for Wei Laosan. What kind of gift? It's more like a thank you. They say Wei Laosan saved the factory director's daughter. Wow, that whole truck was filled with high-quality goods, smoke, alcohol, sugar, tea. Is that true? Didn't Grandma Lu curse Wei Laosan last night for getting into trouble?
Puffed.
Do you really believe Grandma Lu? She just can't stand to see others do well. I think Wei Laosan is about to turn his luck around. He's climbing a ladder at the machinery factory, and who knows how bright his future might be. As for old Wang's family, they kicked out Su Nan, who's so capable, and now they've offended Wei Laosan. The days ahead.
Hee.
Su Nan walked straight without looking around, her steps more steady than before. The gossip in this village changes faster than the weather in June. Last night, she was called a butcher everyone wanted to beat, but this morning, even just being connected to someone powerful made her the lucky one in everyone's words. She took the early bus to the county town, bouncing along the way. Su Nan didn't wander aimlessly. She knew that the best market for the Maotai liquor wasn't the recycling station but the new high-end private restaurants that were just opening. The owners of those places needed this kind of expensive, hard-to-get good wine to keep up their image. She looked around a few times and found a stylish, newly decorated restaurant called Welcoming Guest Inn in the south of the city. The owner was a chubby, middle-aged man. When he saw Su Nan take out 2 unopened, perfect-looking bottles of Feitian Maotai from her cloth bag, his eyes widened. Nowadays, Maotai was priced at just over 8 yuan at the supply and marketing cooperative, but without a special supply ticket, you couldn't buy it even if you paid. On the black market, it was already selling for over 20. Big sister, you're straightforward. The chubby owner examined the bottles with a magnifying glass, confirming they were genuine, and didn't push the price much. For this pair, I'll give you 50 yuan. How about it? 50 yuan. In this era, that was a regular worker's monthly salary. Su Nan wasn't greedy. She nodded and agreed, deal. Wishing you good business. Holding the warm 50 yuan, considered a huge sum, she left the restaurant and went straight into the nearby grocery store. Give me 10 jin of pork belly, 3 layers of fat, 2 layers of lean, and 5 jin of ribs. The clerk paused with his knife, looked up at Su Nan, and saw she was buying in large amounts. Such boldness was rare these days. Su Nan also bought some colorful fabric, choosing a floral piece instead of the usual gray-blue-black. When she reached the west side of the village, it was just lunchtime. Wei Laosan was not in the yard, and the big cart was also gone, probably to fetch some materials again. Su Nan didn't hesitate, and went straight into the kitchen to start working. The longer the steamed pork was cooked, the more flavorful it became. The fire in the stove was burning strongly, and a large iron pot was placed on the stove with a steaming basket on top. As the steam rose, a rich aroma of meat mixed with the toasted smell of rice flour, the wine scent of fermented bean curd, and the fresh fragrance of lotus leaves at the bottom escaped through the crack in the window and drifted with the wind to the neighboring house. This smell was even more tempting than yesterday's twice-cooked pork. It wasn't a sharp, pungent smell, but a long-lasting, mellow, and rich aroma that made people swallow saliva just by smelling it. The aroma was so strong that it could drift 2 miles away with the wind. Next door, Old Wang was munching on a flatbread with pickles. Old Lady Lu, smelling the meat aroma carried by the breeze, was so angry she slammed her chopsticks on the table and cursed that the fox spirit was cooking a broken rice meal. Not far from here, in the village, the old Wei family house was also in an uproar. The Wei family house was a grand 3-in-1 courtyard, but it couldn't hold all the people. Old Wei and Old Lady Wei lived in the main house, the eldest son Wei Daong and his wife in the east wing, and the second son Wei Ergu and his wife in the west wing. With more than a dozen people in the family, meal times were like a battlefield. Today at noon, there was a big bowl of stewed cabbage on the table, with a few scanty pieces of pork fat floating in it, and a plate of dark, salty pickles. The eldest daughter-in-law, Tian Zhaodi, had a loud voice. As she picked up her bowl, her nose twitched like a dog's. "Oh my goodness! Whose house is celebrating the New Year? This smells so good. How much meat did they put in?" As soon as she finished speaking, the two little troublemakers at the table couldn't stand it. Wei Daong's 8-year-old son Jin Bao, chubby and trembling, sniffed the aroma, looked at the cabbage in his bowl, and slammed his chopsticks down on the table. "I won't eat this pig food. I want meat. That meat smell. I want to eat that." He knocked over half a bowl of cabbage soup. Next to him, Wei Erga's son Yin Pao, a little rascal, jumped onto the ground, kicking his legs wildly, and hit his head on the dirt with a loud thud. "Grandma, I want to eat meat. You said Uncle was killing pigs, right? I want to eat Uncle's meat. If I don't get to eat, I won't get up." His loud cry shook the dust off the roof, causing a few pieces to fall down. Next to her, the older sisters, second sister and third sister, wore old, ill-fitting clothes. They were so thin they looked like bean sprouts. They didn't dare lift their heads, holding half a bowl of thin porridge that reflected a person's shadow. Although they were starving and their throats were dry, and they kept swallowing saliva with a loud gulp, they clenched their lips tightly and didn't dare breathe loudly. In this Wei family, girls were considered useless and not allowed to ask for meat. It was as if they thought the fire poker in Grandma Wei's hand wasn't sharp enough. Grandma Wei, holding half a steamed bun, hadn't even put it in her mouth when she heard her two beloved grandsons crying painfully. She felt so sad she started to tremble. Her eyes narrowed sharply, and she suddenly slammed the bun onto the table. "Stop crying. Is that how you eat? That's
Slurping.
she scolded, but her nose caught a delicious smell that almost made her bite her tongue. Her throat was filled with a greedy itch that was wild and uncontrollable. She had never smelled such a fragrant meat aroma before, even more tempting than during the New Year when they slaughtered a pig. Where is that strange smell coming from? Is it trying to make us all hungry to death? Lu Mylan, the second daughter-in-law, was clever and quick-witted. She pushed her bowl aside, with a look on her face that seemed to see through everything. Who else? Besides those rich newcomers, who else would make such a smell? "I just heard by the well that it's coming from the west side of the village." From the west side? Old Wei, who had been quietly smoking a pipe, looked up. His face was full of wrinkles. "That broken place? Besides a bunch of old, broken houses, who else lives there?" "Dad, you're pretending not to know," Lu Mylan said, cracking sunflower seeds and spitting the shells on the ground. "That's your third son's family. I heard last night it was lively there. The county's jeep drove in. That's the big boss from the machinery factory." Everyone in the room stopped chewing. Wei Daong swallowed the piece of cabbage he had in his mouth and stared with wide eyes. "A jeep? Really? Of course. Even Ma Lu's big mouth is talking about it." Lu Mylan raised her voice. They say the third son saved the factory director's daughter. The director came to thank him personally. He gave them 2 packs of manhwa cigarettes and 2 bottles of mitai. That's mitai, Dad. It's so expensive that most people can't buy it. Suddenly, the wine cup in Old Wei's hand tipped over, and the sweet potato wine spilled down the table. He only loved 2 things in his life: smoking and drinking. The most drinkable thing they had was some cheap cabbage, and they smoked low-quality cigarettes costing just a few cents per pack. Chateau? Mitai? Those were things he had only seen in New Year pictures. Old Wei's hands trembled slightly, and his beard shook. What did you say?
Mitai?
That scoundrel has mitai. More than that. When Tian Zhaodi heard this, her greed grew. She patted her thigh loudly. I also heard Zhao Lizi say that besides cigarettes and alcohol, there's malted milk, canned food, lots of it given as gifts. The third brother must be getting rich. That wicked person. Old Wei was heartbroken when he heard about the good stuff. He doesn't respect his parents and hides in that broken place to steal food? Doesn't he fear getting sick? No, big brother, second brother, go and call him back. Make him share everything openly. The family isn't fully divided yet, and he's already trying to eat alone. Mother, you're too late now, Lu Milan sneered, eager to cause trouble. I heard that the third brother didn't keep any of it. He sold the 2 bottles of mitai and those good things to the neighbor's abandoned woman. That's Su Nan, the one just divorced by Old Wang's family. What? Old Wei's shout nearly shook the roof off. She was known for protecting her children, especially her eldest and second son. As for the rebellious third son since childhood, she wished she hadn't given birth to him. Did he give that broken shoe away? Old Wei's face twitched with anger. He's disrespecting his own parents, giving away family stuff to support some outsider? No, he's going against heaven. Exactly. Tian Zhaodi loved stirring up trouble and added fuel to the fire. I heard they're always together in that broken yard, alone, cooking and eating. Today's steamed pork might have been bought with that mitai. Using our Wei family's things to please some outsider woman, this third brother is blinded by greed. As she spoke, the room filled with a sour smell worse than vinegar. Second Wei also looked upset. His eyes darted quickly, calculating in his mind. Dad, that's mitai. I heard from the supply store that a bottle can sell for 20 or 30 yuan on the black market. 2 bottles would be 50 or 60 yuan. How much is that? Our family has enough pork to eat for a year. So, what is Su Nan? Why is she spending our money? 50 or 60 yuan. This number hit like a thunderbolt, almost making Old Wei drop his pipe. In his life, the biggest bill he saw was the Great Unity Note. 50 or 60 yuan was a huge amount in the countryside. Old Wei's face, full of wrinkles, instantly darkened like a pot bottom. He suddenly smashed his cup on the ground with a sharp crack, scattering shards everywhere. This is too much. Truly, too much. Old Wei panted heavily, his chest rising and falling violently.
Eat.
After eating, everyone go to the west side. I want to see if that little rascal really has wings now, daring to leave his parents behind and spend my money on outsiders. That meal, the Wei family ate it with gritted teeth. The plain soup with cabbage was chewed loudly, as if they were gnawing on meat, not just vegetable stems. At the west end of the village, the sun was shining brightly. Wei Yi pushed his cart into the yard. On it were some old red tiles and a few rolls of tar paper, which he had just taken from a neighbor's house that was being torn down. As soon as he unloaded the cart, a strong smell of steamed pork wafted into his nose, making his empty stomach twitch. This smell was amazing. It wasn't the kind of strong alcohol smell from restaurant dishes, but a real, homey aroma with a hint of smoky warmth. Hearing the noise, Su Nan opened the door curtain and came out. Today, she wore a neat floral shirt made of fine fabric, fitting her well, making her face look even fairer. Her hair was casually tied up, with a few damp strands sticking to her cheeks from sweat, giving her a lively, fresh look. You're back. Su Nan held a cloth, smiling as she greeted him. Just in time. The meat just finished. Wash your hands and come eat. Wei Yi looked at her, his expression darkening a little. This woman seemed different from the day she arrived. Back then, She was full of prickles, like a wild cat ready to fight at any moment. Now, although still thin, her eyes had a spark. Standing there, the broken yard suddenly looked like a real home. Wei responded, walking to the well, filling a bucket with cool water and splashing it on his face and arms. Cool water from the well rinsed over the hot skin, washing away the dirt and heat, but it couldn't calm the strange restlessness in his heart. Sunan carried out a large, coarse porcelain basin, bigger than his face, and placed it on the wobbly wooden table in the yard. It was filled with steamed pork. Each slice of meat was coated with golden rice flour, with a mix of fat and lean, shiny and oily. Below, sweet potatoes soaked up the meat juices, soft and fragrant. Sunan fried the rice flour himself, adding star anise and Sichuan pepper, then ground it in a stone mortar until just right, grainy yet melting in the mouth. "Try some," Sunan said, handing him a pair of chopsticks and filling a big bowl with plain rice. Wei didn't refuse. He picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The skin was tender and chewy, the fatty parts melted easily, not greasy at all. The lean meat was tender and juicy. The fragrant rice flour combined with salty fermented bean curd, bursting with flavor in his mouth. He didn't speak, but his eating speed clearly increased, chopsticks almost never stopping. Sunan watched him eat so eagerly, feeling satisfied inside. The person who cooks most enjoys seeing others enjoy the food. "Go sell those 2 bottles of wine this morning," Sunan said. He took a sweet potato, eating it slowly. Got 50 coins for them. Bought meat, fabric, and still have some left. "Did you buy these tiles?" Wei swallowed his rice and nodded.
Yes.
"This afternoon, I'll go up to the roof and patch that leaky hole of yours." "That's good," Sunan smiled. "No need to count stars at night. I'll deduct the wages from what's left." "No need," Wei said, scooping a big bite of meat. "You sold the wine, so the money is yours. These tiles didn't cost much. I traded my strength for them." Sunan looked at him, not arguing further. This man, clumsy with words but honest at heart. He clearly understood things, yet still protected others with his actions. They ate quietly, occasionally chatting a little. The cicadas in the yard chirped happily, not feeling noisy, but instead adding a rare sense of peaceful days. But such good days are always envied by others. Before they finished the meat, loud footsteps and chaos came from the gate, followed by the sound of the newly repaired wooden door being smashed loudly.
Bang, bang, bang.
"Third, open the door. I know you're inside." Wei paused with his hand on the meat, and his face suddenly darkened. The scar across his brow twitched. The gentle mood from the meal disappeared, replaced by a fierce aura that kept others at a distance. Sunan was also stunned. From the sound, it was clear the visitor was not friendly. "Who is it?" Sunan put down his bowl. "Fly." Wei coldly spat out 2 words, then slowly ate the last bite of rice from his bowl before standing up slowly. The door was slammed so hard it seemed it might break apart at any moment.
Vie.
"You ungrateful brat. What's this? Got money and forget your parents? Open the door." Outside, Wei Lao's loud voice mixed with a woman's sharp voice. Wei walked to the door and suddenly pulled the latch. The people outside were pounding hard, not expecting the door to suddenly open. Wei Ergo staggered forward and almost fell into Wei Ye's arms. Wei quickly moved aside, and Wei Ergo fell to the ground, biting a mouthful of mud.
Ouch.
"My teeth," Wei Ergo cried out, covering his mouth. A group of people stood at the door. Wei Lao, with his hands behind his back, stood in the middle with a stern face. Wei Lao's wife, carrying a basket, looked mean. Next to her was the burly Wei De Yong and 2 sisters-in-law chewing sunflower seeds and glancing around. Even some children had come along. This scene didn't look like a visit to relatives, but more like a debt-collecting visit. "What are you doing?" Wei Yi crossed his arms, blocking the already narrow door tightly, like a door guardian. Wei Lao looked at his son, who was a head taller than him, feeling a bit uneasy. But when he thought of the 2 bottles of Mao Tai, his confidence returned. "What are you doing? Do you still have the face to ask?" Jealous flames flickered in Tian Jiao's eyes, as if she wanted to tear off Su Nan's new clothes and wear them herself. "Oh, I see you're not home because you've been bewitched by a fox spirit," Tian Jiao sneered sarcastically. "Dad, look. She's eating steamed pork, wearing genuine fabric. Our family is still eating pickled vegetables. The third brother has money to keep a mistress, but no money to respect you two elders." Su Nan stood behind Wei Yi, listening to her foul words, but he didn't get angry. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Back then, Wei San's family split was a big fuss. Wei Yi watched this family argue, but the little warmth he had left was frozen into ice 5 years ago during that heavy snow. He remembered when he was in the army, risking his life for a future. Every month, his allowance was sent home before it even warmed up. His whole family depended on him, eating and drinking his money. Even the bride price for Wei Ergo's marriage was saved from his own savings. And what happened? His leg was broken, and he was lying unconscious in the county hospital. Meanwhile, his family caused a fuss. They were afraid he, as a cripple, would stay at home eating free meals, and that he would need to pay medical bills later. They even forced him to sign a promissory note written by the village secretary before he could get out of bed. When he finally hobbled back home with a crutch, he was met not with hot food and water, but with a torn quilt thrown into the muddy field at the village's edge and a leaky, dilapidated house that even stray dogs avoided. All he had was a broken pot and a moldy, black cotton quilt. The Wei family didn't even leave him a bowl. From that moment, the honest, hard-working Wei San was gone. What remained was Wei Yi, a reckless, heartless little devil with no parents. At that time, he was called useless by Wang Zhengwo, a burden the Wei family wanted to get rid of. Now that his house was repaired, he was eating meat, and he had a high position as factory director. They suddenly remembered he was part of the Wei family? Dream on. Old Wei was so scared by Wei Yi's dark expression that he took a step back, but when he thought of the 2 bottles of valuable manhwa, greed took over. He raised his voice and shouted, "What are you looking at? I am your father. Your money is my money. The family split was for your independence. Now that you're successful, if you dare to be unfilial, I will report you to the commune." Filial piety. Wei Yi's mouth curled into a mocking smile, which was truly amusing. "Back then, afraid I would be crippled and burden the whole family, you threw me out here in the cold winter to fend for myself. Why didn't you say I was my father's child?" He casually picked up the still-dripping wooden pole by the door, weighed it in his hand, and it made a dull cracking sound. The family separation document clearly states in black and white that life and death are up to fate. You forced the village secretary to write it, and the thumbprint was pressed by your hands. Wei Yi took a step forward, and his fierce aura made Wei Dajuan, a strong man, shrink back instinctively. "Now you smell the meat, and remember you have a son." Wei Yi suddenly slammed the pole onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, his gaze as hard as the ironwood in his hand. "Get out." This word sounded like a metal bead breaking through teeth, loud and sharp as it hit the ground. Old Wei was stunned by the fierce aura, and his pipe froze midair. He had always been domineering at home, but if he faced someone like Wei Yi, who had seen blood and played with life, his authority as a father would be like a deflated balloon, leaking air. But Old Wei's wife didn't care about that. She had spent her life throwing tantrums. Seeing the smell of meat wafting into her nose, her greedy stomach roared. She sat on the ground, her short, thick legs kicking wildly, and her muddy hands slapped the ground, stirring up dust. "Oh heavens! I can't live anymore. I raised my son with hard work, and now that he's successful, he wants to kick his parents out. Going to drink Maotai to support some man. Bah, supporting a wild woman and not even giving his mother a piece of meat. Is this human? It's a beast." Her loud cry was dramatic, like a theatrical performance. Usually, villagers would gather around to watch and gossip, but today everyone was watching from afar, afraid to get too close to Wei Lao San's fierce house. Tian Jiao and Lu Milin exchanged glances, understanding each other perfectly. This was a good chance to take advantage of the situation. Third brother. Tianjadi pushed her round face forward, her triangular eyes sneaking a glance at the table. This is your fault. Our parents are old, and they didn't ask for riches or fame. Why are you hiding the food from them? Don't blame your sister-in-law for being straightforward. Outsiders are always outsiders. Family members are closer. While she was speaking, her body was like a slippery eel, trying to slip past Wei Ye's arm. Wei Yi stayed still, placing a stick across the doorframe. The sturdy wood blocked her face, almost flattening her big round face. Oh no! Someone's getting hurt. Tianjadi fell back and bumped into Lu Milan. While the adults were still arguing at the door, two impatient little kids couldn't wait any longer. Jin Bao, spoiled by everyone at home, was used to getting his way. He had never suffered such frustration. The smell of meat was like a hook, pulling his attention away completely. His eyes twitched, and while Wei Yi was blocking the adults, he crouched down, like a little ball of flesh, and squeezed under Wei Ye's hips. Yin Bao, clever and quick, saw his brother go in, and followed right behind.
Meat.
I want to eat meat. As soon as Jin Bao entered the yard, he looked like a hungry wolf pouncing on prey. He didn't care that Su Nan was still standing by the table. His dirty little hands reached straight for the steamed meat bowl. Although most of the meat in the bowl had been eaten by Wei Yi, the sweet potato at the bottom was soaked with oil and still steaming. There were some bits of meat residue at the bottom, and the smell was stronger than the traditional New Year's pig slaughter dish.
Mine.
All mine. Jin Bao shouted as he reached into the bowl with his dirty hands, which were covered in black mud from playing in the dirt and under his nails. If he managed to grab it, the whole bowl of delicious food would be ruined. Su Nan frowned, still holding the cloth, and instinctively reached out to stop him. But this mischievous kid was strong and energetic. He bumped Su Nan back a step. Just as his dirty hand was about to grab the bowl, suddenly, a big hand appeared out of nowhere. Like a pair of iron tongs, it grabbed Jin Bao's neck tightly. The force was so strong that Jin Bao, weighing about 100 jin, was lifted off the ground. His legs kicked wildly. Let me go. I want to eat meat. You bad kid. How dare you hit me? I'll tell my grandma to beat you to death. Jin Bao struggled and cursed, spitting saliva everywhere. He looked like a little thug, not a child at all. Wei Yi carried the chubby boy with one hand, holding him like a bag of rice. His face showed no extra expression, only a deeper frown as if he had seen something very dirty. At this moment, the skinny boy, Yin Bao, also ran to the table. This kid is more sneaky than Jin Bao. When he saw Wei Yi catch Jin Bao, he didn't try to help. Instead, he climbed onto a stool and opened his mouth to spit saliva into the big bowl of leftover rice. In Wei's family, this is their special trick to steal food. If they spit saliva into the dish, others find it disgusting and won't eat it, so the food becomes theirs. Spit. Before he could spit, Wei Yi turned the handle of the pole in his hand and precisely poked Yin Bao's backside. He didn't seem to use much force, but there was a sharp, snap sound. Wow! Yin Bao, like a cat with its tail stepped on, was suddenly thrown off the stool. He rolled on the ground twice and ate a mouthful of dirt. My dear grandson, old Wei's mother, who had been rolling on the ground, saw her two little treasures suffer a loss. She immediately jumped up with quick movements, looking nothing like a woman in her 60s. Old Wei-san, you murderer! You hit your nephew? That's the only child of our Wei family. You're ruining our family line. Tianjadi and Lu Milan also lost their minds, rushing inside wildly. Someone's killing. Uncle is killing his nephew. This is inhuman. Wei Yi didn't waste words. He swung Jin Bao's hand and threw him toward the door. Go on. That big lump of flesh made a curved arc in the air and landed heavily in Tianjadi's arms as she rushed inside. Mother and son tumbled together, crying out loudly. A circle of dark heads was already lying on the wall, watching. Just now, that loud cry had attracted the attention of many villagers who were having their meals. Zhao Lizi sat on a stone stool at the front, holding a chipped ceramic bowl. The sweet potato porridge inside had cooled, but he didn't bother to drink. He squinted his triangular eyes, pointing with chopsticks, explaining the scene to a few women behind him. His excitement was more than watching an outdoor movie. Did you see that? That's called strength. A fat kid weighing over 100 Jean, Wei Lao San can use one hand to throw him like a punching bag. This is not the way to discipline a pig. It's clearly the skill of a martial artist. Well done. The ant beside him spat out a sunflower seed shell harshly. The shell blew with the wind and landed right on Zhao Lizi's forehead. She didn't bother to care, and just kept clapping her hands and cheering. Old Wei's two young kids last time stepped on my freshly washed sheets with muddy feet and spat in my well. Someone should have dealt with them long ago. This is what happens when a bad dog has a bad owner. Everyone around burst into laughter. The men holding big bowls of noodles leaned forward like they were about to swallow a big goose, and noodles and rice grains flew from their mouths. Nowadays, entertainment is rare, and no one wants to miss this dogfight. Some even wished they could give Wei Yi a handful of sunflower seeds to make him more aggressive, so that the usually arrogant Wei family in the village would lose face in front of Grandma's house. Wei Yi leaned his shoulder pole against the doorframe. His dark eyes swept over the messy yard. His voice was quiet but cold enough to make people's bones shiver. Anyone still wanting some? The yard instantly fell silent, only the cicadas on the trees making noise. Jean Bao cried desperately on the ground. Mom, he fell on me. I want to eat meat. I want that meat. If you don't let me eat, I won't get up. Tian Jiaodi was so distressed she started crying, patting dirt on her son and scolding Wei Yi. Old Wei San, you're too cruel. He's just a kid.
Just wants to eat some meat.
Do you have to be so harsh? You have money to buy that broken shoe things, and what about giving your nephew a bite? He's your blood relative. Blood relative. Wei Yi curled his lips into a very sarcastic smile. He bent down and picked up a half stone that Yin Bao dropped on the ground. The stone was in the little troublemaker's hand, ready to hit someone. 5 years ago, during that snowstorm, I also want to ask what blood relation really means. He tossed the stone in his hand and looked at Wei Lao Han, who had been hiding in the back and not speaking. Back then, I broke my leg and had a high fever, unable to even get a sip of cold water. Jean Bao was about the same age, holding a red-hot tong and poking my leg, saying he wanted to see if I knew pain as a cripple. Did anyone tell me back then what blood relation was? Wei Lao Han's face twitched, and his eyes flickered with fear, avoiding eye contact with Wei Yi. That was because the child was naive. And the adults? Wei Yi took a step forward. When you forced me to sign the family separation agreement, I didn't see you hold back. The agreement clearly states that birth, aging, illness, and death are unrelated. Now that I've survived with this broken life, and I'm doing okay, you want to erase that agreement? That agreement is not valid. Old Mrs. Wei also stopped pretending. She got up from the ground and patted her bottom. I am your mother. That's like the heavens themselves coming down. You have to support me. If you have money to buy meat, you should give it to me. And that Maotai wine, it costs hundreds of yuan. You give it to outsiders? Are you out of your mind? Her sharp, triangular eyes looked fiercely at Su Nan, as if she wanted to tear a piece of flesh from her. And you little fox, wearing such flashy clothes to seduce whom? That money belongs to our Wei family. Hand it over now, or I'll report you to the commune for sneaking around and make you parade in the streets. Sunan had been watching quietly. When she heard this, she threw the cloth she was holding onto the table and slowly walked over. She didn't look at old Mrs. Wei, but turned to Wei Yi. Brother Wei, are there some glass shards missing from the wall? Wei Yi was stunned. Then, a faint smile appeared on his usually cold face. Seems like there are a few less. Can't stop stray dogs. Who are you calling a dog? Lu Milan screamed. Sunan turned around and looked directly at these greedy faces. She wasn't angry, but her eyes were very clear, as if she could see through all their dirty thoughts. First, those 2 bottles of Maotai are my wages from Brother Wei. I cook for him and repair the wall. That's my work. I already sold the wine and spent the money, which is in the pot of meat you just saw. Second, the family separation document is legally valid. It has written words and red fingerprints, with the village secretary as a witness. If you want to report to the commune, go ahead. I also plan to sue you for trespassing and theft. Stealing into someone's house in broad daylight, gathering so many people to rob food, and even hitting people. That's serious. Sunan shook her head, looking regretful. Her words made old Mrs. Wei tremble with anger. I am a woman. I don't understand the law, but I know that the comrades at the commune are fair. That big sister. Sunan pointed at Tianjiaodi, who was still lying on the ground. Breaking in with a child. That's attempted burglary. The child spitting in the food. That's damaging property. Brother Wei was acting in self-defense. You're talking nonsense. Tianjiaodi was stunned by this string of big words. This is our family's third brother's house. What's wrong with us returning to our own home? It's a split family now, so it's two separate households. Sunan refused to back down. This yard now belongs to Wei Yi. He's the only one listed on the household register. What does that have to do with you? Besides, Sunan smiled, with a hint of mockery. Aren't you afraid Brother Wei will hold you back? If you admit your relationship again and later Brother Wei's leg hurts again, and he needs to see a doctor, won't you have to pay? I heard those old injuries can be endless money pits, costing around 1,000 or 2 each year. As soon as he said this, the originally loud Wei family members suddenly looked like chickens being strangled. 1,000 or 2. That's like cutting into their flesh. Old Wei's face changed repeatedly. The greed he had just shown to drain the family's savings was instantly scared away by the huge medical bill. He suspiciously looked at Wei Ye's sturdy-looking leg, feeling uneasy. This kid works so hard. Could he really have an old injury? Wei Yi watched Sunan talking seriously and nonsense, with an even deeper smile on his face. This woman was interesting. She knew his leg was already healed but still managed to scare these penny-pinching folks. Old Wei's hand holding the pipe trembled in midair. His old face wrinkled like a bitter melon. A medical bill of 1,000 or 2. That number was like a mountain. Before it even pressed down, his old legs started trembling. He was most afraid of spending money, more painful than having his flesh cut.
Well,
since the family is split, Old Wei's eyes darted around, and he backed away as if his feet were greased, reaching out to pull his wife. Wife, let's go back. This meat doesn't smell that good anyway. Go back? No way. Wei old lady slapped him hard, hitting his patched sleeve. You useless old man. You're scared off by a little girl's words? Open your dog eyes and look. Our third brother is now strong as a young ox. He doesn't look like someone who needs to spend money on a doctor. Grandma Wei quickly got up from the ground, moving so nimbly it didn't seem like a 60-year-old woman. She casually shook off the dust from her coat, then placed her hands on her hips. Her small, triangular eyes glowed green as she stared fiercely at the cloth bag in Sunan's hand, which he hadn't put down yet. Don't think I'm easily scared. Grandma Wei spat and pointed her finger close to Sunan's nose. You say it's just about the medical fees? That's nonsense. Even if he needs money for his leg later, that's future stuff. Right now, he has real money in his hand. What about the 50 yuan? And that fine cloth? Hand it all over. She was calculating carefully. No matter what happens later, she wanted to get all the benefits now. I'm his mother. Even if he turns to dust, he's still part of me. As long as I'm alive, his things are mine. Grandma Wei became more convinced she was right, her neck stiff with pride. She shouted at her 2 foolish sons, oldest second. Are you dead? Search. That money must be on that little troublemaker. And in the house, those 2 cigarettes are definitely hidden under the bed quilt. Find them all. It was like giving a command to rob. Wei Daong and Wei Ergu, who were always eager for money, heard their mother's orders and immediately forgot their worries. All right, Wei Ergu shouted greedily, his small, sneaky eyes full of desire. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards Sunan's room. I'll see who dares to stop me. This is my foolish brother's house. As his older brother, I have to help him clean up. Seeing her husband move, Tianjiaodi ignored Jin Bao, who was crying on the ground, and got up to go to the kitchen. I'll check if there's any leftover oil or money. This family was like a band of robbers, stealing openly and even planning to set up a signboard for their crimes. Su Nan's face turned cold. She grabbed the cloth bag and hid it behind her, then quickly picked up an iron hook from the windowsill, used for shoveling coal ash. I dare anyone to move. Her voice was quiet but carried a fierce strength. But she was a woman, and facing these strong, rough men, she looked very fragile. Wei Erge didn't take her seriously. He reached out to push her. Get out of the way. Good dog. Don't block the road. The dirty, big hand hadn't yet touched Su Nan's sleeve when a large foot, wearing a pair of liberation shoes, suddenly struck like a heavy hammer, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Bang! A loud thud. Wei Erge didn't even have time to scream before he was thrown like a torn sack, flying out and crashing heavily onto a pile of red tiles just removed from the roof at the base of the courtyard wall. Clatter. The red tiles shattered all over the ground, kicking up a cloud of red dust. Wei Erge lay among the broken tiles, clutching his stomach, his face turning a dark purple, mouth wide open as he gagged, unable to catch his breath for a long time. The courtyard instantly fell into complete silence. Even Tian Zhaodi, who had been rushing toward the kitchen just moments before, was so frightened by the noise that she froze with one foot on the threshold, unable to move forward or backward, stiff as a wooden stake. Wei Yi withdrew his foot, expressionless, not even lifting his eyelids. He slowly brushed non-existent dust off his pants, then took a step forward. The huge shadow immediately covered Wei Daong, who was about to make a move. Wei Daong, though strong, looked fragile compared to Wei Yi, like a deflated bun. He stared at the half-dead second brother on the ground, his throat bobbing violently. Instinctively, he stepped back.
Old
third, you dare to hit someone? Mom is watching. Hit someone? Wei Yi tilted his head, the scar running across his brow bone, looking especially fierce in the sunlight. This is called clearing out the troublemakers. Want to try it too? His voice was low, hoarse, without any warmth, making people feel a chill run down their spine. Wei Old Lady was also stunned by the kick. She never expected that her third son, who used to be beaten and scolded and only knew how to work silently, would actually dare to hit family members, and do it so harshly. This is too much. Too much. Wei Old Lady suddenly sat down heavily on the ground, slapping her thighs loudly, crying out loud. He hit his own brother. Help! I can't live like this anymore. I'm going to tell the commune. I'll go to the police station and have you shot. As she yelled, she signaled to Wei Laohan with her eyes, urging him to call for help immediately. Once the matter got serious, even if it was just for reputation, the village wouldn't ignore it. Old Lady Wei's loud cry was so shocking that it made the heavens weep and the spirits cry out, even louder than the noise when Wei Erge was kicked earlier. She clapped her hands on her thighs, causing the old mud on them to loosen and fly up with her movement. Someone's been murdered. Help! My son is beating his mother. The commotion was so loud that there was no time to think. Outside the crowd, a stern shout was heard. What's going on? Clear the way. Everyone move aside. Aren't you feeling the heat? The villagers watching parted like a rushing tide, making way for the officials. Village Chief Zhao Defa, with his hands behind his back and a stern face, walked in. Behind him followed the security officer and 2 militia members, all sweating heavily, clearly running here. Zhao Defa was unlucky. Just as he was about to eat, he heard that a fight had broken out at Wei Laosan's house in the west, and someone might be seriously hurt. As village chief, he had to come quickly, or it would be a big problem. When he saw the village chief arrive, Old Lady Wei seemed to see her savior. She scrambled forward, hugging Zhao Defa's leg, tears and snot smudging his gray pants. Village chief, you have to help us. Wei Laosan is a beast. He has money now and doesn't recognize his parents. He even beat Ergo almost to death. Is this human? He's just a treacherous wolf. Zhao Defa almost lost his balance from her hug, frowning as he tried to pull his leg free but couldn't. He looked down at Wei Ergo, still groaning among the rubble, then at Wei Yi, standing there with a fierce look, and finally at Su Nan, who held an iron hook but stood straight and firm. This scene looked very strange. Wei Lao-san, get your mother up. What kind of behavior is this? Zhao Defa scolded. Wei Yi didn't move. He kicked aside a broken tile at his feet, crossed his arms, and his muscles gleamed in the sunlight, making him look intimidating. She wants to kneel, that's her choice. I'm not her son. The agreement says that life and death are up to fate. Zhao Defa choked. He had signed the family separation document years ago, and it indeed included that clause. Back then, the Wei family was so worried Wei Yi might die at home that they hurriedly forced the issue. Now, wanting to change it was truly embarrassing. Su Nan threw the iron hook at the base of the wall, brushed off the dust on his hands, and calmly approached without showing any fear or anger. Under the bright sun, Grandpa Wei and his family of 7 or 8 people stormed into my yard. If they were just visiting, I would offer good tea and water. But they started rummaging through my things and even tried to steal money and valuables. Just now, the brothers ergo tried to make a move on me, a single woman. Grandpa Wei was only protecting me, so he had to act. Su Nan pointed to the mess on the ground. If that's called hitting people, then are we supposed to just stand there and hand over our knives when we're robbed? This is called self-defense. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Grandma Wei no longer pretended to be faint. She stomped her feet and cursed. That's my son's money. I call that stealing? Outsider, stay out of this. Outsider? Su Nan sneered and turned to Zhao Defa. Village chief, please judge. 5 years ago, the Wei family split off and registered a separate household. Legally, that makes them 2 separate families. How can neighbors just barge into someone else's house and claim it's their own? If that's allowed, can I now go to Grandpa Wei's house and take his pig? Zhao Defa was a smart man. Plus, the Wei family's reputation in the village had always been bad, known as stingy and unruly. He cleared his throat and pushed Grandma Wei aside. Enough. Sister Wei, splitting the family was a decision. You were afraid the 3rd son would hold you back, so you kicked him out in front of everyone. Now that he's doing well, you come causing trouble. This isn't reasonable anywhere. Old Wei's face turned red. He slammed his pipe on the ground. Village chief, that's part of my own flesh and blood. Even if you split the family, he should still show filial piety. He has money to buy meat, but he doesn't give his parents a bite. That's unfilial. I'll report him to the commune, and that's the truth. Filial piety? Wei Yi suddenly stepped forward. His movement made the Wei family members all jump back in fear. All right, Wei Yi said in a hoarse, mocking voice. You want me to be filial? Fine. The Wei family was stunned. Grandma Wei's face lit up with joy, thinking this stubborn man had finally softened. But before she could smile, Wei Yi's next words hit like a bucket of cold water. Since we are family, let's not be so strict about it. My leg. Wei Yi bent down to touch his once broken right leg, moving slowly, but with a sinister air. It looks fine on the outside, but inside it's still rotten. When the weather turns cloudy or rainy, it hurts terribly. I went to the county hospital a few days ago. The doctor said it's old injury, with bone spurs growing inside the bone. Surgery is needed. Su Nan listened with raised eyebrows. This man, he lies so smoothly without showing any emotion, perfectly convincing. She quickly took over, looking sad and worried. Yes, the doctor said the surgery plus post-op nutrition will cost at least 800 to 1,000 yuan. Brother Wei is worried about money. Since our parents are here, it's a good time. Is the money for the surgery covered by the public funds? How much? Exactly. Old Wei's hand trembled, and his cherished pipe fell to the ground with a clatter. 80 or 100 yuan. Even selling the entire Wei family wouldn't cover that amount. It's not just about money. Wei straightened up, his dark eyes fixed on Wei Daong. The doctor said after surgery, I need to stay in bed for half a year, and someone has to take care of me, bring food, change diapers. Since my brother talks about brotherhood, I'll move back home for those 6 months. Big brother and sister-in-law will take care of me, and second brother will pay for medicine. He stepped forward, a chilling smile on his face. What do you say? Are we going home now? This isn't really going home. It's like inviting a money-consuming beast back. Tian Zhaodi, who was just thinking about some small profit, turned pale at these words. If they really bring the third brother back, not only will they have to give back the money he eats, but they'll also have to serve him with diapers and urine in the future.
No, no, no.
The doctor is just scaring us, Tian Jiaodi screamed, no longer pretending to be in pain. She quickly got up from the ground, grabbing Wei Ergu, who was still pretending to be dead, and pulling him back. The third brother has been fine for so many years. He's not that fragile. We don't have money. We can't even afford salt now. Wei Ergu, hearing that he might have to pay, felt worse than being killed. He clutched his stomach and shouted, "Dad, let's go quickly. Don't get caught. That third brother is a troublemaker. He's cursed us before, and now he's going to drain our family savings." Old Wei was also terrified by the thought of losing 1,000 yuan. She was greedy, but she was more afraid of losing money. If things really turned out this way, it would have been better to let him die outside from the start.
You
ungrateful person. Old Mrs. Wei pointed at Wei Yi, her hands trembling like chaff, but she no longer dared to mention money or going home. Just tell lies and deceive us. Anyway, we have no money. Stay far away, don't try to rely on the family. After saying that, she didn't care about her dignity anymore. She called out to her family, "Let's go. Everyone go. Don't bring this bad luck with you." When they arrived, they were full of anger, but when they left, they were trembling with fear, worried that if they hesitated, Wei Yi might hold onto their legs, demanding medical expenses. Watching their hurried retreat, the villagers couldn't hold back their laughter. Serves them right. They wanted to take advantage but failed, and now they're so scared they might pee their pants. This girl from the south is really clever. She scared those bloodsuckers away with just a few words. Zhao Defa also felt both amused and helpless, shaking his head. He knew whether Wei Yi's leg injury was real or fake, but the Wei family's actions were too ruthless. It was no wonder their son was so frightened. "All right, everyone disperse. It's hot today, go home and rest." Zhao Defa waved his hand, dispersing the crowd watching the scene. Before leaving, he looked deeply at Wei Yi. "Wei Yi, if you have problems in the future, talk about them nicely. Don't always resort to violence. Also, build the wall higher, so flies won't keep flying in." That was clearly favoritism. Once the yard was completely quiet, the sun had already shifted west. The ground was a mess, with broken tiles scattered everywhere. Soon An took a deep breath, feeling a chill run down her back. She had been holding her breath just now. She turned around and faced Wei Yi's deep eyes. This man was like a silent mountain. The fierce aura that had almost devoured her just now had completely disappeared, leaving only an unpredictable calmness. "You dare to say that?" Wei Yi said, bending down to pick up the broken tiles. 1,800 pieces? Even if I sold myself, it wouldn't be worth that much. Soon and also crouched down to help, smiling. For people like this, reasoning doesn't work. You have to consider interests. As long as they think you'll cause them a loss, they'll run faster than rabbits. She picked up a relatively intact tile and handed it to Wei Yi. "Thanks, just now." If Wei Yi hadn't taken that step, Wei Ergo's dirty hand would have touched her. Wei Yi picked up the tile, his fingertips casually brushing her fingers. The rough calluses, warm from the heat, made Su Nan's fingers curl slightly. "Thanks, but no thanks." Wei Yi didn't look up. He muttered a rough curse quietly, his ears turning slightly red. "You're my employer. There's no reason for the worker to watch the master get bullied." He added, "Besides, that bowl of meat was made by you. Jin Bao's hands are too dirty. If he touched it, how could we eat tonight's dinner?" Su Nan chuckled softly. This man, clearly protecting her, insisted it was just for the food. All right, for that piece of meat. Su Nan didn't expose him and felt very happy. "Tonight, let's fry all the remaining meat and add 2 eggs as a celebration dinner." Wei Yi paused his work, looked up at her. The sunset's glow shone on Su Nan's face, giving her pale skin a warm golden hue. When she smiled, her eyes curved like they were filled with tiny stars, so beautiful that it was hard to look away. This was the first time in 5 years in this broken courtyard that she had such a lively, smiling look. The sun in the yard had completely set, leaving only a purple-tinted sunset on the horizon. The broken tiles had been cleaned up thoroughly, piled at the base of the wall, ready to be used as stepping stones later. Wei Yu was careful with his work, leaving no debris, worried someone might step on a sharp piece. The kitchen was filled with the fragrant smell of sizzling oil. Su Nan kept her promise. Although the celebration was simple, she had put a lot of effort into those eggs. Heated oil in a cold pan, she poured in the beaten eggs. With a sizzling sound, fluffy golden clouds instantly rose, and she sprinkled chopped green onions from the wall base. The fresh aroma was so tempting it seemed to lure the soul away. The remaining steamed pork was reheated, soaking up more oil and juice, the sweet potatoes softening almost to a melt on the chopsticks. They ate at a slightly crooked square table in the yard. Above them, stars gradually appeared, and beside their feet, a bundle of mugwort was burning, releasing a faint, bitter aroma that helped keep away the noisy mosquitoes. Wei Ye's eating style remains fierce, but not rude. He holds a large bowl and doesn't pick at his food much. In just a few bites, half the rice is gone, so fast it seems like someone is trying to take it away. Eat slowly, Su Nan says, placing a few big pieces of meat from his own bowl into Wei Ye's. No one is fighting you for it. There's more in the pot. Wei Yi pauses, looking at the extra meat in his bowl, and slightly frowns.
You eat.
I don't crave meat. But his words lack confidence. He isn't really craving meat. It's just that he hasn't had a decent meal in years. His stomach feels empty and never full. However, seeing Su Nan's thin frame, so fragile it could fall over with a breeze, Wei Ye's chopsticks can't reach the few eggs in that small plate. Su Nan ignores his refusal and fills his bowl with rice, pressing it down firmly. You're the strong worker. How can you work if you're not full? Besides, if it weren't for your kick earlier, I might still be arguing with that stubborn family. This meat should be yours. When mentioning that kick, Wei Yi quietly eats a mouthful of rice, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. That kick, it was too soft, he mutters. If he had known that Wei Ergo's loud cry was just an act, he would have kicked him harder, maybe broken a couple of ribs, and sent him to the hospital. That would be fair for the 1,000 yuan medical fee. Su Nan can't help but laugh out loud. Just as he is about to speak, suddenly, outside the yard, hurried and sharp footsteps approach, accompanied by a loud, piercing shout. Nan Nan.
Su Nan.
Where are you? The voice is energetic and urgent. Before seeing the person, the enthusiasm has already jumped over the wall and rushed in. Wei Ye's hand holding the chopsticks tightens suddenly, his muscles instinctively tense, and his eyes turn alert. He has a natural instinct to be cautious about sudden noises. Don't worry, it's a friend. Su Nan puts down his bowl, showing a sincere smile. My best friend, Zhao Xiaoya. As he finishes speaking, the already shaky wooden door is pushed open with a loud bang. A girl wearing a bright red checkered shirt and short hair rushes in. She is panting heavily, sweat on her forehead, holding a bulging net bag. When she sees Su Nan sitting in the yard, her eyes immediately light up. Oh my goodness! You're really living here. Zhao Xiaoya stepped over a few paces. Her slightly rounded almond-shaped eyes scan the yard, finally settling on the broken table and Wei Yi, who was holding a bowl. For a moment, it seemed as if the air froze. Wei Yi sat still, holding a large bowl, turned away from the light. He looked like a silent, dangerous black tower. He had a scar on his face, and when he didn't speak, he looked quite intimidating. Most young women would be startled by this scene. But Zhao Xiaoya was different. She was the village secretary's younger sister, known as the second daughter of the Zhao family. She had been a tomboy since childhood, with a brave heart. She stared at Wei Yi for 3 seconds. Instead of backing away, her eyes grew wider, and finally, she exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the legendary living king of hell?"
Hey.
I told those gossiping women they were talking nonsense. What's so scary about this? He looks like a lively young man. Suddenly, Su Nan almost spat out the soup he had just drunk. Wei Ye's usually expressionless face showed a rare crack. His earlobe turned dark red quickly, either from the hot food or from embarrassment. He lowered his head and ate even faster, wishing he could bury his face in the bowl. Zhao Xiaoya placed a mesh bag on the table. Inside were a few large, round apples and a package of snacks wrapped in oil paper. She plopped down on the long bench next to Su Nan, not at all acting like an outsider. She grabbed a fan from the table and fanned herself vigorously. Nan, you don't know. I just got off the bus and heard the news. My eldest uncle was at home arguing with someone, saying this afternoon's event in the West was more lively than a big opera. Su Nan smiled and poured her a glass of cold water. What did Uncle Zhao say? Oh, what could he say? Of course, he praised you. Zhao Xiaoya took a big sip of water and wiped her mouth generously. He said your words are powerful, that you tricked the bloodsuckers from Wei's family into a trap, and even got old Wei to pay 1,000 yuan for medicine. Ha ha ha. It made me laugh so much. My uncle said Wei Lao's face turned purple like pig liver, and he almost lost a shoe running away. As she spoke, she gestured excitedly with her hands and feet, as if she wished she had been there herself, even if it meant just handing over a brick. While talking, Zhao Xiaoya's tone suddenly changed. Her bright eyes fixed intently on Wei Yi, who had been quietly eating. Is this Wei Senge? Zhao Xiaoya's voice was sharp and clear. I heard that today you kicked that lazy Wei go away.
Good job. That was so satisfying.
You don't know, last time Wei go peeked at the young women bathing, got caught, and still refused to admit it. I've wanted to beat him up for a long time. Wei finally stopped eating. He looked up, his eyes a bit shy as he glanced over Zhao Xiaoya's enthusiastic face, then finally looked at Su Nan, as if asking for help. He wasn't afraid of being scolded or hurt with a knife, but this kind of straightforward praise, especially from a young girl, made him feel awkward and unsure where to put his hands. That's what he deserved, Wei Yi said stiffly.
Yes.
He should be beaten. Zhao Xiaoya clapped her thigh. I like this kind of spirit. Women need a man to support them. Without one, even spit can drown you. Wei Senge, if anyone dares to bully Nan again, you just hit them hard. I've got the medicine money if you need it. She looked at Wei Yi carefully again. This man had deep features, high cheekbones, and a scar from his brow to his temple that looked a bit fierce. But with his strong muscles and calm demeanor, he had a wild, masculine charm. Compared to Wang Zhangwo, who wore glasses and looked fake and refined, he was totally different, like heaven and earth. Nan, Zhao Xiaoya leaned close to Su Nan's ear, lowering her voice, but her words could be heard across the yard. He looks fierce, but actually, he's quite good-looking.
Look at his nose, his chin.
TSK, even more impressive than the villain boss in movies. Now that you're divorced, you've really found a treasure. Their close relationship was like iron forged in a muddy pit, closer than real sisters. Su Nan was 5 years older than Xiaoya. 10 years ago, when Su Nan was carried into the Wang family with a red veil, Xiaoya was only 13, at an age most dogs would ignore. She cut her hair short every day, wore her brother's old, torn tank top, and ran around the village like a wild kid. The village women often pointed at her, calling her second tail or a mistake born in the wrong family. Once, Xiaoya was at the wheat threshing yard when a few half-grown kids gathered around to tease her. The group, led by Lizzie, was trying to see if she was a boy or a girl. Xiaoya was so upset that she grabbed a stone, ready to fight to the end. Su Nan, passing by, didn't say a word. He threw down the laundry basin and stick he had just used, then rushed over and started hitting the kid who was leading the teasing, especially targeting his backside. His fierce and fearless attitude scared the wild kids so much that they ran away in a panic, almost dropping their pants. That day, Su Nan took Xiaoya home, muddy-faced. He poured warm water to wash her face and secretly peeled open a big white rabbit candy she had been saving and fed it to her. Later, when Xiaoya first got her period, she thought she was seriously ill and might die. She hid in a haystack, crying and writing a will. It was Su Nan who pulled her out and patiently taught her how to use a menstrual pad. Despite risking being scolded by Grandma Lu for 3 days and nights as a family thief, he secretly stole 2 hot eggs and made her a bowl of red sugar water. From then on, Zhao Xiaoye was firmly loyal to this older sister figure. Anyone who dared speak ill of Su Nan, Zhao Xiaoye would curse their ancestors' graves to smoke. Having endured 10 years of frustration at the Wang family, Zhao Xiaoye's occasional visits to support Su Nan meant everything. Without her fierce protection, Grandma Lu would have beaten Su Nan to death long ago. Now that Su Nan could easily divorce, Zhao Xiaoye would wake up laughing in her dreams. She wished she could beat drums and wave banners, thanking Wang Zhengwo for letting her go. Wei Yi was drinking the last sip of soup when he suddenly choked upon hearing this, coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. His face instantly turned a dark purple, and his neck was flushed red. He suddenly put down his bowl with a loud clatter, hurriedly stood up, grabbed the iron shovel he had used earlier to clear tiles, and without looking back, headed to the backyard. I'll go check if the back wall needs more mud. His figure looked quite flustered, as if he was fleeing in a hurry. Su Nan watched him and couldn't help but laugh until his stomach hurt. He reached out and poked Zhao Xiaoye's forehead. You need to behave. Didn't you see you scared him away? That guy is honest, but he can't handle your teasing. Honest? Zhao Xiaoye looked at Wei Yi's broad, strong back disappearing around the corner, then pouted. Honest? Can an honest person kick someone 5 meters away with one kick? I think he's tough on others, but honest with you.
Didn't you see the meat in that bowl just now?
He kept putting pieces into your bowl. Su Nan's smile faded a little, but she felt a warm feeling inside. Zhao Xiaoye was genuinely happy for her. In this time, women who get divorced are seen as having their world fall apart, and no one believes they can have a good life again. But Zhao Xiaoye was different. She never took those old rules seriously from the start. All right, stop joking around. Su Nan gathered the dishes and utensils on the table. Why are you so late coming back? Didn't the factory already have a holiday yesterday? When she mentioned this, Zhao Xiaoye's excited face darkened a little, showing some annoyance. Don't remind me. I was planning to come back yesterday, but I ran into something disgusting in the county. She helped Su Nan carry the dishes to the well, rolling up her sleeves as she spoke. Guess who I saw at the department store? That bastard Wang Zhengwo. And with that flirtatious woman in the red dress. Su Nan kept washing the dishes with a brush, her tone calm. Seeing them is no surprise. The county is small, so it's normal to run into people. What are they up to now? They're buying gold rings. Zhao Xiaoye was so angry she splashed water loudly. A pair of gold rings, worth over 100 yuan. Wang Zhengwo was smiling like a wilted flower, giving that woman a ring and saying, to make up for the pain you've suffered all these years.
Puffed.
He's been married to you for 10 years, and he never bought you even a red string for your hair, right? Su Nan turned the clean dishes upside down into the basket, water dripping from her fingers. It was true she felt nothing inside. After all, 10 years of youth wasted. But now, she felt mostly relieved. Zhao Xiaoye cursed loudly, grabbing a big sip of cold water from the table, as if she was drinking poison to kill Wang Zhengwo. She slammed her cup on the table, glaring at Su Nan with frustration. Why aren't you reacting? That's over 100 yuan for those gold rings. Wearing them on that fox's hand, she might even break her fingers. Su Nan carefully placed each washed dish into the basket, moving slowly and calmly, not even raising her eyebrows. What reaction should I have? She flicked the water droplets from her hands and casually wiped her hands with a nearby cloth. I think of it as burning paper money for the dead. I should praise him for being filial, preparing for his own future. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoye spat out her water, spraying it everywhere. She widened her eyes and looked at Su Nan as if she saw a monster. After a moment, she gave a thumbs up. Sister, you're my real sister. If Wang Zhengwo hears this, he might have a stroke from anger. Su Nan slightly curled her lips but didn't smile. Those words were sincere. She worked hard at the Wang family doing chores and errands. She had never even seen a gold ring or a red hair tie. Now that she had escaped that dangerous place and saw those two lovebirds acting so affectionately, she felt disgusted and too lazy to even envy. All right, don't mention that unlucky thing. It ruins my appetite. Su Nan hung up the dishcloth, then reached into the mesh bag brought by Zhao Xiaoya and took out 2 big, bright red apples. Fruits are precious these days, and these red Marshall apples are especially rare. Only someone like Xiaoya, who has connections in the county, can get them. Su Nan grabbed a small knife, skillfully peeled the apple. The red peel came off in a long strip without breaking. With a snap, she cut one apple in half and handed it to Zhao Xiaoya. The other half she placed in a clean bowl, meant for Wei Yi. Zhao Xiaoya took a big bite of the apple. The crunchy, sweet juice filled her mouth instantly. She mumbled vaguely, "That's more like it. We eat good stuff and drink well, so those bastards get mad. By the way, I saw Wei Sin go to the backyard just now. Why is he out in the dark? What's he doing?" He said the back wall was a bit drafty, so he went to patch it with some mud. Su Nan looked toward the backyard. She couldn't see anything, but just thinking of that tall figure nearby made her feel strangely at ease. He's an honest man. He can't sit still when there's work to do. Zhao Xiaoya chewed her apple, her big eyes flickering as she looked at Su Nan's face. Suddenly, she grinned mischievously. Tiska, honest man. Nan, your praise is pretty high. I think he cares about you a lot. That protective look just now. Oh, he's way better than my boyfriend. Hearing this, Su Nan threw the apple core into the coal bin. She sat down on the bench, stretching her legs out lazily, showing a rare relaxed attitude. By the way, how are things with you and Li Chong? Su Nan turned her head and looked at Zhao Xiaoya. Li Chong was Zhao Xiaoya's boyfriend. He worked as a truck driver for the county transport team. These days, once you get behind the wheel, you don't need to change jobs even if a county chief offers you a position. It was a real stable job, with good pay and broad experience. Many young women in the area dreamed of marrying someone like him. Zhao Xiaoya pouted, tossed the half-eaten apple in her hand, and looked unconcerned. What can I do? Just like that. 2 days ago, he said he was going to the provincial city to pick up goods, and he probably won't be back for a couple of days. He's never home, busier than migratory birds. Although she complained, when she mentioned that person, her eyes and expressions revealed a shy, girlish charm she couldn't hide. Su Nan, experienced and sharp, saw right through her false words. She reached out and poked Zhao Xiaoya's forehead. You should be content. Li Chong has a real job, a skilled trade, and a bright future. The most important thing is he's honest and cares about you. Last time, you casually said you wanted to eat the provincial city's crispy sugar, and he went to the supply and marketing cooperative late at night to wait in line. That's really rare. Most men nowadays, like Wang Zhengwo, think that having some money makes them the boss, expecting women to serve them kneeling. Someone like Li Chong, who is willing to treat Zhao Xiaoya with care, is hard to find even with a lantern. Zhao Xiaoya lifted her chin, her short student haircut swinging as she did, proud like a little rooster. If he treats me badly, I can still leave him. If he dares to do anything wrong, I'll pop his tire and make him push his car back to the county town. Only Zhao Xiaoya dares to say such things. Su Nan chuckled happily, but also felt glad for her friend. Xiaoya's fiery personality means that if she married a macho man, life would be chaotic. Li Chong is gentle, just right to balance her out. Okay, I get it, you're impressive. Su Nan smiled and tousled her hair. But seriously, have you guys decided on marriage? It's been over half a year, right? Zhao Xiaoya's previously proud face turned slightly red, and her eyes flickered uncertainly.
He said,
When he comes back from the provincial city this time, he'll take me to meet his parents. If everything's fine, we'll get married by the end of the year. That's great news. Su Nan's eyes lit up. When you get married, I'll give you a big red envelope. Forget it, you're now leaving with nothing, so keep your money for yourself. Zhao Xiaoya threw away the apple core, wiped her sticky hands, and suddenly lowered her voice, whispering mysteriously, Nan, I told you. This time Li Chong went to the provincial city. I asked him to keep an eye out for something for me. What? A sewing machine? Zhao Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Second hand is fine. I've been working in the factory for a few years, and I've learned some skills. I was thinking if I could get a sewing machine, I could do some private work after work. Now, city folks are into making traditional embroidered bags, and the handcraft fees are quite high. Su Nan was moved by her words. This was also a good idea. It was 1980, just after the start of reform and opening up. Although the countryside was still dull, people's minds in the city were becoming more lively. Everyone loved beauty and wanted to wear new clothes. That's a good idea, Su Nan nodded in agreement. Women with money are confident. Whether or not there's a man, being able to stand on your own is the real strength. Just then, steady footsteps came from the backyard. Wei Yi carried a shovel and returned. He had obviously heard the laughter earlier. When he entered the yard, he deliberately walked more heavily so as not to startle anyone. His soaked tank top clung to his body, outlining strong muscles, with some mud still on his arms. The dim yellow light shone on his face, partially hiding a scar, making him look less fierce and more resolute. The back wall is repaired, Wei Yi said in a deep voice, placing the shovel at the base of the wall. It shouldn't leak tonight. Seeing Wei Yi, the tough guy, return, Zhao Xiaoye immediately put away her proud attitude, sat up straight, and grinned at Wei Yi. Thanks for your hard work, Brother Wei. No wonder Nan Nan is so lucky. Our neighbor is more diligent than a bodyguard. Wei Yi was a bit flustered by her words, so lucky, and quickly looked away, muttering, just doing my part. Su Nan handed over a bowl with half an apple in it. Brother Wei, have some fruit to soothe your throat. Wei Yi looked at the cleanly peeled apple, with the core removed, and his Adam's apple moved up and down. He wanted to refuse, thinking it was precious and that women should eat it. But when he met Su Nan's smiling eyes, he couldn't say no. He reached out carefully, his rough fingers like sandpaper, trying not to touch the edge of the bowl, as if it were a fragile treasure. Wei Yi held the apple, feeling a bit awkward, like a big kid who had done something wrong. You guys chat. I'm going back to my room. After saying that, she didn't dare to look much and grabbed the apple before turning around and rushing into her room. She slammed the door shut with a loud bang. The yard was silent for a moment, then Zhao Xiaoye burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Nan Nan, look at him. His face is so red it reaches his neck. He's not a fierce old man, he's just a shy big bear. Su Nan couldn't help but laugh too. The gloom from her divorce and family separation completely disappeared at that moment. It was late at night and the dogs in the village gradually stopped barking. Zhao Xiaoye didn't plan to leave tonight. Anyway, Wei Ye's house was big, and although Su Nan's house was broken, at least the bed was warm. They squeezed onto the bed covered with new wheat straw, sharing Su Nan's only old quilt. The moonlight shone through the unpapered window frame, casting a silver glow inside the room. Nan Nan, Zhao Xiaoye turned over, her voice a bit muffled and sleepy. Are you really planning to stay here in the West forever? This place. Although Brother Wei is nice, the reputation isn't good, and the land is barren. Su Nan opened her eyes and looked at the dark beams above. Yes, this place was truly desolate and poor. 2 broken earthen houses, a salt-alkali land, and a neighbor everyone in the village was afraid of. If someone else were in her place, they might have cried already. But inside, Su Nan felt like there was a fire burning. What's so scary about being barren? She whispered softly, with a firm tone she'd never had before. The land can be cultivated, the house can be repaired. As long as no one drains my blood or makes me suffer, I can make this life beautiful. She turned to face Zhao Xiaoye. Even though she couldn't see her face clearly, she knew the girl was probably not sleeping well either. Xiaoye, I've made up my mind. Tomorrow I'll go to the county. I am now a barefoot person who is not afraid of wearing shoes. I have no place, no house, and no job. The whole village is watching me and laughing at me. If I go to do bricklaying, would Wang Zhengwo's family laugh so hard they lose their teeth? She rests her hands behind her head, speaking softly but with a stubborn tone. I have thought about it too. Even though everyone is still working in the fields now, the trend in the county town has already changed. I saw that day at the supply and marketing cooperative, an old lady selling tea eggs could collect a handful of change all morning. I want to go see, even if I just sell some needles and threads or some snacks, it's better than sticking to that tiny fixed salary. You're really brave, Zhao Xiaoye said in surprise. That's called speculation. Oh no, Now it's called being a small business owner. Well, your cooking skills are too good to waste on a restaurant. Tomorrow morning, let's ride our bikes. My bike has a wide seat, and I can carry you. Sunan smiled quietly, but didn't say anything. Inside, she was already planning tomorrow's route. Meanwhile, at the Old Way family at the east end of the village, things were very different. The kerosene lamp in the house was barely lit, just a small bean-sized glow. The family sat around a broken-legged eight immortals table, and the atmosphere was more depressing than a funeral. On the table was a bowl of salty vegetable cakes, dark and dull. Next to it was a basket of mixed grains with lots of sweet potato peels, so hard it could kill a dog. I won't eat this. I won't eat this. Little Jinbao, the chubby boy, was lying on the ground, throwing a tantrum. His fat legs kicked up dirt everywhere. I want to eat meat. That bad uncle's family has meat. I can smell it. I want to eat that steamed pork. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Are you a hungry ghost reborn? Grandma Wei, full of anger, saw her favorite grandson causing trouble and lost patience. She slapped her chopsticks on the table. Is that meat for people to eat? That's for dying people. Look at your second uncle. He's about to get beaten to death. Wei Ergo on the bed groaned and occasionally gagged. Wei Ye's kick was really harsh. Although no bones were broken, his intestines were probably twisted and knotted. Any movement now made his stomach ache like a twisting pain. Mom, can you stop crying? Wei Ergo, clutching his stomach, looked miserable. If I don't get beaten to death, I'll die of hunger. That third brother is really ungrateful. After getting rich, he doesn't even leave a bowl of soup for his own brother. That 1,000 yuan for medical expenses. Dad, if that's true, what will we do in the future? Hearing the words 1,000 yuan, Old Wei's hand holding the pipe trembled. That's nonsense. Although Tian Jiaodi was also startled, she quickly regained her composure and her greed took over again. I think that little troublemaker is just trying to scare us. If Old Third's leg was really that bad, could he kick Uncle so hard that he flew? Or carry big tiles to fix the roof? As she spoke, she bit into a hard, dense cornbread with a crunch, as if she was biting into Su Nan's flesh. What if he really does rely on us? Lu Milan sneered. If he really depends on us, who will pay the 1,000 yuan? Anyway, our second house has no money. You have no money, but I do, Tian Jiaodi snapped, as if she had been insulted. So, when Old Third used to send money home, you guys spent it all. Now that there's a risk, you're backing off. That was to honor our parents. It has nothing to do with us. Enough. Everyone shut up. Old Wei suddenly slammed the table with his pipe holder, his wrinkled old face dark as a pot bottom. He finally understood that this family, besides being bossy at home, was useless when it came to real trouble. Whether it's true or not, Old Third has grown wings now. Plus, that fierce woman backing him up. If we push hard, we won't get anything good. Old Wei squinted his dim yellow eyes and exhaled a foul breath. From now on, stay away from the west side and don't provoke him. As long as he doesn't come back asking for money, that Mao Tai. We'll pretend we never saw it. Why should we? Old Wei's wife, hearing this, refused to accept it. That's just a few dozen yuan. What is Su Nan? Why should he spend our family's money? Because she's got Old Third's soul now. Old Wei glared at his wife. If you've got the guts, go ask him. Go make Old Third kick you away. Old Wei's wife shrank back, remembering how mighty the broomstick was, and dared not speak again. Jin Bao, lying on the ground, saw no one paying attention to him. His crying grew louder. He grabbed his cloth shoe and threw it onto the table, hitting the salted vegetable basin and splashing black water all over Tian Jiaodi's face. What a mess! That dinner at the Wei house was chaotic, full of complaints and anger. The night was so deep it felt like a sealed black iron pot, trapping the Old Wei house inside, with no air to breathe. In the west room, a kerosene lamp that was almost out of oil flickered uncertainly, casting ghostly shadows on the broken furniture inside.
Oh,
that hurts so much. Be gentle. You reckless woman. Do you want to kill me? Wei Ergo was lying on the heated mat, his usually calculating face now wrinkled like a walnut, with cold sweat running down his temples. He had unfastened his belt, revealing a large purple-black bruise on his lower back, looking like a rotten eggplant. Shocking to see. Lu Mylin held a bottle of red flower oil she found somewhere, slapped it onto the bruise with force, causing Wei Ergu to let out a loud squeal like a pig being slaughtered. "Why are you yelling? People might think you're about to give birth." Lu Mylin rolled her eyes, still massaging the bruise but speaking casually. "What use are you? Usually you're good with 5 or 6 people, but when that legless guy kicked you away in a critical moment, you didn't even dare to make a sound. I have to take care of you." "Is that a legless guy?" "He's just a beast." Wei Erga sucked in cold air, feeling angry. Who knows what he did outside all those years? That kick felt like my guts were twisted into a mess. "Damn it, I will settle this score someday." "Settle the score? With what?" "With your skinny frame trying to fight," Lu Mylin sneered, tightening the lid on the red flower oil bottle. "I think your whole family together can't compare to that ruthless old man's finger." She shifted slightly, squeezing between the 3 children at the edge of the heated bed. The eldest daughter and third daughter curled up in the torn cotton, so thin they looked like kittens, sleeping in a ball. Only the only son, Bao, sprawled across most of the bed, drooling at the corner of his mouth, clearly dreaming of eating meat. Seeing the poverty in the house, and recalling the smell of meat from the village west today, Lu Mylin felt her anger rising. "Ergu, be honest with me." Lu Mylin suddenly lowered her voice, a glint flashing in her slender, triangular eyes. "You saw how fierce the third brother is. Kicked his own brother to death without blinking. Does that seem like something a family should do?" Wei Ergu buried his face in the pillow, muttering, "He's just an ungrateful wolf. He's been like that for years." "Pa." Lu Mylin spat on the ground, leaned forward and whispered mysteriously into Wei Ergu's ear, "Don't you feel something's wrong? Look at our father and mother. What do they look like? That is a piece of dirt so dirty that you can't find it even if you throw it into a pile of trash. Look at you and the boss. Your features are similar, with a short stature and a round face. But take another look at the third brother." Wei Ergu was stunned for a moment. He endured the pain and turned his head. "What are you looking at? That third brother's head is at least a head taller than yours. And his nose and eyes. Even though his face is scarred and disfigured, if you cover the scars, does his face resemble anyone from your Wei family?" Lu Mylin kept talking, feeling more confident that she was onto something. Her voice carried a sense of excitement, as if she had uncovered a big secret. "And with today's events, it's clear someone was determined to do harm. If there was even a little family bond, could they be so cruel?" Wei Ergu felt a chill run down his spine. He instinctively wanted to cover Lu Mylin's mouth. "Are you crazy? How can you say such things? If anyone hears us, we might not survive. Why are you afraid?" Lu Mylin pushed his hand away and nodded toward the bed. "The kids are sleeping soundly, not waking even if thunder strikes. It's just us in this room. What are you so scared of?" She sat cross-legged, her expression turning fierce, as if years of resentment had found a way to come out. "I'm not new to thinking about this. Back in winter, when they threw someone into the snow, was that something a real parent would do? That's almost worse than how they treat enemies. The old lady usually protects her own fiercely. She'd scream if Bao got a small cut, but when the third brother broke his leg and had a high fever, she didn't even lift her eyelid. Instead, she hurried to split the family apart, afraid of bad luck. If he was truly her son, who would believe it? Wei Ergu opened his mouth to argue, but old memories flooded his mind. Surprisingly, he felt that his wife's words made some sense. When they were kids, the family always kept the good food for him and his older brother. The third brother was always left with leftovers. Even during New Year, when new clothes were given out, the third brother wore his older brother's old, worn-out clothes and had to do the heaviest work. At first, he thought it was just his parents' favoritism. But now, after Lu Mylin's words, he felt a deep sense of fear. Don't blame me for speaking out. Seeing her husband look so foolish, Lu Mylin felt a surge of bitterness. After all these years married into the Wei family, I've suffered so much. When I first arrived, I gave birth to 2 daughters. When the eldest and the youngest were born, The old lady's face was longer than a donkey's. She didn't even give us red sugar and eggs. During my confinement, she made me wash diapers on the ground. At that time, she was in the yard scolding the mulberry and locust trees, saying I was a hen that wouldn't lay eggs and that she would divorce me. Hearing this, Lou Mylan's eyes turned red with real sadness. If I hadn't fought hard and risked my life to give birth to Silver Treasure, the only son, I wouldn't have a place in this family. Look at the eldest sister-in-law. She had a grandson named Jean Bao, and she acts like she owns the place in front of the old lady. She enjoys good food and drinks, while I do all the chores. Who can I complain to? Wei Erga shrank back nervously.
That's
all in the past. Why bring it up now? Why not?
I want to talk about it.
Lou Mylan grabbed Wei Erga's arm tightly. All these hardships I endured were to carry on the family line for your Wei family. But what happened? When the family split, the good land was given to the eldest, and we only got a few thin fields. Now, the third brother's illegitimate child has grown up, has meat to eat and wine to drink, while we still have to eat plain food. Why is that? She called illegitimate child so smoothly, as if she had already decided Wei Ye's fate. Wei Ergo felt his heart pounding. This wife was getting bolder. She dared to say such things without any proof. Don't guess randomly, Wei Ergo muttered. Although my parents favored the eldest, they wouldn't raise someone else's child, right? I've never heard of us adopting anyone. You don't know shit. Lou Mylan sneered, her eyes flashing with scheming. Back then it was chaotic and no one knew where that wild kid came from. Or maybe, she paused, her eyes turning more sinister. Or maybe it was left by some other man. Outside, the wind howled, making the window paper rattle as if a ghost was knocking. Lou Mylan thought more and more that there might be something to this. If Wei Yi wasn't really her son, then some things could be easier to handle. That fierce old man looks tough now, but if she could find a way to use this as leverage, she could make a big fuss. Say he took advantage of the Wei family's trust and deceived them into raising him. She didn't believe he wouldn't be furious. Ergo, listen to me. Lou Mylan leaned in closer, her usually sharp face now looking especially clever. Let's not tell anyone about this for now, but don't just sit around either. You're well connected in the village. Talk more with the older folks, especially those gossipy old women, and bring up stories from back then.
If it really happens.
She smirked cruelly, as if she had already seen Wei Yi kneeling and begging, handing over a pile of money and meat to her. If it really happens, then everything Wei Yi owns now, even those 2 broken houses, will belong to us. A wild kid. Why should he be so arrogant on our Wei family's land? Wei Ergo was moved by her words. The hatred from that kick, the delicious steamed pork, and the tempting Maodai wine kept fueling his greed.
Fine. All right.
Wei Ergo swallowed his saliva, and his fear was gradually replaced by greed. I'll go find out in the next couple of days. But you must keep your mouth shut tight. Don't let sister-in-law find out. If there's really a good deal, our second house should get the biggest share. You don't need to tell me that. Lou Mylan rolled her eyes at him and blew out the small lamp. Darkness swallowed the room once again, filled with the smell of mold and schemes. The couple lay down with secret plans in their hearts, but neither of them could sleep. Greed is like wild grass. Once it takes root in the heart, even in the darkest night, it will grow wildly. Over in the East Room, another scene unfolded. Compared to the sinister, grave-digging vibe of the West Room, the plans of the couple in the main house were loud and full of greed, all about grabbing what was available. The room was dark, with only the pale moonlight shining on the edge of the bed. Tian Zhaodi sat cross-legged on the quilt, holding a damp towel, scrubbing her face hard. Just now at dinner, the salty soup splashed by Jean Bao's shoe had been wiped off, but now she still felt a foul smell seeping into her pores, no matter how much she scrubbed. Stop scrubbing, or your skin will come off. Wei Daon lay nearby, stretched out, snoring loudly, but was suddenly kicked in the ribs by his wife. Sleep, sleep.
All you do is sleep.
Tian Zhaodi threw the towel onto Wei Daong's face. Are you a pig? After such a humiliating day, you still sleep? Wei Daong pulled the towel away, turned over, and muttered, "What can I do? You saw how fierce the third brother is. Even our dad doesn't dare to say a word. Why should I go provoke him? Do I want to die?" Tian Jiaodi was frustrated and angry, and she suddenly grabbed Wei Daong's arm hard. Wei Daong yelped in pain and sat up quickly. "You reckless woman, are you crazy?" "Crazy? I think you're the one who's stupid." Tian Jiaodi's bright green eyes shone in the dark, full of cleverness and scheming. "You only see how harsh the third brother is when he fights, but haven't you thought about other things?" "What other things?" "The factory director." Tian Jiaodi lowered her voice, leaned forward, and spoke eagerly and greedily. "Think about it, even the big boss of the machinery factory personally visits to give the third brother gifts. That shows how much face he has." "What kind of place is that?" "It's a place where people hold steady jobs, a safe and wealthy spot. Even a little bit of the oil from the cracks could feed us for a lifetime." Wei Daong scratched his messy hair but still couldn't see the point. "What does that have to do with us? The third brother doesn't even acknowledge us. That depends on whether you know how to handle things." Tian Jiaodi patted her thigh. "The third brother has a bad temper, but if we are brave and humble, I don't believe he will keep hitting people with a smile. Besides, the factory director owes the third brother a favor. If the third brother asks him for a job, it would be easy, just a word." When she mentioned job, Wei Daong's usually sleepy eyes suddenly widened. Nowadays, rural household registration and city registration are worlds apart. Getting a job at the factory means you can eat guaranteed food, with steady income. Later, Jinbao could go to school in the city, which would be a big step for the family. Can that really happen? Wei Daong was tempted, swallowing hard. "Will the third brother help me?" "Of course." Tian Jiaodi rolled her eyes, looking confident. "You're his real older brother. Even if you broke a bone, your tendons would still be connected. As long as you, as the big brother, lower your pride, speak kindly, and bring some gifts to see him, he wouldn't really turn you away. As the elder brother, you can cry and talk about old times in front of him. People are soft-hearted. I don't believe he's a heart of stone." The more Tian Jiaodi talked, the more confident she became. Her earlier anger from being splashed with pickle soup disappeared, replaced by dreams of moving to the city as a factory worker's family. Think about it, if you get a job at the factory, Jinbao will be a city kid. Later, he can find a good-looking girl with a good job to marry. As for the second brother's family, and that silver treasure, it's just a life spent digging in the dirt. This remark finally made Wei Daong feel excited. He quickly got up, no longer feeling sleepy, his eyes shining. "So, should we go early tomorrow? What should we bring?" The couple, under the moonlight, started rummaging through boxes. At the bottom of a cabinet, there were a lot of miscellaneous items. After searching for a while, Tian Jiaodi found a package wrapped in oil paper from the corner. Opening it, she saw a handful of dried red dates left over from last year's New Year. Because they had been stored too long, the dates looked shriveled like an old lady's face, with some even covered in white fuzz. "Let's take this." Tian Jiaodi picked out the fuzzy ones, threw them into her mouth, chewed and swallowed. "It's just a token gift anyway. These dates may not look good, but they're still sweet when soaked in water. We're giving a gift, not giving poverty relief. As long as there's good intention, it's fine." Wei Daong looked at the shriveled dates, hesitating a bit. "Just a handful of dates? Isn't that too shabby?" "They prefer to drink mitai. What's shabby about it? A small gift shows sincerity. Understand?" Tian Jiaodi rolled her eyes at him, repackaged the dates, and said, "Our family is poor, and the third brother knows that. If we give something too fancy, he might think we've gotten rich and start borrowing money from us. We should give these old, worn-out things to show we're struggling. That way, his heart might soften." Hearing this, Wei Daong immediately gave a thumbs up. "You're the clever one." "Of course." Tian Jiaodi tucked the fuzzy dates beside her pillow, looking proud of her clever plan. "What's this called?" "It's called planting a seed to attract good fortune. If we took something better, the third brother might think we're doing well and not want to help. We have to let him see that even the older brother and sister-in-law are eating old dates. If his conscience isn't eaten up by a dog, he'll find a way to help us." Wei Daong nodded repeatedly, yawned, and the sleepiness hit him hard, his eyelids fluttering. All right, wife, you're so smart.
Let's sleep now.
Tomorrow we have to get up early to block the door. He then pulled the stiff quilt over himself and lay down on the kong, looking like a pig ready for slaughter. Why sleep? Tianjadi kicked the quilt away. Her triangular eyes shone green in the dark as she reached out to grab Wei Daong's waistband. You haven't paid the grain tax yet. Do you want to go on strike? Wei Daong was pulled so suddenly that he shivered, waking most of his drowsiness. He looked miserable and begged, Wife, we've been busy all day today. We went to the west side and then came back to be scolded. I'm really exhausted, my back almost breaking. Can we do it another day? No. Tianjadi spoke firmly, ignoring his plea, and her rough hand kept slipping into his embrace. Did you see how Lu Mylan from the second household was acting tonight? She was teasing me with her words, acting superior just because she gave birth to a boy named Yin Bao. Our Jin Bao is the eldest grandson, but he's the only one, so he's a bit fragile. The policies aren't strict yet, so we need to have another boy to strengthen our family, to completely overshadow the second household. Wei Daong couldn't argue with his fierce wife. Tianjadi pushed him onto the bed and started to tease him. While she was working hard, she also gritted her teeth and muttered, It must be a son, and one who can go to the city to eat government grain. Then let the third son arrange for him to go to nursery school. I'll show everyone that no one can look down on Tianjadi, wife. Be gentle. This bed frame isn't sturdy. Shut up. Get up quickly. Use your strength. Outside, the wind blew even stronger, making the window paper flap loudly, covering the sound of the old wooden bed creaking painfully, as if it might fall apart at any moment. The moon hid behind the clouds, seeming to dislike the dirty scheming inside the house, and unwilling to watch anymore. This night was destined to be foolish, restless, and filled with greed and greediness. At dawn, before the roosters in the west yard had crowed a few times, Su Nen woke up. Next to him, Zhao Xiaoya was sleeping like a dead pig, one leg stretched over the quilt, mumbling indistinct dreams. Su Nen quietly got up, pushed open the slightly deformed wooden door. The yard was silent, and the morning air carried a damp, earthy smell. The door to the neighbor's house was tightly shut, with a cold lock hanging on it. Su Nen instinctively looked toward the corner of the wall. The usual cart was gone, and even the broken tiles piled at the base of the wall from yesterday had been cleaned up completely, not a trace left. The water in the water jar was full, and even the firewood beside the stove was stacked neatly, as if ready to be lit at any moment. This man had really left early, and worked very carefully. Su Nen smiled slightly, feeling a bit calmer about going to the county town for an unknown adventure. Her nervousness eased a little. She turned back into the house and slapped Zhao Xiaoya on the face, who was still drooling. Stop sleeping. If you sleep any longer, you'll get sunburned. Do you still want to go to the county to make money? At this moment, the county slaughterhouse was a different scene. As soon as you entered, a strong smell of blood mixed with the usual pig odor hit you like a wall. It was the early shift for pig slaughtering. The large workshop was filled with steam, the sound of bones being chopped on the cutting table, the squeals of pigs just before death, and the loud shouts of workers, all mixed into a chaotic noise. Wei Yu was wearing a greasy apron soaked with oil and blood. His special boning knife gleamed under the light bulb. In front of him, a pig half scalded and steaming was on the cutting table. Third brother. I told you last night was a lucky day, right? Ma Lu was squatting by the wash basin, rinsing the blood on the floor with a hose, still talking. You should have seen it. This morning, Zhang from the second workshop, I heard I ate pig intestines at your place the night before, and his face looked disgusted, like he ate a fly. These country folks, they don't know that's a delicacy. Wei ignored him and flicked his wrist. The tip of his knife seemed to have eyes, sliding along the pig's spine with a snap sound. It was the sound of skin and meat being neatly cut open, making one's teeth hurt just listening. As he swung his knife, a large piece of rib was carefully cut out, with no extra meat on the bone, and no bone fragments on the meat. This skill was so good that only Wei Lao-san in the entire factory could do it. Ma Lu, you're just blowing your own horn now. Next to him, Zhang, a bald man with a face full of flesh, heard Ma Lu and slammed his knife down on the table, sarcastically saying, "We've been killing pigs for decades. Everyone knows that the intestines are just for waste. Only Wei Lao-san, the lucky one, thinks they're a treasure." A few other butchers working nearby burst into laughter. Exactly, even dogs wouldn't eat that stuff. I heard that yesterday Wei Lao-san's family had a fight. Said he beat his own brother? TSK for just a few pounds of pig offal. You even turn against your family. What a shame. Idle chatter is like flies in this workshop, buzzing around and impossible to swat away, constantly buzzing in people's ears. Wei Ye's hands kept working without pause. He hung the cleaned meat on a nearby iron hook, and his half-closed eyes lazily glanced to the side. That single look made Zhang, who was about to say something sarcastic, swallow his words back into his stomach. His gaze was so cold, it didn't seem like he was looking at a person, but more like he was inspecting a piece of meat on the chopping board to decide where to cut. Wei Yi rubbed his knife on the sharpening rod twice, making a harsh, sizzle sound, then grabbed a blood-stained towel to wipe his hands. His voice was hoarse and deep. "Zhang, if you're so free, can you also clean those 2 racks of ribs for me?" Zhang shrank his neck and forced a smile, pretending to be busy. Well, I'm busy right now, busy." Wei Yi ignored the chatter and turned to Wang, the supervisor responsible for distributing the leftover scraps. Wang was an old man with thick-bottomed glasses, currently jotting down notes in a worn notebook. Seeing Wei Yi approach with a fierce look, he pushed up his glasses and asked, "Old 3, you worked quickly today. Same as usual? Pay at the end of the month." "Yeah," Wei Yi replied in a low voice, his eyes drifting past Wang and landing on the large iron barrels behind him, filled with stinky internal organs. Inside were the pig offal pulled out today, intestines tangled together, along with unwanted pig lungs and blood, a big pile of red and white that made people feel nauseous just looking at it. Usually, these things are either sold cheaply to fish farms in the suburbs or simply buried in pits. "Supervisor," Wei Yi pointed to the biggest barrel. "I want all of these." Wang paused his pen, looked at him as if he were a fool, and asked, "All of it? It's hot today. You can't keep this stuff. Are you taking so much home to feed your dog? Can your black dog handle that much?" Next to him, Zhang couldn't help but interrupt. "I told you, he's like a scavenger." "Supervisor, just give it to him. It's trash no one wants anyway, saves us the trouble of hauling it out." Wei didn't even lift his eyelids, just stared at Wang. "Pay the bill." This isn't about money." Director Wang waved his hand. "These days, pork is hard to find, but these internal organs are really a burden. They need a lot of work to handle. If you really want them, these buckets cost 50 cents each, and you can take them away. Just don't leave them smelly in the factory." 50 cents. In a time when a pound of pork costs about $1.20, these large buckets of organs are practically free. "All right." Wei took out a crumpled 50-cent bill from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Ma Lu watched in surprise, quickly dropping the water pipe and leaning in close. "Third brother, are you crazy? Yesterday we got lucky, and the girl was skilled. If you take so many home, when will you wash them? And that smell. Aren't you worried it'll stink up the yard?" Wei didn't explain. What flashed through his mind was last night, when Soon crouched by the well, stirring the dark gray water with her delicate white hands. And the bright red, greasy intestines she brought to the table, with a look on her face like she'd just won a battle. She said these things could sell for money. She said once they're prepared well, even immortals would drool over them. That dinner last night was the most comfortable meal he'd ever had in his life. Not just because of the delicious food, but because the once dull and lifeless broken yard finally had a bit of life. Since she wanted to make a fuss, let her do it to her heart's content. Even if in the end they couldn't sell them and they rotted in his hands, it was only 50 cents. At worst, he'd kill a couple more pigs. His 2 arms were muscles tense and tight, sweat running down the frightening scar, but he didn't gasp or breathe heavily. "Stop talking nonsense. Get to work." Wei Yi's voice was still the same, like he had a mouthful of gravel. The two of them carried several pieces of pork into the back kitchen, a place filled with strong smoke that made your eyes water. The head chef was a bald, overweight man, sitting with his legs crossed, directing some young workers to wash vegetables. When the meat arrived, he didn't even lift his eyelids, just pointed at the greasy chopping board. "Why so late today? Just leave it there. This meat looks okay, but the fat isn't thick enough." Wei Yi didn't say anything, put down the meat, and turned to leave. But Ma Lu stayed behind, smiling and handing him a cigarette. "Masterly, your eyes are sharp. Next time, I'll pick the fattest meat for you." After coming out of the back kitchen, Ma Lu pulled Wei Yi to the front hall for a meal. "Since you're here, your stomach's been empty for a while." Ma Lu rubbed his stomach. "Besides, this Hongxing restaurant is the best in the county. Our slaughterhouse deals with meat every day, but we should still taste what they make." Wei Yi wanted to refuse. The pig offal in the bucket was covered, but because of the heat, it smelled even worse after sitting for a while. But somehow, he remembered Su Nan saying last night that he wanted to come to the county to see. He looked up at the big green sign hanging above the front door, then changed his steps and followed Ma Lu inside. It was mealtime, and Hongxing restaurant was bustling with noise. Old-fashioned ceiling fans spun loudly overhead, stirring the smell of food and sweat in the air. The waiters wore white coats, their faces serious, as if someone owed them money. They moved between round tables holding menus. 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles and braised pork. Ma Lu loudly pounded the table. Wei Yi didn't sit down. His eyes habitually swept around the messy hall. It was a bad habit he picked up in the army. First check the environment when arriving somewhere new. As soon as he looked around, his gaze fixed on something. By the window, at a table, sat 2 young women. One had a neat, short haircut and was gesturing animatedly, while the other wore a floral shirt, sitting straight and smiling softly as she listened to the person across from her. That was Su Nan. She seems to have tidied up on this day, her hair combed carefully. Although she isn't wearing any jewelry, her calm presence alone blocks out the noisy surroundings. Sunlight outside shines on her face, making even the tiny hairs glow with a golden light. Wei Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively wanted to turn away. His sweaty, greasy smell was quite unpleasant.
"Hey, isn't that sister-in-law?"
Sister Su Nan. Ma Lu, who has sharp eyes, saw her too. Before Wei Yi could stop him, he shouted loudly. Su Nan turned her head at the sound and saw the tall, somewhat eye-catching man in the corridor. Her eyes brightened. "Brother Wei?" "Ma Lu," Su Nan waved her hand. "What a coincidence. Come, sit with us." Now Wei Yi couldn't avoid it anymore. He nervously walked over, and before reaching her, he tugged at his slightly yellowed vest, trying to hide the non-existent dirt. "Are you also here to deliver goods?" Zhao Xiaoya had already started shouting, shifting a little to make room on the long bench. "Sit quickly. I just ordered food with Nan Nan. We were saying 2 people can't finish it, so it would be a waste. Now, the strong workers are here." Ma Lu, who is very friendly, sat down across from Zhao Xiaoya with a cheerful look at the dishes on the table.
"Wow.
Sliced pork, sweet and sour pork, and big cold noodles. Are you guys getting rich? Getting rich?" "No." Sister Nan said she's here to check out the market. Zhao Xiaoya handed Wei Yi some chopsticks. "Brother Wei-san, stop standing there. This isn't someone else's house. Sit down." Wei Yi felt a bit awkward and sat down across from Su Nan. The bench was a little narrow, so his long legs had to be curled up, and he had to be careful to avoid Su Nan's knees. "Add 2 more dishes," Wei Yi said quietly, waving to call the waiter. No, enough food." Su Nan stopped him and pushed the freshly served sweet and sour pork to the middle. "Try this first. I heard it's their signature dish." Wei Yi didn't pick up his chopsticks immediately. He looked at Su Nan first. Seeing that she didn't show any dislike, he finally took a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The crust was crispy, but the vinegar was a bit too much, making it sour and a little harsh. The meat was a bit dry, and chewing was a bit difficult. Ma Lu was happily eating, with his mouth full of oil, and he praised vaguely while chewing. As expected from a state-owned restaurant, the meat is really delicious. The sweet and sour flavor is authentic. Zhao Xiaoya pouted and picked at the food with her chopsticks. Authentic? This bite is all batter, and the meat is only a little bigger than a fingernail. And this braised pork, it's way too salty, just oily. Isn't it tasty? Ma Lu widened his eyes. Xiaoya, you're being a bit picky, aren't you? This is made by the master chef. Huh. What's so special about the master chef? Zhao Xiaoya looked unconvinced, raised her chin, and pointed at Su Nan. You haven't tasted Sister Nan's cooking. If she made this sweet and sour pork, it would be crispy outside, tender inside, perfectly balanced in flavor, and juicy when you bite into it. Even all these dishes combined aren't as good as Sister Nan's steamed pork. Ma Lu paused, recalling the fragrant smell from last night. His throat moved, and he said nothing. Su Nan smiled and poured a little vinegar into the wide noodles. Xiaoya, don't praise me too much. This is a big pot meal, and we're in a hurry, so it's already good that it turned out like this. But the sweet and sour pork is a bit overcooked, and the timing for adding the sauce wasn't quite right, so the vinegar's aroma didn't come out enough, just the sourness. She explained clearly, not in a critical way, but from a professional perspective. Wei had been quietly listening nearby, looking at Su Nan's bright eyes. His earlier unease about being looked down on for working in the kitchen suddenly disappeared. It's not as tasty as yours, Wei suddenly said, softly, but with certainty. There was a moment of silence at the table. Zhao Xiaoya was the first to react, covering her mouth to hide her smile. Her eyes flicked back and forth between Wei Yi and Su Nan, showing a mischievous "I knew it" expression. Su Nan's face warmed, and she took a sip of water to hide her embarrassment, but her smile couldn't be hidden at the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Being recognized for her cooking, especially by this usually reserved man, felt sweeter than honey. That's right. Zhao Xiaoya clapped her hand on her thigh. If Sister Nan opens a restaurant, she'll definitely outshine the Red Star Hotel. Sure. Ma Lu looked around nervously. Miss, you can't say that. This is a state-owned place. Why not? Zhao Xiaoya rolled her eyes. Now, with reform and opening up, even small business owners can stand tall. What's wrong with being a small business owner? I don't steal or rob. I just earn my living honestly. When Su Nan said this, the atmosphere at the table briefly quieted. A nearby waiter happened to pass by, carrying a tray that clinked loudly. She rolled her eyes, probably thinking these country folks were dreaming. Wei didn't reply. Instead, he moved the remaining pieces of sweet and sour pork from the plate into Ma Lu's bowl. He then picked up the empty big bowl and poured himself some free mung bean soup, drinking it straight down. Let's go, he said, setting down his bowl and wiping his mouth. This afternoon, I need to go to the slaughterhouse again. The group left the Red Star restaurant. Outside, the sun was scorching, and the asphalt road shone with a greasy glow. Their truck was parked under a shady tree. Although the windows were slightly open, a strong, unpleasant smell wafted over from a distance, carried by the heat. Ma Lu, who had just finished eating, was almost sick when he caught the smell. He almost spat out the meat strips he had just swallowed. Ugh, third brother. This smell is too strong. Ma Lu covered his nose and backed away with a look of disgust. This isn't just hauling goods. It's like hauling a giant cesspit through the street. Nobody would pick up this stuff if you threw it in the ditch. Why did you bring it all back? Wei Yi walked over to the truck bed, patting a tightly sealed black plastic barrel. It was a large plastic container he had specially found, usually used for feed, now filled to the brim. All freshly slaughtered today. It's a pity to waste it, Wei Yi said quietly, then looked at Su Nan with a faint, almost unnoticed hope in his eyes, like a student waiting for praise after passing a test. I think what you made last night was pretty good. He didn't understand business strategies or the principles of small entrepreneurs. All he knew was that Su Nan was in a tough spot, no money, no land. This pig offal at the slaughterhouse was leftover waste that no one wanted. Usually, it was fed to dogs or used as fertilizer, free of charge and in large quantities. If this stuff could be turned into money, that would be great. Su Nan was momentarily stunned, then a warm feeling surged inside her. This man was so thoughtful, it was a little scary. Ignoring the smell, she quickly walked over to the truck, standing on tiptoe to look inside the barrel. Wow, 2 big barrels filled with pig intestines, lungs, hearts, and even a few pig heads that weren't cleaned very well. The mixture of red and white looks fresh, even though it's a bit wilted from the heat. The quantity is large, and judging by its color, it was just slaughtered this morning. Is this trash? Soo-nan turned around, eyes shining as if she saw gold in the black bucket. Brother Wei, you've really given me a mountain of gold. Ma-lu next to her widened his eyes in surprise. Girl, are you confused? You call this a mountain of gold? The stuff I step on at the slaughterhouse every day is probably made of gold bricks. That's because you don't know its value. Soo-nan didn't mind getting her hands dirty. She reached out and pressed the edge of the bucket to estimate the weight. The smell is just because it wasn't cleaned properly. Once you get rid of that strange odor, it's just meat. And it's a tasty dish that's even more satisfying than braised pork. She already had a plan in mind. It's about making marinated meat. Nowadays, everyone's stomachs need filling. Braised pork is good, but it's expensive. Ordinary people only buy a couple of pounds during festivals. But pig offal is different, cheap, and once marinated well with strong flavor and plenty of oil, it's a perfect snack or side dish. Setting up a stall outside the cinema or at the factory exit, slicing a plate of marinated large intestines or pig's head meat, the aroma alone can attract people like a magnet. Most importantly, the cost is almost negligible. I want all this stuff, Soo-nan decided quickly, turning to Wei. Brother Wei, I can't let you work for nothing. Offal at the slaughterhouse isn't worth much, but someone still has to buy it. I'll pay you about 1/10 of the market price for pork. Deal? Wei Ye's brow immediately furrowed, and the scar moved with his expression, making him look fierce. Are you insulting me? Brothers should be honest with each other. Soo-nan knew his temper well. She was stubborn like a mule. If I was doing business, I'd have to count the costs. If you don't want to take money, I won't do this business. They stared at each other by the car, neither willing to back down. Finally, Zhao Xiaoye, the clever girl, saw the situation clearly and stepped in to mediate. Hey, what are you two arguing about? Here's the deal. This first batch is considered Brother Wei's investment. If we make money later, we'll share the profit with him. If we lose, well, no way, Sister Nan Nan's cooking skills can't possibly lose. Ma-lu also chimed in, encouraging them. Yes. It's an investment. What do you call it? Technical investment plus raw material investment. Ma-lu, will also benefit. Can I come over for free meals in the future? Wei finally relaxed and slammed the lid on the black vinyl barrel. Get in the car. Let's go home. That afternoon, the old Wei family's yard was busy all day. They unloaded a cart full of pig offal, piling it by the well like a small hill. The smell was strong, so much so that even the flies that had just flown over had to avoid it. But Soo-nan was like a general commanding an army, wearing an apron and directing 3 strong workers. Ma-lu, go dig some yellow earth in the back. The finer the better. Xiaoyu, go boil water. The big pot needs to be boiling. Brother Wei, Soo-nan looked at Wei Yi, who was about to go fetch water shirtless. You're strong, so you're in charge of rubbing the intestines. Don't worry about using too much force and tearing them. Just rub hard. Cleaning pig offal is a tough job that also requires careful attention. Using only wood ash and alkaline powder isn't enough. Soo-nan also brought coarse salt and white vinegar. Wei Yi squatted on the ground, his large hands moving swiftly in the basin. He was strong, and all his usual pig-killing strength was now focused on rubbing the large intestines. The slippery intestines in the basin felt like dough in his hands, kneaded until smooth. Soo-nan wasn't idle either. She held a sharp knife, squatting opposite Wei Yi, carefully removing lymph and excess fat from inside the intestines. They were close. When Soo-nan lowered her head, a few strands of hair fell and brushed against Wei Ye's foamy arm.
V.S. movement stiffened.
His breathing faltered, and he lost control of his strength. With a slip sound, a large piece of intestine slipped from his hands like a live eel and flew straight onto Soo-nan's face. A soft smack sounded. The white pig intestine pressed perfectly against Su Nan's fair cheek, leaving a shiny water stain. The yard was suddenly silent. Ma Lu, who had just finished digging, saw the scene. His mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. He dropped his shovel with a loud clatter, wincing in pain but not daring to make a sound. Wei Yi was stunned. His usually calm face, unchanging even in the face of danger, was now pale and red alternately. He was at a loss, hanging his hands in the air, wanting to wipe Su Nan's face, but looking at his greasy, pig-hair-covered hands. He was so embarrassed, he wished he could sink into the cement ground. I didn't mean to. The living demon, who could scare even air lie into wetting his pants, now sounded weak, like a mosquito. Slipped. Su Nan remained very calm. She slowly removed the large intestine from her face, threw it back into the basin, then rolled up her sleeve to wipe her face. She looked up and smiled at Wei Yi, with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Brother Wei, this large intestine is good, but don't rush to put it on my face. I know you want me to try something new, but it's still raw. Haha. Zhao Xiaoya couldn't hold back her laughter, squatting by the stove and patting her thigh. Sister Nan Nan, this is called face wash. Pure natural without pollution, and it even smells like pig intestine. Wei Yi blushed so much that his ears turned red. He lowered his head and desperately scrubbed the intestines in the basin, as if he had a grudge against them, splashing water everywhere. But after this awkward moment, their work went more smoothly. By late afternoon, all the drainage pipes were cleaned thoroughly. The disgusting fishy smell was gone, replaced by a faint meaty aroma. Next was the main event. They added more than 10 spices: star anise, Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, bay leaves, dried chili peppers, according to a specific ratio into the pot. They simmered it over low heat until the spicy fragrance made the mosquitoes in the yard choke and fly away. Only then did they add water to make the broth. They poured in soy sauce and dark soy sauce for coloring and added rock sugar to enhance the flavor. The broth boiled until it was bright red and thick, bubbling and steaming. The aroma was so tempting it seemed to have hooks, drifting through the broken walls of the yard, pulling everything in. When the pig intestines, pig head meat, and pig lungs were all added, the smell changed completely. It was no longer just the scent of spices, but a rich blend of meat aroma and complex braised flavors, powerful, overwhelming, with a magic that made saliva flow faster. In the rural evening of the 1980s, this smell was almost criminal. At this time, it was dinner time in the village. Most families just had corn cakes, a pot of thin millet porridge that reflected their figures, and maybe a couple of slices of salted vegetables. But the smell coming from this broken yard in the west was simply too tempting. The 2 large buckets of disgusting leftovers are now completely transformed. The pig intestines are braised until shiny red, soaked with broth, looking like glowing red agate stones. The once dry intestines are now plump and full, trembling slightly as they pile in the pot. The pig head meat is even softer and more tender, with the skin and meat still attached, but easily falling off the bone with a gentle poke of chopsticks. As for the cheapest pig lungs, they are cut into large pieces, soaked in spicy oil and braised broth, looking more tempting than the regular meat. Ma Lu's Adam's apple moves up and down nervously, like a hungry ghost who hasn't seen the world. He holds his chopsticks for a long time but dares not lower them, afraid of damaging this piece of art. Why are you just standing there? Try the salty flavor. Su Nan takes a clean pair of chopsticks, picks up a piece of fatty intestine, blows on it, and without hesitation, offers it to Wei Yi. You're the hero. You get the first bite. Wei Yi stiffens like a wooden post. The fatty intestine is still steaming, with red oil dripping down Su Nan's fair wrist. He looks at the meat, then at Su Nan's bright, expectant eyes, and his breathing becomes irregular. When has he ever been treated like this? In the past, in the army, he ate from big pots, and after returning, he either ate leftovers or mooched off Ma Lu's scraps. No one ever cared enough to serve him or share food. Clumsily, he opens his mouth and bites down. In that moment, Wei Ye's pupils suddenly constrict. The meat is tender and chewy. When his teeth cut through the intestines, The rich juice inside explodes in his mouth. There's no disgusting organ smell, only a strong aroma of braised spices and the richness of fat, with a hint of spiciness that awakens his taste buds instantly. It's incredibly delicious. Wei Yi chews twice. His usually stiff face shows no big expression, but his narrowed eyes are full of amazement. "How is it?" Sunan asks. "Good," Wei Yi replies simply, swallowing the meat and letting out a satisfied sigh from deep in his throat. "Better than the pork knuckle at Red Star Restaurant." Hearing this, Ma Lu can't hold back anymore. He screams loudly, and chopsticks fall like rain. He grabs a piece of pig head meat and stuffs it into his mouth, hot and steaming, breathing heavily but refusing to spit it out.
Ugh.
"My goodness." Ma Lu widened his eyes and, while chewing, awkwardly patted his thigh, saying, "This pork head meat is amazing. Fat but not greasy, tender and flavorful. If I had a couple more ounces of plain white rice, I wouldn't trade it for anything, even for a fairy." "Girl, you hide your skills well." Wang Jiangwo is really blind. He's pushing away such a treasure. Zhao Xiaoya wasn't willing to be outdone. She carefully chewed a piece of pork lung, looking proud. "I told you. Sister Nan's cooking skills are like turning stone into gold." A few people gathered around the big pot, eating eagerly as the hot steam rose, their mouths greasy. Su Nan saw everyone was almost done eating. Although most of the food in the pot was gone, there was still more than half left. She put down her chopsticks, looked at the sky, which was now completely dark outside, and heard occasional dog barks in the village. "Ma Lu, Xiaoya, stop just eating and get serious." Su Nan took some large enamel basins and aluminum lunchboxes she had prepared earlier and started picking out the best parts from the pot. Ma Lu wiped the red oil from his mouth and let out a big burp. "Serious? What's there to do? It's all been braised already. Tomorrow morning, we can just push the cart to the county to sell it, and that's it. Selling is fine, but laying the groundwork is more important." Su Nan didn't stop her movements. Quickly, she packed a large piece of the best pork head meat and some of the fattiest intestines into the biggest enamel basin, then poured 2 spoonfuls of thick braising broth over it. "Xiaoya, you take this to the village secretary's house later." She sealed the basin tightly. "Just say that Brother Wei and I made this as a small snack to thank the secretary for his usual care. Oh, and don't mention selling it. Just say we made it ourselves and ask the elders for advice." Zhao Xiaoya was momentarily stunned, then slapped her forehead and laughed. "Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Sister Nan, you're finding us a strong backing. My uncle loves this kind of food. If he enjoys it, then in the future, no one in the village will dare gossip. My uncle can handle them all." Nowadays, although policies had loosened, running a small business in the countryside was still rare, and there was always some jealousy and gossip behind the scenes. With the village secretary standing in front, it was like having a pass. Su Nan smiled and filled another large aluminum lunchbox, then handed it to Ma Lu. "Take this early tomorrow to the slaughterhouse. Please share the text you'd like me to translate and edit." Tonight, although the wall was repaired, the smell was still very strong. It was possible that someone with bad intentions might come to steal. Also, the fire shouldn't be completely put out. A small ember should be kept warm so that the broth can slowly soak into the meat. By morning, the flavor would seep into the very bones. Wei Yi looked at her face close up, even able to see the tiny beads of sweat on her nose. He instinctively straightened his back, looking more serious than when he was on military missions. "Don't worry. If I lose a piece of meat, I'll just break my own neck," Wei Yi said seriously. Su Nan was amused by his fierce attitude. "What do I need your head for? I want this pot to make enough money so we can live a good life." Zhao Xiaoya and Ma Lu didn't delay either. Taking advantage of the night, they split up to act. Ma Lu rode his broken bike, which only jingled but made noise everywhere, humming a tune as he left. Zhao Xiaoya carried a porcelain basin carefully, like holding a national treasure, constantly reminding Su Nan to rest early, glancing back every few steps. Suddenly, the yard became quiet. The night was thick like dark ink, and the faint light at the west end of the village was the only sign of life in the dark. Wei Yi sat on a small stool in front of the fire pit, holding a metal hook used to start the fire. His sharp eyes, usually full of energy, were now fixed on the flickering charcoal beneath the pot, lost in thought. The broth in the pot was making a tiny bubbling sound. With each bubble burst, a rich, strong smell of meat wafted into his nose. This smell was incredibly tempting. He reached into his pocket and took out a flattened pack of cigarettes, pulling out one to put in his mouth. Just as he was about to strike a match, he paused. He looked back at the closed door of the main house. It had been silent for a while. Su Nan was probably asleep. Wei Yi put the match back into the box and simply held the cigarette, letting the cheap tobacco taste spread bitterly on his tongue. The woman slept soundly, leaving him here to guard the pot of Golden Mountain. If it had been before, who would believe that Wei Laosen would stay up all night just for a few pig intestines? But now, just thinking that tomorrow this pot of food could turn into money in Su Nan's hands, that it could help straighten her bent back a little, made his heart burn like the charcoal, hot and restless. Meanwhile, inside the brick house at the east end of the village Secretary Zhao Defa was sitting cross-legged on the kong, a traditional heated bed, holding a purple clay teapot. He was frowning at a plate of half-cooked green beans on the table in front of him. "I say, Guohua, are these days getting more and more confusing?" he asked. Zhao Defa took a sip of tea, looking unhappy. "Why is there no meat today? Didn't we say a few days ago that we'd slaughter a pig and get some fat?" His wife, Guohua, was mending shoes by the edge of the kong. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "All you think about is eating. That bit of fat was for making oil, wasn't it? It's almost the end of the month, so there's no extra money for meat. Besides, look at your big belly, it's almost up to your chin. Why would you still want to eat meat?" Zhao Defa was choked and stared in surprise. Just as he was about to show off his authority as the village secretary and scold her, a loud barking suddenly came from outside. Then, Zhao Xiaoya's bright voice floated through the door crack. "Uncle."
"Aunt."
"Open the door quickly. I brought you something good." "Stupid girl. What's all the fuss about so late at night?" Guohua muttered as she got off the kong and slipped on her cloth shoes to open the door. As soon as she opened the latch, Guohua hadn't even seen who was there when a strong, unfamiliar smell of meat rushed in through the gap, as if it had legs, flooding into the house. The smell was overwhelming. It was a rich aroma from long-simmered meat, perfectly blended with oil and spices, with a hint of spiciness and a tempting sweetness. It instantly covered the stale tea and earthy smell in the room. Zhao Defa, who had been trying to act proud, immediately sniffed and twitched his nose involuntarily. His behind seemed to have a spring, and he jumped up from the kong. "What's that so fragrant?" Zhao Xiaoya carried a hot, large enamel basin into the room, her face wearing her usual playful smile. "Uncle, your nose is sharper than the big black dog at the village entrance. This is something good, hot rice just out of the pot, specially prepared for you." "Stop joking," Zhao Defa said sternly, but his eyes were already glued to the basin. "Whose place is this? I haven't heard of anyone hosting a pig slaughter feast," he asked. Nowadays, besides weddings and funerals, who could make such a big show with fancy dishes? Zhao Xiaoya placed the basin on the kong table and winked mysteriously. "Don't ask now, just try it first. If you say the food isn't tasty, I will immediately take it away and feed it to the dogs." She said this as she lifted the lid. Steam rose up, and a full bowl of bright, tempting braised meat directly caught the eyes of the elderly couple. On top was a large piece of evenly sliced pig head meat, with a reddish-brown skin, shiny fat, and clear muscle fibers. Next to it was a ring of braised large intestines, looking soft and chewy. Beneath were soaked tofu and seaweed knots, full of flavorful broth. Zhao Defa's throat suddenly moved up and down with a gulp sound. This looks really good. He no longer cared about his official status and reached for the chopsticks. He picked up a trembling piece of pig head meat, not afraid of the heat, and put it straight into his mouth. As his teeth touched the skin, the soft, gelatinous texture melted on his tongue. Then came the rich aroma of fat, not greasy at all, but bright and clear. Biting further, the lean meat was firm and flavorful, with layers of salty broth, fragrant spices, and a hint of wine aroma bursting in his mouth. Zhao Defa's eyes widened suddenly. In that moment, he felt that all the pork he had eaten in his life was worth nothing. How is it, uncle? Zhao Xiaoya leaned over proudly. Zhao Defa didn't bother to reply. His chopsticks fell like rain, and he picked up another piece of braised large intestine. This bite was even better. He had thought it would have a strong gamey taste, but the intestine was so cleanly prepared. First, the skin was slightly crispy, then the chewy texture of the intestine wall becoming more fragrant with each chew. The fat inside burst in his mouth, mixed with a mildly spicy braising sauce, truly a delicacy made for drinking. Guahua, bring the wine. The bottle of Fingio from that year. Bring it to me, Zhao Defa shouted loudly, his face flushed with excitement, beads of sweat on his forehead. Guahua couldn't hold back anymore. She secretly took a piece to taste and was also shocked. Wow, this is amazing. Who made this? The master chef from that restaurant? Even the folks at Hongxing Hotel can't do this. Zhao Xiaoya saw that the moment was right and sat down with a smile, grabbing some sunflower seeds and cracking them open. Uncle, you're underestimating people. This isn't some master chef. This is my sister Nan Nan's work. Who? Zhao Defa was about to raise his glass to his mouth when he suddenly paused. That divorced girl, Su Nan? Yes, that's her. Zhao Xiaoya raised her chin. This was all helped along by Brother Wei Yi, using the ingredients they gathered together. Sister Nan Nan said the first batch must be tasted by your uncle Zhao. You're the village's mainstay, the most picky. If you say it's good, then the business can go ahead. Zhao Defa slowly lowered his glass, his expression becoming a bit complicated. He looked at the plate of flavorful, fragrant marinated food and remembered how Su Nan usually acted timid and submissive, like someone always getting pushed around. His heart wavered. Did Su Nan really make this? He picked up a piece of pig lung and examined it carefully. Usually no one eats pig lungs, they have a strong earthy smell. Yet, she made it taste like beef. That's right. Sister Nan Nan is a great cook. She used to be overshadowed in the Wang family. Zhao Xiaoya took the chance to flatter her good friend. You don't know, that old lady Wang never let Sister Nan Nan get a chance to show her skills. She wouldn't even let her touch oil, forcing her to become a firewood burner instead of a chef. Clap. Zhao Defa suddenly slapped his thigh, making the dishes on the table jump. I knew the Wang family was no good. He finished a glass of white wine in one gulp. The spicy liquor went down his throat, fueling his pride and dissatisfaction. Wang Jiangwo looks like a decent guy, but he's really blind. Such a good wife, and he treats her like trash, throwing her out like garbage. If he opened a restaurant with her skills, that little fruit stand of his would be nothing. He had been the village secretary for many years and knew how to judge people. Su Nan could turn a pile of unwanted offal into such treasures. That shows she's clever and capable.
And she knows how to handle people.
She didn't rush to sell her work after just making a little progress. Instead, she brought him, her elder, a big bowl first. What does that mean? It shows she respects him, understands the rules, and knows to find a strong backing. Compared to Wang Jiangwo, who gets arrogant after making a little money and ignores him, Su Nan's way is much broader. Xiaoya. Zhao Defa added another bite of fatty sausage, eating even more happily this time. Tell Nanyao to pass a message back. Just say that the marinated food, Uncle's secretary likes it. From now on, if anyone in the village dares to gossip about this small business or causes trouble with the Wang family, let her come directly to me. I want to see who dares to block our village from becoming a wealthy place. With these words, Zhao Xiaoya's worried heart finally relaxed. She was so happy, she couldn't hide her smile. All right. With your words, Sister Nanan's confidence is really boosted. At 4 a.m., a few faint stars still hung in the sky over the broken western yard. Wei Yesho was by the stove, his eyes bloodshot. He held a metal hook, mechanically stirring the charcoal in the ashes. The steam escaping from the crack in the pot lid was no longer thick, but had turned into a rich, almost sticky aroma after settling. The squeak of the door hinge sounded softly as Soo-nan came out, wearing a faded floral shirt, her long hair neatly tied back. Seeing Wei Yes-ho looking like he might collapse at any moment, a soft feeling stirred in her heart. "Big brother Wei, go get some sleep. I'll handle the rest." Wei Yes-ho looked up. The firelight reflected on his face, and the scar didn't look fierce, but rather reassuring. He stood up, his legs stiff from sitting too long, wobbling a bit.
"No worries.
"The soup is almost ready, and the color looks just right." Soo-nan went to the big pot, lifted the lid. As the steam dispersed, the marinated dish revealed a tempting dark date red color. The broth had thickened, covered with a thin layer of red oil. She took a clean lunchbox, filled it to the brim, and pushed it in front of Wei Yes-ho.
"Here.
"This is for you and Ma Lu to eat at the factory. I just checked, and the fattiest part of the sausage is inside. Don't hold back and eat it all." Wei Yes-ho didn't refuse. When he took it, his fingertips touched the box's wall, and the heat spread through his hand. He whispered a thank you, then turned to the water basin to wipe his face hurriedly. The cold water made him feel much more awake. At 5:30 a.m., Ma Lu rode his bike into the yard. Before he even got off, he started sniffing around the yard, his nose twitching constantly. "My dear aunt, the smell at the gate is so tempting it almost pulls your soul away. I haven't dared to eat breakfast all the way here, just waiting for this bite." Ma Lu quickly ran over, staring wide-eyed at the lunchbox. Wei Yi playfully patted his head. "Get to work. Put the buckets on the cart." 2 large buckets of marinated meat were carefully placed on Wei Ye's cart, covered with a clean white cloth. Soo-nan and Zhao Xiaoya, who arrived later, also worked hard. They wanted to reach the textile factory before the morning shift started. Wei Yi and Ma Lu first went to the meat processing plant. This was the busiest time of the day, with pigs squealing loudly. Wei Yi put on a greasy rubber apron and returned to his work table. Ma Lu carried the heavy aluminum lunchbox, walking among the crowd, with the lid slightly open. The strong, delicious smell was impossible to hide. "Hey, Ma Lu, what tasty thing did you bring today?" "This smell. It's a bit magical." Zhang Gang, a chubby butcher, had just finished cutting half a pig and was more alert than a dog. He set down his greasy tools and leaned in to look. Ma Lu proudly lifted the lid, and the rich aroma instantly filled the blood-stained workshop. Secret marinated pork intestines. And pig's head meat. The only one in the whole county. A few other butchers stopped working and gathered around. Nowadays, even though everyone worked at the meat processing plant and ate meat regularly, they mostly just boiled plain pork or fried some fat. Who had ever seen such shiny, fragrant, and carefully marinated delicacies? "Ma Lu, want to try a couple of pieces?" "We haven't eaten yet this morning." Ma Lu chuckled, remembering Soo-nan's advice, and felt confident. He took out a stack of clean cabbage leaves, placing a piece of fat intestine and a piece of pig's head meat on each leaf.
Try it.
"But remember, this was made by Sister Wei, my third brother's wife." "No, I mean that girl who marinated it herself. Taste her skill. It's even better than a government-run restaurant." Zhang Gang was the first to grab a piece and put it in his mouth. In that moment, his face, full of flesh, froze. The chewy fat intestine and the salty, savory broth clashed wildly in his mouth. The faint herbal aroma dissolved the last bit of gamey smell, leaving everything clean and fresh. "Wow." Chubby Zhang swallowed a piece of meat, his eyes wide with amazement. "This skill. It's amazing." "Old Wei-san, which mountain's fairy did your girl come from?" Wei Yi waved his boning knife quickly, not looking up, but his lips moved slightly. At that moment, Director Wang from the office came out with his hands behind his back. He was usually very strict as an official. When he smelled the strong, smoky aroma, he was surprised. He pushed up his thick glasses. "Why aren't you all working? What's that strong smell?" Everyone shrank back, except for Ma Lu, who confidently held his lunchbox and moved closer. "Director, I wanted to ask you to judge. These leftovers from our factory made into this. Isn't that embarrassing for a factory boss?" Director Wang suspiciously looked at the shiny, fatty intestines in the lunchbox. His throat moved. He was a food lover and could tell at a glance that the meat was cooked deep into the bones. He took the cabbage-wrapped meat from Alu and took a gentle bite. Director Wang closed his eyes and chewed carefully. After a while, he opened his eyes, pointed toward Wei Yi, and said excitedly, "Old San, if you sell this stuff later, let me know. My wife always says there's no flavor in my cooking, but I think this would go well with alcohol." Wei Yi stopped cutting and nodded at Director Wang.
Okay.
"As long as you don't mind." Meanwhile, the meat factory hadn't finished work yet, but at the textile factory entrance, the scene was already lively. The textile factory was a big local factory with 2,000 or 3,000 female workers. Their spending power was among the best in the county. Su Nan and Zhao Xiaoya set up their stall under an old locust tree. They placed a wooden basin covered with a white cloth there, and passing female workers looked over curiously. "What's this selling? Why does it smell so good?" A young female worker dressed in blue overalls with a red hair tie stopped and looked into the basin with curiosity. Su Nan quickly lifted the cloth, revealing bright, glossy marinated meat shining in the morning light. "Big sister, freshly cooked marinated pig's head and intestines. Clean and hygienic, no strange smell. Today is our first day. Buy 1 jean and get 2 pieces of marinated dried meat free." The girl sniffed and looked conflicted. Her monthly salary was only 30 yuan, and she usually lived frugally. "How much per jean?" "Pig's head meat is 1.4 yuan per jean, and intestines are 1.1 yuan. This is genuine, fresh meat. You can heat it at home to save on cooking oil for one meal. Right now, the retail price of pork is about 1.2 to 1.3 yuan per jean." Su Nan set the price quite high because it's been seasoned with expensive spices. "Really? Are you trying to cheat us?" A woman with lots of freckles shouted sharply. It was Li Tsuehua, an experienced worker at the factory who often likes to get a good deal. "Yeah, who knows if your offal is clean? Don't make us sick." People around were talking quietly, buying only a little. Su Nan wasn't upset. She took out small toothpicks from her basket and picked the smallest pieces of leftover meat. "Whether it's tasty or not depends on your mouth. It's free to try 1 piece. If you don't like it, just turn around and leave. I won't stop you." She brought out a small plate of samples. Li Tsuehua was the first to reach out and grab a piece of fatty intestine. She wanted to find a fault to lower the price. But as soon as she tasted it, her face froze. The delicious aroma from her tongue all the way to her head made her forget her complaints. "Is this really large intestine?" Li Tsuehua asked vaguely while chewing. "Why doesn't it smell like poop at all?" "Miss, we wash it many times with fine yellow earth and white vinegar. The seasonings in the pot are from a proper pharmacy. If you think it's not worth it, you won't find this flavor anywhere else in the town."
Su Nan spoke calmly.
Next to her, Zhao Xiaoya quickly took a clean yellow paper bag, wrapped some meat, and waved it in front of the crowd. "Come and see. Wei family's secret recipe for marinated meat, the favorite for the women workers at the textile factory. Miss the shop and you won't find this taste again." The young female worker couldn't hold back anymore. She took out 50 cents and handed it over. "Give me a jean of fatty intestine. More broth, please."
"Got it."
Su Nan quickly cut the meat, and the fatty intestine on the chopping board made a crisp sound. She worked fast, not only weighing enough but also slipping in 2 pieces of dark, marinated dried meat. With the first customer leading, others started to rush in like crazy. "Half a jean of pig's head meat for me. I want a jean of fatty intestine too, and more marinated broth. Don't push. I've got all my money ready." In no time, the space under the old locust tree was packed with people. These women workers were usually tired after long shifts. Buying some braised food to pour over hot rice made an easy and delicious meal. Who would still want to cook at the stove after that? The meat in the wooden basin was disappearing right before their eyes. The sun climbed higher, and the thin shade of the old locust tree could no longer block the growing heat. The noise at the textile factory gate faded like the tide going out. The women who had just been crowding and shouting to buy food were now walking back into the factory, satisfied, each carrying a paper-wrapped bundle. Sister Nan Nan, I can't stay any longer. Zhao Xiaoya glanced at her plum blossom watch and stomped her foot anxiously. If I don't clock in soon, I'll lose my full attendance bonus this month. That's 2 yuan. She stuffed a handful of small change into Su Nan's apron pocket without even wiping the oil from her fingers. Go on, there's only a little left. I can handle it. Su Nan smiled, gave her a gentle push, and handed her a piece of marinated meat she had saved earlier. Eat it with your steamed bun at lunch. Zhao Xiaoya grinned, grabbed the meat, made a funny face at Su Nan, and ran toward the big iron gate, her 2 braids swinging behind her. Just before entering, she waved the meat at the gatekeeper. Uncle, I'll let you try some later. The old man laughed and waved his fan even faster. Su Nan watched her go, still smiling, when a shadow fell across her stall. A woman in her 50s stood there, her hair curled in a fashionable style, wearing a floral dacron blouse and carrying a neat bamboo basket. Before she spoke, her brows furrowed, and she lightly fanned her nose as if to brush away the dust of the roadside. This woman was Zhao Tsuea. She had gotten up late that morning and gone to the grocery store for some pork ribs, but by the time she arrived, only bare bones were left. Still fuming as she walked home, she was suddenly caught by the rich, tempting smell of braised meat. What are you selling here? She asked. Zhao Tsuea stretched her neck to look into the wooden basin, her eyes showing a hint of picky judgment but also a little craving. I could smell the aroma from far away. If someone didn't know better, they'd think someone spilled fragrant oil. Su Nan looked up. Although she didn't recognize the woman, her clothing and commanding attitude told her she was someone with money. Big sister, homemade pig's head and pork intestines. Quickly, Su Nan used long chopsticks to lift the last few good pieces of meat from the bottom of the basin. The shiny red color glistened invitingly in the sunlight. They just came out of the pot this morning. You're lucky to arrive now. Only these few premium pieces are left. If you come a bit later, it would just be broth. Zhao Tsuea wrinkled her nose in disgust. Pig offal? That's pretty dirty. Can you really eat that? She said this, but her eyes were fixed on the trembling pig's snout, and her throat involuntarily filled with saliva. The smell was just too good, better than the special canned food her oldly brought back. Big sister, you're an expert. You can tell at a glance if it's clean or not. Su Nan wasn't annoyed. She picked up a piece of pork intestine with her chopsticks and waved it in front of Zhao Tsuea. Look at this wall of the intestine. It's clear and shiny, with no fat or tendons. I scrubbed it with alkaline powder and vinegar over 10 times, more carefully than those big restaurants. Zhao Tsuea wasn't really disgusted. She was just used to acting aloof. She clicked her tongue twice, but finally couldn't resist the irresistible aroma. All right, weigh that pig snout for me and also half a gene of that. That big intestine, she pointed. Cut it into smaller pieces. I'm too lazy to do it myself. Wrap it in extra layers of this packaging paper. Don't get oil on my basket. It's new. Got it? I'll wrap it tightly for you. Soon and cut with a few crisp sounds. The pig's snout and intestines were sliced into even, thick pieces. She deliberately scooped more broth over them and added a few dried lily bulbs as a garnish. Then she wrapped everything in 2 layers of yellow grass paper and carefully tied it with grass string. Total is 2 pieces and 3. You give me 2 yuan. That's like opening for business at the start of the day, Su Nan said with a smile, handing it over. Hearing this, Zhao Tsuea was pleased 3 mao cheaper. Her face brightened considerably. These days, 3 mao could buy quite a few vegetables. She took out a crumpled 2 yuan note from her pocket and handed it over. She received a paper-wrapped package, and the warm, heavy feeling made her feel much better. You're good at doing business, Zhao Cui snorted, put the paper-wrapped package into her basket, and then, still worried, asked, Will you come again tomorrow? My husband really likes this. Yes. As long as there's no wind or rain. I'll be here at dawn. Only then did Zhao Cui turn around and walk away, swaying her hips. After sending off the difficult customer, the wooden basin was completely empty. Su Nan wasn't in a hurry to close up. She scraped around the edge of the basin with her iron shovel, gathering the thick, sticky broth stuck to the sides, along with a few unshaped pieces of meat and 2 broken intestines, all collected together. The appearance wasn't great, but the flavor was rich, full of the essence at the bottom. She wrapped it in a clean large lotus leaf and walked a few steps to the window of the message room. The old gatekeeper, Zhang, was pretending to hold a newspaper in front of his face, but his eyes kept wandering over Su Nan's stall. The delicious smell earlier had filled the message room, making his stomach rumble with hunger. Now he was swallowing his saliva. Grandpa Zhang, Su Nan knocked on the window frame. Today's not a good day. All the good meat has been snatched up. Don't mind these scraps. Take them home, boil some wine, and even if you don't eat meat, this broth with noodles is amazing. Old Zhang quickly threw his newspaper aside, no longer pretending. His wrinkled face broke into a big smile. He reached out, took the lotus leaf package, and sniffed deeply, looking delighted. Girl, you're too kind. These aren't just scraps. They're good stuff. Old Zhang didn't hold back. He dipped a finger into the broth and licked it, satisfied. All right, because you're so straightforward in doing business, from now on, this place under the locust tree is all yours. If anyone dares to try to take your stall, I'll grab a big broom and chase them away. That settled it. The king of hell is easy to see, but tricky little ghosts are hard to deal with. Trading leftover scraps for a sturdy stall is a good deal. Su Nan smiled and agreed a few words before turning back to pack up her stall. She took a deep breath, took off her apron, and shook off the dust. The whole morning had been like a battle. Though she was tired, holding the bulging money in her pocket, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction that words couldn't describe. Roughly estimating, after subtracting the cost for Brother Wei, I earned at least 20 yuan this morning. During a time when an ordinary worker earns only 30 or 40 yuan a month, this morning's income is enough to make someone very happy. She was about to move the wooden basin onto the cart when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure sitting on the curb. The person was wearing a loose striped shirt, old cloth shoes, and was chewing on a blade of grass, squinting as he watched Su Nan put money into her pocket. Su Nan's heart skipped a beat. What she feared most had come true. That was her younger brother, spoiled by their parents and always acting tough at home. What are you doing here? Su Nan asked coldly, like ice. Su Wei spat out a cigarette butt on the ground, stomped on it, and then grinned mischievously. Sis, what are you saying? I was just wandering around nearby, with some friends. I saw you from far away, but I thought you were taking care of your mother-in-law at old Wang's house. Why are you out here showing your face? As he spoke, he reached out to try to grab Su Nan's arm, but his eyes were fixed on the cloth bag. Wow. Looks like your business is good. What's in that basin? It smells so nice.
And this money.
Sis, you're making a fortune. Su Nan sidestepped to avoid his dirty hand, her face expressionless as she continued tying the rope. It's for selling to others. The money belongs to them. I have nothing to do here, so I'll leave now. Helping others sell, Su Wei clearly didn't believe it. He curled his lips, showing his unruly side, and stood right in front of the cart. Sis, you're too unkind. I'm your brother. Why are you hiding things from me? Our family raised you, and now you married into the Wang family to enjoy life. You haven't even come back to see our parents. I've been unlucky these days, lost some money and ran out of cigarettes. Just give me 10 yuan, and I won't say a word about you smelling of oil and dirt here. 10 yuan? Su Nan almost laughed out loud. He was talking so big, acting like she was printing money. Back in her family, she was the housekeeper, doing the dirtiest work and eating leftovers. After marrying into the Wang family, Wang Jiangwo's mother kept a tight grip on the money, and she had no spare change. Every time Su Wei went to see her at Wang's house, he either asked for money or things. If she couldn't give him anything, he would go home and get scolded by their parents for being ungrateful. Su Nan tightly pulled the rope, tying a firm knot, and sharply stared at Su Wei. No money at all. Move aside. Su Wei was stunned. The once timid sister, who never dared to speak loudly before, seemed like a different person today. That gaze actually made him feel a bit scared inside. But then, his anger from being insulted quickly surged.
Su Nan.
Who are you fooling with? Su Wei's face darkened as he pointed at Su Nan's nose and scolded, "Don't be shameless. Do you think marrying Wang Zhengwo makes you better than others? Don't forget who your parents are. I might tell Dad that you're secretly hiding savings outside and don't care about the family's safety." He still thought Su Nan was the obedient daughter-in-law of the Wang family. Su Nan sneered coldly, pushed the cart, and the wheel directly pressed against Su Wei's foot.
Ow.
Damn it. Su Wei jumped back in shock. Are you crazy? Go tell Dad if you want to scold me. Let him come himself. Su Nan stopped, and her clear eyes were full of coldness. And I have nothing to do with the Wang family now. Don't expect to get a single grain of rice from me anymore. From now on, when we meet, pretend you don't know me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, she completely ignored Su Wei's shocked and twisted face and strode away with the cart. Su Wei stood there, watching Su Nan's distant figure, trembling with anger.
Damn.
This crazy woman must have taken the wrong medicine. He spat a thick loogie on the ground. How dare she be so arrogant with me? When I get home, I'll tell Dad. I'll break her legs. While he was cursing, a few unruly young men in flashy shirts and bell-bottom pants approached from the side of the wall. They clearly looked like troublemakers. A rough-looking guy with a face full of pimples stomped out a cigarette on the ground, showing a lecherous smile, and nudged Su Wei with his elbow. Hey, Weizi, is that your sister? I couldn't see clearly from far away, but now that I look closer, your second sister is pretty good. That figure, that waist, better than the daughter of that factory boss we chased in the alley last time. Exactly. Although Su Wei hated that Su Nan wouldn't give him money, he also felt a strange sense of pride about her. My second sister is the most beautiful girl in our village. If she hadn't married that useless Wang Zhengwo, she could have gotten a lot of bride price. It's a pity about the factory director's daughter last time. Gongzi looked gloomy, touching the back of his head, where there was still a swelling. We were almost done, then that guy suddenly appeared. The pig butcher. What's his name? Oh, I think it's Wei Yi. When mentioning Wei Yi, the faces of these thugs turned very unpleasant. That night, the man who looked like a dark god of destruction, holding a brick, chased after them alone, fighting with a fierce determination that still gives me chills when I think about it. Don't mention that crazy dog, Ma Zi cursed. In the shadow at the foot of the wall, a few second-rate thugs sat in a row, cigarette butts flickering like ghost fires on a graveyard. Gongzi touched his head again, still swollen and painful to the touch. His face twisted in pain, and he spat blood-streaked saliva onto the ground. Damn it, Wei Lao-san, that bastard. I will settle this score someday. Gongzi bit the cigarette butt, his voice coming out through clenched teeth, full of anger. That brick almost took me out that night. If we don't get revenge, how can we keep messing around in this area? Ma Zi chuckled, his face full of pits that looked even greasier in the sunlight. Gongzi, we have to get revenge. But that Wei guy is pretty tough. If we fight him head-on, we might get hurt. We need a sneaky plan. Su Wei listened, stunned. He was just a thug, only daring to act tough at home. Facing someone like Wei Yi, who dared to stab with a knife, he felt nervous. Hey, what do you guys think about Wei Yi? Su Wei moved closer, trying to get friendly, and also vent his anger about being humiliated by Su Nan earlier. Did that guy really kill someone? I look at his eyes like a wolf. Whether he's killed someone or not, he's definitely a crazy person. Gongzi looked grim. Last time, he really fought hard for that factory director's daughter. If we want to mess with him, we have to catch him alone, or maybe... Gongzi squinted, looking toward the alley where Su Nan disappeared, a wicked smile on his face. Then he shifted the topic back to women. Wei Zi, was that woman really your sister? She looked pretty decent. Why is she out here doing this kind of work? On the cart, there was a wooden basin. I just smelled it and felt something was wrong. It smelled strangely good, almost suspicious. Hearing this, Su Wei got very angry. Nonsense. That's a treacherous person. A daughter who's married is like water spilled on the ground. Now that she has money, she doesn't even recognize her own brother. You saw earlier, that bag of money is worth at least dozens of yuan. Damn it, I don't know which wild man she's hooking up with helping him sell this junk. He didn't even consider Wei Yi. In his eyes, Wei Yi was just a butcher covered in blood. What else could he do besides slaughter pigs? As for Su Nan, she was just a girl who could cook and light fires, a person who gets pushed around. How could these two be involved in any business together? Dozens of yuan. Ma Zi's eyes lit up. He greedily licked his lips. That's a lot of money. Wei Zi, since she's your sister, this should be easy. We'll handle it later. A few people huddled together, speaking in very low voices, whispering and occasionally chuckling mischievously. Su Wei listened, and his face changed from hesitation to excitement. Finally, he nodded fiercely.
All right.
As long as I can get the money, I'll do anything. That ungrateful girl shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. Meanwhile, Su Nan pushed an empty cart, walking lightly. Although Su Wei's appearance earlier was disgusting, like a fly, it didn't ruin her good mood. The stack of cash in her pocket was her greatest confidence in life. She first went to the county's traditional medicine shop. Nowadays, seasonings weren't yet sold in supermarkets as ready-made powder packs. To make authentic pickled flavors, you had to buy spices from the pharmacy. Boss, 2 ounces of star anise, 3 ounces of cinnamon, some cumin, cloves, and grass fruit. Su Nan stood at the counter, skillfully naming the herbs. The old shopkeeper, wearing reading glasses and reading a newspaper, looked up in surprise. Miss, are you planning a big meal? That's quite a lot. I'm running a small business at home. Su Nan didn't explain much. She simply smiled and handed over the money. Please weigh it accurately. If the quality is good, I'll come often. Hearing it was a long-term deal, the old shopkeeper quickly measured and weighed the herbs, then wrapped them into neat little packages with yellow paper, tying each with a piece of string. This herb fruit is a good thing. It really helps remove the smell and enhances the flavor. The old shopkeeper handed over the medicine bag and casually added, but you need to remove the core, or it will taste bitter. Su Nan's eyes lit up. She thought he was an expert. She nodded repeatedly. Got it, thank you. After buying the spices, Su Nan went to the supply store and bought 10 jin of coarse salt, 2 bottles of aged vinegar, and a big bag of baking soda. These are essential for cleaning the slaughterhouse, and she definitely couldn't skip them. Once everything was neatly packed on the cart, the sun was already at its highest point. Su Nan wiped the sweat from her forehead, but didn't feel tired. She pushed the cart straight to the meat processing plant.
It was the shift change time.
The main gate was full of bicycles, and workers in rubber aprons came and went. The air was filled with the smell of fresh pig blood and the burnt smell of pig hair. As soon as Su Nan parked her cart at the guardhouse, she saw Ma Lu jump out of the workshop like a monkey. Girl. My dear girl. Ma Lu was holding a boning knife, the blade covered with oil, and his face was flushed with excitement. You finally came. If you didn't come soon, those greedy guys in our workshop might have swallowed Brother Wei whole. Su Nan was amused by his exaggerated manner. What's going on, Brother Lu? Is something wrong? Wrong? Something big is happening. Ma Lu tucked the knife into his leather belt and pointed toward the workshop. This morning's breakfast has taken the souls of those guys. Now they're not working properly. All gathered around Brother San, asking if there's more braised meat. Just then, the tall figure of Wei Yi appeared at the workshop entrance. He had already taken off his work clothes, wearing only a black vest that showed his strong arms and well-defined muscles, with beads of sweat glistening on his skin. He carried 2 large iron buckets, used for collecting wastewater. Seeing Su Nan, Wei Yi's usually cold face softened a little. He took a few steps over, his gaze first lingering on Su Nan's slightly reddened cheeks, then settling on the cart. Sold out? His voice was deep and had his characteristic magnetic tone. Not even the broth is left. Su Nan patted the empty wooden basin, smiling happily, like a cat that had just caught prey. We underestimated how much oil and water those big guys had in their stomachs. Brother Wei, today's amount needs to be doubled. Wei didn't speak, just nodded. Before he could say okay, a group of men came out from behind him. Leading the group was Zhang, the chubby guy holding a cold steamed bun. His small, bright eyes were sharply watching Su Nan, or rather, the empty bucket beside her. Is this the girl from Wei Third's family? Zhang's loud voice made everyone's ears ring. Girl, your skills are amazing. This morning, I had a small piece of fatty sausage, and I've been thinking about it all afternoon. Do you have more? Even some crumbs would be great. Yeah, girl. We've all heard that the women at the textile factory are fighting over her. Since we're nearby, we should get our turn first. Girl, save me 2 Jean for tomorrow. No, 3 Jean. I have money. A tall, thin man took out a handful of paper money and waved it, trying to give it to Su Nan. Suddenly, the factory gate looked like a market. These rough men, who usually carry knives, were now eager to pay and reserve their share for food. Su Nan watched this lively crowd, feeling her mind working quickly. This is all money. Everyone, please don't rush. Su Nan cleared her throat, her voice clear and bright. Today, we really don't have any left. The raw materials are still in Brother Wei's bucket. But since everyone is so supportive, tomorrow morning I'll have someone set aside a special batch for our factory. Right at the door. First come, first served.
Great.
Zhang clapped his thigh loudly. Girl, you speak so well. Wei third, you're lucky to have such a capable partner. Wei Yi didn't respond to their teasing. He simply took a step forward quietly, blocking their eager eyes with his body, protecting Su Nan behind him. All right, everyone, disperse. Wei Yi looked serious as he placed the 2 large iron buckets on the cart with a loud clang. The heavy weight made the tires flatten slightly. Don't delay work. His words carried weight in the factory. Seeing that there was no more chance, the crowd started to leave, still shouting, "Make sure to save some." After everyone left, Wei Yi turned around and looked at the 2 full buckets. This place is full of freshly cleaned pig intestines, lungs, and stomachs, all bloodied and slimy, with a strong smell. That's too much. Su Nan looked at the overflowing offal and frowned slightly. Cleaning these things takes a lot of effort. With so much, she might have to work until late at night. It's okay, Wei Yi said, grabbing the handle of the cart. His muscles tensed suddenly. Ma Lu and I will help you. Huh. Su Nan was surprised. Ma Lu chuckled happily, showing his big, white teeth. Girl, don't be shy. With so much intestines, your small arms and legs won't be enough to scrub it all. Besides, I'm going with third brother, not just for fun. It's so we can share a hot meal tonight. This is called early investment. Wei Yi didn't talk much. He just looked at Su Nan with a calm expression that made her feel very safe. Get in the cart, he said simply. No need, I can walk. Get in the cart, Wei Yi repeated, his tone gentle but firm, leaving no room for refusal. And we still need to buy coal balls. The road is far. Su Nan couldn't argue anymore. She turned and sat on the side of the cart. Wei Yi pulled the cart. Even with 2 heavy buckets of offal and 1 person, he seemed to lift it easily. He took big, steady steps, pulling the cart along the bumpy dirt road. Ma Lu rode his broken bicycle nearby, humming a tune. The setting sun stretched their shadows long. Su Nan sat on the cart, watching Wei Yi's broad back. His black tank top was soaked with sweat, and as he moved, the muscles on his back rippled faintly. A feeling of deep security filled her heart. Back at the Wang family, not only was no one helping with the work, but even speaking a word required watching their faces. Now she could stand tall earning money, and she had someone by her side. What's for dinner tonight? Wei Yi's voice suddenly broke her thoughts. This man, so cool just now, was also thinking about food. Su Nan couldn't help but smile. Her laughter was carried away by the evening breeze. Pig stomach stuffed with chicken, plus braised pork intestines, full and satisfying. Wei Yi, walking ahead, quickened his pace, and even his figure seemed happier. At the county party committee's family compound, the small mansion of the Li family is brightly lit. Zhao Tsuya is wearing an apron with peony patterns, carefully opening a paper-wrapped package. Although the tempting aroma from the roadside stall had already caught her attention, she still feels a bit uneasy about serving this unrefined pig offal on their fine redwood round table. After all, Old Li is the factory director and cares about appearances. Their family usually eats fish and meat every day, but only proper lean meat or ribs. To Zhao Tsuya, Pig intestines and pig snouts are just leftovers for the poor to enjoy. Why does this smell so strong? Zhao Tsuya frowns, but she doesn't stop working. As she peels away the last layer of paper, a powerful, commanding aroma of braised meat suddenly fills the room, like a wild beast long held back, bursting free in the bright, white-walled dining room. This isn't just the smell of meat. It carries the heavy scent of star anise and cinnamon, the numbing spice of Sichuan pepper, and a mysterious herbal sweetness that seems to seep into your nose. Is this really pig offal? Or has the pig meat been coated in gold? Zhao Tsuya swallows hard. Her earlier dislike is now completely replaced by the irresistible aroma. She carefully places the sliced bright red intestines and translucent pig snouts on a delicate porcelain plate with gold edges, neatly arranged. She sprinkles a little chopped green onion on top and drizzles a spoonful of the red oil braising sauce she just prepared. With this presentation, it almost looks like a signature dish from a state-run restaurant. The sound of shoes being changed into slippers and the muffled thud of a briefcase being placed on the cabinet come from the hallway. Li Minghui walks in looking tired. He is a typical old-school cadre, usually serious and reserved, but right now, his nose twitches involuntarily twice. Whose birthday is it today? Why does it smell like special meat? Li Minghui loosens his uniform buttons, washes his hands, and glances toward the dining room. Even your birthday isn't more important than your big factory director's stomach. Zhao Tsuya brings out the plate, wearing a slightly apologetic smile. I didn't find good ribs today. Passing by the textile factory gate, I saw a young woman selling this. The smell was so good I bought some. Try it, and if you don't like it, I'll throw it away. Li Minghui sits down, his gaze fixed on the shiny, bright red meat. He is someone who appreciates good food and fine wine. Looking at the color of this meat, you can tell it is cooked just right. Why pour it out? Wasting food is shameful. Li Minghui turned around, took half a bottle of unfinished Maotai from the liquor cabinet, and poured himself a small glass. Perfect, this will be a good snack. At this moment, the door on the second floor suddenly slammed open. Li Fong, dressed in pajamas, stomped down in slippers. She had been grounded these days and was upset with the family, her face showing clear signs of annoyance. But her feet seemed to have their own mind, drifting toward the dining table guided by the smell. Eat, Li Minghui said firmly, tapping the table. Li Fong pouted and sat down. She wanted to be stubborn and say she wasn't hungry, but the dish of pork intestines was just too tempting. The red oil dripped down the intestines, making her cheeks tingle just looking at it. She couldn't resist and used chopsticks to pick up a piece. The moment she tasted it, her big eyes, usually a bit playful and stubborn, widened in surprise. It was incredibly delicious. The intestines were cleaned very thoroughly, with no unpleasant organ smell at all. The outer skin was slightly crispy and chewy, while the fat inside melted on the tongue. The rich meat aroma mixed with complex spices exploded like a small bomb in her mouth. The more she chewed, the more flavorful it became, and after swallowing, a faint sweetness remained in her mouth. Li Fong, no longer feeling stubborn, quickly picked up another piece of pig's cheek. It was full of collagen, chewy and elastic, and with a bit of spicy oil, it was simply perfect. Eat slowly, no one is fighting you for it. Zhao Tsuya, watching her daughter gobble the food, felt both amused and a little annoyed. She also took a piece and put it in her mouth. After tasting it, she stopped complaining. At first, she was disgusted, but now she found it truly delicious. This cooking skill was definitely better than the master chefs at the factory cafeteria by 3 points. Li Minghui was even more satisfied. With a sip of wine and a bite of intestines, his serious face relaxed, and the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes showed his contentment. This tastes just right. Where did you buy it? Next time, have the driver buy more and let Old Chin try some too. It's from the textile factory area. Zhao Tsuya, chewing her meat, mumbled vaguely. Looks like the young wife over there is quite capable. Oh, and these pig ears are crispy. Next time, I need to buy some pig ears. A family of 3 was gathered around a plate of offal that they usually looked down on, eating without raising their heads or opening their eyes. The meat on the plate was disappearing quickly, and even the cold cucumber salad was ignored. After a few drinks and some tasty dishes, Li Minghui was in a good mood. He hummed a tune he didn't know and went to the living room to read the newspaper. Zhao Chui saw the right moment and put down her chopsticks. Her sharp eyes flicked around Li Fong and asked casually, "Fong Fong, you've eaten the meat, and your anger should be gone now, right? Did you see that little Wong at the park this afternoon?" The atmosphere at the table instantly froze. Li Fong had just picked up the last piece of dried lily flower when she heard this. The piece dropped back into the plate with a snap, splashing a few drops of red oil. "I saw him," Li Fong said, slamming her chopsticks on the table. All her good mood from earlier was gone, and her face looked longer than the Changbai Mountains. "So how is that little Wang? Is he a talented young man?" Zhao Chui leaned forward eagerly. "I heard he just got promoted to deputy section chief. He has a bright future. Plus, his family is well off from a scholarly family. He's a good match for you." Li Fong rolled her eyes and sneered through her nose. "Scholarly family? I think he's just a bookworm." "Mom, you haven't seen him. He wears glasses thicker than a bottle bottom, speaks softly like a mosquito, and when he meets me, he recites poetry, something like 'Softly I Leave,' which made me want to grind my teeth. That's because he's cultured. He understands romance." Zhao Chui wasn't happy and poked the table with her finger. "What do you know? These days, a good diploma is precious. Do you have to find a rough guy who yells at you every day to be happy? I just like men with a bit of manliness." Li Fong held her head high, and her mind involuntarily recalled the night when Wei Yi carried a brick to protect her. That wild strength and power, that's real manliness. Compared to Wei Yi, that little Wang who screams at the sight of bugs and needs a handkerchief to wipe sweat after walking a few steps is just a baby who hasn't been weaned. That little Wang, he needs a handkerchief to wipe his sweat after walking a few steps. One time, I almost sprained my ankle, and he stood so far away I was afraid he'd get hit by something. Li Fong got angrier the more she talked. She stood up decisively. "Men like that, whoever wants to marry them can marry them. I won't. If I marry, I want someone who can handle things and protect me." Zhao Chui was so angry that her blood pressure rose quickly. She grabbed a fan from the table and said, "You little girl, I think you're crazy. Are you still thinking about that pig butcher? I tell you, there's no way. As long as I, Zhao Chui, am alive, you won't jump into that dangerous place. He's not a pig butcher. He's a hero." Li Fong shouted loudly, her eyes starting to turn red. "And what's wrong with being a pig butcher? Isn't that pig's intestines also made by a pig butcher? You ate more than anyone just now." This remark hit Zhao Chui hard, leaving her speechless. She looked at the empty plate, her face changing from red to white, and she opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. "Anyway, I won't go. If you keep forcing me tomorrow, I will. I will stop eating." Li Fong threw out this harsh promise, turned around, and hurried upstairs. With a loud bang, she locked herself in her room. Zhao Chui clutched her chest, gasping angrily, pointing upstairs and scolding. "This is too much."
Stopping eating?
"I think you're just hungry. If you had the guts, you wouldn't have eaten that half plate of meat just now." In the living room, Li Minghui shook the newspaper, sighed, and pretended not to hear anything. But his eyes showed more deep thought. It seemed that this girl was truly starting to care. The flames in the stove licked the bottom of the pot, making crackling sounds. The 2 large iron tubs used for soaking water had been cleaned until shiny and were turned upside down at the wall to drain. Right now, in this dilapidated mud brick house, a stronger, more captivating aroma than during the day was brewing. Sunan held a large iron spoon, slowly stirring in a boiling big pot. Inside the pot, what was boiling was not ordinary soup, but a thick, milky white broth. A thoroughly cleaned pig stomach, free of any strange smell, floated like a round ball in the soup. Inside the pig stomach was a whole Sanwang chicken. This was Sunan's special skill, pig stomach wrapped chicken. A handful of crushed white peppercorns, along with red dates and goji berries, were bubbling in the soup. The spicy aroma, mixed with the sweetness of chicken and the richness of pig stomach, rose with the steam. It drifted out through the slightly open window cracks, reaching the yard, and then spreading further down the village road. Oh my goodness! Malu was squatting by the stove, helping to add firewood. The strong smell made him drool and swallow hard, his throat feeling all tangled up. Nami, you're risking your life. This isn't just cooking. It's like making a fairy pill. If this smell gets out, tonight our broken door frame will definitely be trampled flat by the village dogs. Sunan smiled as she threw sliced ginger into the pot to remove the fishy smell, then covered it and turned down the heat to simmer slowly. This is specially made to help you get rid of dampness. Working with pigs every day, dealing with water and blood, this peppery pig stomach chicken is the best for warming the stomach. Also, I've braised the pork intestines in the small pot over there. They're really tender and flavorful. Wei Yi sat on a small stool. This is specially made to help you get rid of dampness. Working with pigs every day, dealing with water and blood, this peppery pig stomach chicken is the best for warming the stomach. Also, I've braised the pork intestines in the small pot. This house was really old, peeling paint, exposing yellow mud and straw underneath. The window paper was just glued on with newspaper. But for some reason, looking at the busy, smoky scene in front of the stove and smelling the rich aroma of meat filling the room, Wei Ye's empty heart felt like it was suddenly filled with a warm bundle of straw. Before, when he returned to this yard, it was cold and silent, with only the smell of blood that couldn't be washed away and the silence of death everywhere. Now it actually had a bit of a home feeling. How much longer? Wei Yi carefully placed the cut bamboo skewers aside, his voice low and with a hint of barely noticeable impatience. Almost there. Just fish out the pig's stomach, cut it into strips, and it's ready to eat. 20 minutes later, the plump pig stomach was lifted out. Soon and quickly cut it open, revealing the chicken inside, which was already tender and falling apart, almost bone-free with a gentle touch. The pig's stomach was sliced into finger-width strips, and the chicken was torn into large chunks. They were tossed back into the creamy white soup to simmer for a bit, then sprinkled with a handful of chopped green onions. When this bowl was brought to the table, even the air seemed thick and sticky. Let's get started. Malu couldn't wait anymore. Without worrying about burning his tongue, he scooped up a big bowl of soup and took a big sip. The spicy, peppery heat rushed down his throat straight into his stomach, making him shiver all over and opening his pores wide. Then, he quickly stuffed a piece of pig stomach into his mouth. It was crispy, chewy, and full of texture. He also took a bite of tender chicken, which was so fresh it made his head tingle.
Wow.
That's so good. Malu was sweating from eating and shouted happily, "Third brother, from now on, you won't want to change your life even if you become a fairy." Wei Yi didn't say anything, but his hands, which usually only knew how to kill pigs with a knife, were now moving the chopsticks so fast it was shocking. After finishing a big bowl of soup, his usually cold face turned a little red, and the fierce look in his eyes softened a lot. Zhao Xiaoya was also a good eater. She was gnawing on a chicken leg while vaguely reporting her work. "Sister Nan, you don't know. When I went back to the factory this afternoon, those sisters almost tore me apart. They all regretted not buying more in the morning. They said they wanted to take some home for their men and kids, and even licked the plates clean. Several of them asked me to save some for them tomorrow because they want to take it back to their families." Zhao Xiaoya wiped some oil from her mouth. "We'll go again tomorrow. One bowl definitely won't be enough. I think if we keep at it, maybe in a couple of months, Sister Nan, you could become the first 10,000 yuan household in our county." 10,000 yuan household. Malu's eyes widened. "That's great. Then I can also benefit and brag about it outside." Sunan poured Wei Yi another bowl of soup, smiling. "A 10,000 yuan household might be a stretch, but as long as we're willing to work hard, refurbishing this broken house and reinforcing Brother Wei's courtyard wall, we can make some money." Wei Yi tightened his grip on the bowl. He looked at Su Nan, then at the rundown environment around him. Refurbishing the house? That word was so unfamiliar to him. He had never thought about settling down in this world. Just getting by, making sure he and his family had enough to eat. But now, looking into Su Nan's bright eyes, he inexplicably felt that fixing up this broken place might not be such a bad idea. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, the atmosphere was boiling. The smell of pig stomach and chicken was so tempting. It wasn't as strong as marinated dishes, but it was very penetrating. As the evening breeze blew, the aroma drifted through the alleyways into each household. At the east end of the village, in the Wang family's yard, Wang Jingwo sat at the dining table with a grim face. In front of him a plate of stir-fried cabbage that had turned black and a few cold, hard cornbreads. Lily sat nearby, delicate and soft, covering her nose with a look of disgust. Mom, why is this cabbage so salty again? I've told you many times I can't eat too much salt. It's bad for my skin. Lily picked up a chopstickful and then threw it back onto the plate. Old Lady Lu was at the door, holding her rice bowl and cooling off in the breeze. Hearing this, she slammed her chopsticks on the table, her face stretching longer than a donkey's. If you don't like the salt, make it yourself. When that someone was here, I didn't see you all have so many complaints. Now that she's gone, our life is impossible, right? As soon as she finished speaking, a strong smell of rich meat soup drifted into the yard, carried by the wind. It was the aroma of chicken, mixed with a spicy hint of pepper. Gurgle. Wang Jingwo's stomach suddenly growled loudly. He was someone who cared about appearances, enjoying good food outside, but at home, it was just plain rice and vegetables. This smell told him it was something nourishing, better than what the state-run restaurant served. Whose house is this? It's late at night, and they're still cooking? This smell is like a whole chicken stew. Lily swallowed hard, her eyes darting toward the wall outside. At this moment, second aunt from next door was passing by with a rice bowl. Seeing old Lady Lu stretching her neck to smell the aroma, she couldn't help but mockingly say, "Hey, Aunt Lu, don't you know? That smell is drifting over from the west end of the village. I heard your former daughter-in-law, Su Nan, is now doing very well with Wei Lao-san. This morning, she pushed a full cart of meat to the county town, and when she came back, she was carrying the money in burlap sacks. Now, tonight, she's celebrating with lots of big fish and meat." What? Old Lady Lu almost dropped her bowl, her cloudy eyes widening in disbelief and crazy jealousy. Are you saying Su Nan, that troublemaker? She made money? And she used burlap sacks. Exactly. Several villagers saw it. Su Nan was selling at a stall outside the textile factory, and her business was booming. She took all the money from those workers. TSK, turns out you can't judge a book by its cover. After leaving your Wang family, she actually got rich. After saying this, second aunt happily left, leaving the Wang family's yard in complete silence. Wang Jingwo's face instantly turned a sickly color. He clenched the chopsticks tightly in his hand. With a loud snap, the bamboo chopstick broke in half.
Su Nan.
That yellow-faced woman who only knows how to serve others politely, the woman he threw away like trash, can she really make money? And make a lot of money? This feels worse than killing him. Rebel. Rebellious. Old Lady Lu suddenly jumped up from the bench, shouting loudly, "That little brat, sneaky and untrustworthy. When she was with us, she acted like a dead person. As soon as she left, her true nature showed. That money should have belonged to our Wang family. She ate and drank for free at our house for 10 years. All that money was her secret stash." Her crazy logic spun quickly in her mind. In her view, even a single hair on Su Nan's head should belong to the Wang family. Now that Su Nan is rich, it means she stole money from the Wang family. Mom, stop talking so much. Although Wang Jingwo was also furious, he cared about his reputation. His ex-wife left him and is doing better now. That felt like a slap in his face. I don't care. Old Lady Lu's greed took over again. She grabbed Wang Jingwo's arm, nails digging into his flesh. Jingwo, you've seen the world. You can't just watch that little troublemaker use our family's luck to support her lover. That's a whole bag of money. If we had that money, why would we need this broken cabbage? Lily, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up, her eyes turning. Jingwo, isn't the country cracking down hard now? What's it called? Speculating and trading? I heard that selling things on the street without a license can get you arrested and sent to jail. Wang Jingwo was stunned for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Although there has been reform and opening up, policies haven't fully relaxed yet, especially in small towns like this. Private businesses are still under strict scrutiny. Su Nan, a rural woman, doesn't have a business license. She doesn't have a health permit. Selling openly on the street is considered disrupting market order and speculation. Lily is right. Wang Jiangwo suddenly stood up, throwing the unappetizing cabbage onto the ground. The sound of the plate shattering was sharp. That way Lao Sen also has a criminal record. These two working together in this business, it must be shady. Maybe that meat is from sick pigs. Old Lady Lu, upon hearing she could arrest Su Nan, showed a vicious, wicked smile on her wrinkled face. In the dim night, she looked especially terrifying. Arrest her. I must arrest her. First thing tomorrow, I'll go to the county. I want to report her to the Market Management Office. No, the Market Supervision Bureau. I'll accuse her of profiteering and selling harmful meat. Old Lady Lu became more excited as she spoke, as if she already saw Su Nan in handcuffs, kneeling before her, begging for mercy. She also seemed to imagine the money in the sack returning to her pocket. Thinking about the 500 yuan she gave during the divorce made her heart ache. That little brat, wanting to turn things around?
Dream on.
I will make her spit out everything she ate and serve her time in prison. Wang Jiangwo pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, a cold light flashing behind the lenses. No need to wait until tomorrow. I'll write the report tonight. First thing in the morning, we'll wait at the village entrance. If she dares to push her cart out, we'll block her directly and make a big fuss. Let's see how capable Old Wei is. Can he really protect a profiteer? The night wind grew colder. In the dilapidated house at the west end of the village, Su Nan was discussing tomorrow's stall plan with Wei Yi and Ma Lu, unaware of the approaching storm.
She didn't sleep well that night.
Her dreams were filled with the sounds of chopping pig grass at the Wang family. When she woke up, the sky outside was still a dull gray. A faint metallic clink came from the yard. Su Nan put on her clothes and opened the door. Wei was already waiting at the door. He wore only a faded green vest for convenience, his muscles bulging with each movement, which made her feel strangely more at ease. Are you awake? Wei walked straight into the yard, holding a piece of rope to tighten the bucket handles so the soup wouldn't spill on bumpy roads. Today there are a lot of goods and they're heavy. Just stay nearby and watch. No need to push the cart yourself. Su Nan washed her face, feeling more energetic. Looking at the two buckets full of hope, she couldn't help but smile. That won't do. It's several miles, and we're leaving a bit late today. I can help a little on the way. Last night's pig stomach chicken feast was so satisfying that she was almost up until midnight. Plus, today's preparations had doubled in size, and packing everything into buckets took quite some effort. The sun was already rising high, and the village roosters had crowed for the third time. Two people left the broken courtyard. Wei Yi was in front, pulling the cart. The over 200 jin of goods felt light in his hands, and the cart axle spun very quickly. Su Nan was behind, slightly helping, as they followed the dirt road toward the village entrance. By now, a few people who had gotten up early to work had already started. They caught the smell of the savory braised aroma drifting in the wind, and one by one, they couldn't help but stop their hoes and sniff. Looks like Old Wei is about to get rich, someone whispered. As they approached the big locust tree at the village entrance, the road narrowed. Su Nan was thinking about whether to wrap the food in oil paper or have everyone bring their own bowls and chopsticks to save costs when Wei Yi suddenly stopped his feet. The cart made a sharp screeching sound. What's wrong? Su Nan peeked out from behind the back of the cart. He saw that on the main road at the village entrance, there was a thick, rotten piece of wood lying across the path. Behind the wood, Grandma Lu sat on a small folding stool, looking like a guardian god, gently swinging a broken palm fan. Next to her, Wang Jiangwo's foolish nephew was hitting ants on the ground with a stick, looking menacing. When Wei Yi stopped, Grandma Lu's drooping eyelids suddenly lifted, and her eyes flashed with greedy and malicious light. She slowly stood up, brushed the dirt off her backside. Her posture didn't look like a typical rural old lady, but more like a mountain king collecting tolls from travelers in the old days. Hey, isn't that our village's big shot? Grandma Lu sneered sarcastically. Getting an early start to go make money? Not even greeting your elders. No manners at all. Wei Yi frowned. His deep-seated disgust made him not want to waste words with this old woman. He kept a serious face and was about to go around the wood. Stop right there. Suddenly, Grandma Lu shouted sharply, quick as a monkey, and lunged forward, grabbing the edge of the cart with both hands. If you want to pass today, you'll have to step over my wife first. Spitting and cursing, her dry hands reached toward the bucket. Let me see what treasure is inside. Did you steal from old Wang's family? Wei Ye's eyes sharpened. He suddenly grabbed Old Lady Lu's wrist, but didn't squeeze hard. Old Lady Lu let out a loud scream like a pig being slaughtered. Someone's been murdered. Wei Lao-san has killed someone. Everyone, come see. This butcher is trying to harm an old person. This shout drew the nearby villagers, who were preparing to leave or passing by with water. The village entrance is a gathering spot, so soon a crowd formed around them. Su Nan stepped out from behind the car. Seeing Old Lady Lu acting so unruly and shameless, he felt anger rising inside him. Old Lady Lu, you can eat food carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. His voice was quiet but cold. Wang Jiangwo and I are already divorced. It's clear in black and white. I now run my own business with my skills. Does that have anything to do with your Wang family? Of course it does. Old Lady Lu, seeing more people, got even more excited. She sat on the ground, slapped her thigh, and cried out, "You ungrateful person. I fed you for 10 years, and now you're out making money? That's my son Jiangwo's hard-earned money." As she yelled, her eyes kept darting toward the iron bucket. The tempting smell of meat wafted into her nose, making her throat itch with greed. This meat was bought with stolen money. It's stolen goods. Today, this cart of stuff must be confiscated as compensation for the money we wasted on you, Old Lady Lu said, trying to lift the lid of the bucket. Her greedy look made it seem like she wanted to swallow all the meat inside. The villagers around started pointing and whispering. Old Lady Lu is too shameless. She's divorced, but she still wants to extort money. But where did Su Nan get the money? Could it really be? Nonsense. I saw it last night. It was Wei Lao-san who helped. That old woman is just jealous because he's making money. Wei Yi was so angry with this meddlesome old woman that his veins bulged. He wasn't afraid of a fight, but she was an old woman nearing the end of her life. If he touched her, she could blame him forever. He stepped in front of Su Nan like a mountain, his voice deep and frightening. "Get out of the way. I won't move." Old Lady Lu was determined. She relied on her age, thinking no one would dare to hit her. She even grabbed the wheel of the cart. "If you have the guts, run me over. As long as I don't let go, none of you can leave today." Jiang Wo said you're involved in illegal activities. They're going to be taken to jail. Soon, I will report you to the authorities. When the crowd heard the words speculation and illegal trading, they instantly quieted down. Nowadays, being accused of such things is no joke. If you're unlucky, you might end up in prison. Su Nan looked at Grandma Lu's confident face and understood what was really going on. This wasn't just a disturbance. It was clearly a plan made with Wang Jiangwo to cut her off from her livelihood. "Grandma Lu, since you say we're going to jail, why are you blocking us? Step aside and let us go to the county. Let the officials judge who is being unreasonable." Su Nan remained calm and turned the situation around. "I'm not stupid. If I let you run away, how can I catch you?" Grandma Lu tightly held onto the wheel of the cart, shouting, "Leave the stuff. Hand over the money. Otherwise, I won't get up from here." Just as both sides were at a standstill, and Grandma Lu's foolish nephew was shouting and trying to smash the barrel with a stick, a loud, commanding shout suddenly came from the crowd. Early in the morning, everyone just standing around, not working in the fields. The crowd parted like waves, making way. Standing there was village secretary Zhao Defa, with his hands behind his back, wearing a Zhongshan suit, looking stern. His sharp eyes swept over the scene, finally settling on Grandma Lu sitting on the ground, with a frown deep enough to catch flies.
"Secretary Zhao."
"You came just in time." Seeing Zhao Defa arrive, Grandma Lu thought her protector was here. She quickly got up and pointed at Su Nan and Wei Yi, complaining, "You must arrest these two speculators. They're doing illegal business in the village and even stealing money from old Wang's family. This is a serious ideological problem." Grandma Lu's mind was working fast. Wang Zhengwo was now a wealthy boss who had donated money to the village, so Zhao Defa would definitely side with the rich. But Zhao Defa didn't even look at her. Instead, he sniffed at the 2 barrels of marinated food, swallowed, then looked at Grandma Lu with a serious face. "Lu Guiying, you're getting old, and you don't feel ashamed?" Zhao Defa walked over to the cart with his hands behind his back, inspecting it carefully, as if checking the work. "What illegal trading? Do you have any proof?" "I think you're just confused." Old Lady Lu was stunned. "Party secretary, they are selling things on the street, and this is not. What is it?" Zhao Defa interrupted her directly, raising his voice by 8 degrees. "This is our village actively responding to the national call and running a rural side business pilot. Comrade Su Nan's skills are something I personally examined. This is a typical example of hardworking villagers becoming wealthy. How come it turns into speculation when it comes from your mouth?" As soon as he said this, everyone was surprised. A side business pilot? A model of wealth? Those are big labels to put on someone. Su Nan was slightly stunned but quickly reacted and almost couldn't hold back a laugh. "This Uncle Zhao is really a funny person. The pig stomach chicken last night and the marinated dishes a few days ago weren't wasted." Zhao Defa turned around, pointing at old Lady Lu's nose and scolding her. "You old woman, your awareness is too low. You look down on poor relatives just because your son earned a little money? Su Nan is self-reliant and you don't help, but try to block the way? I think you're the one ruining production. Believe it or not, I'll broadcast you on the loudspeaker for 3 days, and even your big boss son will get to show his face." Old Lady Lu was stunned by the scolding, opening her mouth wide and not coming to her senses for a long time. "This script is wrong. Why is the party secretary talking to this troublemaker? Quickly move aside." Zhao Defa's eyes widened. "If we delay our village's side business going to the city to make money, can you afford it?" Although old Lady Lu was fiery, she was inherently afraid of the party secretary. Especially when she heard about using the loudspeaker, she shivered in fear. That would be heard by the whole village. If Wang Zhengwo found out she had lost face like this, he definitely wouldn't be pleased when he returned. She sheepishly let go and didn't forget to glare fiercely at Su Nan, muttering, "Fine. I'll see how long you can keep this up." The broken wooden stick blocking the way was kicked away by Wei Yi and rolled into the stinky ditch by the roadside. Zhao Defa turned around, smiling at Su Nan with a softer look, lowering his voice. "Girl, go quickly. I have to go to the county for a meeting tonight, and I'll be back late. No one will be home to cook." Su Nan understood and cheerfully replied, "Don't worry, uncle. I'll have someone send food to Annie tonight. You won't miss your snacks." That's right. You're sensible." Zhao Defa happily patted the handlebar of the cart and waved his hand. "Everyone disperse. What are you looking at? Get back to work." Wei Yi pulled the cart again. As he passed Zhao Defa, he nodded slightly, showing he appreciated the gesture. The cart moved again, wheels rolling over the spot where Grandma Lu had sat earlier, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Nan looked back and saw Grandma Lu still standing there, stomping her feet. Behind an old, crooked tree, a figure in a gray suit flashed by. That was Wang Zhengwo. Su Nan withdrew his gaze, his expression turning colder. Wang's family was like vampires. They wouldn't give up easily. "Are you okay?" Wei Yi's voice floated over with the breeze. It was still firm, but sounded warm. "I'm fine." Su Nan took a few quick steps to catch up with him. After the commotion at the village entrance, Wei Yi's pace slowed noticeably. His eyes, always half closed, scanned the surroundings carefully. His muscles were tense, like a lone wolf ready to attack at any moment. Su Nan quickened his steps, placing a hand on the corner of the cart. He couldn't do much, but at least he shared some of the weight. "Brother Wei, relax," Su Nan said softly, looking at his stiff back. Secretary Zhao gave the go-ahead for this side job pilot program. Even if Wang Zhengwo is capable, he wouldn't dare cause trouble now. The village secretary is like an emperor here. His words are more powerful than county documents. Wei Yi didn't turn around. His Adam's apple moved as he cleared his throat, sounding a bit muffled. That old woman is a troublemaker. I'm not afraid she'll cause trouble, but I worry she might take advantage when I'm not around. What can she do when you're not here? Su Nan chuckled, his voice bright. I'm not made of mud. Besides, Xiaoya is going today. She's sharp-tongued. She's never lost a fight in the workshop. Even 2 Grandma Lu's wouldn't be enough to match her. Hearing this, Wei Ye's steps eased a little, but his brow remained tense. The 2 of them arrived under the old locust tree at the entrance of the county textile factory.
Wow.
It was only just past 6:30, but already a small crowd had gathered under the old locust tree. Yesterday, some workers who had tasted success before came back today, along with an elderly man who heard about the food and came to try it. There were also a few people dressed in neat shirts, looking like office workers or officials. Here they come. The meat lady is here. Sharp-eyed Grandpa Zhao shouted loudly, and the crowd quickly gathered around. Wow, girl, you're finally here. Yesterday, I took some of that offal home, and my wife almost choked on her tongue. Today, she gave me 2 yuan to buy 2 jin of fatty intestines. I want pig head meat. The one with the big mouth. Chewy and tasty. Don't push. I already ordered mine yesterday. Wei Yi stopped his cart under the shade of a tree. Without wasting words, he even didn't need Su Nan's help. He strained his arms and carefully lifted 2 large iron buckets, each weighing hundreds of jin. He lifted the lids, and the hot, fragrant smell of braised meat instantly spread through the area, filling the space. Everyone, don't rush. Line up, Wei Yi shouted sternly. His voice carried a strong, commanding tone, like a butcher's, and the noisy crowd immediately quieted down and lined up patiently. Su Nan quickly arranged the cutting board, sharpened his knife until it gleamed, and looked up at the big factory clock in the distance. Brother Wei, it's almost 7 o'clock. You should go to work now. Su Nan nudged Wei Yi's arm. Wei Yi stood like a post, not saying a word, just staring at the crowd. Wei Yi didn't move. He casually picked up a cloth and wiped the edge of the cutting board, where there was no dust at all. No rush, just a little longer. What are you waiting for? The meat factory is a bit far, and being late means losing money, Su Nan said, knowing Wei Yi was worried about trouble. He felt warm inside but kept urging, there are so many people watching. It's broad daylight. Who would dare to cause trouble? Just then, a girl in blue work pants pushed her way through the crowd, her 2 braids swinging as she ran. Big sister, Nan Nan. I'm here too. Zhao Xiaoya, sweaty and flushed, squeezed in, her big eyes full of cleverness. She was supposed to work the late shift today, but got up early to come help. Seeing Wei Yi still there, Zhao Xiaoya, who loved a good show, grinned and said cheerfully, Hey, third brother Wei, why aren't you leaving yet? Is it that you can't bear to part with Sister Nan Nan? Or is it the braised meat stall you can't let go of? Wei Ye's face, tanned from years in the sun, turned slightly red. He didn't reply but handed the cloth to Zhao Xiaoya. Watch the stall. After saying this, Wei Yi turned and walked away. He hadn't gone far when he stopped again. His tall figure looked a bit awkward in the morning light. He turned around, and through the crowd a few meters away, his gaze crossed the busy heads and landed precisely on Su Nan. If you need anything, call me at the factory. Su Nan was busy slicing meat for the first customer. Hearing this, she looked up, waved her knife, and smiled brighter than the rising sun. Got it. Go quickly. Wei Yi nodded, took a few steps, then looked back. TSK, 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 Zhao Xiaoya, holding an oil paper bag for a customer, clicked her tongue. Sister Nan Nan, look at Brother Wei. He keeps looking back. People who don't know might think he's sending his bride home. Stop talking nonsense. Su Nan's face warmed up. She quickly sliced a trembling piece of pork intestine. Work! Zhao Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and turned to call out to the queue. Come on, come on. Check it out. The side business pilot, braised snack certified by Secretary Zhao. Delicious, affordable, clean, and hygienic. If you missed out yesterday, today's your chance. Limited supply. This girl was quick-witted. When Su Nan casually mentioned the side business pilot on the street, she immediately used it as a selling point. And it worked. Nowadays, people trust official words the most. When they heard it was a pilot project approved by the secretary, those who hesitated earlier about hygiene now relaxed and paid happily. 1 gene for me. More broth, please. I want some too. This large intestine looks really clean, no oil or tendons. The meat on the cutting board was disappearing fast, and the money pouch was quickly bulging. Su Nan was so busy she didn't even have time to wipe her sweat. Her knife was almost swinging on its own. The sun rose higher, and the lively calls from under the old locust tree hadn't stopped. The bustling noise even attracted a few mice hiding in the gutter. Not far from the textile factory gate, there was a dead-end alley piled with scrap cardboard. 3 confident-looking figures crouched behind a broken brick wall, their heads topped with a few rotten leaves. Their 6 eyes were fixed like hungry wolves on Su Nan's stall.
Wow.
How much do they sell for in the morning? Su Wei swallowed hard, his eyes nearly bulging with bloodshot veins. He saw clearly how the female worker in blue overalls handed a brand new big union note to Su Nan. Su Nan didn't give change, but instead took out a bag of meat and handed it over. That was a 10 yuan bill. Usually, if he could save 2 or 3 yuan from home, it depended on his father's mood, and he'd get scolded afterward. But now, his usually useless second sister was eagerly collecting money, her hands almost cramping.
Damn.
That woman is really fired up. Mazi took a deep drag on his cigarette, which was almost burning his fingers. Despite the pain, he didn't want to throw it away. Wei Zi, is that your sister? Such a big piece of meat, and not a drop of oil or water for you. Hearing this, Su Wei's face lost its color, burning with embarrassment like he'd been slapped hard. Not my sister. She's just a white-eyed wolf who can't be tamed. Su Wei spat on the ground, teeth clenched with anger. Just a few days ago, I thought she might have sold her blood. Turns out she's hooking up with some wild man. No wonder she's so confident. She doesn't even recognize our parents anymore. Zheng Zi had been silent all along. He crouched in the darkest corner of the wall, his head still throbbing from a bump. His triangular eyes sneered as he watched the tall figure walking toward the meat factory. That was Wei Yi. Seeing Wei Yi keep looking back every few steps, Zheng Zi's anger flared up inside him. Is that Wei Lao San's mistress? Zheng Zi crushed his cigarette butt on the brick, his voice rough like sandpaper. I wonder why that crazy Wei was acting like he'd eaten gunpowder that night, trying to ruin us over some woman. Turns out, it's because of her. Brother Gang, we can't let this grudge go. Mazi added fuel to the fire. That night, that brick. My head's still fuzzy from it. Currently, Old Wei has a formal job at the meat factory, so we can't touch him. But that woman. Ma Zi's sharp eyes flicked back to Su Nan. At this moment, Su Nan was bending over to cut meat. Because of the heat, his forehead was sweaty, and his hair was sticking to his face. Although dressed in rough cloth, his figure and quick movements made people envy him. Brother Gang, look at that money pouch. It's bulging like a ball. It must have at least 100 or 200 yuan. Ma Zi licked his cracked lips. If only we could. Gang Zi sneered coldly, his smile looking especially fierce on his face. The money is ours, and so is the person. Gang Zi touched the spring knife at his waist, which he had bought on the black market. Old Wei is protecting her, right? He's so proud. I want to see. If his woman becomes a broken shoe or a cripple, how proud will he be then? Hearing this, Su Wei shivered inside. Although he was involved in shady dealings, he was only tough at home. If he really hurt someone with a knife, he was a bit scared. Brother Gang, just take the money, right?
After all, she's mine.
What do you mean? She's yours. Gang Zi suddenly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Su Wei. Is it that you don't recognize your sister? Or that rich woman who treats you like a beggar? Wei Zi, think about how she treated you just now. She ran over your foot with a wheel. Told you to get lost. Now she's living a good life, and you? You have nothing and have to beg your brothers for money. These words were like poison needles. stabbing straight into Su Wei's already unbalanced heart.
Yes. Why?
Why can that second sister, who has always stepped on by him, turn her life around? Why can she make money while he has to borrow everywhere like a dog? Jealousy and greed instantly swallowed his last bit of conscience. Su Wei clenched his teeth, his face twisting into a cruel expression, just like Gang Zi.
Fine.
I'll listen to Brother Gang. As long as I get the money, I'll do anything. Gang Zi nodded with satisfaction, patting Su Wei on the shoulder. He lowered his voice, his tone like a venomous snake crawling out of hell. Here's the plan. Old Wei is strong, but he has to work. That's his weakness. The textile factory entrance is crowded and watched, so it's hard to make a move there. We'll wait at Luoque Bridge ahead. Luoque Bridge is the main route back to the village. The place was remote, with tall, wild grass on both sides. During the day, it looked gloomy, and there were hardly any people around. That place is great. Ma Zi's eyes lit up. As long as she pushes her cart across the bridge and we block both ends, she won't be able to call for help or get any help. Blocking her isn't enough. Zhengzi took out a crumpled small paper bag from his pocket, which contained a white powder that looked like lime. That woman has a knife. I saw her earlier, and her way of cutting meat is pretty intimidating. We can't fight her head-on. We need to be sneaky. He moved closer to the others and whispered a few words. When her cart comes over, throw the stuff on her face. If we can blind her, the rest will be easy. Zhengzi let out a creepy, strange laugh. The money is ours, and so is she. When the time comes, we'll strip her first, let the guys have some fun, and take a few photos. Then, she won't dare show her face in the town to do business anymore. Su Wei felt a chill run down his spine, but when he thought about the money in that bag, his hesitation was completely overridden by greed. Let's do it. At the textile factory entrance, the sun was getting fiercer. Sunan had no idea that just a few hundred meters away, someone had already dug a trap in the sewer. She was busy, sweating and working hard, almost swinging her meat-cutting knife until sparks flew. Big sister, just half a pound of fatty intestines left. If you want, I can give you some of the braised soup too. Sunan wiped her sweat. Yes, yes, yes. All of it. The last customer, a big sister, was overjoyed and quickly handed over an aluminum lunchbox. The remaining bits of meat and thick braised soup were poured into the box, and the 2 large iron buckets were completely emptied. Sunan let out a long breath and wiped her knife on her apron. Oh my, I'm exhausted. Zhao Xiaoye sat down heavily on a small stool, fanning herself with her hands. Nan, did we break any records today? We sold twice as much meat as yesterday, and it was all gone in less than an hour. Sunan patted the heavy cloth bag and smiled. Of course. Just look at who taught us. By the way, Xiaoye, you should head back to work now. Don't be late. Zhao Xiaoye checked her watch and realized it was almost time. She stood up, feeling a bit worried. Nan's sister, there's so much money. Can you go back alone? Or should I call Brother Wei from the meat factory to send you home? Stop fussing. Sun Nan waved her hand and quickly packed up the chopping board. He's busy in the workshop. The pig slaughtering work needs people. Besides, it's broad daylight. Nothing bad can happen. I'm not a delicate young lady. She pointed to the very sharp meat knife on the board and joked, if anyone dares to make a move on me, they first have to ask if this knife agrees. Zhao Xiaoye was amused and didn't insist further. All right, take your time on the way. Those 2 heavy buckets. Be careful pushing the cart and don't sprain your ankle. After seeing Zhao Xiaoye off, Sun Nan tidied up the last few things. She turned the 2 empty buckets upside down on the cart and tied them carefully with rope. The cloth bag holding the money was wrapped in a torn cloth and tucked into her inner pocket. She also tied her apron tightly around her waist so no one could see it from outside. Nowadays, hiding wealth is a rule for safety. Once everything was ready, Sun Nan pushed the cart. Although it was mostly empty, the 2 large iron buckets and the messy stuff inside made it quite heavy. She looked back toward the meat factory. The tall chimney was puffing out white smoke. That was where Wei Yi was. For some reason, her heart suddenly felt a strange, unfounded panic, like a pinprick. Thinking about what? Sun shook her head and brushed away the strange feeling. Hurry home and count the money. I also need to prepare for tomorrow's goods. She took a deep breath and pushed the cart into the busy morning crowd. But she didn't notice that at the moment she turned to leave, 3 sneaky figures in the alley also moved. They didn't take the main road but followed a foul-smelling water ditch, taking a shortcut toward Luokwa Bridge on the outskirts of town. That place was 3 miles from the village road, surrounded by reeds and grass. When the wind blew, it rustled loudly, sounding like morning. The reason why the bridge is called the Crooked Bridge is because its arch is very curved, resembling an old man with a hunched back, spanning over 2 dirty, smelly ditches. There are no houses nearby, just reeds on both sides that grow taller than a person. When the wind blows, they rustle loudly, making people feel uneasy. Under the cool shade of the bridge, 3 heads are close together. "Brother Gang, these mosquitoes are really fierce," says Ma Zi, scratching a big bump on his neck that was just bitten. "Why hasn't she come yet? Maybe she took a different road," he adds with a frown. "Shut your mouth," snaps Gang Zi, holding a broken brick and rubbing it on the cement pillar. "The only way to the village is this road. Unless her car has wings and flies over. Be patient. Good things take time," he says calmly. Su Wei, sitting nearby, looks restless. He keeps peeking toward the dirt road, his hands sweaty, wiping them on his loose shirt. "Brother Gang, that lime powder, does it really get in your face?" Su Wei asks nervously.
He swallows hard, worried.
"That stuff can blind you if it gets in your eyes. She's my sister. If she really gets blinded." "What? Now you're worried." Gang Zi suddenly turns his head sharply, his eyes fierce. "Who is just shouting that she's a white-eyed wolf?"
Wei Zi,
"Think. She's got over 100 yuan in her pocket. With that money, we can go to the county video hall, stay overnight, and enjoy a good meal. If she doesn't see you as her brother, what's the point of you pretending to be her brother?" Su Wei, stirred up by these words, remembers how harsh Su Nan was yesterday when he ran over his foot with the wheel, and the money in her purse that made him jealous. His anger grows.
Fine.
If she gets blinded, she brought it on herself. Su Wei grits his teeth, pulling out a yellow paper-wrapped bundle from his pocket and clutching it tightly. "As soon as I get the money, I won't have to listen to the old man at home," he says fiercely. Gang Zi sneers with a sinister smile, his face full of flesh, looking like a wicked ghost from a temple. "She's coming." Ma Zi, who has been watching the road, suddenly lowers his voice. "Look at that big bucket. That's her." The others instantly hold their breath, like poisonous snakes waiting in the grass for prey, crouching low. On the dirt road, Su Nan pushes a cart, walking slowly. Although the 2 iron buckets were empty, she had been busy all morning like in a battle, and her strength was really drained. She reached into her pocket and touched the hard cloth bag, feeling her restless mood calm down a little. Inside was her first savings to change her life. As she saved more, she could repair the broken house, buy decent clothes for Brother Wei, and even get a bigger stove. Things seemed to be getting better. The cart creaked as it went up the slope of Luokwa Bridge. Everything around was very quiet, except for the cicadas loudly singing in the reeds.
Su Nan Flawen.
That uneasy feeling she had when leaving home in the morning came back. She instinctively slowed down and quietly reached under her apron to the chopping board, feeling the meat-cutting knife that still smelled of blood. Out here, one should not have harmful intentions, but should be cautious of others. She deliberately kept this knife out of the bucket. Just as the wheel rolled over the highest stone on the bridge, suddenly something changed. "Attack!" A loud shout exploded from under the bridge railing. Immediately, 3 dark figures rushed out from the reeds on both sides like fierce dogs attacking. Su Nan didn't have time to see their faces clearly, only feeling a gust of wind rushing past her. The tallest, thinnest one raised his hand and threw a handful of white powder directly at her face. It was quicklime. Having stayed in the countryside for a long time, Su Nan knew how dangerous the stuff was. If it got into her eyes and mixed with tears, it could ruin her for life. At the critical moment, Su Nan instinctively lowered her head and quickly covered her face with the corner of her apron. There was a muffled thud, Most of the white smoke hit her shoulders and apron, with only a little powder splashing onto her forehead, causing a burning pain. Damn it! Missed, Sue cursed, his voice so familiar that it made Sue-Nen feel cold inside. She suddenly tore off her apron, and the meat-cutting knife in her hand drew a flash of cold light in the midday sun. Who? Sue-Nen shouted loudly, backing against the cart, pointing the knife straight ahead. When she saw the 3 people blocking the bridge entrance so tightly, she felt her blood rush to her head and her limbs turn cold. Apart from the 2 rough-looking thugs, the person in the middle wearing a striped shirt and with white powder on his hand is her biological younger brother, Sue. Sue-Nan's voice trembled, not out of fear, but from anger and the deep betrayal by her own family. You brought people to block me? And want to burn me with lime? Do you want me to die? Sue was startled by her fierce shout and took a step back, but quickly was pushed forward again by Gongzi. Stop the nonsense. Gongzi was holding half a brick and stared fiercely at Sue-Nan's bulging pocket. Since you recognize us, it's easier. Hand over all the money in your pocket. That's our hard-earned cash. If you're smart, we'll let you go without a scratch. If not, Gongzi moved closer, showing his ruthless intent to tear her apart. Weizi said you're pretty fair-skinned. Today, we want to see what kind of woman this butcher's wife really is. Next to them, Ma Zi let out a lecherous laugh, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. Sue-Nen felt a wave of nausea rise in her stomach. She stared tightly at Sue, whose usually gentle eyes were now filled with resolute hatred. Sue, is this what you've done? Bringing outsiders to steal my money and ruin my reputation? Sue didn't dare meet her eyes. He stiffened his neck and acted shamelessly. Sis, don't blame me. You made a fortune and ignored the family safety. This money was always ours. Hurry up and give it to me. I won't let them hurt you. Bullshit. Sue-Nen cursed loudly, gripping her knife tighter. Want my money? Only if I die here. Anyone who steps forward today will see red. This knife of mine just cut hundreds of pounds of meat, fast and sharp. Her desperate stance actually made the 3 thugs hesitate for a moment. After all, it was a shiny, sharp knife. No one wanted to be the first to get hit. F.I.N.G. shameless. Gongzi, who had experience in the black market, was ruthless. He hefted the brick in his hand. Brothers, don't waste time with her. I don't believe a woman can turn the world upside down. Grab your tools and let's do this hard. First, hit her hands. Knock the knife away. As soon as Gongzi gave the order, 3 people surrounded them in a fan shape. Matsi suddenly grabbed a thick wooden stick and swung it towards Sue-Nan's wrist, where she was holding a knife. Although Sue-Nan had no martial training, her arm strength from recent meat-cutting practice was quite good. She turned her body to the side, dodging the stick, and then quickly slashed the knife forward. Matsi let out a painful scream, clutching her thigh and retreating. A bloodstain immediately appeared on her baggy pants.
Damn.
This woman really dares to stab. Matsi grimaced in pain. Brother gang, finish her off. Seeing the blood, this group of reckless thugs became even more angry. Gongzi cursed loudly and stopped caring about proper technique. He grabbed a brick and aimed it straight at Sue-Nan's head. Sue-Nan had just pushed Matsi back and hadn't yet regained her stance when the brick was about to hit her. She could only barely raise her arm to block. With a loud crack, the brick hit her forearm. Sue-Nan cried out in pain, her body going numb on one side, and her cutting knife clattered to the ground. Let's see what else you can do now. Gongzi sneered and lunged forward, grabbing Sue-Nan's hair and smashing her head against the cart.
Bang!
Sue-Nan felt dizzy, her vision filled with stars, and everything spun around her. The cart was knocked askew, and 2 large metal buckets spilled onto the ground. Before she could recover, a rough hand reached out and tore at her shirt collar. Where's the money? Hand it over. Gongzi searched her belongings while his dirty hands groped all over Sue-Nan's body. Sue-Nan struggled desperately, biting down hard on Gongzi's wrist, almost tearing the flesh.
Ah!
Bitch! Gongzi yelled in pain and slapped her across the face, causing blood to flow from her mouth and her ears to ring. Hold her down. Hold her. Gongzi was furious. Wei Zi, strip your sister's pants. If she doesn't want to give the money, let the brothers have some fun first. Sue looked at his blood-covered sister, still kicking and struggling, and his body trembled. That was his own sister. Hurry up. There must be a lot of money in that pocket, Gongzi shouted again. With the money, you'll be a real man. This sentence feels like a curse. Sue clenched his teeth, and the human expression on his face completely disappeared, leaving only a twisted greed. He trembled as he reached out and grabbed Su Nan's waistband. Big sister, just take out the money. Don't force me. Su Nan was pressed down on the rocky ground by Zhuangzi and Ma Zi, her back skin and flesh being rubbed raw, burning with pain. Despair flooded her like the foul water under Luogua Bridge, overwhelming her. Seeing Su Wei's fingers hook onto her waistband, Su Nan finally let out a scream that broke through her throat, filled with blood and tears, echoing through the open reed marsh. Wei Yi. This cry was so sharp that even the wild ducks in the reed marsh were startled and flew away, just as Su Wei's fingers touched the fabric. Boom! A heavy sound of rushing footsteps suddenly came from the dirt road nearby, like a beast charging. Then, a dark figure appeared as if falling from the sky, full of anger and killing intent, crashing straight into the crowd. Half an hour earlier, at the meat processing factory. Bang! The bones saw fiercely chopped into the chopping block, the handle still trembling with a low buzzing sound. Wei Yi was removing hair from half a pig when his movements suddenly stopped. His restless mood couldn't be contained, pounding wildly, more anxious than when surrounded by dozens of people that night. His right eyelid twitched nonstop. Without thinking, he quickly slipped the pig slaughtering knife, still greasy with pork fat, into his waistband. Third brother. This batch of pigs isn't finished yet. Ma Lu was about to hand over hot water. Wei Yi suddenly tore off his rubber apron and threw it on the ground. Look here, I need to go out. Before he finished speaking, he rushed out of the workshop door, not even riding the broken bicycle that only jingled without ringing, and ran straight along the shortcut. When he reached Luogua Bridge, a common way back to the village, there were usually no shadows or figures. From afar, he heard a scream. That was Su Nan's voice. At this moment, he was filled with murderous intent. Try touching her. This shout was like a thunderclap in a clear sky. Before Su Wei could react, someone grabbed the back of his neck. That big hand was as hard as an iron clamp, lifting a man over 100 Jin, about 55 kilograms, into the air. Wei Yi did not pause at all. He swung his arm and forcefully threw Su Wei onto the cement bridge railing. Bang! Su Wei didn't even grunt. He fell hard, his mouth full of mud. Zhengzi looked up and saw a big foot wearing old liberation shoes stomping down hard on his face. In that moment, he seemed to see the king of hell waving at him. The person was Wei Yi. He didn't look like a normal person now. His usually half-closed eyes were bloodshot, and his forehead veins bulged. He looked like a mad tiger fiercely protecting his territory and loved ones. The fierce aura he had gained from working at the slaughterhouse exploded completely. After kicking Zhengzi away, Wei Yi didn't stop. He grabbed a large iron bucket that had just fallen to the ground. It weighed dozens of pounds, but in his hand, it felt as light as paper. Crash! The bucket hit Ma Zi's back hard, knocking him to the ground with a pig-like squeal. Ah? My back. Wei Yi didn't even look at these trash. He suddenly turned around, but his movements became very careful. He looked at the woman lying beside the cart, her clothes messy, face covered in blood. His usually cold and tough hands trembled uncontrollably. Su Nan. Wei Yi's voice was hoarse, trembling with fear and anger. He wanted to reach out to help her, but was afraid of hurting her. His hands, stained with pig blood, froze in midair. Su Nan saw the familiar figure. The string of her composure finally broke. Brother Wei, she called out with a crying voice. That one cry completely snapped the last thread of Wei Yi's reason. He suddenly turned his head sharply and looked at Zhengzi, who was covering his face and trying to crawl into the reed bushes. Wei Yi was filled with a fierce anger that seemed ready to tear someone apart. He stepped forward, each step like pressing on Zhang Zi's heart. Which hand touched her? Wei Yi squeezed out these words from between his teeth. He casually picked up the meat-cutting knife that Su Nan had dropped on the ground. Under the sunlight, the cold gleam on the blade was so sharp it made Zhang Zi's groin feel hot, and he was so scared he urinated himself. The sun was pale and harsh, shining brightly on the knife's edge. The sharp knife, usually used for cutting pig heads and braised intestines, was now pressed against Jianzi's wrist tendon. If it pressed down just a little more, his dirty hand would be separated from the muddy ground like an earthworm. Jianzi's pants were already soaked with sweat, and a foul smell wafted up to his nose. He looked at Wei Ye's bloodshot eyes. Those eyes had seen blood, even with a desire to kill. This person was already crazy. It didn't seem like he was just scaring someone. He truly wanted to ruin Jianzi here in the wild countryside. Master. Third master. I was wrong. I didn't recognize my place. Jianzi's face was covered with tears and snot. He desperately tried to pull his hand back, but the big foot in liberated shoes pressed down like a mountain, pinning his arm and elbow, making him unable to move. It's Su Wei. It's all because of that bastard Su Wei. He's the one who led me here. He's the one who came up with this idea. He said this is his sister, and he can't let her die. Shut up. Wei Yi's cheek twitched violently, and he pressed the tip of the knife down hard. With a soft splat, the blade cut through the skin, and blood started to flow from the wound along the gap in his wrist bones. Jianzi screamed painfully, like a pig stabbed in the heart, trembling all over. Su Wei, standing nearby, was already scared stiff. He didn't expect that the usually quiet pig butcher, who only worked silently, would become so ruthless when he fought. He wanted to run, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead, trembling so much he couldn't even take a step. Wei Yi didn't listen to Jianzi's begging. The string in his mind had already snapped. At that moment, when he rushed to the bridge, seeing Su Nan pressed on the cart, covered in blood, with torn clothes, he felt all the blood rushing to his head.
Kill them.
Kill them all. In this remote wilderness, burying them in the reeds. No one would find out. Once these thoughts appeared, they grew wild like weeds. Wei Yi's grip on the knife tightened.
Vie.
Don't. A cry, filled with tears, suddenly stabbed into Wei Yi's chaotic mind like a needle. Su Nan struggled to get up from beside the cart. She looked terrible now, with a red, swollen blister on her forehead caused by lime, blood streaming down her brow, covering half her eye. She ignored the pain and stared fiercely at the knife Wei Yi was still about to cut with. This man looks fierce, but inside his heart is soft. If he really takes the blame for these bad people and gets involved in a legal case, his life will be ruined. It's not worth risking everything for a beast like Su Wei and Wei Yi.
Stop.
Wei Yi, I hurt. Su Nan almost used all her strength to shout this. The word, hurt, seemed to have magic power. Wei Yi's hand, which was as steady as iron, suddenly trembled. His bloodshot eyes slowly moved, shifting from that broken hand of Zhang Zi to Su Nan's pale face.
Blood.
Her face was covered in blood, and there was that shocking swelling. Nan Nan. Wei Yi mumbled confused sounds, like a wounded animal whimpering. His fierce anger, which could tear the sky apart, suddenly deflated like a burst balloon, replaced by overwhelming panic. He quickly let go of his foot on Zhang Zi, threw the knife on the ground, and staggered towards Su Nan. Where does it hurt? Which part is injured? Is it your eye? Wei Yi was at a loss. His big hands, which had just been about to hurt someone, now hovered in the air, trembling and unsure whether to touch her. He saw the white powder on Su Nan's forehead, calcium oxide. If it got into her eyes. Don't move. Don't let water touch it. Wei Yi was so anxious his voice cracked. He tore off his cleanest vest and hurried to wipe her, but was afraid of getting the powder into her eyes. While Wei Yi was focused on Su Nan, the three bad guys on the ground finally escaped death at the hands of the Grim Reaper. Zhang Zi, clutching his still bleeding wrist, grimaced in pain. His triangular eyes were full of hatred, but mostly fear. He glanced at Wei Yi, who was turned away, and gave a signal to Ma Zi and Su Wei.
Run.
If they didn't run now, when that madman regained his senses, none of them would be able to walk out of this reed marsh standing. Ma Zi was already terrified out of his mind. Ignoring his injured thigh, he dragged his remaining leg and started crawling into the reeds. Su Wei, more frightened than anyone, rolled and crawled, not daring to look at Su Nan. Like a stray dog, he followed Zhang Zi and the others into the tall reeds that were taller than people. Crash! The reeds were shaken loudly, and the footsteps were hurried and frantic, quickly disappearing into the depths. Wei Yi heard the noise, and his anger surged again. He suddenly turned around, his eyes sharp like a blade, instinctively ready to chase. Don't chase them, Su Nan grabbed his arm quickly. Her strength was weak, like tickling, but Wei Yi was frozen in place. Big brother Wei, don't chase. I don't want you to go to jail because of them. Su Nan panted heavily, sweat cold and sliding down her temples from the pain. I'm fine, just a small cut on my forehead. Hurry, let's leave this place. Wei Yi stared hard at the still-moving reeds, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. He was unwilling. Those scoundrels almost ruined her, and they just let them go? But when he looked down and saw Su Nan's pale face and her trembling hand clutching his arm, his anger was instantly cooled by a wave of cold reality.
She was still alive.
As long as she was alive, that was the most important thing. Fine, I won't chase. Wei Yi gritted his teeth and managed to say through clenched jaws. He turned around gently, moving so carefully it seemed unreal. He carefully used the corner of his vest to brush away the remaining chalk dust on her forehead. His movements were slow, afraid of hurting her, even holding his breath. Does it hurt? Su Nan shook her head, her eyes hot, but she forced herself not to cry. If she cried now, tears mixed with the remaining chalk dust, it would be truly dangerous. It doesn't hurt, really. She forced a smile, trying to comfort him. Look, I didn't lose the money. She patted the stiff cloth bag in her arms. Wei Yi looked at her face, which was more miserable than crying, and his heart felt like it was being squeezed painfully, sour and aching. To hell with the money. He only wanted her to be safe and sound. Get on. Wei Yi squatted down, his broad back like a wall blocking all the wind and sun. The car is still here. Su Nan looked at the overturned cart and the scattered metal buckets, hesitating. Not anymore. Wei Yi didn't hesitate and immediately reached back, firmly lifting Su Nan's legs onto his back. Those broken things, forget about them. His voice was low and still a bit angry, but mostly filled with guilt. What kind of car? What kind of bucket? If he had arrived a moment later, he didn't even dare to think about such a possibility. Just thinking about it made his heart feel like it was being cut by 1,000 knives. Su Nan was lying on his back, her nose filled with the smell of man's sweat and a faint scent of soapberry. The fear of facing death just moments ago finally faded away. Her face pressed against Wei Yi's neck, and tears finally couldn't be held back, silently soaking into his collar. Wei Yi, thank you. Wei Yi paused for a moment, didn't say anything, just adjusted her position to make her more comfortable and walked more steadily. He didn't take the main road but carried Su Nan along the field ridge back home. The broken cart and the 2 fallen iron buckets were left alone at the entrance of Luogwa Bridge. The midday sun was still scorching, making people's scalps tingle. The sun made the yellow dirt road seem to smoke, and the wild grass on the field ridges drooped. Wei Yi carried Su Nan, walking with big, steady steps. Usually, he walked with a quick, impatient pace, but today, it was like he was stepping on cotton, cautious with each step to avoid jostling her. Su Nan, lying on his broad back, felt her previous desperate energy drain away, and her whole body started to ache. Especially her forehead and eyelids, burning like they were pierced with countless needles. Wei Yi, am I disfigured? Su Nan buried her face in his collar, which smelled of soapberry and sweat, her voice muffled and trembling. Wei Yi's body stiffened noticeably. He didn't turn around, just pulled his hand that was supporting her thigh a little higher, with enough force to seem like he wanted to hold her close to his bones. You're talking nonsense. Wei Yi's throat was hoarse, like he had swallowed gravel. That bit of lime didn't get into your eyes, just a skin injury. Go home, put some vegetable oil on it, and rest for a couple of days. If there's a scar, he hesitated, gritting his teeth to say, if there's a scar, I'll take care of you for the rest of my life. His words were harsh and forceful, as if he was about to fight someone, but to Su Nan, they felt hotter than the sun. She sniffed, her eyes filling with tears, and quickly held back the tears that threatened to fall. At this moment, she couldn't cry. If tears mixed with the dirt on her face and got into her wound, her face might get badly hurt. Who said I need you to take care of me? I have hands and feet, she said stubbornly, but her arms unconsciously wrapped around his neck. Besides, I still have some money in my pocket. She rubbed her uninjured cheek against the stiff cloth bag, which held about 100 yuan, money she had fought hard to protect. Wei Yu was angry when he heard she was still thinking about money. He wanted to scold her, saying, money is important, but life is more important. But when he remembered what just happened, the harsh words he was about to say caught in his throat. Instead, he let out a heavy sigh. The two of them didn't speak again and walked straight through the quiet path back to the broken yard at the west end of the village. As soon as they entered the yard, two big roosters, unaware of any worries, clucked and flapped over to beg for food. Wei Yi didn't bother to pay attention. He kicked aside a pile of firewood blocking the way and carried Su Nan into the house, carefully placing her on the hard bed covered with a blue floral cloth. Sit still, don't move, and don't rub your eyes, he ordered before turning around to search through the room. Usually, only he and Ma Lu lived here, and the place was messy and cluttered. After a while of banging and rummaging, Wei Yi came back holding half a bottle of golden rapeseed oil. He also grabbed a clean-looking towel from the wash basin rack, though it wasn't wet, and squeezed a large dollop of oil onto it. Hold still, it might hurt a little, he said. Wei Yi sat on a small stool beside the bed, his hands clumsy as he pinched the corner of the towel. He took a deep breath, leaning in close to her face, so close that he could see every tiny hair on her skin. Su Nan felt a bit uncomfortable and moved back slightly. Big brother Wei, I can do it myself. Don't move, he snapped, grabbing her shoulder and glaring into her still bloodshot eyes. Your hands are dirty. Are you trying to go blind? His loud voice made her obediently close her eyes and lift her face up. A rough towel dipped in smooth cooking oil gently covered her forehead. Wei Yi moved so softly it was hard to believe, as if afraid to break something precious. He slowly mixed the white powder into the oil and then gently wiped it away. It was quicklime, which heats up and burns the skin when it contacts water, so it could only be washed off with oil. He had heard this home remedy from old workers at the slaughterhouse, and today he was using it here. The room was so quiet that only their breathing could be heard. The smell of cooking oil filled the air, covering the disgusting bloodstained smell. Su Nan closed her eyes, feeling Wei Ye's warm breath on her face, which was a little itchy but also comforting. His large, calloused hand occasionally brushed her cheek, trembling slightly. Does it hurt? Wei Ye's voice was low, like it was coming from deep inside his chest. No, it's cool now, she replied, honestly. The oil had eased the burning feeling quite a bit. Wei Yi didn't speak, just carefully cleaned the wound on her brow. It was from hitting the cart earlier, skin broken and bleeding small drops. Seeing the bright red blood, Wei Ye's anger flared up again. Jun Wei, Zhang Zi, and that lecherous pockmarked man. These three faces flashed in his mind like a revolving lantern, each one being cursed 100 times in his heart. Suddenly, a loud bang came from outside the yard, as if a broken cart was pushed violently inside, followed by Ma Lu's rough voice. Third brother. My real brother. Why are you running so fast? Are you rushing to be reborn? The door of the east room was kicked open. Ma Lu, panting, leaned on the doorframe. His fat body wobbled like waves, sweat dripping down his double chin, soaking his vest. Behind him was the deformed cart, with two large iron buckets hanging crookedly on it. As soon as he entered, he saw Wei Yi holding Su Nan's face. The scream that was about to come out of Ma Lu's mouth got stuck in his throat. His chubby face turned a liver color, and his foot that stepped in was awkward, neither moving nor retreating.
Ah,
Should I come back later? Malu scratched his buzz-cut scalp, looking embarrassed, as if he wanted to hide somewhere. Wei Ye's movements didn't stop, not even lifting his eyelids. Did they bring the car back? Yes, they brought it back. Malu quickly leaned the cart against the door, eager to show off. I went to the workshop earlier and didn't see you. Old Lee said you took a knife and ran toward Luogwa Bridge. I thought something serious was happening. When I got there, I saw, wow, the bridge piers were all covered in blood, and our car was flipped into the ditch. Third brother, what about those troublemakers? Did you really hurt them? Malu reached out and made a harsh gesture across his neck, his green bean eyes full of fear. Wei Yi threw the dirty towel on the ground with a loud slap. He stood up. At 1.85 meters tall, his presence blocked most of the light in the room. The fierce aura that had been suppressed just moments before seemed to seep out from his bones, making Malu instinctively shrink back and take a step back. They ran away, Wei Yi said coldly, like ice shards falling. Ran away. Malu was stunned, then slapped his thigh, spitting wildly. Damn it, those bastards are fast. Looking at the blood on the ground, I thought you had cut them into pieces and thrown them into the reeds to feed the wild dogs. Is Sister Nan okay? Only now did Malu dare to look at Su Nan. Her face was greasy and shiny, with a large swollen lump on her forehead, skin torn and exposed, looking terrifying. Malu gasped, feeling a sour taste in his mouth.
damn.
These animals are so cruel to a woman. Sister Nan, do you recognize who they are? Su Nan opened her uninjured left eye. No tears, only a chilling coldness that made Malu shiver. I saw clearly. The leader is Gongzi, and... She paused, each word squeezed out from between her teeth. Su-wei. Su-wei? Malu's eyes nearly fell out, and his voice shot up by 8 octaves. Isn't that your younger brother? That damn thing. Even stealing his own sister? That's just inhuman. If this were old times, he'd be buried under the family rules. Wei Yi didn't reply. He walked to the wash basin, turned the tap to the maximum. Cold well water splashed loudly, rinsing his big hands. He didn't use soap, just rubbed them dry, rubbing his palms together with a scraping sound. 1, 2, 3 times. His hand was red from being rubbed, even raw, but he seemed not to feel the pain. Earlier on the bridge, when he stepped on Junzi's wrist, he inevitably got some of that messy blood on him. Malu shouted loudly, but no one paid attention. He also sensed something was wrong. He looked at the woman on the bed, with a greasy face and a blank expression, then at the man with his back turned, desperately rubbing his hands. His heart was pounding. He had followed Wei Yi for many years and knew very well what this action meant. It was a sign that something serious was about to happen. Third brother, Malu tentatively called out, his voice trembling. Close the door properly. Wei Yi finally turned off the tap and casually wiped some water from his pants. He didn't look back and spoke in a hoarse voice. If I don't come back, don't open the door, even if the sky's falling. After saying that, he walked straight toward a pile of messy stuff in the corner of the room. It was leftover debris from the last house repair. Wei Yi bent down, rummaged through the broken wood a few times, and pulled out a thick rebar. The rebar was about 1/2 meter long, covered with rusty patches, and felt heavy in his hand. This thing was handy. With one strike, it could break bones into pieces. He tucked the rebar behind his waist, then pulled down his slightly yellowed white tank top to cover himself. Close the door properly. If I don't come back, don't open it no matter who knocks. Wei Yi approached Malu, whose oppressive presence made Malu press himself tightly against the door. Malu swallowed hard, looking into Wei Yi's eyes, which were full of red veins, nodding nervously. Don't worry, brother. As long as I, Malu, have a breath left, I won't let sister-in-law. I won't let Sister Nan lose a single hair. But third brother, are you going to? Wei Yi's mouth twitched slightly. The scar across his brow twitched with the muscle, looking fierce and frightening. I'm going to loosen their skin, he said casually, as if he were going to kill a pig about to be slaughtered. Since they ran away, don't blame me for coming to collect the debt. That account at Luogwa Bridge isn't so easy to settle. After saying that, he lifted his foot to leave. His steps were swift and full of killing intent. "Stop right there," a small, weak-sounding voice called out from behind. Wei suddenly stopped walking, as if an invisible nail had been hammered into the ground. Su Nan supported herself on the bed frame, biting her lip hard as she tried to stand up. But every bone in her body hurt, especially her injured stomach and arm. Every movement felt like being sawed apart. She stumbled but forced herself to hold onto the wall and stand straight. Her face was greasy and slick, her hair messy and sticking to her face, making her look very helpless. Yet, in her good left eye, there was a rare, almost fierce stubbornness. "Wei Yi, you are not allowed to go," Su Nan gasped, each word difficult to say. "Put the thing down." Wei Yi turned his back to her, not moving or looking back. The veins on his neck bulged, showing he was trying to suppress his anger. "Su Nan, this is none of your business." His voice was low and heavy, like a muffled sound from deep inside his chest. "I'm a real man. If I can't stand up for my woman when she's bullied, how can I survive in this small place? If those scoundrels dare to draw a knife today, they might come back tomorrow to take your life. If I don't break their legs and scare them, you won't have a peaceful life in the future." Break their legs? And then what? Su Nan's eyes turned red with anger. Ignoring her bleeding forehead, she rushed forward, grabbing Wei Ye's iron-hard arm with both hands. That arm was as stiff as stone and as hot as a burning coal. "Are you planning to kill them or ruin them? Do you know what time it is? Strict law enforcement. If you hurt someone now, the police will come and arrest you. Is it worth risking your life over those scum? Let go." Wei Yi looked down at her hand, clutching his arm, which was pale and greasy. "I won't." Su Nan stared at him fiercely, her eyes turning red. Tears welled up but stubbornly refused to fall. "You're a regular worker at the meat factory. You finally have a stable life. If you get into trouble for me or end up in jail, what am I supposed to do? I'd never be able to live with myself." Wei Yi suddenly turned around, moving so forcefully that he almost threw Su Nan out. But he managed to stop himself at the last moment. His large, iron clamp-like hand pressed on her shoulder, with such strength it seemed like he wanted to crush her bones. Feeling guilty, Wei Yi stared into her eyes. Their faces were very close, and their breath tangled together. His gaze was intense and hot, like the fury of a beast pushed past its limit, mixed with deep fear. "Su Nan, you talk about conscience? On the bridge just now, if I had been a second later, do you know what would have happened?" "Huh," he almost roared, spitting saliva onto Su Nan's face. "That Su Wei is your brother. He could push you into a fire. I won't break their legs. I just can't swallow this anger. My heart is burning with fire, and it hurts. But you shouldn't go." Su Nan tilted her head back. Tears finally couldn't be held back and slid down her greasy cheeks, mixed with bloodstains, looking very miserable. "Brother Wei, we're not related by blood. At most, we're neighbors or business partners. You saved me, and I already owe you my life." The air seemed glued together, thick and hard to breathe. The rebar still not fully slipped from Wei Ye's hand, which earlier had a murderous intent, was now frozen midair by her words of not related by blood. Wei Yi turned his back to Su Nan. His broad back visibly stiffened. The scar across his brow stopped twitching. It was as if all his wild energy had been suddenly drained, leaving only a shell that hadn't yet recovered. "Neighbors." Wei Yi muttered the word, his voice like rough sand grinding painfully in the ears. He slowly turned around. His eyes, which had been bright red like a demon's just moments ago, now held only a deep, bottomless black. He looked down at Su Nan, and the corner of his mouth pulled into a grimace worse than crying, filled with self-mockery and loneliness. "Business partners?" He repeated the words, and the steel rebar in his hand clattered to the ground, rolling to the corner and kicking up a cloud of dust. That sound felt like it struck Su Nan's heart. Seeing Wei Yi like that, her heart suddenly clenched. The fear that had given her strength disappeared instantly, and her hands loosened. She knew her words could hurt, but in that moment, she had to speak clearly and cut ties between them. Otherwise, the stubborn man might really go so far as to hurt someone for her. Wei Yi, I didn't mean it like that. Sunan wanted to explain, but her throat was dry. The words she wanted to say felt weak and powerless on her tongue. I'm just worried about you going in. For someone like Su Wei, it's not worth risking yourself. Wei Yi didn't reply. He just stared at the blackened brick on the ground, his chest rising and falling a few times. The anger that could tear the sky apart was suppressed. But what followed was a deep exhaustion that seemed to seep from his bones. In her heart, he was just a partner. He was that neighbor, Wei Lao San, who helped her push carts, slaughter pigs, and do rough work for a few dollars. In that moment, he thought he was her sky, her only lifeline. He believed her heart-wrenching call of Wei Yi was for him, not for any other identity. He realized he had been foolishly hopeful. Fine. Wei Yi snorted softly through his nose. He bent down, picked up the dirty towel he had just thrown on the ground, and without looking at Sunan, sat heavily on the broken stool, missing a leg. His back looked a little hunched, as if the 2 words had bent him down. You're right. We're not related, and I shouldn't risk my job for a business partner. He spoke calmly, but Ma Lu, standing at the door, was deeply shocked. Ma Lu had been with Wei Yi for many years and knew his temper well. If he suddenly lost his temper, it was just anger vented, and that was fine. But if he stayed silent and spoke in a cold, strange way like now, it meant his heart was truly hurt. That pain was worse than a knife stabbing into a pig. Third brother, sister-in-law. Nan, she's doing this for your own good. Ma Lu's chubby face twisted as he hesitated at the door, feeling the heavy pressure in the room so intense he wanted to hide his head in his chest. Su Wei is her real brother. If something serious happens, get out. Wei Yi didn't lift his head. He just rubbed the towel on his knees hard twice. Fix that broken car. If you can't, don't come back tomorrow. Orders received. Ma Lu, having been pardoned, quickly covered the door with a board and hurriedly ran into the yard as if fleeing for his life. Soon after, he heard the clattering sound of repairing the cart outside, as if afraid that the people inside might not hear him working. The house fell silent again. The dim yellow light bulb hanging from the beam swayed in the wind coming through the window crack, casting a long shadow of Wei Yi on the wall, looking like a lonely mountain. Sunan stood by the bed, feeling helpless. She looked at Wei Yi's large, bleeding hand, which was cut during the fight earlier and had fresh blood from washing his hands. Your hand, Sunan whispered. It won't die, Wei Yi replied stiffly. He stood up and walked over to Sunan. She instinctively took a step back. Wei Yi paused, a faint flicker of pain flashing in his eyes, then returned to his usual cold, emotionless expression. Sit properly. This time it was a commanding tone. Sunan obediently sat back on the edge of the bed. Wei Yi picked up the bottle of rapeseed oil again and grabbed a clean piece of gauze. He no longer handled it as carefully as before, as if cradling something fragile, but his movements were quicker and rougher. His rough fingertips dipped in oil and applied it to Sunan's forehead. The pressure was just right, not too light or heavy, enough to ease the burning pain, but she could still feel his fingers. You're just a neighbor I don't know well, and now I'm putting medicine on you, Wei Yi muttered while wiping the wound, his tone slightly annoyed. In the old days, if someone saw your body or touched your face, they'd be responsible. Now, in the new society, a simple partner can dismiss you. Hearing the sarcasm in his words, Sunan felt a bit more at ease. It's better than that crazy man who wanted to hurt her just now.
Wei Yi, I'm really scared, she said.
She looked directly at him, without hiding her fear. I'm divorced and my reputation isn't good. Now I have some money, but I was tricked by my younger brother. If I drag you into this and something happens to you, I'd be a real jinx. Secretary Zhao just said this was a trial project this morning. If a serious injury incident had occurred this afternoon, would we still be doing business? Do you still want to keep your job? Wei Yi stopped what he was doing. He looked at Sunan's eyes, which were full of tears but also stubborn. Her forehead was swollen and shiny red. Half her face hadn't been washed, looking messy like a kitten that had crawled out of a mud puddle, but her mind was clearer than anyone's. Yes, She was thinking about the future, about long days ahead. But he just wanted to punch those bad people's heads off and kick them like balls. Wei finally relaxed most of his tension, but the knot in his heart remained. He threw the gauze into the basin, then turned to find a roll of white bandage from the cabinet in the corner. All right, no need for big talks. I'm just a rough guy. I don't understand all that. Wei sat back down, wrapping the bandage around his hand a few times. Lift your head, I'll bandage it for you. Otherwise, all that oil on your forehead will get everywhere tonight when you sleep. Su-nan obediently tilted her head up. Wei leaned down, his rough hands wrapping the bandage around her head, circling it carefully. This position brought them even closer. Su-nan almost pressed her face against Wei Ye's strong chest. His heartbeat was strong and steady, thump, 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 like drums. Su-nan didn't dare move. The strong scent of hormones from the man's body mixed with a faint blood smell and the aroma of cooking oil. It wasn't unpleasant. Instead, it made her heart, which had been hanging in the air, settle back into her stomach. Is it tight? Wei's voice was muffled, right above her head. Not tight, just right, Su-nan whispered back. After finishing the bandage, Wei tied a knot, then stepped back to look at his work. The white bandage wrapped around her head, making her already small face look even smaller, like a palm-sized face, looking both pitiful and funny. Ugly as hell, Wei said disdainfully, puckering his lips, but his eyes didn't leave her. Su-nan touched the bandage on her head, smiling bitterly. Ugly is ugly, but at least I can keep my face. Thank you, Brother Wei. It was the same phrase again, thank you. Wei frowned, turned to wash his hands at the basin, and said, No need to thank me. It's just neighbors helping each other. That's what we do. He also emphasized the word, neighbor, very strongly, as if deliberately teasing her. Su-nan had no choice but to sigh. I'll go back first. She supported herself to get out of bed. It's late now, I need to go home and prepare the ingredients for tomorrow. Go back? Wei threw the bandage roll onto the table and looked at Su-nan from top to bottom with his dark eyes, finally focusing on her trembling leg. With you like this, who will see you walking home? The neighbors who might laugh at you? Or the kids who haven't gone far and might cause trouble? Su-nan clenched her hand on the bed frame, her knuckles turning white. She knew Wei was right. The issue at Luogwa Bridge wasn't over yet. Although the kids ran away, they might still be lurking nearby. But thinking about the business that was finally picking up and Secretary Zhao's hopeful look made her feel anxious like a cat scratching her heart. If the ingredients are cut off for a day, the soup won't taste right. Su-nan was still trying to reason, though her voice was weak and lacked confidence. And we just got our reputation. If the workers see no one there tomorrow, it will be hard to attract people again. Brother Wei, doing business is about acting quickly. Acting quickly doesn't mean risking your life to make steel. Wei cut her off impatiently. His large frame pressed in front of her like a tower, blocking the small bright spot completely. He crossed his arms and looked down at her with an unyielding tone. I'm telling you this today. 2 days. Stay in this room for 2 days, and don't go anywhere. That stall, close it down. Close it down. Su-nan was anxious now. She ignored her pain and tried to stand up quickly. That's not possible. Not selling for 2 days. Do you know how much money I'll lose? And, before she finished, her shoulder was pushed down. Wei's big hand pressed her back onto the bed without much force. He was careful not to hurt her, but the pressure was real. Money, money, money. Are you obsessed with money? Wei frowned, and the scar on his face trembled. You don't have your life anymore. Who are you going to spend the money on? Buying a coffin for Su Wei, that ungrateful guy. This sentence was very blunt and hurtful, but it immediately hit Su-nan's sore spot. She bit her lip and said nothing. Wei looked at her with a mix of sadness and stubbornness, but he didn't get angry. He sighed, turned around, and sat heavily on the broken wooden chair, which creaked loudly. I'm not saying you can't make money. Wei took out a flattened pack of cigarettes from his pocket, wanted to smoke, but saw the bandage on Su-nan's head and, annoyed, put it back. Look at yourself in the mirror. With that bandage on your forehead and your face swollen like a steamed bun. Are you going to sell meat? People might think you're just pretending to be pitiful. He paused, his tone softening a little, as if trying to be gentle in his tough words. We sell food, and it has to be clean and neat. If you stand there like that, who would want to buy? What's that word again? He scratched his head, holding back for a moment. It's called damaging your reputation. Yeah, damaging your reputation. Su Nan was surprised. She didn't expect this rough man to come up with such a reasonable explanation. Although she knew he was just trying to persuade her to rest, these words really left her unable to argue. If she went to the textile factory entrance looking like that, not only would she not sell meat, but she might scare away the young women and girls, or worse, make them think the meat was spoiled and make them sick.
So,
Can I rest for a day? Su Nan tentatively raised a finger. One day off tomorrow, and the day after I have to go. The broth can't be left boiling for too long. 2 days. Wei Yu was firm, holding up 2 fingers in front of her like a fixed anchor. Not even an hour less. You stay here to recover for these 2 days, and I'll make sure you're fed 3 meals a day. As for the broth, he pointed outside the door. Ma Lu's kid is a bit slow, but he can handle the fire and watch the pot. I'll have him stay in your yard to keep the fire, and you can write a recipe for him to follow. Su Nan wanted to speak, but Wei Yi glared. What? Do I need to tie you to the bed with a rope? This guy was really stubborn. Looking at his bloodshot but determined eyes, Su Nan's impatience slowly eased. She knew Wei Yi was protecting her. Just now on the bridge, and now in this broken house. This man, with his clumsy and rough way, has built a shelter for her that keeps out wind and rain. All right, I'll listen to you. Su Nan's body went limp, and she leaned back into the quilt. As soon as she relaxed, her whole body's soreness hit her again, especially her back and elbows from being pressed and rubbed on the ground by Wei Wei and others. The pain made her take a deep breath. Wei Yi saw her finally relax, and his tense shoulders loosened. That's right. He stood up, walked to the door, kicked open the half-closed wooden door, and shouted at Ma Lu, who was hitting something with a hammer outside in the yard. Stop hammering. Are you fixing a car, or tearing down a house? It's so loud. It's giving me a headache. The noise in the yard suddenly stopped. Ma Lu, holding a hammer, looked confused and turned around. Third brother, the wheel is a bit wobbly. I'm just fixing it so it can turn properly. Then hit it gently. Didn't you hear someone inside trying to sleep? Wei Yi cursed as he walked out. Go, boil some hot water, and buy 2 cans of peaches from the supply store, yellow peaches, not that sugary junk. Ma Lu got excited when he heard that. He threw the hammer on the ground.
Got it.
That's for Sister Nan, right? I understand. I'll go now. Stop talking nonsense, and get out of here. Wei Yi made a move to kick him, but Ma Lu quickly ran out of the yard faster than a rabbit. Now, only Su Nan was left inside. She looked around. The house was simple enough, peeling walls revealing the mud bricks inside, and the roof beams blackened by smoke. There was only a bed, a table, and a few broken boxes, hardly any proper furniture. The air smelled of tobacco, typical of a single man, mixed with the scent of vegetable oil from the ointment Wei Yi had just used on her. Although the place had a torn window paper, Su Nan felt an unusual sense of peace here. Soon, Wei Yi came in carrying a chipped enamel cup. Drink some water. He placed the cup on the bedside table. His tone was still firm, but his movements were gentler.
Ma Lu just boiled it.
It's cooled down now, so it won't burn your mouth. Su Nan held the still warm cup and took small sips. What's wrong now? Wei Yi was tidying up the messy tools in the corner without turning around. Su Nan watched Wei Yi, who was facing away from her, organizing a pile of scrap metal and broken wood. Her heart felt heavy, like being pressed by a damp cotton ball, making her feel sour and swollen. This man was quiet, stubborn, and just now was desperately working with steel bars. Now, because of her words, he had forcibly suppressed his anger, sitting in this small, stuffy room to boil water. Wei Yi, Su Nan called him again. Wei Yi didn't stop what he was doing. He pushed a nearly bloodied rebar into the bottom of the box and covered it tightly with some torn oilcloth, as if trying to seal away his almost out-of-control feelings. Spit it out, He didn't turn around, his voice rough and gritty, like gravel, with a hint of lingering fireworks smell. Not enough water? The kettle's on the stove. Pour it yourself. Soon and clenched the jar at her hands, her knuckles turning white from the grip. I really mean it, thank you. Her voice was soft but serious, making it stand out in the empty room. If it weren't for you today. She didn't finish her sentence, but a shiver of relief and fear ran up her spine, like a breath after surviving a disaster. Without Wei Yi, her situation now would probably be worse than death. The tall figure, still facing away from her, suddenly stiffened. Wei Yi slowly turned around. He was backlit, so his expression was hard to see, only his eyes shining brightly in the dim light, almost intimidating. He casually grabbed a crumpled white tank top hanging on the chair and threw it over himself, covering his muscular arms and the dirt he had just brushed off. He took a few steps to the bed, looking down at Su Nan from above. The bed was hard. She curled up in a small bundle of blankets, her head wrapped in a pale bandage, her face smeared with shiny vegetable oil, looking both funny and pitiful. But her eyes, looking at him, were sincere. Wei Yi pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His smile didn't reach his eyes, but instead had a mischievous, unsettling edge. Thank me? Suddenly, he bent down, supporting himself with his hands on the bed frame beside Su Nan, and his face, rough with stubble and sweat, moved close to hers. A strong, masculine presence overwhelmed the space. Su Nan instinctively held her breath, leaning back, but there was nowhere to retreat. Her back pressed against the cold wall. Just thank me with words. Wei Yi looked into her eyes, his voice very low, with a rough, teasing tone and a hint of danger that made her scalp tingle. I Wei Lao San never do things for nothing. To save you, I even drew my hunting knife and almost became a wanted criminal. And you just give me a light thank you? That's too easy to dismiss. Su Nan's heart skipped a beat. They were too close, close enough to see her reflection in Wei Ye's pupils, even to count the blue stubble on his chin. This man usually seemed quiet and reserved, but now his natural wildness was like a floodgate left open, rushing straight at her face. Her face warmed up, unsure if it was from embarrassment or fear. She stammered, "W, what do you want?" Her mind raced quickly.
Money?
She had only a few dozen yuan in her pocket from today's earnings, but Wei Ye's attitude just now clearly didn't care about money. What else could it be? Seeing her frightened, deer-in-headlights look, a bit of gloom in Wei Ye's eyes eased. He was just teasing her, wanting to see this proud girl change her expression. That calm look she had earlier, trying to carry everything herself and distance herself from him, really made him angry inside. What do I want? Can you give it to me? Wei Yi chuckled, his gaze boldly roaming her face, finally stopping at her lips, which were slightly pressed from nervousness. Su Nan felt his gaze burn her skin. She instinctively covered her collar, her face turning even redder. I'm divorced and I don't have much. Where are you thinking? Wei Yi sat up straight, gently flicking her uninjured forehead. Do I look like someone who takes advantage of others' misfortune? Su Nan touched her forehead, feeling a bit dazed. Wei Yi reached into his pocket, pulled out a flattened pack of cigarettes, took one, and held it in his mouth without lighting it, just enjoying the feel. Once you're healed, cook me a meal. He spoke unclearly, and his rough attitude had softened a lot, returning to the quiet, reserved Wei Lao San. Don't do it like before. Make it with meat, big chunks of meat. Braised pork. Can you do that? Su Nan was momentarily stunned, then let out a breath, and her tense shoulders relaxed. Yes, she nodded, a slight smile in her eyes. It will definitely taste better than the state-run restaurant. Wei Yi turned around, pulled over a broken chair, and sat down. This meal isn't enough. You have to feed me for a whole month. Okay, as long as you don't mind eating the same thing every day. The atmosphere in the room finally relaxed, no longer as tense as before, like a string about to snap. Just then, hurried footsteps came from outside the yard gate. Third brother. Third brother. I've brought it back. Ma Lu's loud voice burst into the house before he even entered. Next, the poor wooden door was pushed open again, and Ma Lu, holding 2 shiny glass jars, rushed in like he was carrying 2 grenades. Oh my, I almost got run over. The supply and marketing cooperative's old lady closed early. I almost missed it. Malu slammed the 2 jars of yellow peach preserves onto the table, wiped the sweat from his forehead. If I'd been a little later, these good things would have been bought by someone else as a gift. The clerk even asked if my wife was having a baby, so willing to spend this much. Shut up. Wei Yi threw a cloth precisely, hitting Malu's chubby face that wasn't fully covered. No more nonsense. Malu chuckled, not angry, and tore off the cloth, looking at Su Nan on the bed. Nan, this is good stuff. I hear city folks eat this when they're in the hospital, saying it's good for blood and energy. You should eat more, to replace the blood you lost earlier. Back then, yellow peach preserves were rare. Only during festivals or when someone in the family was seriously ill would they buy a jar. The golden fruit pieces soaked in thick sugar syrup looked sweet just by looking at them. Su Nan looked at the 2 jars, her eyes welling up again. This wasn't just for blood replenishment, it was like burning money. Each jar cost at least 2 or 3 yuan, equal to 2 days' wages for an ordinary worker. Brother Wei, this is too much to spend. Spending money? No way. Wei Yi pulled out a small dagger from behind his waist, which he had hidden there at some point. With a sharp sound, he pried open the metal lid. He was strong and rough, but when opening the lid, he was careful not to cut his hand on the sharp edges. Malu, go to the kitchen and get a spoon. Wei Yi handed over the canned food. Never mind, I'll go myself. Your hand looks like you just dug through manure. Don't get the food dirty. Wei Yi stood up and went outside. Soon, he came back with a clean ceramic spoon and handed the can to Su Nan.
Eat.
Even the soup. Su Nan took a piece of fruit and put it in her mouth. It was sweet. The sweetness was so strong that it spread from her tongue to her chest, covering up all the fear, shame, and pain she had felt today. Really sweet, Su Nan whispered. Wei Yi sat nearby, watching her eat. His usually tense face finally softened. He didn't eat anything himself, just stared at her cheeks puffing as she ate, feeling more relaxed than if he had eaten a whole dragon. It was completely dark outside. The wind was howling through the reeds, but inside the house, everything was quiet and peaceful. Malu stood nearby for a moment, scratching his head. Third brother, it's already dark. Should I go to the next yard? Wei didn't look up and simply ordered, watch that pot of braised soup. Don't turn off the fire, and don't let anyone tamper with it. If I see tomorrow morning that there's rat droppings in the pot, I'll ask you. Got it? Don't worry, Malu said happily and ran off quickly. He realized that at this moment, he was just a bright, shining light in the room. Too noticeable. Once Malu left, only the lonely man and woman remained. The atmosphere became a little tense again. Su Nan ate half a jar of canned food, feeling full. The feeling of weakness eased a lot. She looked at the dark night outside, hesitating. Brother Wei, maybe. I should go back. It's not good for your reputation if people find out there's a woman here alone. Reputation? Wei Yi seemed to hear a joke. He spun the dagger between his fingers. What reputation does Wei Laosan have around here? The pig killer, the fighter, everyone knows I'm a troublemaker. But you. He paused, his eyes darkening. If you go back today and those guys from Zhuangzi try to attack you again, your life might be in danger. But there's nothing to discuss. Wei Yi stood up, pushed 2 long stools together, and took an old quilt from the cabinet to cover himself. Tonight, you sleep on the bed and I'll sleep here. Lock the door tightly and don't open it for anyone. Su Nan looked at the very simple bed, feeling a deep ache in her heart. Wei Yi, a tall man, was squeezed onto those narrow stools, making it hard for him to turn over. Big brother Wei, you should sleep on the bed. I can just sleep on the stool. Stop talking nonsense. Wei Yi glared at her and pulled the lamp string.
Sleep.
We have to get up early tomorrow to change your dressing. The room fell into darkness. Only a little moonlight came through the paper window, barely outlining the room. Su Nan lay on that very plain, hard bed, her nose filled with the faint smell of tobacco from Wei Yi. She thought she would have trouble sleeping, have nightmares, or see the fierce face of Su Wei and the lime in Zhuangzi's hands. But hearing the steady, heavy breathing of the man nearby, she felt surprisingly peaceful. Wei Yi, she whispered softly in the dark. He responded immediately, his voice clear and alert, as if he hadn't fallen asleep. Why are you so kind to me? Everything that happened today felt unreal. In a time when everyone was eager to ignore their own problems, some would sell their own sister for a few dozen yuan, while others risked their lives for neighbors they weren't even related to. Wei Yi turned over, and the stool creaked loudly. He was silent for a long time, so long that Su Nen thought he wouldn't answer. Because you're a good person. In the dark, Wei Ye's voice was deep and firm. That day, when you pushed the cart in the heavy rain, I was thinking, how can such a thin girl have so much strength? I don't like to see good people get no reward. Those scoundrels bullying you, I won't allow it. Su Nen still remembered the rainy day Wei Yi mentioned. It was late autumn last year, and the rain was pouring so heavily it seemed like the sky had opened. The old woman from the Wang family, to save a few cents on shipping, forced her to go to the coal yard to fetch coal balls, even though she had a high fever. Several 100 pounds of wet coal pressed down the cart wheels, making them scream, until finally it got stuck in a mud pit and couldn't be moved. With a cracking sound, the axle bent, and the coal balls rolled into the muddy water, flowing black. Old Granny stood under the eaves, eating sunflower seeds, not helping at all. She pointed at her and scolded her as a bad omen, calling her a useless burden and wasting things. Su Nen didn't cry or shout at that moment. She knelt on the cold, muddy ground, using her bloodied hands to carefully pick up the broken coal pieces and put them into the cart. If she couldn't finish, there would be no dinner tonight, and she would be beaten. She bit her lip hard to hold back tears, and with her shoulders, she pushed the cart's yoke, carrying the heavy, wet coal back home. So he was watching her then? Actually, there was a half-sentence he didn't say aloud, hidden on the tip of his tongue. Because seeing you cry makes my heart ache. Su Nen didn't speak again. She just buried her face in the quilt, tears silently falling. The next day, in the outskirts of the city, at Su family ditch, Su Wei was helped back home by Gongzi and another man. That fall didn't break any bones, but it left him battered and bruised all over. Especially his buttocks and lower back, which hurt so much that each step made him gasp. As soon as they reached the village entrance, he started crying loudly. Mother, it hurts so much. I don't want to live anymore. His loud cries startled Tian Suifan, who was feeding chickens in the yard. She threw down her basket and rushed out. She saw her son, looking like a frostbitten eggplant, with a blue and purple face. His shirt was covered in mud, and he was limping as he walked, looking as miserable as possible. Oh, my dear child, Tian Suifan, like a cat with its tail stepped on, screamed and rushed over. What happened? Who beat you like this?
Huh?
Are they trying to ruin our Su family? Old Mr. Su sat on the doorstep, smoking a pipe, and quickly put down his pipe, frowning. What's going on? Gongzi pushed Su Wei into Tian Suifan's arms, his eyes flickering with a lie he had already prepared. Auntie, we went to see Sister Nan out of kindness. We thought it wasn't easy for her to sell things outside. Who knows? Who knows that not only does she refuse to be grateful, but she also encourages the wild man she's seeing outside to hit people. What? Tian Suifan's eyes nearly popped out. That girl dares to hit you? Su Wei has just recovered and is now crying and sniffling, acting even more dramatically than an actor. Mother, you don't know how arrogant second sister is now. She's selling some kind of marinated meat in the county town, and her business is booming. I saw with my own eyes that her cloth bag is full of money, at least a few hundred yuan. A few hundred yuan? That number hit like a thunderclap, making Tian Suifan and old Su's scalps tingle. Nowadays, rural families only save a few dozen yuan a year. A few hundred? That's a huge amount. Tian Suifan's eyes suddenly gleamed with greed, like a hungry wolf smelling meat. Really? Where does she get so much money? I asked her to. I told her, sister, you're rich now.
Give some money to the family.
Dad's old cold legs need medicine. Su Wei cried even harder, pouring all the blame onto Su Nan. And she just pointed at me and cursed, saying the Su family is finished, and it has nothing to do with her.
She even said,
She said that money was earned with that wild man, and she wouldn't give us a single cent. This is outrageous. Outrageous. Old Sue's beard trembled with anger, and his pipe knocked loudly against the doorframe. That unfilial girl. She's forgotten who she is. Mother, look at my waist. Su-wei lifted his shirt, revealing a large bruise on his back, caused by Wei-yi hitting him with a metal bucket. I just wanted to ask her for 5 yuan to buy cigarettes, and she had that pig butcher stab Brother Gung with a knife, then beat me to death. She says now she's rich. She's like the Queen Mother of the West, and she doesn't recognize any of us poor relatives. Tian Suifan looked at her son's injuries, tears of pain falling down her face, then turned into raging anger. That was her flesh and blood, born after 10 months of pregnancy, a precious treasure she cherished since childhood, never daring to speak harsh words. And now, that ungrateful girl, teamed up with outsiders, has beaten him like this?
Fine, Xunan.
Tian Suifan trembled with rage, like a furious mother demon. She's gotten cocky, huh? Made money and refuses to respect her parents, even dares to hit her own brother? I think she's eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. She quickly wiped away her tears, her wrinkled face full of scheming and meanness. A few hundred yuan. Since that girl has so much money in her hands, it must belong to our family. Why should she spend it on that reckless man? Exactly, Zhengzi, standing nearby, stirred the pot. Andy, I think that money originally belonged to the Su family. Since Su Nan married out, she works hard in the fields every day. Where did she get that money? Maybe she stole it from home, or she stole it from the Wang family. Tian Suifan slapped her thigh, thinking she had figured out the key point. She's working as a servant in the Wang family. The wife there is very stingy and mean. She must have been upset there and took the money to run away. Otherwise, how could she dare to come out and show her face? Hearing this, Su Wei's eyes grew more vicious. Mother, we can't just let this go. We must get that money back. With it, I can marry a girl from the city and make our family proud. Talking about marriage was Tian Suifan's biggest worry. Seeing her son's injuries, her greed instantly tipped the balance. A few hundred yuan could build 3 big tiled houses in the village, or buy her son a bicycle. That would be a real sign of respect. This money must be returned. Tian Suifan stood up angrily, gritting her teeth. She started packing her things. And the debts she owes my son, they must be paid. I'll break her legs if I have to, just to make her pay. Old Su didn't say anything, but he silently approved of his wife's actions. In his mind, his daughter was someone else's girl. But if that money was really that much, then it was a different matter. Her father, go get that stick. Tian Suifan found a thick hemp rope from the corner of the wall and commanded fiercely, that girl is working as a servant for the Wang family, right? Since she dares to mess around outside, we'll go to the Wang family. We'll ask Wang Zhengwo for an explanation. Su Wei hesitated. Although he heard Su Nan say yesterday that she was no longer involved with the Wang family, he instinctively thought it was just her angry words. After all, divorce was a big shame these days. How could Su Nan, that timid girl, dare to do such a thing? Mother, it seems like she's not living at the Wang family anymore. Su Wei hesitated. Where else could she be living if not at the Wang family? Tian Suifan spat. She can run, but she can't hide from us. She is the wife of the Wang family, and they also have a share of the money. Let's go cause trouble at the Wang family, so that Wang Zhengwo's family will be embarrassed. When the time comes, the Wang family will be afraid of losing face, and will force the stubborn girl to return the money, plus pay for Wei's medical expenses. Tian Suifan's plan was working perfectly. In her simple thinking, even if Su Nan was out having fun, she still belonged to the Wang family. If they caused a big scene at the Wang house, accusing Su Nan of having an affair and hiding a large sum of money, Wang's proud mother-in-law would definitely find Su Nan. Then, whether the 100 yuan was paid by the Wang family or taken by Su Nan, it would all end up in her pocket. Let's go. Right now. Tian Suifan couldn't wait any longer. Her fierce attitude was unstoppable, like 10 oxen pulling her back. I want to see how capable that stubborn girl really is, daring to disown her parents. Su Wei's eyes flickered with a secret joy. Causing trouble at the Wang house was a good idea. The old lady of the Wang family was not easy to deal with. If she found out Su Nan had money, she would definitely swallow her whole. Then Su Nan would be miserable, with no support, and the money would surely come back to her. As for that pig butcher named Wei Yi, Su Wei touched his lower back, his eyes cold and fierce. Once he got the money, he would hire some tough guys from the underworld to break that pig butcher's hands and feet. The group moved forward in a mighty procession, like an army going to punish rebels, heading straight for the Wang family in the county town with a murderous look. The Wang family has been quite lively lately. After watching the big show about a heartless man abandoning his wife and children, the maternal relatives came knocking again? But why did they not come earlier? The daughter had been a widow for 10 years without showing her face. Now that she's rich, she runs away faster than a dog. The small window on the iron gate suddenly opened with a clatter, revealing an old face painted with makeup. It's Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu was happily holding her grandson when she heard the shouting and scolding outside. Her face immediately turned sour, like a donkey's. She didn't open the door but spat through the crack in the gate. Phew. Who do I think it is? Turns out it's that unlucky girl from the poor family. Crying and wailing here early in the morning. What bad luck. You old gossip, who are you insulting? Tian Suifan, known as a loudmouth in the village, couldn't stand this and pointed at Grandma Lu's nose, shouting, "Hurry up and make Su Nan come out. And Wang Zhengwo, pay back my son's medical expenses. That's a big deal worth hundreds of yuan. You want to keep it all for yourselves? No way."
What? Su Nan?
Grandma Lu seemed to hear a joke and sneered sarcastically. Mother-in-law, are you confused? Su Nan, that troublemaker, has long been out of our Wang family. They divorced long ago, and it's all written clearly in black and white. Whether she's alive or dead now has nothing to do with us. Divorced? Tian Suifan was stunned, and Su Laotu and Su Wei behind her looked just as surprised. Not only divorced, but she's doing very well now. Grandma Lu's eyes twinkled with mischief. She remembered how she was humiliated at the village entrance yesterday and was worried about taking her anger out. Now that the Su family came knocking, she saw it as a good chance to strike back. She thought, you don't know yet? That good daughter of yours has already hooked up with the pig butcher Wei Laosan at the west end of the village. She just divorced and moved in with a wild man, even trying to split our family assets. It's only because I'm kind-hearted that I gave her 500 yuan to send her away. If you want money, go find that pig butcher at the west end of the village. Don't dirty my land. After saying this, Grandma Lu slammed the small window shut and ignored Tian Suifan's pounding on the door. Outside, the Su family members looked at each other in shock.
500 yuan.
Tian Suifan only heard that number, and her eyes flashed green. Does that mean that bratty girl really has 500 yuan? Plus, she earned money from selling meat, so she must have been aiming for 1,000. When Su Wei heard this number, he forgot about his pain and jumped with worry. Mother, I knew she was with that wild man. Old Third Wei even hit me, probably because I caught them in an affair. Let's go quickly, or the money will be stolen by that man. Old man Su looked grim and tapped his pipe on his shoe. Let's go to the west side. That troublemaker, I must break her legs today. A group of people turned around and headed angrily toward the west end of the village. Lao Tai Tai Lu closed the small window on the iron door. Her face, full of wrinkles, suddenly lit up with a smile. She turned and shouted to Wang Zhengwo, who was cleaning shoes inside. Zhengwo, did you hear? That poor family went to confront that girl. Su Nan's mother is known for being fierce and rough. She would tear her face off for money. Today, if she meets old Third Wei, that girl might not survive or at least get a harsh lesson. Wang Zhengwo held a handkerchief, pausing for a moment. He remembered how fiercely Su Nan chopped the table with a knife that day, feeling a bit uneasy. But then he thought, now that her family is forcing her to come home, if she's pushed to the edge, will she cry and beg him to take her in? Mom, do you think they can really cause trouble? Wang Jiangwo threw the handkerchief onto the table, frowning. If old Third Way gets violent and hurts someone and the police get involved, it might bring trouble to us. He found a reason that sounded serious, but everyone knew his real dark thoughts. He just wanted to see that ungrateful woman kneel and beg her family for mercy. Watching her struggle in the mud and finally admit that she's leaving him, Wang Jiangwo thought she was nothing. Lily was applying bright red nail polish. She blew on her nails and stood up with a sway, her fox-like eyes full of glee. Jiangwo, go check it out. I want to see how proud sister is. Besides, if old Third Way can't protect her and she gets sold by her family, we can wash our hands of it. Yes. We must go. Lao Tai Tai was even more eager. She changed into comfortable cloth shoes, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, and put them in her pocket. She looked excited, like she was going to a fair. This is a big show, and we can't miss it. Let's stand back and watch how that troublemaker gets her comeuppance. Let her be wild. Let her not know her place. Wang Jiangwo adjusted his tie, stood straight, and put on his gold-rimmed glasses, acting like a high-ranking official inspecting the countryside. Let's go see. After all, a day of marriage is 100 days of kindness. If she's really in trouble, I can speak some fair words for her. That's my duty. The family locked the bright red iron gate and headed toward the west end of the village. On the way, they met some villagers carrying hoes. Old Lady Lu didn't wait for anyone to ask and shouted loudly, "Oh, stop working. Something big is happening in the west. The Su family's troublemakers are cleaning house. I heard Su Nan is causing chaos outside and even beat her own brother. Now, they're fighting. If you're late, you won't see anything." Hearing this, the villagers dropped their tools and eagerly followed behind the Wang family to see what was going on. Wang Jiangwo led the way, a proud smile on his face as he listened to the gossip behind him. He wanted to see what trouble Su Nan, the divorced woman, could still cause. The Wang family quickened their steps, pushing through the crowd to get to the front. The farther west they went, the more deserted the road became. Half-grown wild grass swayed in the wind, and a few wild cats appeared now and then, their cries sharp and eerie. 2 dilapidated houses stood alone there. Next to them was Wei's tall wall and courtyard, and a faint smell of blood drifted from inside. This place was creepy. Villagers usually avoided coming here. But at this moment, Tian Suifan was so blinded by the 1,000 yuan that she didn't care about being scared. She strode up to the shaky, rotten wooden door and kicked it hard.
Su Nan.
You shameless little prostitute. Come out here. In the west yard. Su Nan had just finished applying medicine and was back in her own yard, drinking millet porridge made by Wei Yi. The loud kick startled her, almost dropping her bowl. Wei Yi was sitting on a small stool, peeling an apple. When he heard the noise, he paused, then cut away a big piece of peel and flesh. He slowly looked up, his narrow eyes flashing with cold light, like a freshly sharpened butcher's knife, full of a frightening, murderous aura. Someone looking for death. Wei Yi threw the apple into a plate, grabbed his knife, and was about to stand up. Brother Wei. Su Nan quickly grabbed his sleeve. Her face was still a little pale, but her eyes were very firm. This is my family matter. Let me handle it myself. You're going to handle it? Wei Yi frowned as he looked at her injuries. How can you handle it? Let them tear you apart and sell you for money. I'm not stupid. Su Nan took a deep breath, let go of her hand, and slowly got off the bed. Just stand by and help me. Don't fight back. It's not worth going to jail over these people. Wei Yi stared at her for a moment. Seeing the determination in her eyes, which didn't seem fake, he snorted coldly and sat back down. But he didn't put down the knife. Instead, he twirled it quickly with his fingertips.
Fine.
I want to see what kind of trouble this family can stir up. Suddenly, the fragile wooden door was kicked open with a loud bang, swinging and making a loud screech. Tian Suifan rushed in first. She was about to curse, but suddenly stopped in her tracks. In the yard, a fierce-looking man sat confidently, playing with a shiny dagger in his hand. His gaze swept over them lightly, as if he was looking at a group of helpless animals. That was Wei Yi. His name was well known in the area, enough to quiet restless children at night. The previously aggressive Su family members suddenly looked like chickens with their throats caught, their angry words stuck in their throats. Tian Suifin instinctively stepped back and pushed Su Wei forward. Su Wei's legs trembled, but thinking of the hundreds of yuan, he forced himself to shout, "Sister, Dad, and Mom are here. Hurry up and come kneel." Su Nan steadied herself by holding the table corner. Her head was wrapped in gauze, and her lips were bruised. She looked miserable, but her eyes shone with a frightening brightness. She coldly looked over the greedy faces, with no warmth at all. "Kneel." Su Nan smiled, her voice hoarse. "Why should I kneel? Because you gave birth to me but treat me like a beast to sell? Because you suck my blood and let Su Wei enjoy a good life? Or because you almost ruined my innocence and want to kill me? Stupid girl, what are you talking about?" Seeing Su Nan's attitude, Tian Suifin's fear was replaced by greed. She stomped her foot and cursed, "I am your mother. I have your blood. I gave you your life. What's wrong with spending a little money on you? Hurry up and take out that few hundred yuan, then break up with this wild man and come home with me. Don't embarrass yourself here." "Exactly." Old Su also chimed in, looking serious. "Nan Yen, you shouldn't forget your roots. Your brother was beaten so badly, and the medical expenses must be paid. I think Grandma Wang is right. You have 500 yuan for divorce fees, right? Just take that money to marry your brother, and that will be your way of showing filial piety." From the start, they just wanted to drain her of everything. Looking at these two people who raised her, all her last hopes completely vanished. This is her parents. In their eyes, she isn't a person, just an object that can be exchanged for money, a tool that can be sacrificed at any time. That's also why she didn't go back to her parents' house after the divorce, nor did she tell them. "I have money," Nanyan said, reaching into her pocket and patting it. Tian Suifin and Su Wei's eyes widened instantly, eager to rush forward and grab it. "But I won't give you a single cent," Nanyan said clearly, her voice calm but firm. "This money was earned with my life. From now on, I am no longer connected to the Su family, whether I live or die. I want to cut all ties." "Cut ties?" Tian Suifin screamed sharply, her voice piercing the roof. "Dream on. As long as I'm alive, you have to support me. You have to take care of your brother. Want to cut ties? Unless you cut off your own flesh and give it back to me." She was howling and trying to pounce, acting like a shameless troublemaker. "I dare anyone to move." Wei Yi, who had been silent, suddenly stood up. His stance was like a tall tower rising from nowhere, filling the room with an oppressive presence. He casually stuck his dagger into the table. With a clink, the blade sank half an inch into the wood, the handle still trembling. "Didn't you hear what Nanyan said?" Wei Yi took 2 long steps to stand in front of Nanyan, like an unbreakable wall protecting her. He looked down at old Su, who was a head shorter, with a cruel smile on his face. "Want money? Fine." Wei Yi pointed to the next yard. "I just killed a big fat pig weighing over 300 pounds. I need help removing the bones and meat. If you want money, first cut off some flesh from your own bodies and see how much it's worth." The smell of blood in this story was very strong, which made old man Su turn pale and even drop his pipe. Su Wei hid behind Gongzi and trembled as he shouted, "Brother Gang. Brother Gang, you go first. You have a knife, right, Gongzi?" Gongzi had wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in the moment he saw Wei Yi. He still had thick bandages wrapped around his hand, a mark from when Wei Yi had stabbed him yesterday. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare draw his knife in front of this king of hell. It was a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Gongzi forced a smile and slowly stepped back. Tian Suifin saw that he couldn't hold his ground and suddenly sat down on the ground, crying loudly, "Oh, this is unfair. Wei Yi hit someone. My daughter is teaming up with outsiders to hurt her own parents. Oh heavens, why don't you strike this unfilial girl with lightning? Her loud cry was meant to make a big fuss and force Su Nan to give in. Tian Suifan was known for her loud and wild temper in the Su family village. She cried and made a scene on the rocky yellow earth, kicking her feet wildly, kicking up dust that made the onlookers cough. While crying, she kept glancing around to see how people reacted. Seeing Wang Jiangwo's family standing nearby, watching with glee, her heart burned with more anger. No justice. Everyone, come and judge. This girl, once she got money, stopped recognizing her parents and even tried to hurt her own brother. Tian Suifan pointed at Su Nan, spitting as she spoke. She lived in the Wang family for 10 years. If she didn't have that wild man backing her, where would she get the courage to cut ties with me? She's been secretly plotting all along. A murmur of discussion started among the crowd. Everyone knew that the Su family wasn't good people, but in these times, filial piety was a heavy burden. Mothers kneeled on the ground crying, and if daughters still stood stiffly, their spines might break from the pressure. Seeing that the situation was about right, Wang Jiangwo adjusted his suit and tie, then walked over with a stiff step. He wore a fake smile, but his eyes looked like a snake, scanning Su Nan's patched coat. Wang Jiangwo did not go to help the person. He only politely said, "Su Nan, this is your fault. No matter what, she is your biological mother. Now that you are well off, you should give some money to Wei Zi for his medical treatment. That is the right thing to do. If you're upset about our divorce, you shouldn't take it out on the elderly." This speech was perfect, both criticizing Su Nan and establishing himself as the wise, reasonable boss. Su Nan looked at the group of troublemakers and found it ridiculous. She stepped out from behind Wei Yi. Wei Yi frowned and reached out to stop her, but Su Nan gently patted his rough, calloused hand, signaling him to relax. She walked up to Tian Suifan, who was still crying loudly, and looked down at her. "Are you done acting?" Su Nan's voice was cold as ice. "If you're not done, I will go to the village office and borrow a gong to play along." Tian Suifan was stunned, and her crying suddenly stopped. Su Nan turned her head and fixed her gaze on Su Wei, who was hiding behind the crowd. In that moment, the hatred in her eyes made Su Wei shiver. "Since you all want money so badly, let's settle the score." Su Nan pointed at Su Wei and said clearly, "Last night, Su Wei, with Gongzi, carried a bag filled with lime powder and a sharp pig-killing knife and blocked my way." What kind of behavior is this? The crowd instantly fell silent, only the sound of wind rustling through the weeds. Su Nan sneered coldly, raising her voice. "This is highway robbery. It's armed assault. In today's world, robbery is a serious crime, and with hooligan behavior, you could face prison. Brother Wei only acted to protect me. That's self-defense." She stepped closer, causing Su Wei to back away nervously. "Su Wei, you want medical expenses, right?
Fine.
I will go to the police station and report it. Hand over that knife and the lime powder in Gongzi's hand. I want to see whether the police will judge Brother Wei for hurting someone or for you for armed robbery. You dare." Su Wei's face turned pale with fear. His arrogance disappeared instantly. "I'm your brother. Do you want me to go to jail? You're threatening my life." "I don't care if you're my brother or not," Su Nan said fiercely. "At worst, we'll both go down together. I only have this one poor life. Those with nothing to lose are not afraid of those with everything. If I send you inside to face the consequences, I will have done my duty to protect the people." At this point, even Tian Suifan didn't dare to scream anymore. Although she was fierce, she knew the current strict crackdown meant that if she was falsely accused of robbery, her son's life would be over.
You
wicked girl. Why are you so cruel?" Tian Suifan got up, trembling as she pointed at Su Nan, but she dared not mention the 1,000 yuan again, only cursing loudly. Old Su saw that things were getting out of hand. If it really came to the police station, his son would suffer. His cloudy old eyes flashed with a cruel glint. He suddenly threw his pipe onto the ground. Good, you unfilial girl. Since you've gone this far, don't blame me for being ruthless." Old Su shouted at Gengzi and the other relatives' nephews who had come with him. "What are you all standing there for? This is family business. This crazy girl, tie her up and take her home to teach her a lesson." I want to see who dares interfere in the Su family's affairs. He was trying to forcibly take her away. As long as they got Su-nan back to the Su family's place and locked her in that dark room, would it matter if she was innocent or guilty? They could do whatever they wanted. Then they could find the money, marry her off to some old bachelor from the mountains, and see how she would still have the courage to resist. Gungzi had been holding back his anger for a long time. When he heard this, he decided to act boldly, relying on their numbers. Brothers, go. Tie up this crazy woman. Her parents ordered it, and it's not illegal. 3 or 4 strong young men rushed forward, reaching to grab Su-nan's arm. I dare anyone to lay a finger on her. A loud shout like a thunderclap rang out. Wei Yi moved. No one saw exactly how he acted. The frontmost Gingzi, whose hand was just reaching out to touch Su-nan's clothes, was suddenly flung backward as if he were a torn rag. He crashed hard into a nearby 2-meter-high mud wall with a loud bang. That wall, already fragile, crumbled and fell apart. Gungzi clutched his stomach, curled up on the ground, unable to scream. His face turned a dark purple, and he opened his mouth to retch. Wei Yi still held the small knife used for peeling apples, its blade shining coldly in the sunlight. He looked like a furious beast, his whole body radiating a deadly aura that made the surrounding air feel several degrees colder. Is this my yard? A place where you trash can run wild. He took a step forward. The nephews from the Su family, who had wanted to rush forward, were so scared they shouted and scrambled backward, afraid of following the same path as the troublemaker. Wang Jiangwo originally wanted to say some harsh words during the chaos, but seeing Wei Yi's skills, he was so frightened he swallowed his words and instinctively moved back, shielding old Lady Lu. If he got hurt, how could he keep his reputation as a big boss? At that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded on the main road at the village entrance, accompanied by a stern shout. Everyone stop. This is going too far. Everyone turned to look and saw village secretary Zhao Defa, with his hands behind his back, rushing over with a few militia members, panting heavily. Zhao Defa was also having a bad day. He had just wanted to go home and get some rest when he heard that the Su family at the west end of the village was surrounded by the troublemakers from Su's gully. Su-nan is now considered a model of prosperity in his eyes. More importantly, the girl's cooking really suits his taste. If someone smashed her stall, where would he find such delicious braised meat to eat? Secretary Zhao is here. The crowd automatically made way. Zhao Defa, with a grim face, walked to the center of the scene. He looked at Gongzi, who was vomiting on the ground, then at Wei Yi, who had a fierce look, and finally his gaze settled on old man Su. What are you doing?
Huh?
In broad daylight, coming to our Xiangyang village to smash and loot? Do you have no law? Zhao Defa scolded, pointing at old man Su's nose. Although old man Su was domineering at home, he was still nervous in front of officials. He quickly put on a victim's face, bowing and saying, Secretary, you've misunderstood. This is my daughter. I came to take her home. That naughty girl didn't listen and even got my nephew hurt. Nonsense. Zhao Defa showed no respect. Taking your daughter home with so many strong men? And trying to tie people up? I think you're just disturbing the peace. He turned to Su-nan, his tone softening a bit. Nan, tell us what really happened. Su-nan's eyes were slightly red, but she forced herself not to cry. She looked very distressed, but her back was straight, making people feel heartbroken for her. They forced me to give them money. When I refused, they wanted to take it by force and even tie me up to sell me. My younger brother threatened me with a knife, and Brother Wei was trying to save me. Su-nan explained everything clearly in just a few words. When Zhao Defa heard robbery and kidnapping, his face darkened even more. If something really happened, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as party secretary. He glared at old Su fiercely. Did you hear that? Su-nan's household registration is now in our village, so he's one of us. You all came here causing trouble. Do you believe I won't send the militia to take you to the local police station? Robbing with a knife? If that charge is proven, your whole family will be in big trouble. Tian Suifan heard they might be taken to the police station and became very scared. She saw that the party secretary was on Su Nan's side, and with that troublemaker Wei Yi present, she knew they wouldn't get the money today. It's all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Tian Suifan got up from the ground, brushed the dirt off her bottom, and didn't dare to scream anymore. Since my daughter doesn't recognize us, we'll leave. We're leaving now. We're leaving, she signaled to old Su, and the two helped the still weak Su Wei, calling their nephews to lift the broken pot, and they hurriedly left. As they passed by Wang Zhengwo, Tian Suifan spat fiercely. Don't get too proud. If your family had a conscience, my daughter wouldn't be in this situation. You're all no good. Wang Zhengwo's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to reply. After walking about 10 meters, Tian Suifan suddenly stopped, turned around, and her triangular eyes shone with hatred.
Su Nan.
You ungrateful traitor. Just wait. This isn't over. Today, someone is protecting you, but I don't believe they can protect you forever. Just wait for your punishment. Her voice was sharp and harsh, like a curse. After saying this harsh word, the Su family looked like lost dogs, helping each other as they disappeared at the end of the dirt road. The farce was over. Zhao Defa waved his hand, shooing away the villagers who had gathered. Before leaving, he looked meaningfully at Wang Zhengwo. Wang boss, you should do what you need to do now. Even though she's your ex-wife, don't go too far. People are watching, and you should do good deeds. Wang Zhengwo's face turned red and white from the scolding. He snorted, pulled Lu Laotai, and turned to leave. How dare a lousy party secretary scold me? Wang Zhengwo dared to curse only after he walked away. That broken shoe Su Nan will come crying to me someday. The yard finally quieted down. Only the mess on the ground and the broken part of the earthen wall remained. The sun was setting in the west, casting long shadows at the village entrance. Wang Jianmin, carrying a dull gray canvas bag, was sweating heavily as he pushed open the newly painted red iron gate of the Wang family. He had just returned from the provincial city by bus. To save 2 mao on fare, he didn't take a donkey cart in the county town but walked over 10 miles on his own 2 legs. The sweat soaked his white shirt, making it cling to his back, but he felt warm inside. In his bag was a box of Friendship brand snow cream, bought with 2 months' worth of savings. His sister-in-law had suffered so much over the years. Her hands would crack and bleed every winter. The snow cream was greasy and supposedly effective when applied. Sister-in-law, I'm back. I did first in the whole department on the exam. Wang Jianmin's excited voice stopped abruptly when he saw the scene in the yard. The yard was still the same, but the smell had changed. No longer the faint scent of soapberry and food, replaced by a strong perfume smell. In the middle of the yard, a shiny black car was parked, crowding the already small space. At the door of the main room, a woman in a bright red dress sat cross-legged, applying lipstick in front of a small mirror. Wang Jianmin froze, pushed up his thick glasses, thinking he had entered the wrong house.
Who are you?
Where's my sister-in-law? Hu Lily heard the noise, nonchalantly closed her mirror, raised her finely drawn eyebrows, and looked up and down at the skinny young man in front of her. He looked poor, and only his face resembled Wang Zhengwo's by about 30%. Oh, so you're that bookish younger brother, who only studies? Hu Lily put her lipstick in her pocket without getting up, speaking with a tone of disdain. Yelling and making a fuss at your own home? No manners at all. I am your brother's wife, Hu Lily. Wang Jianmin's mind buzzed. His older brother had never mentioned this before. He looked around and saw that the dry firewood in the corner was gone. The basket used by his sister-in-law to store shoe soles was also missing, and even the pomegranate tree she loved most had been cut down, leaving only a bare tree stump. A bad feeling suddenly clenched his throat. I ask you, where's my sister-in-law, Su Nan? Wang Jianmin's voice trembled slightly, and his fist unconsciously tightened the strap of his cloth bag. Hu Lily curled her lips and waved her hand dismissively, showing disgust. What sister-in-law? That yellow-faced woman has long been gone. Zhengwo was too soft and gave her 500 yuan to send her away. Now, who knows? She might be somewhere counting money and secretly happy. Gone? Sent away? These words stabbed into Wang Jiamin's ears like needles. He suddenly took a step forward, his scholarly pride turning into anger. Nonsense. My sister-in-law is the properly married wife of the Wang family. She has taken care of her in-laws for 10 years. How could she leave just for money? It must be you guys forcing her. Lily was startled by his crazy look. She stepped back 2 steps in her high heels, almost twisting her ankle. What are you shouting for? This is my home. Lily also got angry, raising her voice sharply. She's just a useless hen, sitting on the nest but not laying eggs. Jangwo is now a big boss. Does he need that kind of rural woman? She's at that broken house at the west end of the village. In that pig-killing place with Wei Lao-san, everyone in the village knows about it. I just heard her family's bloodsuckers came to find her. Jangwo and your mother were afraid she'd embarrass them, so they went to see her. The west end of the village? The broken house? And that ruthless Wei Lao-san? Wang Jiamin felt the world spinning. His sister-in-law's personality was gentle. She never dared to speak loudly and would only hide in the kitchen to secretly wipe her tears when she was wronged. To send her to such a place, to face the vicious wolves from the Su family, what's the difference from throwing a sheep into a wolf's den? You are truly committing sins. Wang Jiamin no longer cared about being polite. He glared fiercely at Lily and turned to run toward the front door. As soon as he burst out of the door, he bumped into a group of people.
Oh.
Who's so blind that they want to run me over? Lao Lu was knocked off balance, and her sunflower seeds spilled all over the ground. She was about to curse, but when she looked closely, her long, bitter face immediately broke into a wide, rotten smile. Jiamin? Oh, my son has come back. Old Lady Lu quickly grabbed Wang Jiamin's arm, spitting as she spoke. Let me see. Why do you look so thin? Well, now that we have money, let your brother take you out to eat. Wang Jiamin shook off Old Lady Lu's hand with great strength, surprising her. He ignored his mother and stared firmly at Wang Jangwo walking behind him. Wang Jangwo was dressed in a neat suit, shiny shoes, and his hair was slicked back. He was using a handkerchief to wipe his slightly crooked gold-rimmed glasses. He looked like a serious leader just back from inspecting work. Brother, Wang Jiamin called out, his voice hoarse. Wang Jangwo adjusted his glasses, frowned, and looked at his brother's wrinkled shirt. He snorted and said, Why are you so careless? After all these years of studying, you haven't learned to be steady? You come back and run outside right away. Are there tigers at home waiting for you? Where's my wife? Wang Jiamin didn't answer him. He stood straight, blocking Wang Jangwo's way. That woman said my wife lives in that broken house at the west end of the village. Is that true? Wang Jangwo's face darkened, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. He had just watched a not-so-pleasant play over there in the west, wanted to see Su Nan's joke, but Wei Lao-san, that crazy man, came out with a knife, scaring away Su's family and him. Now he was feeling angry inside. What wife? That's an outsider. Wang Jangwo brushed imaginary dust off his sleeve, acting like a responsible older brother. Jiamin, you need to understand the situation. Su Nan and I are already divorced, with all the paperwork done. What kind of family do we have now? Do you know how big my business is now? Keeping that illiterate at home, it's embarrassing enough to take her out. Embarrassing? Wang Jiamin sneered, tears welling up in his eyes. Brother, aren't you afraid of lightning if you say that? 10 years ago, you went south with nothing, and your wife sold her dowry to help you. Our father was paralyzed in bed for 3 years. Who fed him, cleaned him, and took care of his waste? Our mother, with her fiery temper, couldn't handle it. It was my wife who endured and took care of everything for 10 years. Wang Jiamin became more and more emotional, veins bulging on his neck, trembling as he pointed at Wang Jangwo's nose. And me. My university tuition and living expenses were earned by my sister-in-law during the cold winter when she went to the river to break ice and catch fish, and on the mountain to weave baskets. Do you call her illiterate? Do you think she's shameful? I see that beneath your skin, you hide a heart full of greed. These words felt like loud slaps, hitting Wang Jiangwo's face. The villagers who were still watching the scene started pointing and whispering, their gossip stabbing more than knives. "Shut up." Wang Jiangwo was so angry and embarrassed that his face turned a dark purple. He was used to being called Mr. Wang or Boss Wang outside, and he had long forgotten what it felt like to be scolded directly. "I'm doing this for our family, to carry on the Wang family line. Who Lily gave me a son. What can Su Nan do? She's just sitting on her nest without laying eggs. Not having children is your problem." Wang Jianmin also lost his temper and shouted without thinking, "Your sister-in-law works herself to death at home, and you're out having fun. Do you still have the nerve to blame her?" Smack. A clear slap sounded, and the noisy street suddenly fell silent. Wang Jianmin's face was knocked askew, his glasses flew into the dirt, and the lenses shattered everywhere. A thin line of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wang Jiangwo panted heavily, his hand still trembling from the punch, feeling a burning pain in his palm. Old Lady Lu was stunned. She had been watching the scene just moments ago, but now she finally reacted, slapping her thigh and crying out, "What a sin! Why did the brothers fight? Jiangwo, why did you hit your brother?" Wang Jianmin slowly turned his head. He didn't pick up his glasses or wipe the blood from his mouth. His usually gentle, scholarly eyes were now cold, like two dead pools. He looked at Wang Jiangwo as if seeing a complete stranger, a strange monster. That slap was good. Wang Jianmin spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his voice quiet but heavy with meaning. "It's wiped out our 20 years of brotherhood." Wang Jiangwo's heart skipped a beat, feeling uneasy, but he still kept his tough tone. "I am your older brother. The elder brother is like a father. What's wrong with giving you a little lesson? When you face setbacks in society, you'll realize that only money and power are real. Those poor morals and virtues are useless. Let's see what happens." Wang Jianmin bent down, picked up the canvas bag from the ground, and brushed off the dirt on it. The box of snow cream inside was a bit deformed from the fall earlier, but he still carefully kept it close to his chest. "From now on, you should be your own boss, live in your big house. This home, whether that sly fox is here or not, I am here and she isn't." After saying that, he didn't even glance at the house door that once haunted his dreams. He turned and strode confidently toward the west end of the village, not looking back. The sunset's glow cast a faint light on his thin figure, showing his determination. "Hey, Jianmin, come back, you little brat. That place is haunted." Old Lady Lu hurriedly called after him, trying to chase, but Wang Jiangwo grabbed her arm. "Let him go." Wang Jiangwo gritted his teeth and sneered in the direction his brother was heading. "He's been reading for 2 days, and now his mind is messed up. I don't believe that without the Wang family's money, he and that wicked woman can cause any trouble. Once he's suffered enough at Wei Laoson's place, he'll come back on his knees and beg me." At the west end of the village, the wind was colder and harsher than elsewhere. Wang Jianmin walked unevenly along the overgrown dirt path, without glasses. The world around him was blurry and strange, like a wild, shifting shadow. Ahead were 2 dilapidated earthen houses. Before he reached them, he heard the sound of a knife being sharpened. Hoo! The noise sounded especially eerie in the open field. Jianmin felt a bit nervous. Rumors about Wei Laosan were too frightening. But he touched the snow cream in his pocket, clenched his teeth, and kept walking. When he reached the creaking wooden door, it suddenly swung open. A tall, dark figure blocked the entrance, holding a dripping pig-killing knife. His fierce eyes looked down at Jianmin from above, and his voice rumbled like thunder. "Another Wang family person? Not dead enough yet." Jianmin was overwhelmed by the fierce aura, gasping for breath. He wasn't wearing glasses, and the shadow before him was blurry, like a collapsing wall ready to bury him. But his feet seemed rooted to the ground, and he didn't step back. "I'm looking for my sister-in-law." Jianmin clenched the canvas bag tightly, his voice trembling. "Su Nan, is she here?" Wei Yi chuckled softly, flipping his wrist, and the knife in his hand drew a sharp arc in the air. The cold gleam of the blade was especially bright in the dim evening light. "Those troublemakers just now said she was a relative. And what happened?" The Wang family is taking turns, first soft, then hard, and now using tough tricks. His narrow eyes scanned Wang Jianmin from top to bottom, lingering on the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth and the red, swollen handprint on his face. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes, but his words remained sharp. Look at you, so pathetic. Someone might think you're here begging for food.
Get out.
We're not looking for anyone here. If you don't leave now, I'll make your other cheeks swell too. I won't leave. Wang Jianmin suddenly raised his head. His highly nearsighted eyes tried hard to focus as he stared at Wei Yi. I know she's inside. I heard she's hurt, and she's only here with you. I'm her brother. I just want to see her. Brother? Wei Yi took a step forward. The smell of blood mixed with cheap tobacco clung to him like a net, trapping Wang Jianmin. Her real brother almost just took her life. These days, family can be more ruthless than enemies. Your surname is Wang. Hers is Su. When your Wang family threw her out, didn't your brother come out to say a word? His words felt like salt poured onto Wang Jianmin's freshly torn open wound. His face turned pale, lips trembling, unable to speak. Yes, he was studying in the provincial city, unaware of what was happening outside. Such a big change at home, and he didn't know a thing. Wei Yi let him in. Suddenly, a weak voice came from inside the house. Wei Yi's sharp stance softened a little. He looked back, his brow furrowing, and shouted into the house. What are you getting up for? No legs anymore. Su Nan supported herself on the doorframe, struggling to come out. Her head was wrapped in thick bandages, and in the dusk, her pale face looked almost startling. Brother-in-law, Wang Jianmin called out, tears suddenly streaming down his face. He ignored the knife in Wei Yi's hand and staggered into the yard. As he got closer, he saw Su Nan's pale face and the still bruised area near her eye. Was this really the same sister-in-law who, despite being tired, always smiled and made him shoe insoles? This is clearly a person who has just escaped from a dangerous situation. Jianmin, Su Nan squinted, using the dim yellow light coming from inside to see the disheveled young man in front of her. Why are you back? Where are your glasses? What happened to your face? Her questions were full of genuine concern, without any blame or anger. Wang Jianmin's last line of defense broke down completely. He knelt on the ground with a loud thud, not caring about the dirt and animal droppings. He grabbed Su Nan's calloused hand and cried loudly. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I came back late. They are not human. They hurt you like this. His cry was heartbreaking and made people feel sad. Wei Yi stood nearby, casually putting his butcher knife back into its sheath. He originally wanted to take this crying young man outside, but seeing Su Nan's red eyes, he reached out to touch his head. He felt a strange irritation inside. He took out a crushed box of cigarettes from his pocket, wanted to smoke, but looked at the old and injured person, then irritably put it back. Enough, stop crying. Wei Yi walked over and kicked Wang Jianmin's shoe with his toe. A grown man crying like a girl. Isn't that embarrassing? Get up and talk. Su Nan quickly pulled him away. Get up, the ground is cold. Jianmin, what's wrong? Did someone hit you? This young brother-in-law used his frugal living expenses to buy her a box of expensive snow cream. You always spend money recklessly. It's better to save and buy study materials, Su Nan said with a choked voice. Sister-in-law, I won't go back to that house anymore. Wang Jianmin looked up, his eyes full of determination. I've cut ties with Wang Jiangwo. From now on, you are the only family I recognize. That house is too dirty. I can't stay there. Su Nan was stunned. What are you talking about? You haven't graduated yet, you still need to study. I'm not studying anymore. Wang Jianmin held his head high. He paid for my tuition, but since I've cut ties, I won't take his money. I have hands and feet. I can earn my own money. Even if I have to carry heavy loads at the dock, I will finish my studies. Nonsense. Wei Yi, who had been silent, suddenly cursed. He stepped forward and grabbed Wang Jianmin by the collar of his wrinkled white shirt, lifting him up like a chicken. Carrying heavy loads? With your build, 2 bags would make you cough up blood. Wei Yi's fierce face was close to Wang Jianmin's. You've read so much you're full of nonsense? Acting on impulse won't feed you. That one guy isn't a good person, but he's right. Without money or power, you're nothing. Do you want to support your sister-in-law? With what? With your crying mouth, or with that crushed snow cream? Wang Jiamin was choked and his face turned red, but he clenched his teeth and refused to beg.
Even if I starve.
I won't accept that kind of charity. That's some backbone. Wei Yi released him and pushed him back. Wang Jiamin staggered a few steps, nearly falling into the firewood pile nearby. Brother Wei, don't scare him. Su Nan looked at Wei Yi with some blame, then turned and pulled Wang Jiamin aside. Jiamin, listen to your sister-in-law. Go back now and lower your head to them. No, Wang Jiamin reacted strongly. Sister-in-law, if you make me go back, I'll jump into the river right now. I saw Hu Lily sitting in our main hall, cutting down the pomegranate tree like the most. That house no longer belongs to the Wang family, it's the Qian family now. Su Nan was silent. She understood that stubborn spirit of a young person who refuses to bend. The wind in the yard howled, and the sky was completely dark. Wei Yi turned and walked to the stove, lifting the lid. A strong smell of millet porridge wafted out, mixed with a hint of sweet red date flavor. He had specially cooked this for Su Nan. Wei Yi served a bowl of steaming millet porridge, with a thick layer of rice oil on top. A few red dates had been cooked until soft, giving off a sweet aroma. He didn't even glance at Wang Jiamin, who was kneeling on the ground. Instead, he walked straight to Su Nan and pushed the bowl into her hands.
Drink it.
His words were simple and firm, but carried a tone of genuine concern that couldn't be ignored. Su Nan held the bowl, feeling the hot warmth through her palms, spreading from her fingertips to her chest. She looked at the bowl of porridge, then at Wang Jiamin beside her, who was still wiping tears and whose stomach made a loud rumbling sound. Wang Jiamin's face instantly turned red. Embarrassed, he covered his stomach and lowered his head even more. That day, he had been traveling by car and walking, not even bothering to drink water. Now, smelling the millet porridge, his stomach seemed to reach out and scratch. Wei Yi sneered. A sound snorted from his nose. He turned around and sat down heavily on the broken chair. His sharp eyes, like an eagle's, fixed on Wang Jiamin. Are you done crying? If you are, then get out of here. Wei Yi took a cigarette from his pocket, tapped it on the back of his hand, but didn't light it. This temple is too small to hold the big Buddha of your Wang family. Go back where you came from. Don't block my view. Wang Jiamin suddenly looked up, stubbornness returning to his eyes. He shoved a snowflake-shaped ointment box into Su Nan's hand, wiped his face roughly, and in a hoarse voice said, I won't go back. That home is no longer my home. Even if I starve outside, I won't eat a single bite from Wang Zhengwo. Good spirit. Wei Yi, holding a cigarette, smirked with a mocking smile. All right then, go starve. Outside this door, east is the county town, west is the mass graveyard. Pick your own good spot. Don't die at my door, it's bad luck. Brother Wei. Su Nan couldn't listen anymore and softly called out. Don't interfere. Wei Yi snapped at Su Nan with a fierce look in his eyes. Anyone else would have been scared by that look, but Su Nan clearly saw a flicker of irritation in his eyes. This is a matter between men. If this kid wants to be tough, then he should be tough all the way. If she still has to beg her brother-in-law for him now, then I must have been blind. I should go back early and be the young master of the family. Wang Jiamin's face turned red with anger, and the veins on his neck bulged. He suddenly stood up, but because he moved too quickly, he staggered and almost fell forward. Then I'll go. Wang Jiamin gritted his teeth, his eyes red like a rabbit's. Sister-in-law, you rest and recover. When I've sorted things out, I'll come to pick you up. After saying that, he grabbed his canvas bag and hurried out without looking back. Outside, the wind was howling loudly, sounding like ghosts crying and wolves howling. It was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. In this remote countryside, there were no streetlights, only faint yellow lights from distant villages, looking very lonely. Su Nan was very anxious, really anxious. Wang Jiamin had grown up in a safe environment, and he was a scholar, someone who couldn't lift heavy things or do hard work. Where could he go in the middle of the night? If he ran into some troublemakers or wild dogs in the mountains, would this bookish boy even survive? Jianmin. Stop right there. Su-nan put her bowl down on the table, trying to get out of bed to stop him. But as she moved, her head wound throbbed painfully, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Damn it.
Jur said softly.
His movements were faster than his thoughts. He quickly stepped over, grabbed Su-nan's arm, and pushed her back onto the bed. Are you crazy? Who told you to move around? Wei's eyebrows furrowed in anger. His grip was so strong it almost crushed Su-nan's bones. Brother Wei, please. Su-nan didn't care about the pain. She clutched Wei's sleeve, her eyes full of stubbornness and tears, looking at him desperately. Don't chase him away. He's still a kid. It's so late. Where could he go? He saved his living expenses to buy me snow cream. He's really kind to me. Besides you, he's the only one who doesn't dislike me in this world. He looked down at Su-nan. This woman always looked stubborn in front of him, as if she was about to bite her own tongue. She hadn't shed a single tear when facing accusations before. But now, for that Wong kid, she was crying? A strange, sour feeling mixed with inexplicable anger surged up to his head. He turned his head to glance at Wang Jianmin, who was standing at the door, caught in a difficult position. The young man wore a wrinkled white shirt, had a bruise on his face, and was clutching a canvas bag tightly. His disheveled appearance looked quite pitiful, but Wei was feeling uncomfortable inside. That was someone from Lao Wang's family. That was Su-nan's former brother-in-law. Leaving a grown man at home overnight in such a situation, what does that mean? What made him even more upset was that Su-nan was still holding tightly to a pink snow cream box, as if clutching a rare treasure. A broken snow cream box. Was it worth it? Brother Wei. Seeing that he didn't speak, Su-nan felt uncertain and softened his voice with a hint of pleading. Just let him stay for one night, okay? Even if it's on the kitchen floor. Consider it me borrowing your place, and I'll pay you back double in the future. Wei took a deep breath, feeling suffocated in his chest, and finally let out a cold snort. He released Su-nan's arm, turned around, and stared fiercely at Wang Jianmin, as if trying to peel the skin off him. What are you standing there for? Acting as the door guardian? Wei scolded irritably. Close the door. That broken door doesn't block the wind, and if it blows for a while longer, the roof might get blown off. Wang Jianmin froze for a moment, then suddenly cheered up. He quickly pushed the two broken wooden doors shut with a squeak and latched them. Thank you, Brother Wei. Thank you, Brother Wei. Wang Jianmin kept bowing, looking both funny and sad. Stop pretending to be close. Who do you think you are, my big brother? Wei, annoyed, scratched his short, stiff hair. I'm doing this for your sister-in-law's sake. I don't want her to cry herself to death before she's fully recovered. If you dare cause trouble here, or if that damn Wang Zhengwo shows up, I'll be the first to throw you out to feed the dogs. I won't dare. I'll definitely listen. Wang Jianmin placed his canvas bag in the corner of the wall and stood properly, like a student waiting for the teacher's scolding. Wei turned and went to the kitchen outside. After a clattering sound, he came back with a large, roughly made ceramic bowl with a hole in it. He picked up a spoon, scooped a big bowl of thick millet porridge from the pot. His movements looked rough but didn't spill a single drop. Eat, Wei said, slamming the bowl onto the table with a loud bang. When you're done, wash the pot. This family does not support idle people. If you want to stay, you must work. I see you are delicate and can't do heavy labor. In the future, fetching water and chopping firewood will be my job, while you can handle washing dishes, sweeping, and feeding the chickens. Wang Jianmin looked at the bowl of porridge, and tears started to fall again. He picked up the bowl, even ignoring how hot it was, and drank it quickly. At that moment, the smell of rice mixed with the salty taste of tears became the most unforgettable meal of his life. Wei looked at him with a hungry look and snorted, then turned and sat back on the stool beside Su-nan's bed. His eyes fell on the snowflake cream box in Su-nan's hand, and he said sourly, "Such a broken thing. Is it worth you to treasure? When I go to the provincial city, I'll get you 2 good ones. Look at this box, it's already squished." Isn't that embarrassing? Su Nan was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but smile. She carefully placed the box beside her pillow and softly said, "Simple gift, but heartfelt. Thank you, Brother Wei. Stop thanking me so much. It makes your teeth ache," Wei Yi said, feeling a bit uncomfortable under her smiling eyes, his ears slightly hot. To hide his embarrassment, he suddenly stood up. "I'll go outside for a smoke." That night, 3 people squeezed into the broken house at the west end of the village. Su Nan slept on the only wooden bed. Wei Yi pointed to the pile of firewood in the corner of the wall in the outer room. "Just sleep there." He pointed to the dry straw, which was usually used to start fires. "Cover yourself with these old cotton padded jackets. Don't mind the dirt. These days, having a roof over your head is good enough." Wang Jianmin didn't dare complain. He spread out the straw. Although it pricked a little compared to sleeping outside, it was like heaven. Wei Yi took the 2 long benches and lay down on the empty space outside Su Nan's bedroom door. He was big and uncomfortable curled up on the bench, but he had to stay there. Su Nan's family had left, but those greedy wolves might come back at any time. And the Wang family. Once Wang Jianmin ran away, Wang Zhengwo, who cared about face, definitely wouldn't give up easily. It was late at night. The wind outside gradually died down. Inside the house, only Wang Jianmin's heavy breathing and the occasional crackling of the remaining fire in the stove could be heard. Wei Yes Huang rested his hands behind his head, staring at the dark ceiling beams. He couldn't fall asleep. Whenever he moved slightly, the bench creaked loudly. Afraid of waking Su Nan, he stayed still and stiff. His mind kept replaying how Su Nan protected that snow cream box just now. 10 years without receiving a gift? How did the Wang family treat her? Wei Yi ground his back teeth in the dark. If he had met this woman a few years earlier. Never mind, a few years ago he was still limping. Wei Yi turned over gently, planning quietly to go to the county town tomorrow and buy 2 more pretty boxes of snow cream. It's just face oil, who can afford it? Under the same night sky, at the Wang family's big courtyard at the east end of the village, the lights were bright.
Bang!
A porcelain teacup was slammed hard onto the ground, breaking a big piece of porcelain, and tea spilled everywhere. Rebel. Truly rebellious. Wang Zhengwo, furious, threw the porcelain cup on the table to the ground, shattering it and splashing tea everywhere. Wang Jianmin, that ungrateful thing. For a broken shoe, he won't even recognize his own brother? Hu Lily sat nearby, filing her nails, a smug smile on her face. Zhengwo, don't be mad. That bookworm just hasn't suffered enough. Once he's hungry for a couple of days in Wei Laoson's doghouse, he'll come back obediently. Then we can set some rules. In the main hall of the Wang house, the big light bulb flickered so brightly it hurt the eyes. The broken porcelain pieces on the floor hadn't been swept up yet. Old Lu sat cross-legged on the sofa, clapping her thighs, her crying so loud it was even more pitiful than Tian Suifan's earlier. Such a sin.
Truly a sin.
The son I raised with so much effort, my own flesh and blood. He was lured away by that jinx with just a few kind words. Old Lu wiped her tears and snot, her face streaked with tears that washed out 2 lines of makeup, looking like a ghost just crawled out of a dye vat. Hu Lily disdainfully moved aside, still playing with a bottle of red nail polish, coolly saying, "Mom, stop crying. Jianmin is just stubborn. Once he hits a wall, he'll know to turn back. You don't know anything." Old Lu suddenly turned her head, her triangular eyes full of hatred. "I figured it out now. No wonder that dead girl has been so attentive to Jianmin all these years. In summer, she fanned him to keep cool. In winter, she made him warm in souls. Whenever she had something tasty, she wouldn't eat it herself, but saved it all for Jianmin." The more she spoke, the more she felt she had uncovered a shocking secret. Her eyes widened, and she slapped the table. No wonder she was always so kind. Turns out she had other plans all along. She's been waiting for the right moment. She knew Jianmin was a promising college student, so she thought if things didn't work out with Zhengwo, she could turn to my younger son instead. What a schemer. Just like one of those sly old foxes from the mountains. Wang Jiangwo had been smoking irritably, but when he heard this, his brows furrowed tightly. Even though he had never thought much of Su Nan, that hard-working village woman, his mother's words still sounded harsh. So, the woman he had cast aside was now secretly close to his own younger brother? It felt as if something he had thrown away as worthless had been picked up by someone else and treasured. Then that person turned around and mocked him for it. "Mom, that's enough," Wang Jiangwo said, crushing his cigarette in the ashtray. "Jiamin's just been fooled. Su Nan doesn't know anything about schemes or plans. If she were that clever, would I have sent her away? What do you know?" Madame Lu suddenly stood up, moving faster than someone her age should. "No, I have to bring Jiamin back. How can he live in that shabby place? There's not even a proper bed. And he's staying with that rough butcher. What if that man loses his temper and hurts my son?" As she spoke, she rushed toward the door, as if heading into battle.
"Stop!"
Wang Jiangwo's shout made her freeze in place, almost losing her balance. "Jiangwo, he's your own brother," Madame Lu cried anxiously. "That's exactly why you can't go." Wang Jiangwo's face darkened as he stood up. His suit gleamed coldly under the light, giving him a hard, unfeeling look. He walked to the door, locked the heavy iron gate with a loud clang, and slipped the key into his pocket. "Mom, have you lost your mind?" He adjusted his glasses, his eyes full of calculation. "He dared to embarrass me in front of the whole village today. That means he no longer respects me as his older brother. If you go to ask him to come back now, it means telling him that our Wang family can't do without him. From now on, who will be in charge of this home?" Old Lady Lu opened her mouth, looking a bit stunned.
"So,
"What should we do? Let him hang out outside with that troublemaker? Hang out? I doubt he can hang out for many days," Wang Jiangwo sneered, showing his pride from deep inside. "He's cleaner than his face, and Su Nan is just a simpleton. Wei Laosand is a pig butcher. How can he support a lazy person? When that fiery passion cools down and he's hungry, he'll realize who really cares for him and who is his real support." He paced inside the house, his leather shoes clicking on the floor tiles with a clear sound. "He needs to suffer a bit. Let him see that without my money and this home, Wang Jianmin is nothing. Only when he loses his proud scholar's spirit will he listen to me and work hard for our Wang family," who Lily nodded eagerly beside him, her fox-like eyes shining brightly. She hoped her brother-in-law would suffer more outside and never come back to fight over the family property with her. "Jiangwo is right," who Lily turned and walked over, holding Old Lady Lu's arm gently. "Mom, just listen to Jiangwo. It's for Jiamin's good.
It's
a test. Besides, what good things can Su Nan give Jiamin? Maybe some wild vegetable dumplings. Once Jiamin has had enough suffering, he'll come back and kneel to apologize to you. Then you can teach him a lesson and tell him to stay away from that fox spirit." Although Old Lady Lu still felt sad for her younger son, she was convinced by her eldest son and daughter-in-law's words and found some truth in them. She spat on the ground angrily.
Pa.
"That damn little prostitute. She must have spent a lot to seduce my son. It's because I'm kind-hearted. If it were before, women like her who are unfaithful would have already been thrown into a pig cage. All right, everyone go to sleep." Wang Jiangwo waved his hand impatiently. "Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the county town to discuss a big deal. Once I make the business successful and become the richest man in the county, I bet that bookworm will regret it so much he'll be sick." In the main house of the Wang family estate, a ceiling fan was spinning loudly, blowing away the heavy, sweet smell of makeup and perfume in the room. Hu Lily just finished her shower, wearing a silk red nightgown she brought back from the provincial city. The thin fabric clings to her body, outlining her full curves. She sits in front of an elegant dressing table, patting expensive pearl cream onto her face. The mirror reflects her face, with sharp, clever eyes and brows. In the other room, Wang Jiangwo is half lying on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. The smoke surrounds him, making his stern face look a bit fierce. That slap during the day and Wang Jianmin's public declaration of breaking ties are like a thorn, deeply stabbing his swollen pride. "Jiangwo, aren't you going to bed yet?" Hu Lily twists her waist and walks out, holding a glass of warm water. She goes to Wang Jiangwo and leans into his embrace. Her strong perfume quickly covers the smell of tobacco. Wang Jiangwo irritably puts out his cigarette and casually holds her waist, his grip a bit tight. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see that ungrateful kid's face. Damn it, I feed him and give him everything, and he turns around to betray us. Lily's eyes flicker, and her delicate fingers draw circles on Wang Jiangwo's chest. Her voice is sweet and soft, you know. Jianmin just hasn't been tested by the world. He's been in an ivory tower at school, not knowing how hard it is to make money. He really thinks that 500 yuan just falls from the sky. She pauses, hiding her greed behind a sip of water, and cautiously asks, Jiangwo, are you really planning to just ignore him? That's your own brother, and he's the only college student in our village. If people find out, won't they look down on us? Her words are like a gentle retreat, a way to gain ground. Lily knows well that Wang Jiangwo cares about his reputation, but he also hates others challenging his authority. Sure enough, when Wang Jiangwo hears this, his eyebrows furrow, and he snorts coldly. Ignore him? I want to, but does he appreciate it? He's a tough nut now, willing to sleep in Wei Laosan's doghouse rather than come into our cozy home. If he's so proud, let him be proud. Lily feels happy inside, but shows a worried look on her face. But Jianmin's tuition isn't cheap. I heard that college students now spend a lot, several hundred yuan a year. If we save that money, our business could grow more, or we could save it for our son's future marriage. You know, our family's business is just starting, and we need money everywhere. Her words hit exactly the hidden pain point in Wang Jiangwo's heart. Although Wang Jiangwo now claims to be a big boss and has 2 sources of income, he's not the type to spend money recklessly. Supporting a college student is indeed a big expense. In the past, it was for the family's reputation and to help his younger brother, who might become an official someday. But now, seeing this investment likely fail, spending that money doesn't seem worth it. He still wants me to pay? Wang Jiangwo slammed his water cup onto the coffee table and snorted loudly. Lily, remember this. Men are like trained eagles. If you don't starve them until they're dizzy and make their proud spirit break, they'll never learn to listen. He reached out and pinched Lily's chin, his eyes cold. He said he wants to earn his own money? Fine, I want to see who in this area dares to use him. Just one word from me, and he won't find a single job even moving bricks in the county town. When he can't even afford to eat, I wonder how much his literary pride is really worth. Lily's heart fluttered happily. This was exactly what she wanted. As long as Wang Jiangwo cut off Wang Jianmin's financial support, the bookish kid would face setbacks and failures outside. By then, not only the few hundred yuan for tuition, but even the family's assets wouldn't be worth fighting over for her son. Jiangwo, you really have the courage. Lily's eyes were charming, and her body softened like a puddle of water, closely pressed against Wang Jiangwo. I knew my man is a man of great plans and strong opinions. That Su Nan is just a pale-faced woman who only cooks. She can't understand your good intentions at all. When she mentioned Su Nan, Wang Jiangwo's dislike deepened. That wicked woman. He gritted his teeth. If it weren't for her stirring trouble, would second brother have turned against me? Once I deal with second brother, I'll definitely kick that troublemaker out of Xiangyang village, so she won't be a nuisance anymore. Of course, you're the best husband. Seeing the right moment, Lily unbuttoned his shirt one button at a time, her voice sweet and suggestive. Don't get upset over those poor folks. It's late, let's rest. I specially changed into this new nightgown today. Do you think it looks good? Wang Jiangwo lowered his head, looking at the enchanting figure of the woman in his arms, and her bright red nails. His mischievous desire was instantly ignited. He was upset outside, and had no place to vent his anger. Seeing this woman who adored him, his masculinity was greatly satisfied. You're so beautiful, really beautiful. Wang Jiangwo suddenly picked up Lily and strode toward the big bed inside. You're sensible and know how to care for others. Today, I want you to see who really rules the Wang family, who Lily wrapped her arms around his neck and giggled happily. Of course, you're the sky of our family. Anyone who leaves you would fall apart. The room was filled with a warm, romantic atmosphere. The next morning, just before dawn, the village rooster hadn't crowed yet. Get up, Wang Jiamin felt a kick on his backside. He groggily opened his eyes and saw Wei Yi already dressed, holding 2 large wooden buckets, looking down at him. Go to the well and fetch water. Fill up that big water jar. Wei Yi threw the buckets in front of him with a loud clatter. Wang Jiamin rubbed his sleepy eyes. Looking outside, the sky was still a dull gray. He quickly got up, not daring to complain, and ran outside with the buckets. As he stepped out, he saw smoke rising from the courtyard. Su Nan was busy at the stove. Although she still had a bandage on her head, her spirit was much better than yesterday. She skillfully chopped some fresh green onions. Something was boiling in the pot, and a strong, savory smell wafted toward him, making his stomach rumble. Big sister-in-law, why are you up so early? Wang Jiamin put down his buckets and wanted to help. Su Nan held a handful of chopped green onions and looked up at Wang Jiamin's sleepy face, smiling. You're awake? Wash up and come have breakfast. Wang Jiamin scratched his messy hair, looking simple-minded. No problem, sister-in-law. Brother Wei said I have to fill the big water jar. No work, no food. Hearing this, Wei Yi, who had just come out of the house, paused. His face instantly darkened.
Damn.
This kid looked like a bookworm, but turns out he was a teapot with leaks on both ends. Once again, he is eating and staying here. What's wrong with him choosing some water? Why does it sound like he's a landlord mistreating his workers when I hear him talk? Wei Yi clenched his teeth and leaned against the doorframe. He didn't speak, just stared coldly at Wang Jiamin's back of the head. Su Nan didn't understand the complicated feelings behind that. She thought Wei Yi was just annoyed that Wang Jiamin couldn't do the work. She turned to Wei Yi and said, he's a scholar, with hands used for writing. He can't do rough work. There's still half a bucket of water in the house, enough for now. Her tone was calm, but Wei Yi somehow felt a hint of blame. After she finished, she turned to Wang Jiamin and said, Can you lift your hands? Go wash your face. I found a new toothbrush for you on the windowsill. When you're done, come eat. Eating on an empty stomach makes it hard to work. Wang Jiamin nodded obediently and went to wash up. Wei Yi watched Su Nan protectively and suddenly felt very angry. His stomach turned sour. His hands are for writing, not for rough work. Why doesn't she care that he's tired from slaughtering pigs? Just spoil him, Wei Yi thought. It was obvious he had done these chores many times at the Wang family before. He walked over and sat heavily on the small stool with a broken leg. Su Nan ignored his sarcastic attitude and lifted the lid of the pot. A strong aroma of braised meat burst out, mixed with the smell of noodles, warming up the cold morning. It was the leftover braised broth from last night. Su Nan carefully skimmed off the excess oil, added chopped green peppers and minced garlic, and put it back in the pot. The bright red soup was poured over freshly made hand-pulled noodles, then topped with a handful of green scallions. It looked delicious. Wang Jiamin finished washing his face, ran over with water droplets on his face, and when he saw the noodles on the table, his throat moved uncontrollably. Sit down and eat. Su Nan pushed the steaming bowl of noodles in front of him, adding a soft-boiled egg with a runny yolk. Wei Yi stared at the egg, his eyelids twitching. Why doesn't he get this treatment? He looked down at his own bowl. It had plenty of meat sauce, but somehow, it didn't smell as good as the scholars. Wang Jiamin was not polite. He was really hungry. He didn't eat much last night, so now he grabbed a big mouthful with his chopsticks. The noodles were chewy, and the broth was salty, slightly spicy, mixed with the sharpness of garlic. With each bite, it felt like all my internal organs were soothed. The sound of slurping noodles echoed continuously in the yard. Sis-in-law, this is so delicious. Wang Jiamin's mouth was full, and he gave a thumbs up, speaking unclearly. I dream about eating your noodles in the city. The food in the cafeteria tastes like pig feed. I keep thinking about this bowl of noodles. Sunan watched him eat so eagerly, smiling at the corners of her eyes. She then took 2 slices of braised meat from her bowl and handed them to him. Eat slowly, no one is taking it from you.
There's more in the pot.
Enough, enough. Sis-in-law, you should eat too, Wang Jiamin said, burying his head in his bowl, looking like he wanted to lick the bottom clean. Wei felt he couldn't eat any more noodles. He felt cramped and uncomfortable. This Wang family was full of debt collectors. The older one had taken the woman he liked for 10 years, and now the younger one was coming to compete for breakfast, acting so confidently. Wei gulped down the last bit of broth, then slammed his large ceramic bowl onto the table with a loud bang. With a bang, he took out a toothpick, spread his legs apart, and looked sideways at Wang Jianmin, who was busy eating, with a cold expression. When are you leaving? Wang Jianmin was choked by this sudden question. He quickly patted his chest to steady his breath, put down his chopsticks, and sat up straight, like a student called out by the teacher.
Well,
I'll leave after I finish eating. I need to catch the bus to the city before 10 a.m., or I'll miss Monday's class. Wei Yi raised an eyebrow, and his face visibly relaxed a bit. Even the faint smile at the corner of his mouth looked more genuine. He's leaving? That's good. Then eat quickly. Don't dawdle, Wei Yi said, tapping his teeth with a toothpick. If you miss the bus, you'll have to walk to the city. I don't have extra rice to support idlers. Su Nan was refilling Wang Jiamin's bowl with soup. She looked up silently and shot Wei Yi a cold glance. This man never has a good word to say. Don't listen to his nonsense, Su Nan said softly, pushing the soup bowl toward Wang Jiamin. It's a 4 or 5 hour trip. Remember to fill the water bottle later. Do you have enough money? She paused, wanting to ask about the Wang family's financial support and how she would manage her living expenses, but she was afraid it might hurt his pride. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I usually work part-time and have saved some money, so it should be enough. Wang Jiamin held his bowl, his eyes slightly red. I'm just worried about you. Your injuries haven't healed yet, and I don't feel at ease. What's there to worry about? Before Su Nan could speak, Wei Yi interrupted. He spat out his toothpick, crossed his arms, and his muscular build stretched his tank top tight, looking intimidating. If I can't protect one person on this land, then this big knife is useless. You take care of yourself. Don't become a fool, or your sister-in-law will have to worry about you again. Wang Jiamin shrank back, not daring to say anything. He only hated himself for being so useless, unable to protect his sister-in-law.
Sunan sai helper.
Once you're back at school, focus on studying. Don't think about all that messy stuff. As for Wang Zhengwo, don't push too hard. If you need to, soften up and finish your studies first. If it really gets tough and you can't afford food, just write a letter back. Wei Yi watched from the side, feeling sour and jealous inside. His heart was filled with envy, feeling closer to her than even her savior. He, Wei Laosan, had risked his life to save her, but she had never shown such warmth and concern for him. Enough, enough. Wei Yi suddenly stood up. Eat quickly. Finish and then leave. Stop dawdling like a girl. Usually seeing this kind of deep sibling bond, he would have flipped the table. But then he thought about how this little four-eyed guy was about to leave for the provincial city. Once he left, only he and Su Nan would be left in this broken house. Thinking of that, Wei Ye's anger was suddenly suppressed. He endured. Sending away the troublemaker was the priority. Su Nan looked at this thin, weak young man, feeling a mix of emotions. Her younger brother, Su Wei, would threaten her with a knife over just a few dozen yuan, almost wanting to drink her blood. But Wang Jiamin, who was not related to her and grew up in the wolf's den of the Wang family, still kept a pure heart. He saved her money for snow cream and even dared to turn against his own brother for her. People's hearts are made of flesh. As long as Wang Jiamin calls her sister-in-law, she recognizes him as her younger brother. Sister-in-law, I'm full. Wang Jiamin drinks all the soup from his bowl, wipes his mouth, and stands up. I'll go fill the water jar and then leave, as a way to pay for this meal. Without waiting for Su Nan to stop him, he grabs the shoulder pole and iron bucket at the door and runs toward the well, worried that Wei Yi might charge him for the food if he's too slow. Seeing his thin but stubborn back, Su Nan's heart softens. She turns around and walks straight into the kitchen. There's still some flour in the bag. Wei Yi bought it a few days ago. She scoops out 2 large bowls, adds water, and starts kneading the dough. Prices in the city are high, and this child is still growing. Although that bowl of noodles was enough to fill him, the journey is long, with buses and detours. If he gets hungry halfway, he won't even get a warm meal. Wei Yi strolls lazily to the kitchen door, watching Su Nan skillfully chop scallions and roll out dough. The bottom of the pot is filled with hard firewood, and the flames lick the bottom, releasing a pleasant aroma as the oil heats up. Making pancakes for him, Wei Yi leans against the doorframe, sounding a bit sour. There's still some flour. I'll make a few scallion pancakes for him to take along. Su Nan doesn't look up, quickly turning the rolling pin in her hands. Poor family, rich road. I can't let him go back to school hungry. Wei Yi snorts, watching the golden pancakes sizzling in the pan, his throat bobbing. But this time, he doesn't stop her or get angry. It's the last meal. Just a farewell meal for this kid. I mean, a send-off. Anyway, from now on, the food she makes and the pancakes she cooks will be just for him, Wei Yi. Thinking of that, Wei Yi finally feels a bit more at ease. After sending off that teapot mouth, Wei Yi feels the air in the yard suddenly fresher. He stands at the door for a while until the thin figure, as fragile as a bamboo pole, disappears at the end of the dirt road. Then he stumbles out and heads toward the county slaughterhouse. That day, Wei Yi's knife was flying. He was in a good mood. By late afternoon, the sun was setting. Wei Yi rides his bike, with 2 pounds of freshly cut ribs hanging on the handlebar, leisurely heading back home. As I approached the door, I saw 2 dark lumps sitting far away in front of my house. When I got closer, I realized it was Wei Daong and Tian Zhaodi. Yesterday, they watched the people from Su's family get humiliated at Wei Yi's place. Tian Zhaodi kept thinking about it all night, like beads on an abacus. She thought that Su's family members were not good people, and this was the time when her daughter was most vulnerable. If Wei's family members came over with some gifts, asked about her, and compared themselves to those troublemakers, it might move her deeply. Once they built that connection, Wei Daong getting a steady job at the factory would be just a matter of words. Hey, old third is back. Tian Zhaodi, with sharp eyes, saw Wei Yi's figure. Her bottom bounced up like it was spring-loaded. They had been waiting here on purpose to show sincerity. She smiled with wrinkles all over her face, like a wilted sunflower, and reached out to take the ribs from Wei Yi. Tired out? Look at all this sweat. Come on, sister-in-law will get it for you. Wei Yi tilted his handlebar, and the 2 pounds of ribs seemed to have eyes, narrowly avoiding Tian Zhaodi's dark hand. Anything wrong? Wei Yi leaned on one leg, didn't get off the bike, and looked down at the couple. Tian Zhaodi took a chance, and didn't feel awkward. Her face was thick enough to turn a city wall. She patted her thigh and exclaimed, "Look at you. Can I come see my own brother when I have time?" Yesterday, the noise at our door was loud. Your big brother and I heard it, and we're so worried. How could Su's family be so mean to bully people like that? Wei Daong, standing nearby, rubbed his hands and nodded foolishly. Yes, old third. Our parents may be a bit muddle-headed, but we are still siblings from the same mother. I heard your wife was wronged, so she insisted I come see you. He then handed over a layered bundle wrapped in oil paper. Take it. This is from last year. Cough. Your sister-in-law specially left you some red dates. Yesterday, Su Nan probably suffered a lot. We don't have much, but this is from the heart. To help your sister-in-law recover her strength. These are good for blood. Wei Yi lowered his eyes and glanced at the crumpled oil paper bundle. Even through the paper, you could smell a strong, musty odor from years past. It felt like they were trying to fool him. Replenishing blood? Wei Yi smirked, his face twitching with a hint of menace. Big brother, you keep that for yourself. Your face looks so pale. You need it more than my wife does. Hearing this, Tian Zhaodi felt both angry and happy inside. Angry because this stubborn guy was still so annoying. Happy because he actually admitted that Su Nan was his wife. Once he acknowledged her as his wife, It would be easier to handle him in the future. Third brother, you shouldn't distance yourself from us. Tian Zhaodi stepped closer, acting sincere. Sister-in-law knows you're protective. Yesterday, you even drew your knife for your sister-in-law. That's real bravery. But think about it. The Su family is like a pack of untrustworthy wolves. Breaking away might be for the best. We're family, connected by bones and tendons. While speaking, she glanced toward the yard, hoping to see if Su Nan was around. Wei finished parking the car and stayed silent. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, refusing to let the family into the house, just standing at the door smoking. Seeing an opening, Tian Zhaodi quickly signaled to Wei Daong. Wei Daong understood and straightened his back, acting like the eldest brother. Third brother, I actually came today to talk to you about something. You know, Jin Bao is almost grown up. It's not good for him to stay in the village all the time. Since you have a good relationship with Director Wang from the factory, could you help me get a job at the factory too? Wei Daong finally blurted out, frustration clear in his voice. Even a security guard position would do. As long as it's a formal job, our Wei family would be proud. His true intentions were obvious. Wei Yi exhaled a smoke ring, the smoke swirling around his eyes, which were filled with sharp, mocking glare. So, they were waiting for him here. Just a pack of rotten dates, trying to get a steady job? It's not even dark yet, and they're already dreaming. Want to get into the factory? Wei Yi threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on it to extinguish it. Yes, yes, yes. Tian Zhaodi's eyes lit up. As long as your big brother gets in, our family in the city will have some support, right? Besides, that's your real brother. If he's doing well, you'll benefit too. Benefit? Wei Yi sneered, suddenly stepping forward. When he moved, the smell of blood from years of slaughter, mixed with sweat, immediately hit people's noses. Wei Daong instinctively took a step back, his calf muscles tightening. A few days ago, he had been beaten badly, and he couldn't afford to go through that again. When I broke my leg 5 years ago, didn't you want me to share some good fortune? Back then, the family agreement said, life and death are unrelated. Now look at me, Wei Lao-san, getting some benefit. Do you think I'm lucky now? Wei Yi reached out and pinched the oil paper package in Wei Daong's hand. Just because of this, he pressed his fingers slightly, and the fragile oil paper tore with a loud crack. A few shriveled, blackened dates, some with white mold on them, rolled out and fell onto the dusty ground. One of the dates had been hollowed out by bugs inside the paper, and it broke in half when it hit the ground, revealing bug droppings inside. The scene became very awkward. Tian Zhaodi's smile froze on her face, as if she had been slapped in public. Her face turned purple with anger. This might have been stored for too long. Tian Zhaodi still tried to make excuses. Stored for too long, Wei stepped on the rotten date, crushing it hard until the mud and date pulp turned into a dark, muddy mess. Looks like your conscience has also gone bad from being stored too long. Huh, Wei Lao-san. How dare you be so shameless? Wei Daong looked at the rotten date on the ground, furious and humiliated. His false politeness to curry favor instantly disappeared. I'm your brother. Would you rather help outsiders than your own family? That director, Wang, owes you a favor. That's a favor from our Wei family. Who said we're us? Wei Ye's eyes turned cold instantly, and his hand went to his waist where his knife was. That pig-killing knife. He had just sharpened it. I have a bad memory, but I remember who threw me out in the middle of winter. Now you want to suck my blood to feed your Jin Bao. Wei Yi suddenly pulled open the broken wooden door, pointed at the main road, and spoke coldly, though his voice was quiet. Before I decide to act, take your rotten dates and get out. And also, stay away from Su Nan in the future, if I knew anyone dared to gossip in front of her or have any bad intentions. Wei Yi pulled out a sharp-bone knife and casually threw it onto an old locust tree nearby. Clang! The blades sank into the wood, and the handle still trembled violently. Your end will be like this bark. Wei Daong and Tian Zhaodi looked at the still-shaking knife, feeling a chill run down their necks. They didn't dare to make a sound. Let's go. We're leaving. Tian Zhaodi grabbed Wei Daong, and they ran back in a hurry, not even bothering to pick up the few remaining rotten dates on the ground. From far away, They could still hear Tianjadi's frantic scolding carried by the wind. What kind of thing? Forget your ancestors once you have money. Karma will catch up with you someday. Wei Yi ignored her and went over to pull out the knife, wiping it on his clothes. Karma? If Wei Yi was afraid of karma, he would have frozen to death 100 times on that snowy night. He turned around and pushed open the door to the yard. Just as he was about to lock it, he heard a strange noise coming from the kitchen. It was the sound of dishes breaking. Wei Yi's heart tightened. He tucked the knife into his waistband and hurried into the kitchen. Su Nan. In the kitchen, Su Nan was leaning on the stove, her face pale as if she had seen a ghost. A broken, coarse ceramic bowl lay shattered on the ground, with shards scattered everywhere. What's wrong? Wei Yi rushed over in 2 steps and grabbed her arm. Su Nan's forehead was covered with tiny beads of sweat. She waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. I just bent down to pick something up and stood up too quickly. I feel a little dizzy and still pretending to be tough." Wei Yi frowned and, without hesitation, pulled her outside. "Go back to your room and lie down. I'll handle these small matters. It's really nothing, just a momentary thing." Su Nan tried to pull away from him. "I think I heard someone talking outside just now." "Who's here?" Wei Yi paused and casually said, "Wei Daong and his wife came to visit." "Visit?" Su Nan understood immediately. Poor and ignored in the busy town, rich with distant relatives in the deep mountains. That's so true. Wei Yi was busy with work and had connections with directly from the county. In this area, he was quite influential. All those relatives who usually avoided him now came sniffing around. "You sure know your stuff." Wei Yi sat her down on a stool. "Forget about those petty things. Just rest honestly now. Don't cause any more trouble." Su Nan looked at him with a stern face, but her heart felt warm. Her body was actually much better now. The wound on her forehead had scabbed over, but sometimes she felt dizzy if she stood up too quickly. "Brother Wei, I want to continue selling tomorrow." Su Nan tentatively spoke. "It's been 2 days already. If I don't go out soon, my regular customers will go somewhere else." "No," Wei Yi refused without hesitation. "You look like that, going out in the wind. I'm really fine now." Su Nan stood up and walked around the room. "Look, I can walk steadily now. Besides, we can't just sit and wait for things to get worse." Wei Yi looked at her for a couple of seconds, then finally compromised a little. "Just 2 more days of rest." Su Nan wanted to say more, but he shot her a look that made her stop. "Be obedient," Wei Yi said simply, then turned and left the room. Dinner was prepared by Wei Yi. He steamed a pot of rice, stir-fried vegetables with pork fat, and sliced some leftover braised meat. Although simple, the smell was so good it filled the whole yard. They sat at a small square table, each holding a large, rough ceramic bowl, eating quietly. Halfway through, Wei Yi suddenly put down his chopsticks. "Do you want to report Su Wei?" Wei Yi wasn't sure about Su Nan's feelings. If his wife was bullied like that, he would make sure those people paid the price. But this was ultimately Su Nan's matter. If she didn't want to pursue it, he couldn't force her. Su Nan paused with her chopsticks. "I have someone at the county police station." Wei Yi looked up at her. "Those boys with knives, if that charge is proven, they'll be in big trouble. It's a way to protect the community." Su Nan was silent for a moment, then shook her head. "You're just going to let it go?" Wei Yi frowned. "He almost took your life, and you're just going to forget it." "It's not about forgetting." Su Nan put down her bowl. "It's not worth it." She looked up, her eyes calm. "People like Su Wei, if they go inside, it's just a waste of resources. Besides, if he goes to jail, that crazy woman, Tian Fun, will probably come to our door every day to cause trouble." Wei Yi didn't say anything, just looked at her. "And also," Su Nan paused, "I just want to live a good life now. I don't want to get involved with those people anymore. Let's just say I spent money to buy peace and quiet. Also, it's too troublesome for you." Su Nan is someone who is very afraid of owing favors. Before, Wei Yi saved her and drove away the Su family members.
She already owes him a lot.
Wei Yi listened and hummed quietly. He doesn't want to bother with other men who care for her and are sincere. He just wants to keep his distance. When did this woman become so double-faced? "Whatever you want." He picked up his chopsticks again and scooped a big piece of braised meat into Su Nan's bowl. But if they dare to cause trouble again, I won't hold back. Sunan looked at the fatty and lean braised meat in her bowl and smiled. Got it, Brother Wei. Meanwhile, Tianjadi was pulling Wei Daong, sneaking into the yard like a thief. Before the couple could catch their breath, a torn cloth shoe flew out at them with a whooshing sound, hitting Wei Daong's foot with a loud slap. Are you dead, or what? What time is it? Huh. Old Wei sat cross-legged on the doorstep, holding a large shoe making all that gleamed in the sunset, looking dazzling. Her mouth moved as she spat far and wide. Finished your work in the fields? Gathered enough pigweed? Are you waiting for me to serve you a ready meal? All lazy enough to rot. Why aren't you starving to death? Wei Daong shrank back, too scared to speak, looking so helpless it made people angry. Tianjadi felt even more guilty. She quickly stuffed the torn, moldy date into her ragged cloth bag, afraid that the eagle-eyed old woman would see. In the kitchen, Lu Mylan held a broken kitchen knife and peeked out with a face covered in soot and ash. Her triangular eyes first looked around Wei Daong's dusty clothes, then fixed on Tianjadi's bulging belly. Haha, there's definitely something fishy going on. Earlier, when they parted at the field, this woman said she was going to borrow shoes from her cousin, acting sweet, then slipped away to the east. But just now, she was washing vegetables by the well and clearly saw the couple coming back from the narrow path on the west side.
Who owns the land on the west?
That's the territory of Wei Lao San, the notorious troublemaker. Lu Mylan squinted her eyes. Well, it looks like that wild kid has made it big and wants to secretly burn the stove without everyone knowing. Look at that couple's faces, like they ate something bitter and are trying to swallow it. It seems their warm gestures were ignored, and instead, they caused trouble. Hey, sister-in-law, where are you off to make some money? Lu Mylan sharply tapped the chopping board with her knife and sarcastically asked, What treasure are you hiding in your arms? You're so secretive. Why not show it to our mother? Keeping it to yourself isn't good. It might spoil. Tianjadi often used her older sister-in-law status to bully her. Taking this chance, she planned to get back at her. Hearing this, Tianjadi's face turned green. She clutched her chest like a cat with its tail stepped on, her voice changing. You're talking nonsense. There's nothing. It's just a rag. She was unnerved by Lu Mylan's sharp, snake-like eyes and dared not stay longer. She grabbed Wei Daong and hurried into her room. Mom, my stomach hurts so much I can't straighten up. I need to lie down for a bit. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut, knocking dust off the frame. Old Wei was so angry that she grabbed another shoe and threw it at the door, then patted her thigh and started crying about how hard life was, full of debt collectors. Lu Mylan looked at the closed door with a cold snort and turned back to the kitchen. At dinner, the family sat around a broken cornered table. On the table was the usual bowl of darkened pickled vegetables and a basket of hard, almost deadly cornbread. Old Wei sat at the head, her face stretched longer than a donkey's. Where did you go? Old Wei asked without lifting her eyelids, her voice cold. You're always out. The weeds in the field are almost taller than the seedlings. Do you have nothing better to do than run around? Tianjadi felt guilty but forced a smile. Mom, it's because De Yong's pants tore. I went to Aunt Lee's at the East End to borrow some sewing supplies, thinking I could mend them. Borrow sewing supplies? Lu Mylan, sitting opposite, tore her cornbread into crumbs and sneered. Sister-in-law, you're so quick. I was just washing vegetables by the well, and I saw you coming back from the west. You also carried a bulging bag. Did Aunt Lee give you the sewing supplies in a bundle wrapped in cloth? Hearing this, Old Wei's chopsticks suddenly stopped. Her dull but sharp eyes immediately looked at Tianjadi. West End? Old Wei asked. Did you go to that ungrateful person? A few days ago, I was scolded harshly by that untrustworthy person, and Mrs. Wei felt very upset inside. Now, in this family, Wei Yi is considered taboo and an unforgivable rebel. Anyone who dares to associate with the third son is seen as opposing her as a mother. Tianjadi's forehead broke out in cold sweat. She quickly tried to defend herself. Sister-in-law, you must be mistaken. I wouldn't go there. You know how the third son is. I'm too quick to hide. I think so too, Lou Mylan said with a sly look. If the eldest sister-in-law really went, it would be like showing warmth to someone who ignores her.
But
I saw her return looking very happy, holding something that didn't look small.
could it be?
The third son secretly gave her some benefits? Maybe she's hiding it from mother and eating alone. This comment was like a knife stabbing into Mrs. Wei's heart. What does Mrs. Wei hate most? First, when her authority is challenged. Second, when someone secretly hides family money.
Clap.
Mrs. Wei slammed her chopsticks down hard on the table. Tian Zhaodi cursed Lou Mylan silently. This wicked woman only knew how to kick someone when they're down. Next time, if she finds a handle, she won't let her go easily. Alright, we haven't even divided the family yet, and you're already hiding things.
Tian Zhaodi.
Tell me honestly. Mrs. Wei's face instantly turned fierce. What exactly are you hiding in your arms? Did that rebel son give you money? Or food?
Show it.
In this family, every blade of grass and every tree belongs to everyone. You want to eat alone? No way. Old Mr. Wei was sitting nearby, smoking a dry pipe. As the smoke curled around him, he squinted at his eldest daughter-in-law. Although he didn't speak, his greedy look was no less than his wife's. If the third son really gave her money, it must not be allowed for the eldest family to keep it all. Tian Zhaodi was so anxious, she almost cried. She glared fiercely at Lou Mylan. Mother, it's not true. It's just a piece of rag. The second family is jealous of me and trying to sow discord. Trying to sow discord? Lou Mylan sneered. If it's just a rag, then show it to everyone. If it really is just a rag, I'll kowtow and apologize to the eldest sister-in-law. But if it's something else, you know mother's temper. This was like putting Tian Zhaodi on a fire.
Tian Zhaodi dared not show it.
That was a rotten date. Not only did she prove she went to Wei's place, but she also proved she was lying. Even worse, the rotten date was something she wanted to give as a gift but didn't, and brought back instead. If this gets out, she will be humiliated at her grandmother's house. Moreover, she will be scolded for being wasteful and for using family belongings to fill the greed of that ungrateful person.
I
threw it away. Tian Zhaodi said stubbornly. That cloth was too dirty. I thought it was unlucky, so I threw it into the ditch on the way back. Threw it away. Grandma Wei sneered coldly, her voice making people's skin crawl. Good, very good. The eldest daughter-in-law has grown some backbone now, daring to lie right in front of me. Which ditch did you throw it into? Take me there to find it. As she spoke, Grandma Wei suddenly jumped down from the Kong bed. She grabbed the broom leaning against the wall, pointing it at Tian Zhaodi's nose. If you don't hand over the thing today, I will skin you alive. Mother, I really don't have it. Tian Zhaodi was so scared she hid behind Wei Daong. Wei Daong was also a coward. When his mother shot him a fierce look, his legs trembled, and he didn't even think about protecting his wife. He stammered, Mother, it's really just some worthless stuff. Even if it's worthless, you have to give it to me. Grandma Wei was convinced that the second household was hiding something. She didn't listen to any explanation. She turned to Lou Mylan, who was watching eagerly, and said, Second daughter, go. Search their room. Lift the quilt on the Kong, clean out the mouse holes. I want to see where she can hide it. With this command, Lou Mylan was as obedient as if she had received a medal. She had long wanted to see how many good things the main household had hidden over the years. Now, with the official order, she was ready to go wild.
All right.
Mother, you rest assured, I'll go now. Lou Mylan threw half a steamed bun onto the table, her face showing excitement she couldn't hide. She hurriedly headed toward the east room. Hey, you can't go in. That's my room. Tian Zhaodi was truly panicked now. That was her private space, where besides the rotten date, she also kept her savings from several years, hidden in the cracks of the Kong bricks. She rushed madly to stop Lou Mylan, grabbing the door frame with both hands. Lou Mylan, how dare you? If you step one foot inside, I will fight you to the end. Get out of the way. Old Lady Wei suddenly rushed over, fiercely swinging her broom handle and hitting Tian Zhaodi on the back of her hand. Rebellious. This family is still my say. Search her. Tian Zadie winced in pain and loosened her grip. Lu Mylan quickly slipped into the house like a slippery eel. Wei Daong watched the scene, feeling anxious and stomping his feet, but he dared not hit his own mother. He could only cry out, "Mother, what are you doing? If this gets out, people will laugh at us." Laugh? You secretly eat your own share behind my back and you're afraid of being laughed at. Old Lady Wei crossed her arms and stood at the door with a commanding presence. Inside, there was a loud rummaging sound, truly no respect, even turning over the bottom of broken boxes. Soon, Lu Mylan's excited scream came from inside. "Mother, I found it! I knew there was something fishy." Hidden tightly, buried in the bottom of the straw pile under the quilt, Lu Mylan held up a tattered oil paper package, looking proud, like a general returning victorious with a captured enemy banner. Seeing the oil paper package, Tian Zadie felt a big sigh of relief. Luckily, it wasn't money. Old Lady Wei saw the package, and her greedy green eyes immediately lit up. It looked quite full, bulging. If it was money, it might be several hundred yuan, right? If it was food, it was probably something precious. "Give it to me." Old Lady Wei snatched the package, her hands trembling. She glared fiercely at Tian Zadie on the ground. "Oh, so you said it was just rags? Let me see what treasure you're hiding so deep." Everyone's eyes focused on her withered, bark-like hands. Even old man Wei, who had been pretending to be dead, couldn't help but stretch his neck, and he stopped smoking his pipe. Old Lady Wei eagerly tore open layer after layer of oil paper. When the last layer was peeled away, a strong musty smell mixed with sour fermentation filled the small living room instantly. A few rotten dates, dark and shriveled, covered with a thick layer of white mold, were laid bare before everyone. One of them, probably crushed too hard, oozed black pus, sticky and disgusting to look at. The air froze instantly. Grandma Wei's face froze with greed, then slowly turned into angry rage after being mocked. She stared in disbelief at the pile of junk, even poking it with her finger to make sure it was just trash. "Is this your hidden treasure?" Grandma Wei's voice trembled with anger. Lu Mylan was also stunned. She had thought she might find some cured meat or secret savings, maybe some brown sugar, but never expected to find a bag of rotten dates. "Big sister-in-law, are you crazy?" Lu Mylan blurted out. "Do you really worship this pile of trash? And say you got it from third brother? Even if third brother isn't much, he wouldn't give you this, right?" At this moment, Tian Zhaodi, who was on the ground, suddenly found the courage, or maybe just gave up, and started crying loudly. "I told you there was nothing."
Nothing.
"You wouldn't believe me. These are the old dates from that year. I couldn't bear to throw them away, so I kept them to soak in water and drink. Isn't that okay?" "Nonsense." Grandma Wei angrily threw the rotten dates right into Tian Zhaodi's face. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Grandma Wei trembled with rage. "These dates are all mush. Are you trying to embarrass someone with this?
Huh?
Are you taking this to third brother as a gift? And he refused it and threw you out, right? Old habits die hard." Grandma Wei, though greedy, wasn't stupid. From this chain of thoughts, she quickly guessed what was going on. Realizing she was caught, Wei Daong lowered his head even more, wishing he could disappear into the ground. "You two fools." Grandma Wei grabbed a broom and started scolding Wei Daong and Tian Zhaodi harshly. "How did our family produce such embarrassing people? Taking rotten dates to impress others? Look at yourselves. Who is third brother now? He eats royal food and drinks mitai. And you're feeding him stuff even pigs wouldn't eat. Do you think our Wei family's face isn't already lost enough? Mother,
Stop hitting.
stop hitting." The main room instantly turned into chaos, with crying and shouting everywhere. Lu Mylan stood to the side, watching the couple get scolded, feeling very pleased. Although they didn't find any money, seeing them get into trouble made her smile, even in her dreams tonight. "Serves you right. Trying to eat alone, you are angry and think we are trying to abandon our second house to please that wild girl." Lu Mylan secretly curses in her heart, but a mischievous smile plays on her lips. Lu Mylan knows the big family's plan. They just want to use the third brother's connection with a local official to get him into the town to work.
Bah.
Those two who can't even read a few words are not worth it. If anyone goes, it should be her man, ergo. At least he finished elementary school. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard at the west end of the village, everything looks peaceful and calm. Night falls, and the kerosene lamp in the yard flickers softly. Su-nan sits on the edge of the bed, rewrapping her bandage. The wound has scabbed over. It still hurts a little, but much better than yesterday. She looks out the window at the night sky and takes a deep breath. "Brother Wei, I want to go back to my own yard," Su-nan whispers softly. "I'm feeling much better now, and it's not a problem." Wei Yi, who is outside tidying up dishes, pauses. He tightens his grip on the bowl, his knuckles turning white. After a moment, he puts down what he's holding and walks into the inner room with a serious face. "You really want to leave?" Wei Yi stands at the door, backlit, so his expression isn't clear, but his voice sounds heavy. Su-nan is stunned. She didn't expect Wei Yi to react like this.
No.
"I didn't mean that," she hurriedly explains, feeling a bit panicked. "I just think I've been bothering you, and tomorrow I have to get up early for business."
My stove and pots are over there.
"I have something to tell you," Wei Yi interrupts her.
Sit down.
Su-nan looks at his tense face, feeling strangely nervous. She obediently sits back on the bed, clutching her clothes nervously. Wei Yi sits on a wooden stool opposite her. They're less than a meter apart, but suddenly the atmosphere feels heavy. The kerosene lamp flickers, casting shadows that dance unevenly around the room. Wei Yi stares at his rough hands for a long time. His hands, usually steady enough to hold a pig slaughtering knife, are trembling slightly now. "Su-nan," he finally speaks, his voice trembling a little when listened to carefully. "Would you be willing to stay with me from now on?" The air instantly freezes. Su-nan stiffens completely, her eyes wide with disbelief, her face showing shock. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. Her mind was blank. Only Wei Yi's words kept echoing. "Together from now on." What does that mean? Wei Yi lowered his head, afraid to look directly at Su-nan. His rough hands rubbed his knees nervously. "I know I am nothing, just a pig butcher. But I can work and support us. I will give you all my wages." Wei Yi looked up. His eyes, usually half closed, now stared straight at Su-nan with a look she had never seen before. "If you're willing, I promise no one will dare bully you in the future. If anyone dares to lay a finger on you, I will cut off their hand." Su-nan was still in shock. Does Wei Yi like her? Or does he just feel sorry for her? Her face suddenly turned red, as if it was on fire. She looked down, her heart pounding loudly, her ears filled with her own heartbeat. Wei Yi saw her like this, and his hope slowly faded. Is she not willing to talk? Maybe. She's just a pig butcher, with only strength, nothing else. Now she has skills to earn money, and looks so good. She will definitely find a better person in the future. What am I? Wei Yi's Adam's apple moved a few times, his voice hoarse. "If you're not willing." Just then, the door suddenly burst open. Zhao Xiaoye rushed in anxiously, holding a cloth bag. "Sister Nan Nan." "My dear sister." Zhao Xiaoye immediately ran to Su-nan, examining her from head to toe. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Is it serious?" She spoke so quickly, like a machine gun, not giving anyone a chance to interrupt. "I've been working night shifts at the factory these past 2 days. I only heard about your accident this morning when I returned to the dorm." Zhao Xiaoye's eyes were red. "I waited at the market all day, but didn't see you. I went to the meat factory to find Ma Lu, and that fool only told me about what happened a couple of days ago. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Su-nan was distracted by her sudden interruption and finally came back to herself. She patted Zhao Xiaoye's hand. "I'm fine, just a few scratches." "Look, they're already scabbing. Still saying you're fine." Zhao Xiaoye looked distressed. "Those animals. Especially that bastard Su Wei. Is he even human? That is his biological sister." She became angrier the more she spoke, wishing she could go to the Su family's place right now to teach Su Wei a lesson. "By the way, where are the others?" Zhao Xiaoye suddenly remembered. "I heard that Brother Wei beat someone up. How did it go? Did anyone get hurt?" Wei Yi, standing nearby, muttered, "No one died." Zhao Xiaoya arrived just at the right moment. She hadn't been there earlier, but now she was here. She hadn't heard Su Nan's answer yet. That's good. Zhao Xiaoya sighed in relief, but she still felt angry. It should be beaten badly. Scum like that should learn a lesson. She took out 2 eggs and a bag of brown sugar from her cloth bag. "Sister Nan, I bought these on the way. You need to recover well, no lingering health issues." Su Nan took the items, her eyes a little teary. Eggs and brown sugar are precious items these days. Zhao Xiaoya usually wouldn't eat them herself, but she was willing to buy them for her.
Xiaoya.
"Don't be polite with me," Zhao Xiaoya interrupted. "Who's who between us? If you're being polite, that's when we're strangers." Then she turned to Wei Yi. "Brother Wei, you've worked hard these past few days. Has Sister Nan been eating well? Has her wound been treated on time?" Wei Yi nodded, speaking briefly.
Yes.
"That's good." Zhao Xiaoya was satisfied, and then reminded Su Nan, "Just rest well these days. Don't worry about the stall. When you're better, we'll do a big push. You don't know, since you haven't been there these days, everyone at the factory has been asking about you, worried you won't come back." She spoke cheerfully, not noticing the subtle atmosphere in the room. Su Nan forced a smile and responded, but she was still thinking about Wei Yi's words earlier. "From now on, we'll be together." She secretly glanced at Wei Yi. The man sat there, looking a bit upset, with his brows furrowed. After a while, Zhao Xiaoya stayed in the room for a bit. Seeing Su Nan's face wasn't looking right and noticing Wei Yi's silence outside, she started to figure things out. Nan, why don't we go back to your yard?" Zhao Xiaoya took Su Nan's hand. "I'm not going back to the factory tonight. I might as well stay and chat with you." Su Nan quickly nodded.
Okay.
Wei Yi, hearing this, stiffened noticeably. He opened his mouth to say something but ultimately said nothing. What could he say? The 2 sisters wanted to speak privately, but why was the grown man still there?
Well.
"You 2 should close the door," Wei Yi said, standing up with a muffled voice. "Call me if you need anything." Su Nan nodded silently and followed Zhao Xiaoya out. When they reached the door, she couldn't help but look back. Wei Yi was standing under the dim yellow light, his tall figure looking very lonely. Suddenly, Su Nan felt a strange, hard-to-explain emotion, like something was blocking her chest, making her feel heavy. "Come on, don't just stand there staring," Zhao Xiaoya tugged her. They passed through a small door and returned to Su Nan's courtyard. The house looked the same as a few days ago. The knife on the chopping board was cleaned, and the stove was tidied up neatly. It was clear Wei Yi had been helping her take care of things these days. Zhao Xiaoya lit the lamp and sat down on the edge of the bed, looking at her worriedly. Nan, what's wrong today?" Zhao Xiaoya stared at her face. "Since I came in, you've been acting strange. Is your wound hurting? Or could it be that she was heartbroken because of the Su family? What's really wrong?" Zhao Xiaoya helped Su Nan sit properly on the bed, her eyes full of concern. "Don't scare me, Nan. Since I came in, your spirit seems lost. Are you feeling unwell, or is your wound hurting again?" Seeing her anxious face, Su Nan's heart was a mess. The feeling stirred by Wei Yi's confession and her friend's genuine concern mixed together. She shook her head, unsure how to explain herself. "Don't hide things from me." Zhao Xiaoya thought she was worried about her. "You're my sister. You can't tell me everything? Did the Su family come back and bully you again because Wei-san isn't here?" The more she thought about it, the more she believed that was the case. She was furious and pacing around the room. "I knew it. That family is full of bad people. Heartless. Especially that Su Wei, he's not even human. For a little money, he forces his own sister to the limit. And your mother, does she even care about you as her daughter?" Zhao Xiaoya cursed through clenched teeth, her eyes red with anger. She stopped and squatted in front of Su Nan, holding her hand firmly. Nan, you're so good. If they don't want you, it's their blindness and lack of conscience. Don't be sad. From now on, they are no longer your family. Starting today, I am your family. If anyone dares to bully you again, tell me, and I will fight them with a rolling pin. Zhao Xiaoya's fiery temper has never changed since she was a child. Su Nan held her hand, her nose feeling sore.
Xiaoyu, I'm fine.
Really? Then why are you crying? Zhao Xiaoya asked anxiously. Don't scare me. Su Nan took a deep breath, holding back her tears. I just feel that having you as a friend is enough. She has made up her mind. From now on, the Su family won't be considered her family. This life, Su Nan wants to live for herself. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoya's eyes turned redder. She hugged Su Nan tightly. Nan, you've finally come to terms with it. Those people don't deserve to be your family. From now on, we are sisters, and no one can bully you. They hugged and cried for a while, then laughed. All right, stop crying. Zhao Xiaoya wiped her tears. Your eyes will swell if you keep crying. Go wash up and get some sleep. Tomorrow we have to get up early. Su Nan nodded. The two quickly washed up, then turned off the lights to rest. That night, for the two in the small courtyard, was destined to be a sleepless night. Zhao Xiaoya was carefree. After crying herself out, she fell asleep immediately, snoring softly. Su Nan, however, kept her eyes open, staring at the dark ceiling in a daze. Outside the window, the moon hid behind clouds, and only the rustling sound of the wind through the trees could be heard. Zhao Xiaoya's words about being sisters warmed her heart, but what kept circling in her mind was another question. Are you willing to stay with me forever? Wei Ye's rough voice, tinged with caution, sounded as if he was right beside her, even with her eyes closed. Su Nan turned over gently, careful not to wake Zhao Xiaoya. She reached out and touched her hot cheek. Am I willing? Su Nan asked herself. She had endured 10 years in the fire pit of the Wang family, drained by Wang Zhengwo's family, and had long lost hope in marriage. She never thought she could rely on a man. Whether it was her father, brothers, or husband, no man had ever given her warmth or emotional support. She believed she could carve out her own path. Wei Yi is different. Su Nan closed her eyes, and her mind appeared with the image of that man. He had a face full of flesh, fierce eyes, and a quick, sharp knife when slaughtering pigs. But even this man, who could soothe a child's night crying, would give her a bowl of water when she was at her most desperate, would come to her rescue from the sky when she was in danger, and would stand up to his family to protect her. He didn't mind that she was a divorced woman. He also didn't mind that her family was full of people who sucked her blood. He said, "No one will dare to bully you in the future." Su Nan's heart beat faster, uncontrollably. This heart, already full of scars, seemed to come alive again at this moment.
But Su Nan sighed.
Her reputation in the village was already bad. If she really got together with Wei Yi, those gossiping women might say all kinds of things about him. Wei Yi is a good man. He deserves better. Even a simple girl from a good family would be better than her. She didn't want to drag him down. In the neighboring yard, just a wall apart, Wei Yi was also not asleep. He sat on a creaky little stool, with cigarette butts scattered at his feet. The house was dark, only the faint red glow of the cigarette butts flickered. Damn, Wei Yi muttered softly, took a deep drag, and coughed from the smoke. He felt like his brain was really muddled today. Knowing that Su Nan was very upset now, knowing she just escaped from the wolf's den of the Wang family and was still shaken, why couldn't he keep his mouth shut? Now it's all ruined. When Su Nan left just now, she didn't even turn her head. At that moment, Wei Yi felt an emptiness in his heart, as if a piece had been carved out by a bone knife. Third Wei, oh third Wei, you're just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Wei Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly, a smile more painful than crying. Su Nan is pretty, skilled, and if she made money selling things in the county town, what kind of good young man wouldn't want her? Why must she spend her life with a pig butcher like you? Lacking education, having only strength. Wei Yi threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out with his shoe. He stood up and walked to the short wall separating the two courtyards. On the other side, everything was quiet. Not a sound could be heard. Wei Yi stood under the wall for a long time, so long that the night dew soaked his vest. Finally, He wiped his face and turned back to the house. Forget it. As long as she is doing well, nothing else matters. From now on, let's pretend those words were never spoken. Maybe we can still be friends, at least to protect her properly. The next morning, before dawn, the eastern sky was turning white. Soo-nan quietly got up. Since she decided to reopen her stall, she needed to prepare everything well. She hadn't been there these days, so her regular customers must be waiting impatiently. She dressed and opened the door to the yard. The morning air was cool, making her feel refreshed. Just as she was about to fetch water from the well, she heard the sound of chopping wood from the neighboring yard. It was the sound of splitting logs. Soo-nan's heart tightened. She instinctively walked to the low wall and tiptoed to look over. She saw Wei Yi wearing only army green shorts, shirtless, showing his strong muscles. He was swinging a heavy axe, chopping wood again and again. A small pile of firewood had already gathered at his feet. "Brother Wei," Soo-nan instinctively called out. The axe suddenly stopped in midair. Wei Yi turned around and looked over the low wall. In the morning light, his face looked a bit pale, and his eyes were dark. Clearly, he hadn't slept all night. They looked at each other. Suddenly, the air felt awkward and tense. Soo-nan clenched her clothes and her heart beat faster. Getting up so early? Wei Yi looked at her, his throat moving. He chopped the axe onto the wooden block, and a stiff smile appeared on his usually fierce face. "Yeah, woke up early. Nothing to do, so I just did some work." He didn't mention last night, nor did he ask if she had made up her mind. Soo-nan let out a breath of relief, but also felt a strange sense of disappointment inside.
Well,
"I won't bother you anymore. I need to go make the dough," she said, turning to leave. "Wait." Wei Yi suddenly spoke.
Soo-nan pauset.
He strode over and quickly crossed the few steps to the wall. He is tall, standing there with most of his body leaning over the wall. "Is the water jar empty?" Wei Yi's voice was a little hoarse. "You go knead the dough. I'll fetch the water." Before Soo-nan could refuse, he had already turned over, supporting himself with one hand on the wall, and jumped over smoothly. His movements were fluid and natural, as if the wall was nothing special. Soo-nan looked at his broad back, and the words, "no need," that were on his lips were swallowed back.
Then,
"I'll trouble you, Brother Wei." "No trouble at all." Wei didn't turn around, walking straight toward the water jar, his tone dull. "Aren't we neighbors?" The word, neighbors, was said with extra emphasis. Soo-nan heard the hesitation and self-mockery in his words, and felt a little sting in his heart. The atmosphere this morning felt strange. When Zhao Xiaoya groggily got up to brush her teeth, she saw two figures busy in the yard, but neither of them spoke. Sister Nan Nan." Zhao Xiaoya spat out the foam in her mouth and leaned closer, lowering her voice. "What's wrong with Brother Wei? Did someone owe him money?" His face is as dark as a pot bottom. Soo-nan's rolling pin paused slightly, and she forced a smile. "Nothing much. Maybe he didn't sleep well." "Even if he didn't sleep well, it shouldn't be like that," Zhao Xiaoya muttered. "I saw him chopping firewood just now, and I thought he was going to chop Su Wei's head off." Soo-nan. The sound of the water bucket hitting the well platform finally stopped. Wei Yi poured the last bucket of clear well water into the big water jar with a splash. When the water level reached the rim, he let out a long, tired breath. He casually wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, then picked up an old towel hanging around his neck and rubbed it hard on the back of his neck. The cool morning air didn't calm his restless mind. Instead, working hard made the heat on his body rise even more. Through the half-open window of the kitchen, a strong, pungent smell of scallion oil was drifting out. It was the aroma of hot oil splashed on chopped scallions and flour, mixed with a hint of toasted wheat, making anyone's stomach rumble with hunger. Wei Yi swallowed twice, but he didn't go closer to the stove. Instead, he put the water bucket and shoulder pole back at the wall. The work was done, and there was no reason to stay here any longer. He is a sensible person. Since he said those words last night and received no response, it means there is no hope. Although Wei Laosand is a rough man, he understands some boundaries. If he keeps pestering, it will only annoy others. Wei Yi turned to leave the yard. Big Brother Wei, a slightly urgent voice called from behind, accompanied by the light sound of a spatula hitting a pot. Wei's steps suddenly stopped. His body stiffened for a moment, but he did not turn around. He just responded in a hoarse voice, "The water bucket is full. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. The meal is ready. Eat first, then go." Su Nan hurried out of the kitchen. She was wearing a faded blue floral apron, holding a large bowl filled with steaming, golden, oil-glazed scallion pancakes. She stood in the morning light. Her face was still a bit pale, but her eyes looked bright. Wei Yi faced away from her, took a deep breath, and tried to make his voice sound calm. "I'm not hungry. There's work at the slaughterhouse. If I'm late, that kid Ma Lu will make a fuss again." This was half true, half false. There was work, but not urgent at this moment. He just couldn't face that table, couldn't face Su Nan sitting across from him. He was afraid he would lose control of his gaze, or see her flinching and feeling guilty. Rather than making things awkward, it was better not to see her at all. "That's not a big deal for just a little while." Su Nan took a few steps forward, her tone firm. "You worked so hard early in the morning. How can you go on an empty stomach? I specially added 2 eggs to these scallion pancakes. They're hot." She looked at Wei Yi's broad back, feeling a bit sour inside. This man, who had helped so much, always acted like this, never expecting anything in return. Wei Yi clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. He bit his back teeth, forcing himself to be strong, and was about to step forward. "Not hungry at all. You can keep the pancakes for yourselves." "Ah, my brother Yi." Just as they were at an awkward standstill, Zhao Xiaoya's loud voice suddenly exploded like thunder. Zhao Xiaoya, with messy short hair and a toothbrush in her mouth, rushed out of the house, foam all over her mouth. Without saying a word, she hurried over and grabbed Wei Yi's arm. "Smell this aroma. Can you walk properly?" "My sister, Nan got up before dawn to knead the dough, just for this breakfast. She truly wants to thank you. If you leave now, the pancakes will cool and harden, becoming less tasty. Isn't that wasting food?" Zhao Xiaoya is known for being friendly and brave. After a few days together, she figured out Wei Yi's personality. He's stubborn but kind-hearted. She pulled him, trying to drag him inside the house. "Besides, the water jar is so big. You carried over 10 loads of water. What's wrong with eating 2 of my sister Nanan's pancakes? If you don't eat, it means you look down on us and think my sister's cooking isn't good." This girl, Zhao Xiaoya, is strong and doesn't see Wei Yi as an outsider. Her pulling made Wei Yi, who was about to leave, stay put. The delicious smell of scallion oil made him hesitate. He seemed rooted to the ground, and Zhao Xiaoya kept pulling him into the house. Inside, on a square table, there was a golden, crispy scallion pancake. Next to it was a big bowl of steaming millet porridge, thick and glossy, with rice oil shining through. There was also a plate of finely sliced salted vegetables, looking very appetizing. This is the taste of home. Wei Yi swallowed hard but couldn't resist his craving or his desire. He sat down on an old bench, his long legs awkwardly curled up, filling the small kitchen. "Sit here," Su Nan said, handing him chopsticks. When she touched his rough hand, both of them quickly pulled back, as if shocked. Su Nan looked down, her ears turning red, then turned to serve him porridge. Wei Yi fidgeted nervously, his eyes wandering. "Hurry up and eat, while it's hot." Zhao Xiaoya didn't notice the subtle tension between them. She sat down casually, grabbed a pancake, and stuffed it into her mouth, breathing in sharply from the heat.
Wow.
"So delicious. Sister Nan, your cooking is amazing." Su Nan placed a steaming bowl of millet porridge in front of Wei Yi. "Brother Wei, there's not much here.
Just eat what you can.
Drink some porridge to soothe your stomach." Wei Yi replied quietly. He picked up the bowl and, without a spoon, directly licked along the edge, taking a big sip. The hot porridge slid down his throat, burning all the way to his chest. That comforting feeling made him relax completely. Next, he picked up a scallion pancake, crispy on the outside and tender inside. With each bite, it sizzled with oil, and the aroma of scallions mixed with the wheat scent exploded in his mouth. It smelled so good. Wei Yi ate quickly, like a hungry wolf, finishing a pancake in just a few bites. Su Nan's gaze kept drifting to the man. This man had just been chopping wood and fetching water on the other side of the wall, not knowing how long he had been at it. He always worked quietly, never asking for praise or complaining about being tired. Last night, he didn't respond to her words, yet today he still came to help as if nothing had happened. Is he foolish or just stubborn? Su Nan sat across from him, her own bowl of porridge untouched for a long time. Nan, why aren't you eating? Zhao Xiaoya asked with her mouth full, muffling her words. Look at Brother Wei eating so happily. That's the greatest respect for the cook. Wei Yi paused, then looked up at Su Nan. She quickly lowered her head to sip her porridge, hiding her feelings. I'm eating too. Xiaoya, take your time. There's still some in the pot. No one's going to take it from you, she said. That's not fair. If I eat slowly, Brother Wei might finish everything first, Zhao Xiaoya joked, making the atmosphere a little livelier. Wei Yi finished the porridge in 2 or 3 bites, then placed the bowl on the table with a soft clink. Is there more? He asked.
Yes.
Su Nan quickly stood up, took his bowl, and said, I'll fill it for you. This time, she filled it even more. When she handed the bowl back, her voice was soft but sincere. Big Brother Wei, eat more. Wei Yi took the bowl. His usual fierce eyes were calm now, like a deep pool. He looked at Su Nan deeply and softly said, Thanks. For breakfast, Wei Yi ate 3 pancakes and drank 2 large bowls of porridge. When he put down his chopsticks, the bowl was empty, and even the pickled vegetables had been cleaned out. Zhao Xiaoya rubbed her round belly and slumped into her chair, sighing. Oh, I'm so full. Nan, if anyone marries you in the future, they'll have done 8 generations of good deeds. As soon as she said that, the room fell silent for a moment. Wei Yi wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, not replying, but his eyes darkened slightly. He stood up. I'm full, Wei Yi said as he prepared to leave. I need to go to the slaughterhouse. Wait a moment, Su Nan suddenly called out to him. Wei Yi stopped, turned his back to her, and his hand was already on the door curtain. Is there something else? Su Nan took a deep breath, seeming to make a big decision. She stood up and stepped 2 paces behind Wei Yi. Big Brother Wei, I want to ask for your help with something. Wei Yi turned around, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He didn't like Su Nan using the word ask. In his view, as long as Su Nan spoke up, if he had it or could do it, it wasn't a problem. Speak, he said simply, but his tone was not impatient. Su Nan clasped her hands together, her knuckles turning white. She looked up into the morning light, her eyes showing stubbornness and determination. I want to start selling things at a stall tomorrow. Wei Yi's eyebrows furrowed even more. Just as he was about to say something, Su Nan interrupted him. I'm really fine now. You know, when I can't work, I can't earn money, and I can't keep resting like this. Also, she paused, a faint cold glint flashing in her eyes. I want to save money as soon as possible. Only when I have money in hand can I stand on my own, without relying on anyone. Wei Yi understood her feelings. This woman looked fragile, but was actually tough inside. She didn't want to depend on anyone, not even him. The wound isn't fully healed, Wei Yi said in a low voice. Take a couple more days to rest. No need, Su Nan shook her head. I know my body. Besides, making marinated food isn't heavy work. I can handle it. She looked at Wei Yi earnestly, with a plea in her eyes. Big Brother Wei, I want to ask for your help. Can you save all the offal from the slaughterhouse? Wei Yi was stunned. He didn't expect her to ask for this. All of it? Wei Yi asked. Yes, all of it, Su Nan nodded.
Avec calculated.
Business with marinated food is getting better, and the previous amount isn't enough anymore. If I can get all the offal from the slaughterhouse, I can ensure a steady supply every day. Wei Yi looked at her for a long moment. He really wanted her to rest more. Money is endless, but health is the most important. But seeing her stubborn look, he swallowed his words of advice. Okay, Wei Yi replied simply. I'll ask Ma Lu to bring it later. Su Nan's eyes lit up, and she showed her first genuine smile in days. Thank you, Brother Wei. You're welcome, Wei said, turning away, his ears a little hot. It's just a small favor. After saying that, he was about to leave, but stopped at the door. Wei, with his back to Su Nan, spoke in a muffled voice. If you're too busy, just call me. Su Nan felt warm inside. Okay. Wei then strode off confidently. Zhao Xiaoya watched from the side, amazed. After Wei was gone, she leaned in close to Su Nan and lowered her voice. Sister Nan, do you think Brother Wei is? Don't say nonsense, Su Nan interrupted, her face a little hot. He's just helping out kindly. Zhao Xiaoya blinked, looking confused. I didn't say anything. I just wanted to ask if Brother Wei is quite respected at the slaughterhouse, since those workers leave whenever they want. Su Nan's face warmed again, her ears turning red. She turned her face away, pretending to straighten the wrinkles on her apron.
Well,
he's been there for many years, so he probably has good relations. Zhao Xiaoya stared at her for a while, then suddenly leaned in with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Sister Nan, be honest. Do you like Brother Wei? You're talking nonsense. Su Nan raised her voice slightly, hurriedly pushing her away. That's not true. Still denying it? Look at your face turning red, Zhao Xiaoya persisted. Listen, although Brother Wei looks fierce, he's kind-hearted. If you're interested, I can help you. Stop talking nonsense, or I won't talk to you anymore. Su Nan pretended to be angry and turned to walk toward the kitchen. Zhao Xiaoya chuckled behind her, but didn't ask further. She watched Su Nan's flustered back, her mind clear as a mirror. These two, they both like each other but refuse to admit it. It's really frustrating. Around 10 in the morning, Ma Lu rode in on his old bicycle, with 2 large iron buckets tied to the back. He was panting heavily as he entered the yard. Nand, the goods are here. Ma Lu got out of the car, patted the 2 buckets, and said, Third brother said from now on, all the wastewater from the slaughterhouse belongs to you. No one is allowed to touch it. Su Nan lifted the lid and looked inside. Both buckets were full of fresh pig intestines, lungs, stomachs, and a few pig hearts and livers. These things are not worth much at the slaughterhouse, but in Su Nan's eyes, they are like shining money. Ma Lu, thank you for your hard work, Su Nan said with a smile. Come over tonight for dinner. I'll make braised pork intestines. That's great. I'll definitely come tonight. Third brother won't chase me away. Ma Lu's mouth watered at the thought of braised pork intestines. He jumped onto his old motorcycle, waved goodbye to Su Nan and Zhao Xiaoya, and sped off quickly, disappearing around the corner. After Ma Lu left, only Su Nan and Zhao Xiaoya were left in the yard. Looking at the 2 big buckets full of bloody wastewater, Zhao Xiaoya rolled up her sleeves. Instead of showing disgust, she looked excited, as if ready to work hard. Sister Nan, you tell me, where should we start? I don't have work today, so I can help you. Okay, but don't complain about the smell, Su Nan said with a smile. Cleaning the wastewater is tough for one person, but doing it together makes it more like a shared task. Zhao Xiaoya, who used to work in a textile factory, was quick and skillful. Su Nan showed her once, and she learned quickly. One of them rubbed the intestines with coarse salt and baking soda repeatedly, while the other checked and removed excess fat and lymph. This work is boring and tiring, and even with vinegar and yellow earth to mask the smell, the stench still kept drifting into their noses. But the 2 girls, sitting by the wash basin, never once complained about being tired. Sister Nan, do you think these cleaned-up things can turn into money? Who would have believed that before? Zhao Xiaoya said as she scrubbed a slippery intestine. Now I believe it, she added with a smile. This isn't just pig offal. It's like a pile of bills. Hearing this, Su Nan paused her work, looked up at Zhao Xiaoya, and her eyes warmed. Yes, as long as you're willing to work hard and put in effort, there's nothing that can't turn into money. It was as if she was talking about pig offal, but also about herself. As long as she could wash away her past pain and shame, Su Nan believed she could live a decent life and become shining, valuable money. The 2 of them chatted and laughed all afternoon. The small mountain of pig parts was finally cleaned and sorted into several large basins, ready to be cooked. In the evening, the setting sun cast a gentle golden glow on the broken courtyard walls. In the kitchen, the big iron pot was once again placed on the stove. Sunan poured in the caramelized sugar and the fragrant broth she had been simmering for a long time. The thick, red braising sauce bubbled and steamed, filling the yard with a strong, tempting aroma. When the prepared pig head, pig ears, and large intestines were added to the pot one after another, the smell became even more intense. The scent of meat mixed with the spices was rich and alluring, like an invisible hand tickling the senses. Zhao Xiaoya had long been craving the smell. She leaned over the stove, sniffing eagerly. Sister Nan, this smell is just too tempting. Living next door to us is almost like a form of torture. Su Nan was amused by her. She stirred the bottom of the pot with a spatula to prevent sticking. All right, stop drooling. Go tidy up the table. The others should be here soon. Just as she finished speaking, the sound of Ma Lu's loud voice came from outside the courtyard gate. Dinner's ready. My braised pork intestines are here. Before anyone arrived, his voice was already loud. Soon after, the gate was pushed open. Behind Ma Lu, the tall, silent Wei Yi followed. Wei Yi was wearing a clean gray short-sleeved shirt and his army green pants, which had been washed so many times they looked a bit faded. He was wearing a pair of casual shoes. He wasn't carrying anything, but as soon as he stepped into the yard, his sharp eyes immediately fixed on Su Nan at the door of the kitchen. Su Nan looked up at him at the same time, and their eyes met in midair. Wei Yi's gaze was deep, as if he wanted to draw her in. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked away, feeling a little flustered. She quietly said to Zhao Xiaoya, help carry the dishes. Coming right up. Zhao Xiaoya cheerfully responded. She took a plate of cold pig ears from Su Nan and grinned as she called out to Wei Yi and Ma Lu, come in and sit. We're having a big feast today. Ma Lu had been waiting eagerly. He plopped down on a bench, eyes fixed on the dishes on the table. Besides the transparent cold pig ears, there was a plate of stir-fried tender pumpkin, bright green and fresh-looking. Soon, Su Nan carried a large bowl out of the kitchen. When the dish was placed on the table, Ma Lu's eyes widened. Braised pork intestines. The chopped intestines were cooked until shiny and red, with thick sauce and sprinkled with green scallions. The salty sweet, fragrant, yet not greasy flavor hit him hard.
My goodness. Ma Lu swallowed.
Nan, you're going to kill me with this. Wei Yi didn't speak. He just sat down at the old square table. He is tall, and when he sat, the small dining room felt a bit crowded. His eyes looked at the intestines, and his throat moved silently. Stop staring and eat quickly, or it will get cold. Su Nan took off her apron, served everyone a bowl of corn porridge, and then sat across from Wei Yi. Then I won't hold back. Ma Lu was the first to pick up his chopsticks, grabbing a big piece of intestines and putting it in his mouth. The intestines were so soft they melted, and the rich sauce mixed with the oily flavor of the intestines exploded in his mouth. It was hot, and he kept inhaling but didn't want to spit it out. Zhao Xiaoya also started eating, mumbling happily. Nan, your cooking skills are really top-notch. You could open a state-run restaurant. For a moment, only the sounds of chewing and satisfied sighs filled the room. Su Nan didn't eat much, just sipped her porridge. But her eyes kept drifting unconsciously toward the opposite side. Wei Yi ate very focused, not rude, but quick. He didn't talk much like Ma Lu, just silently and quickly scooping food into his mouth. His bowl of corn porridge was soon empty, and he had eaten half of the braised intestines. Su Nan looked at his empty bowl, hesitated for a moment, then stood up, took his bowl, and filled it again. Brother Wei, eat more, she said, handing him the bowl. Wei Yi looked up, his deep eyes meeting hers. This meal was lively and warm. Ma Lu and Zhao Xiaoya were like two lively characters, one telling a joke about the slaughterhouse, the other gossiping about the textile factory, making the atmosphere cheerful and relaxed. This scene made Su Nan feel, in a daze, that this was home. No scheming, no scolding, only steaming food and sincere friends. Halfway through the meal, Ma Lu, with his tongue sticking out, said to Su Nan, Nan, you don't know, third brother was so impressive at the factory today. The factory director's secretary personally came to ask about ordering our marinated snacks as a gift for a leader. Third brother didn't even lift his eyelids and directly said there was no stock, telling them to queue up if they wanted to buy some. Really? Zhao Xiaoya looked at Wei Yi with admiration. Brother Wei, you're amazing. Wei Yi frowned and glared at Ma Liuyi. You're too talkative. Su Nan felt a sudden pang of worry. Su Nan's heart skipped a beat. In these days, although it was the early 1980s and small business owners were just starting out, state-owned companies still held the iron rice bowl and symbolized power. The factory director's secretary was seen by ordinary workers as a second leader, representing the factory's face and authority. If you offended such a person, even if they weren't from the same unit, it could cause trouble for Wei Yi later. Brother Wei. Su Nan put down her chopsticks, frowned slightly, and spoke with concern. How could you refuse so directly? That person is close to the director. We do business, and it's better to be friendly. Even if we don't have stock, speaking softly wouldn't hurt. Although she had just escaped from the ruthless Wang family, she understood the complicated relationships in state-owned units. She knew that social etiquette was just like that. Wei Yi's temper was as tough as stone. If he made enemies, life in the factory might become difficult. Wei Yi paused while picking at the pickled vegetables, then looked up at Su Nan's anxious face. This woman, with all her troubles, was already worried about him. What's there to be afraid of? Wei Yi was nonchalant. That secretary, Liu, is just someone who treats a feather as a command. He wants to order marinated snacks. That's a private matter, not official business. Since it's private, we follow the rules. Queue up and pay. That's just common sense. Su Nan watched Wei Yi's confident attitude but couldn't help but remind him, that's true, but try not to be too impulsive in the future. Things are tough for us now. Less trouble is better. Wei Yi looked at her serious face, feeling a gentle tickle like a cat's paw scratching him, making him feel a bit itchy. Got it, he said softly, responding to her. I'll be more careful next time. Ma Liuyi, standing nearby, widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost, staring at Wei Yi in disbelief. If anyone usually dared to advise third brother like that, they would have been kicked out long ago. Today, is the sun rising from the west? They kept eating until it was completely dark outside. Although Ma Lu was still a bit full, he knew he was the brightest light in the room. He wiped his mouth, finished the last bit of soup from the plate, and stood up with a burp. Well, I'm full now. I need to go home and rest. Ma Lu winked at Wei Yi. Third brother, you should rest early too. You have to go to the factory tomorrow. Without waiting for Su Nan to say anything, he slipped away like he had oil on his shoes. The yard suddenly became quiet, only the sound of dishes clinking as they were cleaned. Zhao Xiaoya helped put the dishes into a big basin in the kitchen. She looked at the dark night outside and then at Wei Yi, who was chopping firewood in the yard. She hesitated and said to Su Nan, Sister Nan, I won't be staying with you tonight. Su Nan knew Zhao Xiaoya didn't go home last night, and Li Xiaoying would be worried. All right, then go back quickly. It's dark on the road. Be careful. Su Nan wiped her hands. Should I ask Brother Wei to see you off? No need, no need. Zhao Xiaoya waved her hands quickly, lowered her voice, and winked at Su Nan. I have a flashlight. I can walk this road with my eyes closed. Besides, what's wrong with letting Brother Wei see me off? He's here to protect you. Su Nan felt her face warm up and scolded her with a smile. You girl, you never say anything serious. Zhao Xiaoya chuckled, picked up her cloth bag, and went to the yard to say goodbye to Wei Yi. Brother Wei, I'm leaving now. You take care of Sister Nan. Wei Yi was chopping the last piece of wood. He straightened up, stabbed his axe into the ground, and nodded. All right, take care on the way. Zhao Xiaoya ran off quickly. The yard door creaked as it closed, sealing this small world in the night. Once she left, the lively yard suddenly became quiet. The subtle awkwardness in the air crept back like vines. Su Nan was washing dishes in the kitchen. The sound of water rushing covered the slight nervousness in her heart. Wei Yi's words from yesterday still echoed in her mind. Although they brushed it off this morning, the barrier was only half broken. Now it was just the two of them, and that ambiguous feeling was almost everywhere. Are you finished washing? Wei Yi asked first, his voice a little dry. Yes, Su Nan replied, standing on the steps, rubbing her hands on her apron. Big brother Wei, it's getting late.
You should go home and rest.
You've had a busy day. Wei Yi didn't move. He looked at Su Nan, but the night hid the emotions in his eyes. Lock the doors and windows when you go to bed tonight, Wei Yi suddenly said, his tone serious. No matter who knocks, if it's not my voice or Ma Lu Xiaoya's voice, don't open the door. Su Nan's heart tightened as she thought of the Su family still lurking in the dark and that persistent ghost, Gongzi. I understand, she nodded. Don't worry too much. During the day, they won't dare do anything. Someone is always around at night, and if they shout, I can hear it. Wei Yi frowned, seeming to disagree with her optimistic attitude. People like Su Wei can be desperate and do crazy things, Wei Yi said in a deep voice. Stay alert. I'm right next door. The wall isn't thick. If you hear anything, knock on the wall with that rolling pin or shout loudly. I can hear you. A warm feeling rose in Su Nan's heart. This constant protection made her feel safe in a way she never had before. Okay, I got it. Su Nan looked up at him softly. You should sleep early too. They stood silently, and the atmosphere grew a little tense again. Wei Yi seemed to want to say something but hesitated, finally swallowing his words. He thought that saying more might make her feel pressured. Besides, he's not a sentimental person. Let's go, he said briefly, turning and walking quickly to the low wall. He pushed off and easily jumped over. Su Nan watched him disappear behind the wall, stood for a moment, then turned back to her house. Following Wei Yi's instructions, she locked the door tightly and placed a chair against it. Though she felt it might be overreacting, doing this made her feel much safer. That night, Su Nan didn't sleep well. She kept dreaming of that rainy night, with Su Wei's fierce face and Gongzi holding a white lime bag. She woke up at dawn when the roosters started crowing. Today was the first day back at her stall, and it was going to be a tough fight. Su Nan washed her face with cold water to wake herself up. She quickly kneaded the dough and chopped green onions. Since she was going to the county town, she needed to eat a full breakfast and bring some snacks for the road. The large bowl of dough had been prepared last night. Now, it was full of dark circles under her eyes, and it smelled pleasantly sour. Su Nan kneaded a bit of baking soda into the dough, making it smooth and elastic. She rolled it into thin sheets, spread a layer of pork fat on top, sprinkled green onions and salt, rolled it up and cut it into pieces, then flattened and rolled each piece again. The oil in the pan was hot. When she put the pancakes in, they sizzled loudly, and the delicious aroma quickly filled the room. Su Nan cooked 5 large green onion pancakes, golden and crispy, with clear layers. She wrapped them in oil paper. She packed the marinated meat and loaded the heavy trays of meat onto an old, slightly worn cart. Su Nan checked the ropes to make sure everything was tied securely. Satisfied, she took a deep breath and pushed open the courtyard gate. The early morning alley was still faintly foggy, and the air was cool. Just as she pushed the cart over the threshold, she looked up and saw a dark figure standing under the old locust tree. He had been standing there for a while. He wore a dark blue work jacket with the collar up to block the morning breeze. A tricycle was parked beside his legs, with a canvas bag hanging on the handlebar. When she heard the door open, Wei Yi turned his head. Tiny dewdrops clung to his hair, shimmering faintly in the dim morning light. There were 2 cigarette butts on the ground near his feet. Su Nan froze, her hand stopping midair as she pushed the cart. Brother Wei, what are you doing here? Wei Yi saw her come out, straightened up, and threw the half-smoked cigarette on the ground to stomp it out. He walked over casually, pushing the cart. I'm going to the county town too. His voice was a bit hoarse, probably from smoking or standing in the cold for a long time. Just on the way, let's go together. Su Nan looked at his reddening eyes, feeling as clear as a mirror. The slaughterhouse opened early, and it was already a bit late to go there now. If he took a detour to send her to the county, he would definitely be late. Let's go. Wei didn't give her much time to feel touched. He reached out to take the handle of the cart. I'll push and you can ride my bike. And the road was all dirt, making riding a bike quite difficult. She paused, took out a warm paper-wrapped item from her pocket, and handed it over. Here. Wei Yi was surprised and looked at the greasy paper package. What is it? Breakfast. Su-nan smiled softly, the morning sun shining on her face, making her smile bright and captivating. I saw you got up early and probably didn't have time to eat. Freshly made scallion pancakes, still warm. You need to eat well to be able to protect me. Wei Yi looked at the package, his throat moving slightly. He didn't hesitate and took it. When his fingertips touched the warm paper, the warmth spread from his fingers to his heart. Thanks. Wei Yi tucked the package into his coat and didn't eat right away. Instead, he pushed one side of the cart with his hand, signaling Su-nan to walk on the other side. Let's go, or we'll be late for the morning market. The two pushed the cart, loaded with hope and livelihood, slowly along the dirt road leading to the county town. Wei Yi held the handlebar with one hand. The heavy cart, weighing hundreds of pounds, felt light in his grip, steady and firm as he pushed forward. He used his other hand to take out the paper-wrapped food from his pocket. The paper was warm from his body heat. When he opened it, a strong aroma of scallions mixed with the rich smell of pork fat immediately hit him. He didn't care much and took a big bite. With a crisp sound, the flaky crust broke apart. Wei Yi chewed happily, cheeks puffed out. The pancake had many layers, each coated generously with oil and salt. The scallions were fresh, just pulled from the ground, and tasted truly fragrant. Even in a state-owned restaurant, he had never enjoyed such delicious bread. Is it tasty? Su-nan tilted her head to look at him, her eyes filled with anticipation. Smells good. Wei Yi swallowed a bite and simply said one word. After a pause, he added, better than the big meat buns at the meat factory cafeteria.
Su-nan Jukka.
That's not fair. This is made with fine flour and pork fat, real quality. They chatted casually, and the road seemed to feel shorter. Wei Yi was usually quiet, but his silence didn't feel heavy. Instead, it gave off a sense of steadiness and reliability. He walks on the outside, his tall build like a wall. Occasionally, early morning carts pass by, and he quietly shifts closer to Su-nan to block the dust kicked up. When they reach the entrance of the county textile factory, the sun is just rising. Before Su-nan can set up his stall steadily, a few sharp-eyed female workers gather around.
Wow.
You're finally here. I haven't seen you at the stall these days. I've been so hungry I couldn't focus on work. Exactly. The cafeteria food is terrible, only good for soaking up your spicy dishes. What's good today? Is that pig ear? Give me half a pound. Business is surprisingly busy. Su-nan doesn't even need to call out. The two large pots of marinated meat with their lids open are the best signs. Their bright red color and rich aroma of meat, in the cool morning air, seem to almost steal people's souls. Wei Yi originally wanted to help organize things, but he realized that standing here not only didn't help but also scared away some curious young girls with his stern face and scar. Go to work now, don't be late. While skillfully cutting pig head meat, Su-nan casually pushes him. I can handle this alone. Look, all regular customers. No troublemakers. Wei Yi looked at the crowd surrounding the stall and saw no hooligans or troublemakers approaching, so he nodded. All right, I'm leaving. He neatly folds the empty paper bag and tucks it into his pocket. If I finish early, wait under the big locust tree. Don't run around. Got it. Hurry up and go. After seeing off this store guardian, Su-nan fully relaxes and gets ready. Today, she prepared enough goods with many varieties. Besides her signature dishes like pork intestines and pig head meat, she also marinated plenty of vegetables, orchid dried beans, kelp nuts, and fried tofu puffs. These vegetables soaked up the rich broth, bursting with juice when bitten, and were cheaper than meat, making them popular among the hardworking female workers who wanted to satisfy their cravings without spending too much. Miss, one serving of vegetable platter costs 5 mao. I'll give you 2 spoonfuls of marinated broth for free. Want this fatty part of the intestines? Sure. This piece is the fattiest, guaranteed to be delicious. Su-nan's knife never stopped moving. The metal box holding the money visibly bulged. By late morning, the first busy shift at the textile factory was over. Most of the meat in the bowl had been eaten, and the remaining braised soup had become thicker. Nan was about to straighten up and stretch her sore back when suddenly a sharp, loud voice rang out. "Oh my! Who do I think it is, making such a fuss?" Turns out it's our old Wang family's unwanted shoes, showing off and embarrassing themselves here. The voice was high-pitched, thin, and harsh. Nan paused, and her smile immediately turned cold. Nan didn't even need to look up. Just hearing that sharp, shrill voice, like someone who had been caught off guard, she knew who was coming. She kept cutting the meat with her knife, making a few quick, clean cuts to half a pound of pork head meat, even pouring a spoonful of bright red braised soup over a customer's order. Only then did she slowly lift her eyelids. The crowd was stunned by the loud shout and automatically made way. In sight was Grandma Lu, wearing a bright red, shiny jacket with ill-fitting black pants underneath. She had on a brand new pair of black cloth shoes, and a vegetable basket was hanging on her arm. That bright red jacket was unfamiliar. It was probably bought by Wang Jiangwo. It looked like a big red lantern on her hunched figure, funny and eye-catching. But at this moment, no one dared to laugh. Because Grandma Lu's face was distorted, her features shifted, and her face was full of flesh that trembled with her heavy breathing. The angry light in her inverted triangle eyes seemed like it wanted to pierce Nan's body. A few steps behind Grandma Lu, Wang Jiangwo stood with a dark face. He was dressed in a dark gray suit, carrying a black leather briefcase under his arm. His hair was neatly combed, but because of his mother's shout, he was awkwardly pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses, looking at her with disdain, yet not making any move to stop her. "Everyone, come take a look." Seeing that Nan ignored her, Grandma Lu's anger flared up. She threw her vegetable basket onto the ground, slapped her thigh, and started shouting and gesturing. That ungrateful fox. Eating and drinking for 10 years at our Wang family, and now that she's divorced, she runs out to show off. Most of the women buying braised food nearby were married. Although they liked watching the drama, hearing such dirty words made their brows furrow. The older sister who bought the pig's head meat looked a bit upset and said, "Nan Shui makes a living with her skills. She's busy here early in the morning. Why call that showing off? Bah. You don't know anything." Old Lady Lu spat on the ground and pointed at the older sister, scolding. "What do you know? That little girl is very clever. You all have been fooled by her innocent look. When she was at our house, she acted like a mute, but as soon as she left, her true nature showed." Old Lady Lu took a few steps forward, almost pressing her face close to Nan Shui's chopping board. She stared hard at the metal box with money, listening to the coins clink inside, her jealousy like a snake biting her insides. If she hadn't divorced, all that money would belong to the Wang family. It would all be Lu Chuanhua's. "Tell me, is it you, the unlucky star, who encouraged this?" Old Lady Lu suddenly slammed the chopping board, making the kitchen knife jump. "Are you secretly gossiping and encouraging Jiamin to cut ties with the family?"
Huh?
"You wicked woman. That was meat from my own body, the most obedient child, and now he's acting like he's possessed, just to cause trouble with the family because of you?" When she mentioned Wang Jianmin, tears welled up in Old Lady Lu's eyes. Though only a few drops, combined with her loud crying, it was quite frightening. "My son, it's because someone brainwashed you. I knew you would be so quick to sign the divorce papers, but it turns out you were planning this all along. You want to ruin our Wang family and see us fall apart, just to watch the joke, right?" Hearing these false accusations, Nan Shui's anger slowly cooled, leaving only coldness. She put down her knife, picked up a clean cloth nearby, and wiped her hands calmly. "Lu Chunhua, this is a county town, a place that values reason. It's not your village where you can make a scene. Why did Jiamin leave? Don't you know? It was because of your family's cold-heartedness and greed. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? Nothing to do with you." Old Lady Lu jumped and pointed at Nan Shui's nose. "If it weren't for you seducing him on this broken stall, if you hadn't filled his head with those improper ideas, he wouldn't have disowned his own brother and sister. He's a top university student. He was going to be a big official someday. It's all because of you. The shameless sister-in-law, ruining his reputation. What are you saying? Su Nan's eyes sharpened. She suddenly slammed the cloth in her hand onto the table with a loud thud. I said you're unfaithful. I said you're shameless. Old Lady Lu saw more and more people gathering around and got even more excited. Her mouth was like a machine spitting out dirt, pouring out all kinds of dirty words. Everyone come and judge. Whose wife gets divorced and then flirts with her brother-in-law? Whose woman just divorced and starts hanging out with a wild man? I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. That butcher Wei Lao San was clearly involved with her. They were in the same yard late at night. And this morning it was that Wei Lao San pushing her in a cart, right? TSK Peske. Only a few days after the divorce. She can't stand being alone. Her words were extremely vicious. In this era, a woman's reputation was more important than her life. If she was labeled a slut, she would be shamed and rejected by everyone. The crowd around started whispering, their eyes on Su Nan becoming more complicated. Is it true? Flirting with her brother-in-law? That's too much. I know Wei Lao San. He's known to be a troublemaker. How dare she get involved with him? Su Nan stood there, her face turning pale, her body trembling slightly. Not out of fear, but from anger. She didn't expect that her evil mother-in-law, who had oppressed her for 10 years in the Wang family, would publicly accuse her with such dirty words and even drag innocent Wang Jianmin and loyal Wei Yi into it. At that moment, Wang Zhengwo, who had been watching from behind, finally moved. He flicked away his cigarette ash and strode over. His commanding posture made it seem like he was inspecting the people, while Su Nan was just an ant beneath his feet.
Mom, enough.
Why bother with someone like her? It's not worth it, Wang Zhengwo said, pulling Lu Laotai away from her angry stance. Then he turned to look at Su Nan with a pitying expression. Su Nan, a day of marriage is a day of gratitude. I didn't want to make things worse. But you really shouldn't have reached out to Jianmin. He's still young and naive. As an elder, even if you're a former sister-in-law, you shouldn't ruin his future just to get back at me. Wang Zhengwo's words sounded reasonable, but they were actually more poisonous than Lu Laotai's insults. He directly confirmed the accusations against Su Nan for revenge and ruining someone's future, clearing himself completely. Wang Zhengwo, do you still have any shame? Su Nan was so angry she laughed, but her laughter was sharp and cold. Her gaze crossed the still-throwing Lu Laotai and fixed straight on Wang Zhengwo's hypocritical face. Wang Zhengwo, are you talking about face with me? Her voice was quiet but like a sharp needle, instantly piercing through the noisy scene. When you married a city girl, you threw out your wife who had been working for you for 10 years, leaving me with nothing. Where is your face now? Your brother, Wang Jianmin, a college student who studied for over 10 years, has his own eyes and mind. He can't stand what your family does, so he left home. Why do you blame me, an outsider? Or do you see your brother not as a person but as a dog that must obey you? Wang Zhengwo's calm expression suddenly shattered, as if he was exposed and stripped in front of everyone. His face turned from white to blue, then red. The women workers around couldn't hold back their laughter, looking at him with contempt. You are talking nonsense. Wang Zhengwo was so angry he trembled and pointed at Su Nan. Nonsense. Su Nan took a step forward. Her usual gentle eyes now looked sharp as a knife. Lu Chunhua, do you dare to say again in front of everyone what you just said? She turned her gaze to Lu Laotai. You said I have an unclear relationship with Brother Wei. Lu Laotai was so frightened by her aura, she took a step back, but then she thought of the money and stubbornly shouted, Yes, it's unclear. Widowhood is full of gossip, and you two young single people. Pfft. Su Nan cut her off sharply, raising her voice by an octave. When I was beaten and almost killed by my greedy family, who saved me from those beasts. It was Brother Wei. I had nowhere to go, not even a roof to shelter me. Who took me in and gave me a hot bowl of porridge. It was also Brother Wei. She stepped closer, staring fiercely at Lu Laotai's evasive triangular eyes. According to Lu Chunhua, should I be beaten to death by the Su family on the roadside just to uphold your old Wang family's woman's virtue? Should I be left to die of cold and hunger on the street to be considered clean? Let me tell you, my life was saved by Brother Wei. To me, he is my savior and benefactor. If you dare to smear his name even a little, I will fight you today. Her words were firm and loud, leaving old lady Lu speechless. She opened her mouth to speak, but couldn't say a word. The women workers around were completely shocked. Oh my, so that's what happened? That's so sad. I knew Su Nan and didn't seem like that kind of person. Her former in-laws are really terrible. What is this? Not only did they kick her out, but they also pushed her into a dead end. That old lady's heart must be black. Su Nan ignored the gossip. She turned and pointed at the metal box on the table that held money, speaking loudly to everyone. Yes, this money is earned by me. I get up before dawn to clean pig intestines and marinate pig heads. I soak my hands in water for hours, smelling that stinky smell, just to earn this little bit of hard-earned money. I stand here, earning my living with my skills. I don't steal or rob. Every penny I make is clean. Unlike some people who get rich and then kick others away, even complaining about being abandoned. Everyone's eyes turned sharply toward Wang Jiangwo. He felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped many times in front of everyone. He came today hoping to appear victorious, watching Su Nan struggle in the mud. But in just a few words, he ended up looking like a foolish clown being judged. Enough. Are you still not ashamed? Wang Jiangwo finally couldn't hold back. He suddenly grabbed old lady Lu's arm and shouted in a low, angry voice, "Let's go. Go home." He still had to meet with the director of the supply and marketing cooperative to discuss a big deal. If the director finds out he's arguing with a village woman over street, pig slaughtering stuff, will the deal even go through? I won't go. The money she earned. Old lady Lu still wanted to resist, her eyes glued to the metal box. Shut up. Wang Jiangwo almost dragged her out of the crowd. Her back looked miserable, like a stray dog. And so, the farce came to an end. Su Nan watched them walk away, her tense body slowly relaxing. Her back was already soaked with cold sweat. Girl, don't be mad at those people. It's not worth it. Exactly. Your braised meat is so delicious. We all support you. A few familiar female workers gathered around, chatting happily to comfort her. Su Nan forced a strained smile, picked up her knife again, and continued selling her goods. Although her business wasn't affected, and in fact, the recent fuss drew more curiosity and customers who wanted to try something new, Su Nan's heart was still heavy. If old lady Lu and Wang Jiangwo came to cause trouble today, they might come again tomorrow. Especially with the label of illegal trading hanging over her like a sword. Today, with Secretary Zhao protecting her and neighbors speaking up, she felt somewhat safe. But if one day they really reported her, her stall would be finished. No, she had to get her business license as soon as possible. Only with that official document could she be a legitimate business owner, and no one could argue otherwise. Thinking of this, Su Nan felt a renewed surge of determination. She sped up her work, planning to sell everything quickly and go to the business bureau in the afternoon to ask about the process. While she was busy cutting meat, her eyes caught a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. It was Zhao Cui. She was standing outside the crowd, holding her familiar bamboo basket, her brows tightly furrowed, clearly having watched the whole scene from start to finish. Su Nan recognized her. She was the big sister who had bought everything at her first stall. A thought crossed Su Nan's mind, and she was about to greet her. But Zhao Cui looked at the messy crowd with disgust, then glanced at Su Nan's somewhat disorganized stall. Without saying a word, she turned and walked away. Her back showed clear signs of distance and avoidance. The disdainful look from Zhao Cui was like a tiny needle, gently pricking Su Nan's heart. It wasn't really painful, just a little disappointing. Nowadays, not many families were willing to spend money on meat, and someone like Zhao Cui, who bought a big piece without hesitation, was even rarer. Losing such a customer meant she would have to spend more effort selling small amounts of leftovers. But these feelings come quickly and go just as fast. Sunan quickly put this matter out of her mind. She now has enough courage to start over. She still needs to run her business and live her life. Without Zhong the butcher, are they not eating pork with hair anymore? Zhao Cui stood outside the crowd, watching the recent chaos from start to finish. Her brow furrowed tighter and tighter. A woman selling goods on the street, chased into the county town by her mother-in-law to scold her, mentioning her brother-in-law and pig slaughtering. These stories, one after another, just sound annoying. Zhao Cui instinctively took a half step back. She is the wife of factory director Li. Normally, she considers her social standing when dealing with others. Women from such chaotic families, once involved, usually bring trouble. Moreover, Sunan is divorced. Thinking of her own daughter, who is not yet engaged, Zhao Cui felt more nervous. If her daughter Fong Fong got close to someone like that, what would others say? People might even think the Li family is not particular about manners. She tightened her grip on the bamboo basket, glancing at the bright red braised meat on her stall. It smells good. Last time she bought some, Old Li praised it a lot. But so what if it's tasty? There are many delicious foods in the world. She doesn't need to risk her dignity for a bite. Zhao Cui turned her head quickly, walking fast as if afraid that standing here any longer would reveal her. A few customers who had been scared away by Grandma Lu hesitated and came back. "Girl, are you okay?" "That family was too mean," one older woman said angrily. "Exactly. Divorced and still clingy like a sticky patch. I've never seen such shamelessness," another added. Sunan smiled at them, feeling her anger from being publicly humiliated soften thanks to their kindness. "It's fine. Let them cause trouble. Their words are on them. We live our own lives." As she spoke, she efficiently packed the remaining pig ears and vegetarian dishes. "Big sister, thank you all today. This is leftovers. Take it home and try it. Don't be picky." The last few bits of leftover items were divided among a few kind-hearted older women. The wooden basin was emptied, and the metal box was filled with scattered bills and coins, heavy and full. Sunan took a deep breath, took off her greasy apron, and was about to pack up when a slightly old bicycle stopped in front of her stall. Wei Yi got off the bike, stretched out his long legs, and stood steadily. He leaned his bike aside and walked a few steps to Sunan. He frowned and looked her over from head to toe, his voice a bit heavy. "Did they hurt you?" Sunan felt warm inside and shook her head. "I can handle their words." Wei Yi didn't say anything. He simply picked up the heavy wooden basin easily, put it back on the cart, and tidied up the dishes and utensils in silence. His movements were quick and quiet, as if venting some silent anger. "Get ready, I'll take you home," he said after securing everything. "The cart stays here. Ma Lu will come by this afternoon to push it." "I'm not going back." Sunan shook her head, but her eyes shone brightly. "Brother Wei, I want to go somewhere."
The opposite.
"I want to get a business license," she said clearly, one word at a time. "Today's incident made me realize that the label speculation and illegal trading is too frightening. I need to get a sole proprietorship license. From now on, I'll be a proper business owner. Who will dare to accuse me then?" She thought Wei Yi would think she was dreaming, since nowadays most people wanted to work in factories, eat state-run meals, or do their own business, either because they had no other way out or because they looked down on others. But unexpectedly, Wei Yi only nodded and said 2 words, "You should." He helped her bike up. "Let's go. I'll go with you."
Sunan was surprised.
"You're not going to work? It's almost noon." "It doesn't matter," Wei Yi said simply. With a long stride, he mounted his bike.
"Get on."
Sunan looked at his broad back and didn't hesitate anymore. She hugged the metal box containing all her belongings tightly and sat sideways on the bike. They rode through the relatively smooth streets of the county town toward the old city, where the government offices were located. The sign for the Industry and Commerce Office hung at the entrance of an inconspicuous small courtyard with blue bricks. The yard was very quiet, with only a few old locust trees shedding leaves. Sunan jumped off her bicycle, holding a tin box, and took a deep breath, as if preparing for a battle. As she entered, a smell of old paper and faint ink filled the air. The hall was empty, with only a few service windows. Behind the windows, some people were reading newspapers, others knitting sweaters, and one was dozing on the desk. Sunan walked to a window with a sign that said, "Consultation," and politely knocked on the glass. "Comrade, hello. I want to ask how to get a business license for a small business." Behind the window, a middle-aged man wearing reading glasses didn't lift his eyes. He sipped his tea slowly and lazily said from behind his newspaper, "Why do you need that? Young people should work hard, not do all these messy things." Sunan's smile froze on her face, but she remained patient and explained, "I am responding to the country's call to boost the economy. I have my skills and want to make a living honestly." The man finally looked up, peering over his glasses at Sunan. He saw her in old clothes, holding a plain tin box, and his eyes showed clear disdain. "Boost the economy? With just you," he sneered. He casually picked up a crumpled form from a pile of papers and threw it onto the counter. "First, go to the street office to get a certificate, then to the police station for another. You also need a guarantor. Get all that done before coming back." Sunan picked up the form, which was covered with tiny writing, making her head spin. "Comrade, how exactly do I get the certificate from the street office? And what qualifications does a guarantor need? Look at the rules posted on the wall. It's all written there. Don't waste my time." The man suddenly spread out his newspaper, blocking his face and showing he was about to get angry if she asked again. Sunan felt discouraged. She walked to the wall, looking at the crooked instructions for the process, feeling overwhelmed. As a recently divorced woman from the countryside, still registered at her in-laws' household, how could she get a certificate from the street office? And where could she find a city resident with a proper job to be her guarantor? This wasn't just a matter of handling paperwork. It seemed like deliberate harassment. Standing there, holding the heavy tin box, Sunan felt completely helpless, a wave of weakness washing over her. Just as she was worried, someone suddenly patted her shoulder. "This is Wei Yi." He had been standing at the door without entering. Now he walked over to her. His face was expressionless, but his eyes looked very cold. "What's going on?" Sunan sighed in frustration and handed him a form. "I need a lot of certificates, but I can't get any of them." Wei took a quick look at the form, then crumpled the paper and threw it into the trash can in the corner. "Wait here," he left those words and didn't even glance at the man pretending to read the newspaper at the window. He headed straight toward the door with the sign, "Director's Office," at the end of the hall. "Hey, what are you doing?" the man at the window shouted, throwing down his newspaper and standing up. "Do you think you can just walk in? Stop right there." Wei seemed not to hear him and kept walking. Just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, the office door opened from inside. "Hey, what are you doing?" The man named Xiaozhang behind the window finally couldn't hold back. He slapped the newspaper onto the desk with a loud noise and pointed at Wei Ye's back, shouting, "That's the director's office. Unauthorized people can't just barge in." "Stop right there." Wei Yi ignored his shouting. His strong, clearly jointed hand had already risen, about to reach the doorknob. Sunan's heart jumped to her throat. At this critical moment, the tightly closed office door suddenly creaked open from inside. A middle-aged man, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black-rimmed glasses, about 50 years old, stepped out. He was holding a porcelain teacup, apparently ready to pour himself some water. "What's all the noise?" the man asked with a frown, clearly startled by the commotion outside. Xiao Zhang at the window immediately changed to a flattering smile upon seeing him, bowing slightly. "Section Chief Li, it's nothing serious. There's just someone who doesn't understand the rules and tried to barge into your office. I'm stopping him," he spoke while waiting for Section Chief Li to give an order, hoping to use the leader's authority to chase away the man who was unaware of his place. However, Section Chief Li didn't look at him. His gaze fell on Wei Yi. He was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up with an unbelievable surprise. "Xiao Yi." Section Chief Li adjusted his glasses on his nose. "Is that really you? How did you come here?" The affectionate and natural tone of Little Yi didn't sound like a name for a stranger. Wei Ye's tense face softened a little when he saw the visitor. He nodded and spoke in a low voice. "Uncle Li, Hearing this, the other two people present, Su Nan and Xiao Zhang at the window, were both stunned. Xiao Zhang's smile froze instantly. His mouth was half open, and his expression looked worse than if he had eaten a fly. He never expected that this man, dressed in a sweatshirt and looking like a country bumpkin, would know their business bureau's second-in-command, Section Chief Li, and that their relationship was not ordinary. Su Nan was even more shocked, clutching the metal box in her arms. Her mind went blank. Brother Wei. How could he know the local leader? You kid! You didn't even call ahead before coming. Section Chief Li's face showed a genuine smile. He enthusiastically grabbed Wei Ye's arm and pulled him toward the office. Come in and sit down. Why are you standing outside? It's been a long time since you visited me. His attitude was as warm as if he were welcoming a long-lost nephew. Wei Yi was pulled along, looked back at Su Nan, and signaled her to follow. Only then did Su Nan wake up as if from a dream. She hugged the box and followed inside. The office was small, with a desk, 2 filing cabinets, and a faded map hanging on the wall. Everything carried the simple and serious style typical of that era. Sit down. Section Chief Li poured a cup of hot tea for Wei Yi and Su Nan, the aroma drifting in the air. He then noticed the conspicuous metal box in Su Nan's arms and looked at her slightly uneasy expression. Little Yi, what's this? Wei Yi didn't beat around the bush. He took a sip of tea, pointed at Su Nan, and said simply, she wants to get a license. Hearing this, Section Chief Li looked toward the window outside and sighed helplessly. Is Xiao Zhang causing trouble again? This Xiao Zhang has no real skills, but he's learned how to act like an official. I need to have a talk with him later. Xiao Zhang was considered a connection, assigned to his department for an easy job. He spent his days reading newspapers or drinking tea, doing no real work. As he spoke, he walked to the door and called out loudly, Xiao Zhang, come in. The young man at the window had been listening carefully to the sounds inside. When he heard the call, he was so startled that he shivered and hurriedly ran inside, standing in front of Section Chief Li without daring to lift his head. Section Chief, you called for me? Please process the business license for this individual, Ms. Su, right away. Section Chief Li's tone was calm but firm, with a commanding presence. If any documents are missing, you must coordinate personally. The license must be ready before the end of the day and handed to MS.
Su.
Do you understand? Yes. Yes, I understand. The young man nodded vigorously, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't dare to delay at all. He quickly turned to Ms. Su with a strained smile that was almost more painful than crying. Ms. Su, shall we start now? I'll fill out the form right away. His attitude was completely different from the earlier indifferent old man. Ms. Su was still feeling a bit confused. The following process went smoothly, almost like a dream. The complicated-looking application form that once seemed as hard as a foreign language was quickly filled out by the young man. As for street proof or guarantors, he didn't mention them again, only saying it was a special case and that he would handle the coordination. All Ms. Su needed to do was sign her name on a few forms. She held the pen, looking at the 2 characters, Su Nan, on the paper, feeling a mix of emotions. Sometimes, what separates you from your goal isn't thousands of miles, but just a single sentence. Throughout the process, Wei Yi sat quietly on a nearby chair, sipping tea, without saying a word. But his presence was a silent strength, making everything around seem smoother. In less than an hour, a brand-new business license with a bright red stamp was handed to Ms. Su. The red cover looked especially dazzling in the sunlight. Ms. Su held the small booklet, her fingertips trembling slightly. From today on, she was officially a business owner. No longer involved in shady dealings and no longer afraid of reports or threats. Thank you. Thank you, Section Chief Li, Ms. Su said, her eyes slightly red with excitement, bowing deeply to him. No need to thank me. Director Li waved his hand and smiled, saying, this is also in response to the national call. Work hard in the future and contribute to our county's economy. After finishing the matter, Wei Yi stood up, ready to leave. Uncle Li, we're leaving now. Already? Have some lunch first. Director Lee warmly urged. No, there's still work at the factory. Knowing Wei Ye's temper, Director Lee didn't insist and personally saw them to the door. Before they left, he grabbed Wei Yi and lowered his voice so only they could hear, saying, Xiao Yi, are you really planning to work at the slaughterhouse for your whole life? The boss has always wanted you to come back, Uncle Lee. Wei Yi interrupted him calmly, with deep eyes showing no emotion. That's all in the past. Director Lee looked at him and finally sighed heavily, patting his shoulder.
All right.
It's your decision. I won't say anything. But if you have any trouble, just come to me. Okay? Wei Yi nodded, got on his bicycle, and signaled Su Nan to get on. Su Nan sat in the back, clutching the hard-earned red book tightly, her heart in turmoil. She didn't catch everything Director Lee said behind him, but she felt their relationship wasn't simple. Why would a section chief from the business office be so polite to him, even showing some elder-to-youngster care and regret? This man, who silently wields a slaughtering knife every day and is covered in blood, what kind of story is hidden behind him? From the moment they left the business office, Su Nan's mind was a mess. Wei Yi, who usually only works silently at slaughtering and is rumored to be fierce and ruthless in the village, actually had Director Lee personally pour tea for him and was handling special cases with care. The way Director Lee looked at Wei Yi was full of paternal affection, even with some regret and respect. This was no ordinary relationship. He had helped him so much and owed him a big favor. She felt guilty about it. Big brother Wei, Su Nan finally couldn't hold back and asked, Are you very familiar with Director Lee? Wei Yi didn't turn around and pedaled quickly, his voice carried by the wind, deep and steady. Yes, I've known him for a few years. I think he's quite polite to you. Not like an ordinary relative, Su Nan tentatively asked. She isn't someone who likes to pry into others' affairs, but this matter is too strange. Wei Yi only used this connection to help her, so she needs to understand the situation. The bicycle turned a corner, avoiding a reckless young person crossing the street. Wei Yi adjusted the handlebars, paused for a moment, then casually said, He's a former leader from my military days, now retired. A former leader. I see. In this era, serving in the military is highly respected. Su Nan looked at his back, feeling a strange mix of sadness and admiration. Big brother Wei, thank you, she said softly but sincerely. Wei Yi's body stiffened slightly. What are you thanking me for? He replied in a muffled voice, feeling a bit uncomfortable. It's just a small favor, but it's not just a small favor, Su Nan explained. With this certificate, I can stand tall. In the future, if anyone comes to check, I'll slap the certificate on the table and say I operate legally. No one can accuse me unfairly. Wei Yi listened to her passionate and firm tone. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He responded. We make a living with our skills, nothing shameful about that. The bicycle passed through the town streets. When they reached the gate of the state-run restaurant, a tempting aroma of delicious food wafted out. Su Nan's stomach growled at the right moment. She blushed a little, feeling a bit embarrassed. She had already eaten half a scallion pancake in the morning, and now she was so hungry she could feel her stomach pressing against her back. Wei Yi clearly heard it too. He stretched out his long leg, and the bike stopped steadily by the roadside. Hungry? He asked, turning to look at her. A little, Su Nan admitted without fuss. How about we go get some noodles?
It's on me.
We just had a big celebration today, so we should celebrate. She waved the metal box in her hand, smiling warmly. Wei Yi looked at her genuine smile, brighter than the sun in the sky. He didn't refuse. He pushed off again, saying, There's a small noodle shop ahead. The taste is good, and the portions are generous. They ate 2 large bowls of shredded pork noodles at a street stall. Su Nan also ordered 2 bottles of beibinjiang soda. The glass bottles chilled, and taking a sip was incredibly refreshing, making her feel energized. It's not some fancy delicacy, but this meal tastes especially good. When I returned to the small yard, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. As soon as I reached the alley entrance, I saw Ma Lu squatting at the gate, holding a stick and drawing circles on the ground. His broken Phoenix motorcycle was parked aside, and the things on the cart had already been unloaded and piled in the yard. Oh, my dear brother and sister. You're finally back. Ma Lu saw Wei Yi's bicycle and immediately threw down the stick, rushing over excitedly. I've been waiting here for half a day. I thought some old lady had tricked you. Wei Yi stepped off his bike with long legs. Stop shouting. Wei Yi glared at him, but his tone wasn't very angry. Have you packed everything? Packed. I saw Sister Nan didn't come back, so I didn't dare touch the money box. I just stayed here watching it. Ma Lu chuckled and moved closer to Su Nan, acting sneaky. Sister Nan, how's it going? Did you get the certificate? Did those office guys give you a hard time? Su Nan took the things off the bike, pulled out a red booklet from her pocket, and waved it in front of him. Look, what is this? Ma Lu's eyes widened like bells. He snatched the red booklet and looked at it over and over, trembling. Oh my goodness. A sole proprietorship business license. I've never seen one before. Ma Lu was so excited he almost lost his voice. Really got it? Sister Nan, this is the first one in our area. This thing is like a golden ticket. With it, we won't have to hide like thieves when we set up a stall anymore. Nowadays, although policies had relaxed, many people still didn't dare to do business openly. Partly because they feared policy changes, and partly because they worried about being looked down on. Getting this certificate meant the government officially approved us as legitimate. Be careful, don't get it dirty. Su Nan took the certificate back and carefully stored it. This is our future livelihood. Wei Yi pushed his bike into the yard, looking at Ma Lu's useless expression, and snorted. Are you scared now? If you had to run a big restaurant, you'd probably faint. Restaurant. Ma Lu was stunned. Then his eyes lit up. Third brother, what do you mean? Are we going to open a restaurant? Su Nan also looked at Wei Yi. Wei Yi went to the well, took a bucket of cold water, and washed his face. Water droplets dripped down his strong chin. He wiped his face and looked at Su Nan. Today at the business office, Uncle Lee mentioned something to me. The county plans to rent out the empty shops next to the machinery factory to encourage small businesses. If you have any ideas, you can go see them. This news was like a big bomb. Su Nan's heart started pounding. Although setting up a stall costs little, it's exposed to the sun and wind, and the space is too small. If she could have a proper shop front. Really, Su Nan's eyes lit up. Is the rent expensive? Not much. It's part of the policy support. Wei Yi looked at her. And the location is good. It's near the machinery and textile factories, with thousands of workers. As long as the food tastes good, business will be fine. Su Nan's mind raced quickly. She currently had about 1,000 yuan. It's not a huge amount, but renting a small shop, doing some simple renovations, and buying tables and chairs should be enough. If she really opened a shop, it wouldn't be just a small venture anymore. It would be a real business. I'm going, Su Nan decided immediately. I'll go see it tomorrow. Okay, I'll go with you, Wei Yi said naturally. Ma Lu, standing nearby, was excited. Take me too. Sister Nan, I want to work with you. I won't be a pig butcher anymore. I can be your waiter. The pig slaughtering job is too bloody. I want to be a civilized person too. Go away, stay over there. Wei Yi couldn't help but tease him. With your looks, you'd scare the customers even as a waiter. Just stick to slaughtering pigs and delivering goods. Behind the machinery factory, that was the busiest part of the whole county. Besides the impressive scene of bicycles ringing during rush hours, the most eye-catching were the rows of gray brick and red tile shops. In the past, this area was either a state-run barbershop or a distribution point for the supply and marketing cooperative. Now, with relaxed policies, many shops are vacant, with handwritten rental notices on the doors fluttering in the wind. Wei Yi rode his bike with Su Nan, while Ma Lu panted and pedaled his broken bike behind them. The three stopped in front of a shop with a big lock on it. This location was indeed good. On the left is the workers' cafeteria at the machinery factory, and on the right is the large iron gate leading to the residential area, facing the busy street with a huge flow of people. As long as the skill is good, anyone can make money. Here it is. Wei Yi parked his bike and knocked on the slightly worn green wooden door. Is anyone there? After a moment, the two wooden doors creaked open a crack. A young woman, about 25 or 26, looked out. She wore a faded floral shirt. Her hair was a bit messy, and dark circles were under her eyes. She cautiously looked outside through the crack and saw Wei Ye's tall figure and the scar on his face, which made her shrink back in fear. "Who are you looking for?" Her voice was soft and timid. Su Nan worried that Wei Yi might scare her, so he stepped forward with a friendly smile. "Don't be afraid, little sister. We saw the red paper posted at the door and wanted to ask about renting a place." When she heard about renting, her eyes lit up briefly, but then she seemed to remember something frightening, and her expression became anxious. She looked around instinctively.
Oh.
"Renting, huh? Come in." The woman widened the door crack and turned sideways to let them in. "Come in quickly, don't stand at the door." She seemed like she was sneaking in. Inside, the light was a bit dim. It was a roughly 30-square-meter shop, probably used for selling miscellaneous goods before. There were a few empty wooden shelves along the wall. At the back, there was a small door leading to a tiny yard, big enough for a stove, perfect for a small restaurant. Su Nan immediately liked it. The place was square, with tables in front and a kitchen at the back, easy to renovate with a fresh coat of white paint to start business. "Is this house yours?" Su Nan looked around and then asked the woman. She nodded, twisting her clothes nervously. "Yes, it was left by my husband. He used to work at the machinery factory. The factory allocated this house to him, and later he bought it. The property is in his name." Su Nan sensed something was off. "Your husband? He had an accident at work 2 years ago and passed away." The woman lowered her eyes turning red. "Now, it's just me and my daughter at home." Su Nan felt a tightness in his chest, guessing that life must be hard for this single mother and her child. "Don't be upset, little sister. Since you're renting out this house, you can set the price. As long as it's suitable, we can finalize the deal." Su Nan is a straightforward person and doesn't want to take advantage of others. "We're doing legitimate business. Our license just came through. The rent can be paid monthly or quarterly." The woman seemed surprised by Su Nan's honesty and hesitated for a moment before offering a price. 15 yuan a month, is that okay? 15 yuan? In the town center, that's practically a bargain. Ma Lu, standing nearby, was so shocked he almost spoke up to say, "That's too cheap," but was stopped by Wei Ye's stern look. Su Nan was also a bit surprised, but seeing the woman's shy expression, he felt there might be more to the story. 15 yuan is too little. This area is worth at least 25. Su Nan didn't try to take advantage. "If you're okay, we can sign the contract now. I'll pay for 3 months up front." The woman suddenly looked up, her eyes full of shock and gratitude. "Big sister, you're such a good person. No need for 25, just 20. Really, just 20. While they were discussing the details, Wei Yi had been leaning at the door, watching the outside activity. Ma Lu was inside, looking around eagerly, eager to open the shop. "All right, little sister, go find the property deed, and we'll sign right away." Before Su Nan could finish speaking, a cough came from the doorway. A woman in her 50s, holding a fan, peeked inside. She wore a blue cloth jacket, typical of retired factory workers, with sharp eyes. "Hey, Su Qing, what are these people here for?" the woman asked loudly, but her eyes kept flicking between Wei Yi and Su Nan. The landlord, called Su Qing, trembled and turned pale. "Aunt Lu, these are here to look at the house." Looking at the house, Aunt Lu raised her broom-shaped eyebrows and strode confidently into the room, not treating herself as a stranger. At this moment, crying came from the inner room. Su Qing said her daughter had woken up and asked Su Nan to wait a moment. Aunt Lu took the opportunity to walk over to Su Nan, covering her mouth with the fan, and pulled him to the corner of the wall, speaking in a secretive tone. "Big sister, I think you're honest, so I want to give you a friendly warning." Aunt Lu lowered her voice, almost spitting as she spoke. "This house can't be rented out." Su Nan frowned slightly but remained calm, taking a half step back. "Big sister, what do you mean? Isn't this house legitimate? The house is a proper house, but this matter isn't proper at all." Aunt Lu curled her lip and glanced sideways at Su Qing, clearly looking down on her. Su Qing has tough luck, unlucky for her husband. 2 years ago, she caused her man's death, and her belly wasn't obedient either. She only had a girl, ending the Li family's line. A feeling of discomfort rose again in Su Nan. Although the 1980s promoted new ideas, old-fashioned ideas about valuing boys over girls still ran deep among ordinary people. What does this have to do with renting the house? Soo-nan asked coldly. How does it not relate? Aunt Lu patted her thigh. Her husband died, and even though the house is in his name, it's the foundation of the old Lee family. She's an outsider, bringing a child who costs money, and she'll probably remarry sooner or later. The eldest uncle of the Lee family has already set his sights on this house. Aunt Lu spoke animatedly, spitting as she talked. Uncle Lee Baogua, that's a well-known troublemaker in our factory. He said this house belongs to his son, the eldest grandson of the Lee family, who should carry on the family line. Su Qing is just a temporary resident. If you rent the shop and Uncle Lee Baogua comes with his people to cause trouble, they might even throw you out.
Who will you cry to then?
Aunt Lu finished and proudly waved her fan. Listen to your aunt's advice. Leave early. You can't get involved in this mess. It's a matter of family survival, and outsiders shouldn't interfere. Su Qing just happened to be holding her daughter as she came out. The little girl looked about 3 or 4 years old, with 2 thin braids tied on her head. Her big, round eyes were filled with fear, and she clung tightly to Su Qing's neck like a frightened little animal. Seeing Aunt Lu's spitting and the thoughtful look on Su-nan's face, Su Qing's hopeful expression immediately dimmed. She forced a sad smile and held her child even tighter, as if drawing strength from her only bloodline. Aunt Lu, please stop talking. Su Qing's voice trembled, her words full of despair and numbness. Can I just not rent the house? Don't scare the guests. She turned to Su-nan, bowed deeply, tears welling in her eyes. Big sister, I'm sorry to trouble you. You've come all this way for nothing. This house really is complicated. You should go now. I don't want to drag you into this. Aunt Lu was still fanning herself with a tattered straw fan, pointing out the situation. Su Qing, don't blame Auntie. I'm just trying to help you. You know what kind of person Li Baogua is? He's the kind who dares to hit even his own mother. If you really rent the house to someone outside, he might destroy their property. You're not just hurting others, are you? If something serious happens, like someone getting hurt or worse, can you afford to pay for it? She glanced sideways at Su-nan, pretending to be kind. Girl, did you hear that? You should leave quickly. This place is dangerous. Su-nan stood still, not moving. She looked at the small, thin girl in Su Qing's arms. The girl was shyly peeking at Wei Yi, but dared not look at Auntie Lu. This scene reminded her of when she was forced to leave her home years ago, pushed by the Wang family. Back then, there were neighbors who also pretended to be kind, advising her to endure, to give in, to keep up appearances, and swallow her pain. If this had been before her divorce, Su-nan might have been scared and backed down to avoid trouble. But now, she was alone, fearless, holding a business license stamped by the government, with Wei Yi beside her who could soothe a crying child, and carrying her hard-earned money in her pocket. Why should she be afraid of a troublemaker who only bullies orphans and widows? Big sister, Su-nan spoke firmly, I've decided to rent this house. Auntie Lu's hand froze mid-swing, staring at Su-nan as if she were a fool. Why don't you listen? I told you, this is a matter of survival. What do you mean by survival? Su-nan sneered, her eyes sharp as a knife, directly confronting Auntie Lu. This is the new society, based on the rule of law. The house is registered in Su Qing's husband's name. When he left, the house belongs to her and her daughter. The law says women are half the sky. How come, in your words, it's just an old rule that they must pass the house to their nephews? Auntie Lu was caught off guard, her face flushing red. You outsider. What do you know? This is their family's private matter. Private matter? Su-nan stepped forward, staring directly at Auntie Lu. If it's a private matter, then why didn't you neighbors say so when Li Baogua came to take the house? Now, an orphan widow and her daughter rely on this house to survive, and you suddenly start talking about rules? As long as the property certificate is in Su Qing's hands and I have signed a clear rental agreement with her, it is protected by law. Su-nan took out his business license and waved it in front of Aunt Lu. See this? It's a recent issue from the Commerce Bureau. am a legitimate small business protected by law. Anyone who dares to destroy my stall is damaging the country's economy and committing a crime. I want to see if Li Baoguo really wants to go to jail. His words were firm and loud, waving the banner of policy and law confidently. In this era, ordinary people still respect the word law, especially with the red book in Su Nan's hand, which looks very intimidating. Aunt Lu was speechless, her face turning red and white alternately. In the end, she could only give up. Fine, fine. You think your words are so powerful. Let's see how you die later. Su Qing, you unlucky star, just do as you like. When Li Baoguo comes, I want to see how you handle it. After saying this, she glared fiercely at Su Qing and turned to leave. Stop right there. Wei Yi, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. His words were just two, but they carried a chilling aura that made people's hair stand on end. Wei Yi threw the cigarette but he had been playing with onto the ground and stepped on it with his toe. He was tall and blocked the door, his shadow completely covering Aunt Lu. He didn't look angry or fierce, not even frowning, just with deep, calm eyes. He looked at Aunt Lu lightly. That single glance made her sweat stand out all over her body. Aunt Lu was an older worker from the machinery factory. How could she not recognize Wei Yi? He often brought pork to the factory cafeteria. He was the one known as King Wei, who had killed pigs at the slaughterhouse without blinking and had beaten up 7 or 8 thugs alone. She had been so focused on Su Nan's new face that she didn't notice this formidable man standing nearby. Master Wei. Aunt Lu's voice trembled. Her earlier arrogance was gone in an instant. I was just talking casually. Just talking casually? Wei Yi curled his lips, and the scar on his face looked a bit fierce. A long tongue can easily cause trouble. From now on, don't hang around this orphaned woman's door. If I hear any rumors or gossip, he didn't finish his sentence, just moved his wrist, making a crisp, click sound. Aunt Lu was so scared she almost sat on the ground, scrambling to run outside. I can't do it anymore. Never again. That figure disappeared faster than a rabbit. Ma Lu watched happily from nearby and spat at Aunt Lu's back. Bah, what a thing. A cowardly old woman who's afraid of her own shadow. Inside, everything became quiet. Su Qing held her child, staring blankly at everything, as if she were dreaming. Since her husband left 6 months ago, she had only heard mockery and seen greed and scheming. No one had ever stood in front of her like this, blocking the harsh words and cold looks. Big sister. Tears finally fell from Su Qing's eyes. Brother. Stop crying, said Su Nan. Su Nan couldn't stand to see women cry. She walked over, took a handkerchief from her pocket, and handed it to Su Qing. Life is made by living it. Crying won't help. I rent this house. The rent is 20 yuan a month, paid every 3 months. Also, I will make sure the contract is strict. No one but me can move into this house. Su Qing gently bounced her baby, whose soft little head rested on her shoulder, but the child still didn't dare to lift his head. Su Qing took a deep breath, seeming to make a big decision, and looked up at Su Nan. Big sister, 20 yuan is really too much. Just 15. No, as long as you're willing to rent the house, even 10 yuan is fine. Su Nan frowned slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Su Qing hurriedly interrupted. I have hands and feet. I can work. I think you're opening a restaurant, right? Washing dishes, chopping vegetables, wiping tables, sweeping floors. I can do all that. I don't mind getting dirty or tired. Can you let me stay and help in the shop? Her voice lowered, full of hope and pleading. Now I have a child with me, the factory won't hire me, and I can't get a temporary job with the street office. If we lose this income, we really have no way out. In the early 1980s, although policies had relaxed, it was still very hard for a widow with a child to find a decent job. State-owned factories were secure jobs with limited positions, and even temporary workers needed connections. Su Nan looked at her rough, calloused hands with thick knuckles, clearly used to hard work. Do you want to work for me? Su Nan did not agree immediately. Instead, he asked, since you've rented out this house, where will you and the child live? Su Qing bit her lip and turned around, pointing to a small door behind her. Behind the shop, there's a small storage room, just a few square meters. It used to be for storing goods, with a small earthen bed. The girl and we live there. She turned back, her eyes fixed on Su Nan. Big sister, I know this might be a bit much. I should give up the shop since I rented it to you. But I really have nowhere else to go. My in-laws kicked me out and the old house over there doesn't even give me a place to stay. If I move out, I can only afford a broken straw hut, and I have to watch out for troublemakers. When she said, troublemakers, Su Qing instinctively looked toward the door. She was afraid of Lu Auntie's brother-in-law, Li Baogua. So, I'm charging 5 yuan less rent, as a fee for staying in that storage room. I work at the shop, and you can decide how much to pay me. Just make sure I have enough to eat. Su Qing's voice grew softer and softer, sounding humble and small. Ma Lu, standing nearby, felt sad. He leaned toward Wei Yi and whispered, "Third brother, this is too sad." She's been completely taken advantage of by her in-laws. Wei Yi didn't speak. He just took out a pack of cigarettes, took one, and held it in his mouth without lighting it. His eyes looked steadily at the mother and daughter. Su Nan's heart was suddenly squeezed tightly by an invisible hand. Su Qing's situation was just like his own in the past. He had worked as a servant in the Wang family for 10 years, and in the end, he left with nothing. If he hadn't still been holding on, if he hadn't met Brother Wei, would he now be like Su Qing, begging humbly just for a place to stay?
Sunan finally spoke. Suin trembled.
Big sister, if you think it's too much, I rent the house. The rent is still 20 yuan. Su Nan interrupted her. Su Qing froze, her eyes wide with surprise. Not only that, I'll also hire you as a waitress in the shop. Su Nan walked over, looked at the trembling girl, and gently touched her thin, yellow hair. Food and lodging included. A monthly salary of 30 yuan. How? How much? Su Qing almost dropped the child she was holding. She doubted her ears. 30 yuan. That is the salary level of a formal worker. A widow with a child earning that much. Can she really? Big sister Nan. Even Ma Lu was surprised and wanted to remind Su Nan that this cost was a bit high, but Wei Yi kicked him in the calf, and he immediately shut up. You didn't hear wrong, Su Nan said seriously. But I have conditions. Tears streamed down Su Qing's face as she nodded desperately. You say it. As long as you give us both a way to survive, I'll even kowtow to you. First, we must sign official rental and employment contracts. Su Nan took out a pen and paper from her pocket. It must be clear in writing that this house is voluntarily rented to me by Su Qing, and you are my employee. That way, if Li Baogua causes trouble, we have a contract and a business license. Even if the police come, they will support us. Second, Su Nan pointed to the storage room behind her. Since you live here, the task of watching the shop at night is yours. If anything is missing, tables, chairs, pots, or bowls, I will deduct it from your wages. Su Qing was smart and understood immediately. Su Nan was helping her, and also protecting her dignity. She had found a proper reason to stay. Big sister. Su Qing choked and couldn't speak, her legs trembling as she almost knelt. Su Nan was quick to catch her arm and spoke more sternly. Stand up straight. We are partners, not master and servant. If you want those who laugh at you to shut up, and if you want her daughter to stand tall and be proud, you must first stand tall yourself. These words hit Su Qing like a heavy hammer, breaking through her deep-seated inferiority. Okay. Su Qing wiped her face hard, and her eyes finally shone with hope. I'll listen to you. Let's sign the contract. The rest of the work went smoothly. Wei Yi found a slightly flat table, and Su Nan leaned over it to draft the contract. She had attended middle school, and her handwriting was neat and strong. The terms were clearly written: a 3-year lease, rent paid every 3 months. Party B, Su Nan, has the right to use the house, and Party A, Su Qing, is employed by Party B to handle daily chores and night watch. When Su Qing tremblingly signed her name on the yellowed paper and pressed her red fingerprint, she felt that this light piece of paper was heavier than a ton because it carried the hope for her and her daughter's future. Su Nan counted out 6 Great Unity notes, which was 60 yuan, and handed them to Su Qing. "This is the rent for the first 3 months. Keep it safe and don't let others see it." Su Qing looked at the money, her hands trembling. In her life, besides when her husband was around, she had never seen so much cash. "Thank you. Thank you." Su Qing could only say these 2 words. Wei Yi leaned against the doorframe silently until he saw Su Nan carefully fold the contract and put it into his pocket. Only then did he take the cigarette from his mouth, pinching it between his fingers. "Is everything done?" he asked. "It's done." Su Nan patted his pocket confidently. "With this shop, our business officially starts." Wei Yi nodded, glancing at Su Qing and her daughter, and said in a deep voice, "The contract is signed. From now on, this place is ours. If that Li Bagua dares to come." He paused, a fierce look flashing in his eyes, an expression hardened by seeing blood and slaughter. "Just let him come to me." Back at the small yard, it was already completely dark. They ate dinner together, making do. After eating, they didn't rest. Ma Lu rolled up his pants and squatted by the well, washing out the intestines with a splash. Su Nan was nearby preparing the spice packets for the next morning. By the time they finished cleaning the last batch of pig liver, the moon had already risen to the treetops.
All right.
Ma Lu straightened up, massaging his sore back, and casually wiped his wet hands on his coat. "Sister Nan, this intestines are cleaner than my face. Tomorrow morning, I'll come directly to push the cart. You can rest." This boy was sharp-eyed. His eyes flicked between Su Nan and Wei Yi. Then he chuckled and pushed his broken cart, slipping away quickly. "Slow down when you ride." Su Nan called after him. "Don't worry." Ma Lu's voice drifted down the alley. The yard suddenly became quiet. Only the dripping sound of the well water and the distant barking of a dog from an unknown house could be heard. The yard grew even more cramped and tight. Wei Yi didn't rush to leave. He sat on a small stool, holding half a cigarette that hadn't been lit, with his long legs awkwardly stretched out. Su Nan poured out the last bit of dirty water outside the door, then turned around, wiped her hands, and sat down opposite him. "That shop." Wei Yi rolled the cigarette in his fingers, breaking the silence. "What are you planning to do? Are you really going to open a restaurant?" He had been in the county town for a long time and knew how things worked there. If she opened a restaurant, she would need to buy tables and chairs, hire cooks, and rely on Su Nan and Su Qing alone, which might be too much to handle. Not opening a restaurant, Su Nan shook her head firmly. "I've decided. I want to sell marinated snacks." She paused and continued, "That shop has a good location, but it's small. If I put tables there for people to eat, at most 3 or 4, and I'd need extra help washing dishes. It would be slow to turn over tables, not worth it." Su Nan pointed to a big bowl of prepared ingredients on the chopping board. "I'll just use it as a stall. Put a big glass cabinet at the door, display the marinated pig's head, intestines, and pig's feet. It looks tempting. Mainly for takeout. Cut, weigh, and pack in oil paper. The workers after work are eager to go home and eat, who has time to sit and drink slowly. Nowadays, everyone's stomachs are tight, and compared to eating out, buying affordable cooked food to bring home for the wife and kids is the real deal." When Su Nan talked about her business plan, she seemed to glow with confidence. That kind of self-assurance and calmness made Wei Yi find it hard to look away. He nodded, took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, wanted to light one, looked at Su Nan, then put it back. "All right, you've thought it through," Wei Yi said in a deep voice. "Trying to do too much at once isn't good. Take it step by step, that's the safest way." After discussing the main plan, the thick, sticky silence returned. They were a few steps apart, neither moved. Su Nan looked down at her toes, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of her apron. Facing Wei Yi's intense, aggressive gaze, her feelings of helplessness returned. This man was like a wall, silent, but with such a strong presence that it was impossible to ignore. Wei Yi stared at her reddening ears for a few seconds, his Adam's apple moving up and down. He wanted to say something like, "Don't push yourself so hard in the future," or "Take a break if you're tired," but when the words reached his mouth, he felt they would sound too sentimental. He was a rough man, hiding his tender feelings inside, which churned like a storm, but when he spoke, They turned into a heavy silence. Well, Wei cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. Since it's decided, you should rest early. Sunan let out a relieved sigh, looked up, and smiled at him, though her smile was a little stiff and unnatural. Yes, you should go home early too. Today. Thank you for your hard work. I'm leaving. Wei didn't stay any longer, not even daring to look at her smile again. He turned and strode toward the low wall. It wasn't until he climbed over the wall and landed in his yard that his pounding heart finally calmed down a bit. Sunan listened to the sound of the door closing from next door, then let out a long breath. She reached up to touch her hot cheek and turned to start packing the marinade ingredients for tomorrow. The night breeze blew, causing the kerosene lamp in the yard to flicker, casting her shadow on the wall, thin but upright. Early the next morning, just before dawn, the big iron gate of the machinery factory hadn't opened yet, but there were already people on the main road outside. A small stall selling fried dough sticks and tofu pudding was steaming hot, with workers heading to work riding their bikes, the bell ringing loudly. The blue uniforms formed a flowing river. Although the storefront had been rented, inside still needed simple whitewashing and stove setup, which would take at least 3 or 5 days to finish. Sunan was a restless person and didn't want to stop earning income. She discussed with Wei Yi and Ma Lui. Since they wanted to secure this land, they decided to set up a few stalls at the entrance for a few days to warm up for the future shop. Wei Yi didn't hesitate. He found 2 long wooden planks, placed them on the steps, covered them with a clean white plastic sheet, and neatly arranged the marinated meat from last night on top. After helping Sunan with these tasks, the 2 hurried off to work at the slaughterhouse. The pig's head was shiny and oily, the large intestines thick and tender, and the pig's feet so soft they fell off the bone. The aroma of the braised meat drifted with the cool morning breeze straight into people's noses. Hey, when did there start being a meat seller here? It smells so good. Is that braised meat? Several workers coming off their night shift pushed their carts over and sniffed the air. Sunan, wearing a white apron, stood happily behind her stall. Big brother, try some for free. Today is my first day selling here. Half a pound of pig head meat, plus 2 ounces of vegetarian mix as a gift. Nowadays, most business people are honest, but few would actually give things away for free. When they heard about the free offer, the workers' eyes lit up immediately. Cut me half a pound of pig head meat. Make it fatty. Me too, half a pound, and add a pig ear. Business was booming from the start. They used aluminum lunch boxes, mesh bags, and even wrapped items with handkerchiefs. Sunan was quick and skillful, weighing, cutting, and calculating. Everything was smooth and fast. Su Qing also came to help. Her little girl, Nyo, sat nearby. While the business was busy, suddenly a middle-aged woman with a basket pushed her way into the crowd. She wore a dull gray jacket, her hair was shiny and neat, her cheekbones high, and her eyes, shaped like triangles, darted around. She was Aunt Chen, a well-known gossip in Su Family Gully. Today, Aunt Chen was visiting relatives in the county and also wanted to sell some eggs from her farm. As soon as she arrived, she was drawn in by the smell and the crowd. She struggled to squeeze to the front and immediately saw Sunan, who was bending over to cut meat. Aunt Chen's triangular eyes widened in surprise.
Hey,
Isn't this Sue's second girl? Her sharp voice startled the nearby workers. Sunan paused with her knife, looked up, and saw who it was. Her expression darkened a little. Aunt Chun was famous in Su Family Gully for gossiping about everyone. She knew every chicken that laid eggs and was known for her loose tongue. Hello, Aunt Chen, Sunan replied calmly, not stopping her work. Are you here to buy meat? A few days ago, Tian Suifan's family looked as sad as wilted eggplants, returning to Su Family Gully with drooping heads. As soon as they entered the village, Tian Suifan pounded her thigh loudly and sat on the big millstone at the village entrance, crying and complaining that Sunan's daughter had gone crazy, saying she was bewitched by a wild man and even dared to hit her own brother. Everyone in the village was watching and laughing. What kind of person is Sunan? Since she was a child, she was a quiet and obedient girl. She married into the Wang family and worked as a servant for 10 years without ever complaining. How could she dare to fight back against Su Wei, that troublemaker? No one believed it. People whispered secretly, thinking maybe Sue's parents wanted to cheat their daughter out of money, but ended up angering her instead. That's why they made up such lies to ruin her reputation. At first, Chen Jiaodi thought it was just a joke, even betting that Tian Suifan was lying. But today, when she saw the scene outside the mechanical factory, she believed half of what Tian Suifan said. That girl really did get rich. Her sharp eyes kept flickering around the stall, and the more she looked, the more surprised she became. Wow, this business is like printing money. They were quickly filling their pockets. In just a short time, the butcher's knife was almost sparking from chopping, and the workers holding tickets were stuffing real money into a metal box. Chen Jiaodi silently counted in her mind, her eyes wide. 1/2 kilogram of meat for 1 yuan, and in just a little while, dozens of portions were sold. If each person bought some extras, by the end of the day, wouldn't they make dozens of yuan? In a month, that would be over 1,000 yuan. Wow, that's incredible. This is like hitting the jackpot. It seemed that although Tian Suifan was not always truthful, she was right about one thing. This girl really had money. And I tell you, the village has been buzzing these days. Your mother was crying so hard at the village entrance, saying you're out of control in the city, running off with a wild man, and even injuring your younger brother. Chen Shun's loud voice was like pouring cold water into a boiling pot, instantly causing a commotion. The workers, who had been lining up and waiting for meat, suddenly froze. Dozens of eyes focused sharply on Su Nan. Ran off with a wild man? And even hurt her own brother? Is that true? Can't tell. She looks pretty honest. The gossip buzzed like flies. The lively stall suddenly fell silent. Several workers who had already taken out money quietly retracted their bills, their eyes filled with suspicion and doubt. In this era, reputation was more valuable than gold. If a woman is associated with being immoral or disobedient, people will hold her reputation against her for a lifetime. Su Qing's face turned pale with fear. She knew how much society values a woman's reputation. Su Nan was the only person willing to help her in a long time, and she sincerely hoped Su Nan was doing well. She also didn't believe Su Nan would do such a thing. A kind-hearted person who helped strangers wouldn't be so cruel to her own family. Su Qing nervously tugged at Su Nan's sleeve and lowered her voice. Sister Nan, what's going on? I didn't quite catch that, but Su Nan seemed not to hear the gossip around her. She quickly wrapped 1/2 kilogram of pig's head meat in oil paper and handed it to the stunned worker in front of her, even smiling. Big brother, here is your meat.
Take it.
Safe travels. The worker blankly took the meat and hurried away, pushing his cart. After sending off the last customer, Su Nan calmly wiped the oil off her knife with a cloth, then looked directly at Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Please repeat it. Su Nan was not angry. Her tone was calm. Aunt Chen was momentarily choked by her indifferent attitude. She had expected Su Nan to be either furious or to argue loudly, but instead, she seemed to be listening as if it was someone else's gossip. But Aunt Chen was no ordinary person. She was the undefeated champion of arguments in the Su family village. Seeing Su Nan unshaken, she continued to act brazenly. She placed the basket of eggs on the ground and, pretending to be a caring older sister, advised her. What I said is this. Your mother is almost crying her eyes out. You ungrateful wolf, who's been in the city with a wild man, have forgotten your own name. Your brother Su Wei just came to see you and give you some advice, but you teamed up with that man to beat him badly. Now he's still lying on the bed groaning, and you don't even have money for medicine. Aunt Chen spoke angrily, like a righteous hero. Everyone, come and judge. Is this how a sister should behave? After having a few children, she turns her back on her family? Do you think the meat she sells is safe to eat with such a character? Her words were vicious, linking her character directly to food safety. Su Nan listened without anger, only smiling. Her shoulders shook slightly with laughter, making Aunt Chen and the people around her feel a little uneasy. This person, when given a little color, starts to act wildly. When they catch a hint of something, they think they understand everything. Uncle Chun, you can eat food carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. You said I hit my brother Sue, but I ask you, when did he come? Where was he hit? How was he hit? Sunan calmly asked 3 questions.
Well,
That was a few days ago. Aunt Chen hesitated, and Tian Suifan only talked about the result when she was crying, not the details. Let me tell you, Sunan's smile disappeared instantly, and his eyes turned cold. The night before yesterday, on the dirt road into town, my brother Sue, with a few troublemakers, carrying a bag of lime powder and holding a half-foot-long pig slaughtering knife, blocked my way. Suddenly, the crowd gasped. Lime powder. A pig slaughtering knife. Blocking the road at night. These words together changed everything. He wasn't coming to see me. He was here to rob me. Sunan's voice suddenly rose sharply. Thinking about that scene still made him a little scared. He said I got rich in the city and made his little brother jealous. He said if I didn't give him the money, he would ruin my face with lime powder and then cut me with a knife. Everyone gasped in shock. If Brother Wei hadn't happened to pass by and save me, I wouldn't know if I was dead or alive. Sunan pointed to the scar on his forehead that hadn't fully healed. This scar was from dodging his knife and falling down myself. Brother Wei was acting in self-defense. Aunt Chen, you should go to the police station and ask. These days, with strict crackdowns, what crime is it to rob someone on the road with a weapon? Is it enough to get shot? The phrase, enough to get shot, hit everyone hard, like a heavy hammer. Aunt Chen's face, covered with clam oil, suddenly turned pale and bloodless. Her legs went weak, and she almost sat down on the ground. That old superstitious woman, Tian Suifan. She only said her daughter was unfilial, but she didn't say her precious son was out robbing people. If that were true, it would be a crime punishable by death. She was defending a robber here. What if she was considered an accomplice? Aunt Chen was so scared her soul almost left her body. The workers around also reacted. Their eyes changed from curiosity to disdain and anger. I thought this was just a small matter. It turns out that the younger brother went to steal his sister's money. My goodness, is this even human? For money, he was willing to risk his own sister's life? He deserves to be beaten. Such a beast should be punished severely. That old woman isn't innocent either, spreading lies and almost falsely accusing a good person. Public opinion suddenly turned around completely. Just moments ago, people were criticizing Sunan, but now they all turned their accusations onto Aunt Chen. Sunan looked coldly at the stunned Aunt Chen and delivered the final blow. Why is my mother crying? Because she didn't succeed in extorting money, and she's afraid her precious son will end up in jail. Why didn't she tell the truth? Because she can't face losing face. Aunt Chen, you and my mother have been neighbors for decades. Don't you know what kind of person she is? And what about Sue Wei? You should know his character from when he was a child. Aunt Chen opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead. She knew everything Sunan said was true. Sue Wei was a troublemaker in the village, always involved in petty theft and mischief. Tian Suifan was also known for being biased and unreasonable. This was the end for her. She had been used by Tian Suifan as a pawn and had just lost her reputation in front of everyone. Aunt Chen's lips trembled as she tried to defend herself, but everything she said sounded wrong. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a uniform and glasses stepped out from the crowd. He was an officer from the factory's union. He had been watching nearby and had heard everything. Madam, he pushed up his glasses and said to Aunt Chen, disturbing the peace and spreading rumors is a legal issue. If this woman presses charges, our factory security can take you straight to the police station. Hearing this, Aunt Chen's face turned pale, and she was terrified. She didn't care about her dignity anymore. She grabbed the egg basket from the ground and pushed through the crowd, trying to run away. Hey, Aunt Chen, don't go. Sunan suddenly called out to stop her. Aunt Chen froze, then turned around with a sad face.
Nan.
Nanya, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed and believed that nonsense from your mother. Please have mercy on me this time. I won't hold this against you. Sunan walked to the stall, picked up a knife, and quickly sliced a shiny, juicy piece of pig head meat. She also cut half a pig ear and carefully wrapped it in oil paper. "Take this home. Consider it a gift from me, your niece, to show respect." Anshin was stunned, and the people around her were also surprised. What kind of move was that? However, Sunan handed the wrapped meat to her, leaned in close, and whispered so only they could hear, "What you hear today here, how you tell it back in the village, what to say, and what not to say. You're smart, you should understand, right?" The warm oil paper felt heavy, burning Aunt Chen's hand. Suddenly, she understood. Sunan was giving her a way out, offering her hush money and more, making her a messenger. She was to faithfully pass on everything that happened here back to the Su family village. Let everyone know it's not Sunan who is unfilial, but that the entire Su family is rotten to the core.
Got it. Got it.
I understand. Anshin seemed to grasp a lifeline, nodded repeatedly, and tightly hugged the wrapped meat. "Don't worry, girl. Auntie will keep her mouth shut. When I go back, I'll make sure to clear this up for you." After saying that, she dared not stay any longer. She grabbed her basket and the meat, like a chased chicken, and ran away in a flash, disappearing without a trace. The storm was so easily resolved by Sunan's calm words. At the stall, the union officer nodded approvingly. He walked over, pointed at the tempting braised large intestine, and asked, "Young comrade, have you registered your business?" Sunan straightened her back, wearing a confident smile. She turned around, took out a brand new red book from her bag, and slapped it onto the chopping board. "Comrade, look. An individual business license, legitimate operation, lawful trade." The bright red national emblem and gold lettering shone even brighter in the morning light, outshining all the braised meats on the stall.
Good.
A legitimate business. The union officer, Chiu Qingba, wearing glasses, looked at the bright red seal for several seconds, showing a hint of admiration. Nowadays, most small businesses operated secretly, but Sunan, who dared to display her license openly and stand tall, was rare. Chiu Qingba pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and handed the red book back to Sunan. "Young comrade, your awareness is impressive. The government now encourages boosting the economy. As long as people earn their living through hard work, they don't need to worry about others gossiping." This statement was more convincing than Sunan's earlier rebuttal. The workers who had been doubtful before finally relaxed. Even the union officer agreed that it was a good deal, so there must be no mistake. "Comrade, you are an expert." Sunan put away his license, quickly cut a small piece of the fattest, most tender large intestine, and used a toothpick to hand it over. Having a license isn't enough. The product must be good too. "Try this, our secret recipe for marinated meat, clean and hygienic." Chiu Qingba didn't refuse. He took the toothpick and put it in his mouth. As soon as the intestine entered his mouth, the rich aroma of the marinade exploded on his tongue. It was soft and sticky, but still chewy. The key was that it was very clean, with no fishy smell, only the satisfying feeling of the fat melting. Chiu Qingba's eyes lit up. He was the union officer at the machinery factory, responsible for the welfare and logistics of thousands of workers. Recently, the factory was rushing to export a batch of agricultural machinery parts. The workshop was running 3 shifts every day, and workers were complaining. The cafeteria's plain boiled cabbage soup was already boring, and they were worried about how to improve the meals and boost morale. This marinated meat was greasy, flavorful, and perfect to go with bread or rice. "This tastes authentic," Chiu Qingba praised, swallowing the meat. His eyes scanned the 2 large bowls of marinated food at the stall. "Comrade, how much can you produce in a day?" Sunan's mind moved quickly, sensing a business opportunity. "Comrade, as long as people want it, I can make as much as needed," Sunan replied with a smile. "I just opened a shop behind our factory in the back street. It will officially open in a few days. I have the staff and equipment ready." "The backstreet shop?" Chiu Qingba was a bit surprised. "Is that Su Qing's place? Did you rent it?" "Yes, Su Qing is now an employee at my shop." Chiu Qingba nodded, his impression of Sunan improving further. He had heard before that Su Qing's family caused trouble, making it hard to rent her shop. He didn't expect Su Nan to rent it instead. This woman is brave and kind-hearted. Here's the thing. Chiu Qingba took out a pen from his jacket pocket and jotted down a few notes in a small notebook. My name is Chiu Qingba, and I am the union officer at the machinery factory. The factory is working hard for 100 days. The night shift workers are tired. The union plans to give them extra meals. I see your braised meat looks good. I want to order a batch. Deliver it to the second workshop door at 10 p.m. every night. Are you interested in taking this job? The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in excitement.
Wow.
Night shift snacks at the machinery factory? How many people would that serve? This order must be very profitable. Look at their luck. Just now they were splashed with dirty water, and now they've become a supplier for the factory. Su Nan suppressed her excitement and thought quickly. The night shift at the factory has at least 200 to 300 workers. If each person gets just a little meat, that's about 20 to 30 pounds. That's a good amount of money. I'll take it. Absolutely.
Su Nan ziplit confident.
Thank you for trusting me. Should we sign a contract? You're really careful in how you do things, Chiu Qingba smiled. This female colleague has long hair, is quite experienced, and knows about signing contracts. Come to the factory union this afternoon with your license, and we'll handle the paperwork. Since it's a group purchase, you should give a fair price. Don't worry, I'll make sure the factory is satisfied. Chiu Qingba gave a few more instructions, checked his watch, and said he needed to inspect the workshop. He didn't stay long. Before leaving, he waved his hand. Cut me 2 pounds of pig's head meat and 1 pound of large intestines. I'll take them home to try. Pay me, no free samples. With the union staff leading the way, the business at the stalls suddenly became very busy. Big sister, give me 1/2 pound of large intestines too. I want to taste what the boss said is good. I want pig ears. Great for drinking. Don't push. I got here first. Su Qing helped hand out oil paper, busy but smiling all over her face. In less than an hour, 2 big bowls of braised meat and the broth at the bottom were cleaned out completely. The sun was shining brightly, and the crowd dispersed. Su Nan took off her apron, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and felt her legs wobbling a little. She carried the heavy metal box, feeling more solid inside than the box itself. Su Nan and Su Qing returned to their shop in the back street. As soon as they closed the door, Su Qing sat down on a stool, her legs weak. The sensible girl in her arms, Nyo, gently massaged her legs. Nanjia, I've never seen so many people buying things in my life. Su Qing's voice trembled with excitement. Big sister, this money. I am trembling holding it. In the shop, Su Qing carefully spread out the thick stack of paper bills and change, counting them softly to herself. Her eyes, usually filled with fear, now sparkled brightly. The money she earned this morning was more than her husband's monthly salary when he was alive. It will only get more in the future. Su Nan wiped the empty tin box clean and looked at Su Qing, who seemed inexperienced, smiling. Su Qing, work hard. Once our shop opens, I will raise your salary. Raise it again? Su Qing was startled and quickly waved her hands. No, big sister. 30 yuan is already the limit. I wouldn't feel right taking more. What's there to feel bad about? When the business grows bigger, you'll be one of our shop's founding heroes. Su Nan patted her shoulder. Good days are still ahead. Su Qing nodded as if she understood, but inside, her heart was pounding like a rabbit, excited and nervous. She knew she had chosen the right person. After comforting Su Qing, Su Nan's mind was still tense, never relaxing for a moment. She took the business license to the machinery factory and quickly signed a contract with Chiu Qingba. Getting the order from the factory was a huge joy, but it also brought big problems. They needed 20 to 30 pounds of marinated meat every day. How much offal would that require? At this time, pork was rationed, and offal was a popular item. Although cheaper, it wasn't unlimited. The slaughterhouse could only produce a certain amount of offal each day, based on how many pigs they slaughtered. In the past, she only did small jobs, and Wei Yi and Ma Lu would give her just a little. But now, the amount she needed might be enough to match half a workshop's output. This problem had to be solved immediately. Su Nan didn't even have time to swallow her saliva. She shoved the money box into Su Qing's arms. Su Qing, I need to go to the slaughterhouse. I can't rest easy until I secure the supply. Hey, big sister, take it slow. But Su Nan was already pushing the empty cart, heading straight to the meat processing plant in the west of the city. At this time, the plant had just finished slaughtering the first batch of pigs and was at its busiest. The familiar smell of blood and the burnt smell of pig hair filled the air. Nan Nan is here. Wow, Nan Nan, you finally came. We thought you got rich and wouldn't care about us poor folks anymore. Su Nansong parked his car at the workshop entrance. Several slaughter workers, who had just finished smoking, gathered around him, all smiling warmly. These people were the ones who had previously enjoyed Su Nansong's marinated meat. Come on, everyone, you're being too kind. Su Nansong smiled as he took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to each person. I've been busy setting up my shop these days and didn't get a chance to treat you. Once my store opens, I'll cook the first batch of marinated meat for free so you can try it. Great. A bearded man took a cigarette, tucked it behind his ear, and smacked his lips. Little Nansong, your skills are amazing. That fatty intestine you made last time, I kept thinking about it for days. When will you make it again? I'd buy it if you sell. We're not picky about a few cents. Exactly, I'm craving it so much. Hearing their praise, Su Nansong felt more confident. Good reputation is the best advertisement. She was busy responding to everyone but also stretched her neck to look into the workshop. Inside, amid swirling smoke and rising heat, a tall, strong figure was working diligently. It was Wei Yi. He wore a black rubber apron, with his sleeves rolled up high, revealing his sturdy, bronze-colored forearms. His muscles were smooth and defined, with a few bloodstains, adding a wild, powerful look. He was using a boning knife skillfully, flipping it up and down. His movements were clean and quick. In just a few minutes, a freshly cut pig was completely dissected under his hands. When Su Nansong approached, he had just finished cutting the last tenderloin and tossed it into a nearby iron basket. Brother Wei. Hearing her voice, Wei Yi paused his work and looked up. His usually cold face softened a little when he saw her. He put down his knife, rinsed his hands in the nearby sink, and the water washed away the grease and blood. Why are you here? He asked in a low, slightly puzzled voice. Something big has happened. Su Nansong quickly explained the order from Manager Chiao at the machinery factory. Delivery at 10 p.m. every night, about 20 to 30 pounds. Let's set it for a month first. Brother Wei, this time, we're going to make it big. Even Wei Yi, who was usually calm, showed a hint of excitement in his deep eyes after hearing this. He knew very well what it meant for a small business to secure a steady order from a state-owned large factory. This woman is more capable than he imagined, even matching any man. Good for her. Wei Yi nodded, but then his brow furrowed as he asked the most important question. With 20 to 30 gene of marinated meat each day, is the water supply enough for you now? I'm here to find you, she replied. The workshop was very noisy, with steam and the smell of fresh pork filling the air. After hearing Su Nan, Wei Yi's face tightened in concern. Producing 20 to 30 gene of marinated meat daily, how much raw water would that require? He looked at the serious shrinkage of the pig intestines after marinating, and considering the pig's head, lungs, and liver, the amount was quite large. Currently, the meat factory has quotas. Although pig supplies are more relaxed than a few years ago, they are not unlimited. Usually, he and Ma Lu would gather some leftovers from their connections, but this time Su Nan wanted a proper order. Wei Yi stuck his boning knife into the cutting board, the blade humming. This amount is a bit too much. He paused, thinking for a moment, then said, but you don't need to worry about this. I have friends at the factory. I can talk to Lao Chun or directly contact Lu Peng, the warehouse manager. Even if I have to get supplies from another county, I will make it happen. He was about to take off his apron, acting as if he could reach for the stars for Su Nan. No, it can't be done that way. Su Nan quickly grabbed his oil-stained rubber sleeve. Brother Wei, this can't be handled like that. Wei Yi paused, looking down at her. Why? In the past, we relied on small tricks and your connections. That was good luck. Su-nan looked up, her eyes clear and firm. But now it's different. This is an official order from the machinery factory with a signed contract. If we still rely on backdoor deals or cutting corners, and one day your contacts are gone or someone reports us for undermining socialism, this business will be over. She took out the supply contract from her bag, still warm, and patted it. I'm going to talk to your factory director. I want to make this business legal and proper with a long-term supply agreement. I want the meat factory to sell the water-based products officially, so no one can find fault. Wei Yi looked at her serious, official attitude, and his eyes suddenly darkened. He retied the apron he had just unfastened, his fingers turning white with effort. Are you afraid of owing me a favor? Wei Yi's voice was tense, with a strange, hesitant tone. Or do you just not want to be clear with me? Worried that in the future? Worried about not being able to clear things up later? He didn't say this out loud, but it rolled on his tongue, bitter like chewing bitter herbs. Su-nan was momentarily stunned, looking at this normally strong man now acting like a hurt, big dog. Her heart softened suddenly. What are you talking about? Su-nan sighed, loosened her grip, and gently shook his sleeve. Brother Wei, I want to open a shop and grow my business. There will be many challenges ahead. I can't always hide behind you and let you take the blame for me, right? She looked directly into Wei Yi's deep eyes, speaking seriously. I want to do it myself. I want to learn to negotiate and solve problems like a real boss. Only when I stand on my own can I live a steady life. Wei Yi's throat moved up and down. He looked at the woman in front of him. From trembling in the rain at the beginning to now daring to hold a contract and negotiate with the factory manager. She has grown so fast, sometimes he feels like he can't keep up. I know you are capable. Wei Yi lowered his eyes, staring at a puddle of blood on the ground. His voice was very soft, almost drowned out by the noise of the workshop machines. Actually, you can rely on me. Su-nan didn't hear clearly. Just then, a heavy iron door in the workshop slammed shut with a loud bang. Huh? Brother Wei, what did you say? Su-nan leaned in closer, listening. Wei Yi looked up. The sadness in his eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by his usual cold, tough look. It's nothing. He turned and picked up the boning knife from the chopping board, rubbing it on the whetstone a couple of times. If you want to see the factory manager, I'll take you. He's in the office on the second floor. The office of the meat processing factory manager. Manager Wang was worriedly looking at a pile of reports on his desk. These days, the reform winds are blowing strong. The higher-ups want to boost the economy, and the call for self-sufficiency is growing louder. Although the meat processing plant is state-owned, life isn't as comfortable as before. Mainly because dealing with pig offal is difficult. Real pork is so valuable that even the emperor's daughter doesn't worry about marriage. Tickets are not enough to get it. However, pig intestines, lungs, and blood are considered dirty by city folks who don't want to handle them, and rural people want to buy but lack the spare money. In summer, if not processed quickly, they rot and must be discarded as waste, which is a real loss. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Director Wang put down his teacup. The door opened, and Wei Yi led a young woman inside. When Director Wang saw Wei Yi, he immediately smiled. She is a key worker in their factory, skilled with a bone-removing knife, and reportedly has a powerful background. Even county leaders look up to her. Hello, Master Wei. Why are you free to visit me during such a busy time? Director Wang stood up and offered Wei Yi a cigarette. Wei Yi declined and instead stepped aside to let Su-nan through. Director Wang, this is Su-nan. She wants to discuss a business deal with the factory. Business deal? Director Wang looked at Su-nan with some surprise. She wore a neat, dark jacket, her hair tied back, holding a bag. She didn't look like an ordinary housewife, but had a bit of an official air. Su-nan was confident. She walked forward and placed two documents on Wang's desk. One was a sole proprietorship license, and the other was a purchase contract from the machinery factories union. Hello, Director Wang, Su-nan said directly. I'm Su-nan, a small business owner. I run a marinated food shop behind the machinery factory. I won't beat around the bush. I want to buy the pig offal produced by your factory every day. Wang picked up the bright red business license and looked at it, then glanced at the purchase contract. His expression changed immediately. Nowadays, few small business owners dare to put their documents on the table and talk business like this. You want pig offal? Wang sat back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table. How much do you need? Su Nan named her price. 1 jin and 1 mao, but I need it cleaned thoroughly. This price was quite good for the time. Usually they gave away pork belly for free, but now she was willing to pay a small amount. With many pigs slaughtered daily at the slaughterhouse, this could become a significant income. Wang lightly tapped the table twice, keeping a calm face, but already feeling pleased. Pig offal was usually a tricky item, city folks disliked handling it, and rural people were reluctant to spend money on it. If summer is not handled in time, the smell will become so bad that it can only be discarded as waste, wasting resources. Now, someone comes to pick it up voluntarily and pays cash on the spot. This deal is almost a free gift. Well, Director Wang picked up his teacup and took a sip, frowning as he hesitated. After all, we're a state-owned company, and everything must follow the plan. Handling things privately might not be very proper. Reform and opening up are about boosting the economy, after all. Su Nan was calm and smiled as he responded, I can sign a long-term waste disposal agreement with the factory, with prices based on wholesale rates. This is mutual benefit, a proper business deal. Wei Yi leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, silent throughout. He was just watching that woman stand confidently in front of the factory director, speaking clearly and without hesitation. She has truly changed. From the shadow trembling in the rain at night to the capable person she is now. She no longer needs to hide behind him. She can shine on her own. Director Wang glanced at Wei Yi, noticing he hadn't spoken, and felt more at ease. Since Wei Yi brought her here, it's like doing him a favor. All right then, he placed his teacup on the table. Since the mechanical factory union needs this, our brother unit must support it. Comrade Su will sign the contract. But about the price, since it's a public matter, we need to have a clear explanation. Of course. Half an hour later, Su Nan came out of the office holding the signed supply agreement with the official seal. From today, she is the contractor for the meat processing plant. In the corridor, Su Nan took a deep breath, feeling her back was soaked with sweat. It was her first time being a boss and negotiating a deal. When she was with the Wang family before, she was either working hard under the sun or busy around the stove. She never had this kind of confidence. That moment, she was just forcing herself to hold on. Now that she relaxed, her legs felt a bit weak. A warm hand gently supported her arm at the right moment. Stay steady, Wei Ye's voice sounded above her. Su Nan looked up and smiled at him, waving the contract in her hand. Brother Wei, I did it. From now on, we won't have to worry about supplies anymore. Wei Yi looked at her proud expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. Impressive. Of course, Su Nan packed away the contract. Let's go back to the shop. Tonight, we need to work overtime to get the first batch of products out, so the workers at the machinery factory can taste what real marinated food is. The two walked side by side out of the office building, sunlight shining warmly on them. Wei Yi didn't let Su Nan do the heavy lifting. He turned and went deep into the workshop. Not long after, he came out carrying 2 bulging snakeskin bags. They were bags used for fertilizer, sturdy and durable. Now they were swollen and spilling a little blood through the openings. Even from a few steps away, Su Nan could smell a strong, unpleasant odor. Heavy? Put it on the cart. Su Nan quickly moved to push the cart over to help. But Wei Yi looked like he was carrying 2 bundles of cotton. His arm muscles tensed slightly, but no veins bulged, and he easily tossed the 2 bags, each weighing about 20 pounds, onto the cart. The wheels creaked under the weight, and the tires slightly flattened. That was left by Fat Lu earlier. Wei Yi took a handkerchief from Su Nan to wipe his hands, speaking calmly. He said it was to celebrate you winning the order from the machinery factory. He gave us the best intestines and pig stomachs left over today, no calculations. We'll settle up later. Su Nan understood clearly. It was partly because of Wei Ye's reputation and partly because of the signed contract. We need to go back quickly. It's hot, and if we leave it too long, the smell will go bad. Su Nan kept the contract close to her body. Now it was her amulet. The two left the meat processing plant together. Wei Yi pushed the cart, walking briskly. Even with the extra weight of a few dozen pounds, he moved with strength and confidence, a result of years of hard physical work. They turned onto the county road and entered the dirt road leading to Sue's family village. Since the shop was still under renovation and couldn't operate yet, the cleaning and initial processing had to be done in the large yard on the west side with a well. That was Su Nan's temporary processing factory. When they reached the big locust tree at the village entrance, they heard a lively, crisp laughter. Wow, I told you Nan is lucky. The Wang family just doesn't see her worth. Li Xiaoying carried a basket and was chatting with a few women who were also making shoe soles. She was quick-eyed and immediately spotted the two people coming down the main road, especially the cart pushed by Wei Yi, which was piled high like a small mountain.
Nanjagel.
Li Xiaoying threw the half-shoe sole into the basket, clapped her hands, and came over. What are you doing? Why do you have so many things? She leaned in to smell, and the strong smell of pig offal hit her nose, making her step back half a step. She waved her hand in front of her nose and said, "Oh my! Did you rob a slaughterhouse? So many intestines. Can you finish eating them?" A few women nearby also gathered around, stretching their necks to look at the scene with curiosity. Nowadays, who would have a pig slaughtered for the new year and get such a big pile of offal? Seeing it carried back in sacks like this was rare. Su Nan was worried about not having enough help. When she saw these women, her eyes lit up immediately. Cleaning this much raw offal was a big job. Usually, she and Ma Lu took half a day to handle just a few dozen jin. Now, the amount was several times more. If they relied on just the two of them to work through it, they wouldn't even have time to sleep tonight, let alone get to the market tomorrow. These women were all skilled workers in the village, expert at washing clothes and cooking. Cleaning offal was a piece of cake for them. "Auntie, you're just in time." Su Nan stopped her work, smiling openly. She didn't hide anything. "We just signed a contract with the county machinery factory. Their union is a big organization, and they ordered us to prepare some marinated meat for their workers' meals. Tonight, we need to deliver dozens of jin of finished products. Wei Go and I are worried we can't handle all this raw meat alone." "What? The machinery factory?" Li Xiaoying's eyes widened, and her voice rose sharply. "That big state-owned enterprise with thousands of workers? They're eating your marinated meat?" The women around listened and looked at Su Nan differently. In this era, having a connection with a state-owned factory meant having a secure job, an honorable thing. Exactly. Su Nan took the opportunity to ask for help. "Auntie, I also want to ask for your help. The amount is too big. Even if I had 8 hands, I couldn't finish it alone. Can you help me organize a few quick, tidy women to come to my yard and help?" She promised not to let everyone work for nothing. They would be paid by the hour, or after finishing, each woman could take home 2 jin of marinated pig's head meat to add to their family's meal. When this condition was announced, it was like dropping a drop of water into boiling oil. Explosive. Pay money or get meat. At this time, rural women, besides working in the fields, usually earned a little money by patching shoes or making paper boxes. They had never seen such a good opportunity. 2 jin of pig head meat was worth several yuan, enough for a family to enjoy 2 good meals. Paying money is too formal. Li Xiaoying is a kind-hearted person, but she also knows this is a real benefit for everyone. She took the lead, showing her authority as the big sister. "Nanya, since you've spoken, I'll take responsibility. Our village doesn't have much, but the women with strength are the key." After saying that, she turned and shouted at the group under the locust tree. "Guahua.
Guilian.
Stop wasting time. Did you hear me? Nanya is doing a big project supplying parts to the machinery factory. Everyone needs to help. No one is too busy for this. Hurry up, go home, get basins and buckets, and gather in the west yard." "Okay, we're coming. I'll go home and get scissors. I'm good at cleaning intestines. I'll call second sister-in-law. She's very careful with work." A few women hurriedly dispersed, running faster than rabbits, afraid they would miss out on this good job. Watching this scene, Su Nan felt a big weight lift from his heart. Wei Yu was nearby, smiling slightly. He had wanted to call Ma Lu and some brothers over, but now it seemed these women's fighting spirit was much stronger than Ma Lu's rough men. Let's go back first and boil some water. Wei Yi pushed the cart, walking more briskly. When the two returned to the west yard, before the water in the big pot boiled, Li Xiaoying and her women's guerrilla team arrived in a mighty procession. 7 or 8 women came, each holding tools. Some carried large wooden basins, some had loofah pulp, and others brought jars of homemade coarse salt and flour, essential for cleaning intestines and removing odors. Don't just stand there. Listen to Nanya's command. Li Xiaoying stood in the middle of the yard, like a squad leader from the production team. Who's responsible for turning the intestines? Who's in charge of rubbing salt? Who's responsible for rinsing? Everyone, assign your tasks. This is for a big factory to prepare food, so hygiene must be maintained. Anyone who tries to cut corners or cheat will face my wrath. Li Xiaoying won't forgive easily. Don't worry, sister-in-law. When have we ever let things slip? Exactly. Nanya is actually helping our village get some face. Su Nan was not polite. She distributed the baking soda and rough vinegar she brought and briefly explained the requirements. Ladies, the large intestines must be turned inside out to clean out the fat, rubbed with baking soda 3 times, then soaked in vinegar water. No smell should remain. The pig stomachs are the same. All the yellow skin must be scraped off. Got it, got it. We do this at home all the time. Suddenly, the quiet courtyard became lively, like during the New Year. The sound of water splashing from the well, the clattering of wooden basins, women's cheerful laughter, and the rhythmic shouts of work created a lively, warm scene filled with the smell of home life. Wei Yi was also busy. He set up 2 large iron pots in the corner of the yard, with firewood burning fiercely underneath. He poured the prepared old soy sauce broth into the pots. As the temperature rose, the strong aroma of spices began to fill the yard, overpowering the raw smell of the meat. It smells so good, Guohua. The woman working on the intestines sniffed happily and worked even faster. No wonder the machinery factory likes this skill. Just smelling this aroma makes me want to eat 3 bowls of rice. Li Xiaoying was busy flipping the pig stomachs, lowering her voice to whisper to Cui Lian nearby. Look at Nanya now, so confident and commanding. She's not the same little wife who used to be bullied at the Wang family's place. I think, after the divorce, she's truly escaped from misery and become a phoenix. Exactly. Cui Lian glanced at Su Nan, who was busy slicing ginger. I heard the old lady from the Wang family is still cursing in the village, calling Nanya a troublemaker. I think she's just blind. Such a capable daughter-in-law. Pushing her away, she'll regret it someday. Regret? I think her intestines are turning green with regret. Li Xiaoying spat. These words drifted into Su Nan's ears with the wind. She didn't stop chopping vegetables. She didn't need to defend herself. Life was good, she was earning money, and her confidence was growing. Naturally, those rumors would fade away. Many people working together can accomplish a lot. That's true. Originally, Wei Yi and Su Nan planned to work until midnight. However, with the help of these new workers, in less than 2 hours, the 2 bags of fish heads were cleaned up completely, laid out white and neat in a basin, like art pieces. Put it in the pot. Following Su Nan's command, Wei Yi added the prepared ingredients into the boiling red broth in order. Sizzling, hot oil splashed, and the aroma burst out instantly, so rich it almost seemed tangible. The women in the yard unconsciously swallowed, finished their work, and no one was in a hurry to leave. They all watched eagerly at the large pot. An hour later, Su Nan took out the prepared oil paper and scooped out several pieces of tender, well-marinated pig head meat from another freshly cooked pot. She sliced them into evenly sized chunks. Everyone, I really appreciate all your help today. Su Nan divided the sliced meat into several portions, wrapped them in oil paper, and said, this is what we agreed on, 1 portion for each person to take home and try. I've also kept track of the wages. Once the factory pays us, we'll settle accounts. Li Xiaoying led the way, trying to refuse. This isn't right, just a little help. Take it. Su Nan firmly pressed the oil paper package into Li Xiaoying's hand. Brothers and sisters, We're all honest about our work. This is your earnings. There will be more jobs like this in the future. I hope you all can help out long term. Hearing there would be more work, everyone happily accepted the meet without fuss. All right, Sister Nan, just say the word, and we'll be there whenever you call. After sending off this cheerful group of women soldiers, the yard finally grew quiet. It was already completely dark outside. Under the dim glow of the kerosene lamp, the two large pots still bubbled and boiled. Wei Yi stirred the bottom of the pot with a large iron spoon to prevent sticking. The firelight reflected on his sharp, defined face, making him look especially serious. "Are you tired?" he asked. Su Nan was tidying up the water on the ground. She straightened up, patted her back, but her face showed undeniable excitement. "Not tired. Seeing each pot come out with money, how could I be tired?" She walked to the side of the pot, looking at the boiling, bright red broth, took a deep breath, and said, "Brother Wei, as long as tonight's first success is achieved, our business will truly take off. After we finish delivering the goods, we can have a good meal too." At 9:30 p.m., Wei Yi rode a borrowed tricycle, with Su Nan sitting in the cargo bed, guarding several large insulated containers tightly covered. They headed toward the machinery factory. The night breeze was cool, easing the daytime heat. When they reached the gate of the second workshop at the machinery factory, it was the workers' break time. Qiu Qingba had been waiting. When he saw the tricycle, he waved from afar. "Here they come. I told you there would be extra food, but you didn't believe me." Qiu, the supervisor, shouted at a group of workers dressed in work uniforms, covered in oil stains. Su Nan got off the tricycle, and he and Wei Yi carefully carried down the insulated containers, opening the lids.
Boom.
The strong aroma of braised meat filled the night air at the workshop entrance, almost like a powerful chemical weapon. The workers, who had been lazily sitting on the ground smoking, suddenly sat up straight, as if shocked by an electric current. They looked eager, their throats moving as they spoke. "Oh my, what's that smell? It's so fragrant. It's meat. All meat. Wow, it smells so good. I'm getting dizzy from the smell." Su Nan scooped the braised meat into the workers' lunchboxes, one spoonful at a time. There were shiny fatty intestines, clear pig ears, tender pig head meat, all topped with rich braised sauce, served with plain steamed buns from the cafeteria. Seeing the workers gobbling down the food and hearing their muffled exclamations of delicious and so satisfying, Su Nan secretly felt relieved. They had won this first battle, and they had done it brilliantly. The next morning, outside the machinery factory, a brand new black Santana car stopped steadily at the gate, drawing many envious glances from passers-by. The car door opened, and Wang Jiangwo stepped out from the driver's seat. Today, he wore a light gray imported suit, with shiny gold-rimmed glasses, a black leather briefcase tucked under his arm, and his hair neatly styled with gel. He locked the car and looked at the grand gate with the sign state-owned Hongxing Machinery Factory, a confident smile on his face. He was here to meet the head of the procurement department to discuss a big deal. He had planned to come a few days ago, but the meeting was cancelled because Manager Ma had to attend a higher-level meeting. He brought a batch of popular imported bearings from the south. As long as he could secure the factory's order, he would make thousands of yuan in profit by reselling them. This is real business, using connections, his intelligence, and his eloquence. As long as he gets the order, money flows automatically into his pocket. As for Su Nan, who sells pig offal on the street, he sees him as just a worm in the mud, earning a hard living. He's not someone worth respecting. "Comrade, I'm here to see Section Chief Ma from your purchasing department." "We agreed on this," Wang Jiangwo said as he approached the guardhouse, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and offering one. The guard took the cigarette and became much more polite. After making a quick phone call to confirm, he allowed Wang Jiangwo inside. Walking along the wide cement road in the factory area, tall factory buildings lined both sides. The sound of machines roaring never stopped, and the air was filled with the smell of machine oil and metal shavings. There was still some time before the appointment, so he casually strolled to the break area of Workshop 2, looking for a place to sit. Before he got close, He overheard a group of workers who had just finished their shift, talking animatedly. "Old Zhang, save me a piece of that pork intestine. That flavor last night was incredible. I've been alive over 30 years, and I've never tasted anything so delicious. Get out of here. I still have enough to eat myself. That braised soup with rice, I can eat 3 big bowls. But the portions are too small, just 1 spoonful per person, and the flavor's gone. How do you think Master Su makes it? That pig offal is so gamey, but he turns it into a delicacy. My wife asked me last night when we can have it again. Chio said that there will be night shifts from now on. Our union signed a long-term contract with them for supplies. No way. That's great. For a taste like that, working overtime every day is worth it." Wang Zhengwo initially listened with a smile, finding these workers crude but interesting. The words, "Master Su," echoed in his ears and then drifted away lightly. He couldn't possibly associate this beloved master among the workers with his ex-wife, who only knew how to work hard and keep her head down. In his mind, Su Nan was just a gourd with a cut mouth, good at cooking but useless otherwise. Wang Zhengwo brushed non-existent dust off his suit, then strode straight toward the office building of the purchasing department. The department was on the 3rd floor of the office building, with a red-painted wooden door slightly ajar. Wang Zhengwo stood at the door, straightened his tie, took a deep breath, and wore a slightly flattering but confident smile. He knocked on the door. "Come in," came a calm reply from inside. Wang Zhengwo pushed the door open and entered. The office was spacious and bright. Near the window was a dark red desk, behind which sat a middle-aged man with a slightly receding hairline, holding an enamel teacup and staring absent-mindedly at a newspaper. This was the head of the procurement department at the machinery factory, Manager Ma. "Manager Ma, busy?" Wang Zhengwo asked casually as he stepped forward, placing his briefcase on a chair. He then took a pack of unopened Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and naturally slid it over to Manager Ma's hand. "It's been a while. Just came to see you." Manager Ma didn't lift his eyes from the newspaper. He simply folded a corner of it, glanced at the bright red cigarette pack, and smiled faintly. "Oh, Zhengwo," Manager Ma said, setting down his teacup with a neutral tone.
"Sit down."
"In our state-owned company, we don't do that kind of thing," though he said that he didn't push the cigarettes away. Instead, he casually covered some documents with his hand. Wang Zhengwo secretly cursed him as a sly fox but kept a bright smile. "Of course not. Just a small token among friends. Manager Ma, I came today mainly about those imported bearings. You know, they're hot items from the south. German craftsmanship, high precision, top quality." He took out a brochure with foreign markings and a few samples wrapped in oil paper, carefully placing them on the table. "Our factory is working on technological upgrades, right? If we switch to these, the machine speed could increase by at least 20%. Wang Zhengwo said excitedly, gesturing with 2 fingers. "I've already calculated the price for you. Definitely cheaper than the market. Just sign here, and the goods can be picked up from the train station immediately." Manager Ma picked up the shiny bearing, weighed it in his hand, then casually spun it twice. "Looks good," he said, tossing the bearing onto the table. The bearing was heavy, making a crisp clink. Manager Ma sighed. "But Zhengwo, we're a big factory with thousands of workers. Our procurement process is very strict." Wang Zhengwo's heart sank, and his smile on his face stiffened slightly. "Section Chief Ma, we've been friends for a long time. Friendship is one thing, rules are another." Section Chief Ma interrupted him. He picked up his teacup, blew off the foam, and said slowly, "This imported product is good, but whether it fits our old machines is uncertain. The technical department needs to evaluate it first and run tests. This process takes at least 10 days to 2 weeks. 10 days or 2 weeks, that was enough to make the vegetables spoil." Wang Zhengwo was anxious. "Section Chief Ma, every day this stuff stays in the warehouse costs us money. Besides, right now, whoever has the stock is in charge. Other factories are also watching. If it weren't for our long-standing friendship, I would have already, then send it to other factories," Section Chief Ma said with a smile. "Our factory doesn't stop individual entrepreneurs from making money." That one sentence left Wang Zhengwo speechless. Did he have other buyers? He had invested everything he had into this batch, even borrowed a lot of money to get it. If the machinery factory didn't buy it, he would be stuck with it. Not only would he lose money, but his savings would also be tied up. Section Chief Ma, look at this. Wang Zhengwo's forehead started to sweat, and his tone softened. Can you be a little flexible? I can still give 2 more points off the price. Section Chief Ma waved his hand, his face all businesslike and strict, making people itch to argue. It's not about the price. Right now, the factory is strict about quality. Even a single screw must go through bidding and price comparison. You leave the sample here, fill out a quotation sheet, and once the technical department finishes testing, if it's good, we'll compare prices with other suppliers. We have to be responsible for national property, don't you think? This was classic stall tactics. He neither refused nor agreed. Just kept you hanging, wearing you out until you couldn't take it anymore, and then you'd naturally think of other ways to solve the problem. Wang Zhengwo had been in business for a couple of years, so he knew this trick well. That Ma guy was just waiting for the right moment. Probably thought the last pack of cigarettes wasn't enough leverage. He was burning with anger inside, but couldn't show it. Right now, the machinery factory was the boss, and he was just a subordinate.
Fine.
I'll listen to you. Wang Zhengwo gritted his teeth, forcing a smile. I'll go back and send the quotation sheet. Please keep the sample for the technicians to check. He was driving a Santana, circling around the factory area, but finally he parked at the entrance of the textile factory. The mechanical factory was too difficult to deal with, but the textile factory probably had some connections. Since there were many female workers at the textile factory, maybe the leaders in the purchasing department weren't so strict. As soon as he parked, he was stunned by what he saw. At the entrance of the textile factory, a large crowd had gathered, packed tightly in layers. The scene was more lively than a market. All around, there were chattering women, making a noise like hundreds of ducks. Wang Zhengwo disliked such chaotic scenes. He frowned, planning to walk around, but then he heard a clear, sharp shout from the crowd. Big sister, same as usual, 1/2 kilo of pig's head meat, right? Okay. Girl, give me another portion of your cold dishes. I took some home yesterday and my kid was fighting over it, almost fighting with chopsticks. That voice. It sounded a bit familiar. Wang Zhengwo's heart skipped a beat. He pushed aside 2 women arguing over who should get the pig's ear and squeezed his way in. And then he saw it. Behind a simple cart stall, Su Nan was wearing a worn-out apron that had been washed so many times it was almost white, her hair neatly tied back with a cloth band. She was wielding a shiny kitchen knife, slicing the pig's head meat evenly and skillfully on the cutting board. It was clear she had done this many times. She was smiling. Next to her, a young woman was busy weighing and collecting money. The small metal box was closed, but through the opening, he could see a pile of scattered cash inside.
How could this be?
For a moment, Wang Zhengwo's mind went blank. The woman who was selling pig offal on the street, something he looked down on, was really his timid ex-wife?
How dare she?
How could she do such a shameful job so confidently, so successfully? At first he thought it was just village gossip, that Su Nan was probably just bragging. But how could someone who had farmed the land for over 10 years in the countryside have such cleverness and courage? Wang Zhengwo got back into his car and pressed the accelerator. He didn't want to go to the textile factory anymore. His mind was full of the lively scene at Su Nan's stall. That is not the Su Nan I know. The Su Nan I know is the one who has farmed in the village for over 10 years, facing the yellow earth, working hard without ever complaining, even when scolded. But the woman just now had bright eyes, chatting happily with the female workers, confident in her actions. A feeling of betrayal and being surpassed, like countless ants biting at his heart. He angrily punched the steering wheel. When he returned to the Wang family estate, he slammed the car door with a loud bang and walked into the main house with a dark face. Inside, Hu Lily was looking at a colorful fabric she had brought from the county supply and marketing cooperative. As soon as she saw Wang Zhengwo come back, she immediately turned her waist and went to greet him. Hu Lily knew that Wang Zhengwo had invested all his savings to close this deal. If it succeeded, it would be a big sum of money, enough for her to buy many new clothes and face cream. Jangwo, you're back. How did it go? Did you get the order from the machinery factory? She said this while habitually looking at Wang Jangwo's hands. Seeing they were empty, she complained, "Didn't you bring back that dress I liked at the department store last time?" Hu Lily pouted. This man was really stingy, not even willing to buy her a piece of clothing. She continued, "Oh, I wash and scrub at home every day. Look at my hands, they're rough now. Maybe we should find a village girl to be a nanny. 10 or 8 yuan a month, and I wouldn't have to suffer so much." Before coming to the countryside, her family in the city had a nanny to take care of her. Now back home, with no one to help, she was exhausted taking care of the 2 children every day. Her words were like a string of firecrackers, completely igniting Wang Jangwo's anger. He had been played like a fool all morning over that order. Buying a dress? Finding a nanny? Besides spending money on enjoyment, what else was in this woman's mind? "Shut up!" Wang Jangwo shouted angrily, startling Hu Lily. He slammed his briefcase heavily onto the table, pointing at Hu Lily's nose and scolding, "Nanny? Dress? I was out begging for business earlier, and now you're dreaming of being a rich lady at home. Besides asking for money, what else can you do?" Hu Lily's eyes reddened from his shouting, her face full of grievance. "What did I do? You just want me to enjoy life, right? I, a city girl, married into your countryside, gave birth to your son, and took care of the household. What's wrong with spending a little of your money on me?" "Spending money?" Wang Jangwo laughed angrily, his laughter full of mockery. "Look at you, always busy dressing up. Does that money fall from the sky? You want a nanny while doing some work? Other wives can go out and earn money. I don't expect you to make money, but you can't even do household chores? Then why did I marry you?" Hu Lily was stunned by a sudden shouting, and the fabric in her hand slipped to the ground. She looked at the man in disbelief. This is the first time she saw Wang Jangwo with such a harsh face. Where did the kind boss who used to hold her in his hands go? "Wang Jangwo, did you take the wrong medicine?" Hu Lily's temper flared up. "You're angry outside, and you come home to take it out on your wife? I'd rather stay comfortable in the provincial city than come to this poor, remote place to carry on your family line and serve you comfortably at night. Now you're tired of me? Want to boss me around like a servant?" She spoke more and more agitated, tears welling up in her eyes, but her words were still sharp. "I just wanted to buy a couple of clothes to look good. Are you short of a few scraps of food? Why are you banging the table and glaring at me? Do you even have the face to mention that?" Wang Jangwo suddenly stood up, pointing at the floor. "Look at this home. Does it look like a place to live? The stove is cold, the floor isn't swept, and the kids are playing in the mud outside. Have you ever cared? All you do is flatter yourself." He pointed at Hu Lily's well-maintained face, his tone sharp like a knife, stabbing and hurting her. "You look down on Su Nan? Think she's just a country bumpkin? But when Su Nan was here, she kept everything tidy and took good care of my mother. Now she's left this home, and she's still running a successful business in the city, earning more in a day than you spend in a month. And you? Besides asking for money and acting wild in bed, what else can you do?" These words were even harsher than slapping her. Hu Lily hated most when others compared her to Su Nan. In her eyes, Su Nan was just a plain rural woman, a stepping stone on her path to success. But now Wang Jangwo even said she was worse than Su Nan? Hu Lily's face turned pale and then red, her nails digging deep into her palms. But she was a smart woman and knew that arguing directly with Wang Jangwo at this moment would only cause her trouble. She took a deep breath, tears suddenly came to her eyes, and slid down her cheeks. Her tearful look was the most effective way to touch a man's soft spot. "Jangwo, how can you say that to me?" she said softly. At the gate of the yard, Grandma Lu was holding her muddy grandson Wang Xiaolong in one hand and her crying granddaughter Wang Xiaofeng in the other. As soon as they stepped into the door, she heard a sharp sound from inside the main room. Then came Wang Jangwo's angry shout, and Hu Lily's sharp crying.
Ugh.
"You have no conscience. You humiliated me with that country girl." "Humiliated you? Look at yourself first," Grandma Lu paused, her wrinkled face trembling slightly. She pushed the two children into the yard and lowered her voice to scold. Go play with mud. Don't come inside and cause trouble. After sending the children away, Grandma Lu didn't rush into the house. Instead, she tiptoed quietly to the window sill and listened carefully. She could hear the argument inside very clearly. In her cloudy, inverted triangle-shaped eyes, a flicker of sharpness flashed. Although Zhang Wo's words earlier were harsh, they really hit her where it hurt. Back when Su Nan was here, everything was perfect. He would get up before dawn to cook and feed the pigs, keep the house spotless inside and out, and serve her as if it was nothing. Even though he was a bit lazy and didn't lay eggs, which was frustrating, he was hardworking and capable, and everyone in the village praised him. Now look at Hu Lily. Relying on her being from the provincial capital, she entered the house with her eyes wide open. She spent her days applying makeup, drawing eyebrows, walking with a snake-like sway, looking full of flirtatious charm. Not to mention serving her mother-in-law, she even had to be told to fetch a glass of water. Originally, Grandma Lu tolerated her because she gave the old Wang family a big, fat grandson. But now Zhang Wo's business is not doing well, and the family's expenses are high. This woman keeps shouting for money to buy clothes. She's like an endless pit that can never be filled. Grandma Lu's mind was clicking away rapidly. Since her son was already angry, as a mother, she had to step in now and add fuel to the fire. She had to suppress Hu Lily's arrogance and make her understand who really held the power in the old Wang family.
Oh.
What happened here? Grandma Lu suddenly pushed open the door, slapped her thigh, and rushed inside shouting loudly. The room was a mess. There were torn pieces of cloth all over the floor. That was the colorful fabric Hu Lily was holding earlier, torn apart and thrown on the ground by Wang Zhangwo. Hu Lily stood to the side, wiping tears from her eyes. Wang Zhangwo stood nearby, his chest heaving heavily, with a pale face and a look of anger that seemed like he wanted to scold someone.
Mom.
You came just in time. Seeing Grandma Lu, Hu Lily looked like she saw a savior. She hurriedly ran forward and hugged Grandma Lu's leg. Please help me judge. Zhangwo was upset outside and took it out on me. He even said I'm not as good as Su Nan. Shut up. Before she finished, Grandma Lu glared fiercely, stepped back, and didn't let Hu Lily hold her. Stop crying like that. People might think someone in the family has died. Grandma Lu looked serious and didn't help Hu Lily up. Instead, she turned around and looked at Wang Zhangwo with concern, trying to comfort him. Son, calm down. Getting angry hurts your health. It's not worth getting sick over a woman. Hu Lily was stunned, tears hanging on her eyelashes, ready to fall. Mom, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Grandma Lu turned her head, her face stretched tight, and spat directly onto Hu Lily's face. I heard everything outside. Did Zhang Wo say something wrong?
Huh.
She pointed at the messy room and then at Hu Lily's delicate, soft hands. Look at what you've done to this family. It's messier than a pigsty. Zhang Wo works hard outside to earn money, and when he comes home, he can't even get a warm meal. And you're here crying and making trouble.
Bah.
You have such a big face. Grandma Lu spat a thick gob of phlegm on the ground, just half an inch from Hu Lily's embroidered silk shoes. Back when Su Nan was in this family, Zhang Wo didn't have to worry about anything. She handled all the farm work, and when he came home, she even served him foot wash.
And you?
Besides lying in bed and draining a man's strength, what else can you do? Hu Lily's face turned red and white from the harsh words, feeling ashamed and angry.
Mom, how can you say that?
I am Zhang Wo's legally married wife, and I gave him a son. Does Su Nan's lazy hen compare to me? Having a son makes her the Empress Dowager? Old Lady Lu sneered coldly, her eyes like knives, glaring at Hu Lily. In the past, it was because of your grandson that we supported you. But living day to day, can just having a grandson feed you? Su Nan doesn't lay eggs, but she's capable. She can handle twice the work of 2 people alone. And you're just a useless person wasting food and costing us money. Hearing his mother's words, Wang Jiangwo's anger didn't fade. Instead, his regret and frustration grew stronger.
Yes.
Su Nan is capable. He didn't think so before, believing it was all normal. Now that Su Nan is gone, the family is in chaos, and he feels the pain. Enough, Mom. Don't waste your words on her. Wang Jiangwo sat heavily on the sofa, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it, taking a deep puff. From today on, I'll control the family's money. If you want to live comfortably, just honestly clean up the house and cook meals. If you still want to be your wealthy wife, you'd better go back to the provincial city early. Hu Lily looked at Wang Jiangwo in disbelief. He wants to take her power? Cut off her money? That's worse than killing her. Jiangwo, you can't treat me like this. Hu Lily cried bitterly, turning to Old Lady Lu, trying to evoke even a little sympathy. But Old Lady Lu simply turned her face away, muttering unkind words. It's just that Jiangwo is soft-hearted. If it were before, this lazy woman would have been slapped out long ago. Still want to compare with Su Nan? At least Su Nan takes care of the family inside and out. You better look at yourself in the mirror. Besides this seductive body, what else do you have? Mom, stop talking so much. Wang Jiangwo couldn't stand hearing good things about Su Nan. It felt like a slap in his face. Did I say something wrong? Old Lady Lu's eyes twitched as she remembered Su Nan's successful business. She felt a mix of jealousy and frustration. Since you're from the city, your mind should be sharper than that country girl. You need to think of a way to help Jiangwo grow his business. If even Su Nan, that quiet guy, is better than you, then what face do you have as a city person? This was like putting Hu Lily on a hot grill. She was expected to do chores at home and also come up with ideas to make big money. She looked at Wang Jiangwo, who surprisingly didn't say anything to defend his mother. Hu Lily bit her lip, tasting a bitter, rusty blood-like flavor. She looked at this mother and son, who were in sync. Fine. Before, they compared her to Su Nan, putting Su Nan down and praising her. Now that Su Nan is successful, they use her to pressure her again? Did they really think she was easy to bully? She was not less skilled in acting. Her voice choked with emotion. Hu Lily walked over and grabbed Wang Jiangwo's arm. Yes, I admit I can't make as much money as she does. But is she really earning? She's risking her reputation. A divorced woman showing off outside, joking around with men. That's shameless. I am your wife, Wang Jiangwo, and the face of our village's richest family. Could I do such embarrassing things? If I set up a stall, wouldn't people gossip behind my back? Every word hit Wang Jiangwo's heart. Yes, who is he? He's the big boss driving a Santana. How could his wife sell pig offal on the street, doing something so shameful? It would be a joke. His anger was mostly cooled by Hu Lily's words, and his expression softened. Seeing this, Hu Lily took the opportunity to lean into his arms gently, her hand softly patting his chest to soothe him. I know you were upset outside today. You're not happy. But you can't compare me to those people. She's like mud under your feet, barefoot and fearless, no matter how bad it gets. We're different. We care about our reputation. Her words, using retreat to advance, made Wang Jiangwo feel comforted. His fragile pride finally felt a bit restored. At least you understand some things. Wang Jiangwo's face softened, and he sat down on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and resumed his boss-like attitude. I'm not angry with you. I'm just frustrated. The order from the machinery factory was almost guaranteed, but out of nowhere, someone else came in and stole it. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, and his irritated mood showed in the smoke he exhaled. Business is tough now, and we have to spend money everywhere. You should save your money and stop thinking about buying things all the time. Hu Lily sneered silently but nodded politely, massaging his shoulders to relax him. Got it, Jiangwo. I won't spend so much anymore. You're the head of the family, working so hard outside. I feel sorry for you. Just as the family was about to calm down, Grandma Lu, who had been listening carefully, couldn't sit still anymore. This sly woman, she thought, had already made her son obedient with just a few words. What's next? Who will be in charge of this family? Suddenly, she clutched her chest within. Oh, sound. her old face wrinkled like a bitter melon. My heart. My chest hurts so badly, Grandma Lu whined. This old body of mine is no longer useful. I take care of my grandson and cook every day. My bones. I don't think I can hold on much longer. Wang Zhengwo saw that his mother was unwell, and his previously calm face suddenly darkened again. He quickly put out his cigarette, stood up, and hurried over. Mom, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Are you tired? Of course I'm tired. Grandma Lu leaned on her son, glancing at Hu Lily, who was still standing there, with a hint of meaning in her words. You're out working all day, so you don't know how hard it is at home. I raised you with my own sweat and tears. It's not easy that you've grown up, can earn money, and now you have to take care of the kids, do laundry, and cook. Oh, my back feels like it's about to break. I've had a hard life, never enjoyed any happiness. Hu Lily cursed this old woman silently in her heart 1,000 times. Again with this routine. Every time this old woman wants to control her, she either complains about her chest pain or leg cramps. Sure enough, Wang Zhengwo, hearing this, immediately turned his head and glared at Hu Lily, his anger flaring up again. What are you just standing there for? Can't you see Mom isn't feeling well? Hurry up and go cook. You spend all day doing nothing but dressing up, acting like you're some young lady from the city. Hearing her son shout, Grandma Lu felt relieved. She relaxed her grip on her chest and leaned back in her chair, humming softly. To outsiders, she looked like she had just escaped from a dangerous situation. Hu Lily was trembling with anger. How dare you, Wang Zhengwo? You old fool. It was she, Hu Lily, who gave birth to the son. She was the one carrying on the family line. Now, they were teaming up to treat her like a free servant. She took a deep breath, digging her nails into her palm, leaving deep crescent-shaped marks. She knew she shouldn't argue. If she argued now, she would only lose out. Wang Zhengwo was the kind of person who only responded to softness, not force. If she fought him head-on, he would just side with that stubborn old woman. Just wait. Hu Lily, will remember this. Once I establish myself in this family, you too will regret it. Her mind was in turmoil, but she forced a smile that was even uglier than crying. She walked over carefully and gently patted Grandma Lu's back, speaking softly.
Mom, lie down and rest.
It's all my fault for not taking good care of you. I'll make lunch right away. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it now. Seeing her dutiful look, Wang Zhengwo's anger finally eased. He waved his hand and said, just make some noodles. I need to go check the fields this afternoon. Okay, Hu Lily replied and turned to go into the kitchen. Hu Lily pinched her nose and entered the kitchen, overwhelmed by the smell of yesterday's leftovers, mixed with greasy fumes. The large iron pot on the stove was blackened, with a layer of burnt yellow gunk stuck to the bottom. She couldn't tell if it was rice or flour. Her stomach churned, almost making her vomit. Back at the city home, they had a bright gas stove. She had never seen such a primitive wood-burning stove. She forced herself to endure the nausea, looking for a clean cloth. After searching, she only found a greasy black rag that could be wrung out. Just then, Wang Xiaolong and Wang Xiaofeng ran in one after the other.
Mom, I'm hungry.
I want to eat meat. Wang Xiaolong, with his dirty face held high, loudly demanded. Xiaofeng followed quietly and added, I want to eat the egg custard that little Snow's mom used to make, smooth, fragrant, and tasty. Xiao Shua's mother was previously a nanny in the provincial city.
Eat, eat, eat.
All you do is eat. Hu Lily's anger suddenly flared up. She pointed at the two children and scolded, You greedy little things. Can't you see I'm annoyed? Go outside and play. The two children were frightened by her fierce look and shivered. Wang Xiaolong burst into tears loudly. Old Lady Lu, who was in the next room and heard the crying, rushed in immediately. Seeing the scene, she scolded Hu Lily again. Are you crazy? Why are you yelling at my precious grandchildren? No cooking today. Just standing here like a gatekeeper. Hu Lily was splattered with spit from Old Lady Lu's scolding and was also annoyed by the crying children. She felt a surge of anger rise from her feet to her head. Crying, crying, crying. All you do is cry, She kicked away a small stool blocking her way and shouted at the children. "Wanna eat meat? Wanna eat egg custard? Go find your little snow mom who can cook. Why are you looking for me? I'm just a humble countrywoman who only knows how to make pig feed." Although she was insulting the children, she was actually sarcastically criticizing Old Lady Lu and Wang Jiangwo. Old Lady Lu immediately glared and was about to scold her back, hands on her hips. But Hu Lily didn't give her a chance. She turned around, scooped a ladle of cold water from the water jar, and poured it loudly into the dark iron pot. She grabbed a sticky rolling pin, regardless of whether it was washed or not, and scooped several large spoonfuls of flour from the bag, starting to mix the dough randomly. In the provincial city, she rarely entered the kitchen, let alone cook. There was no technique to this dough making. Adding more water when there's more flour, adding more flour when there's more water. Soon, the clean white flour was mixed into a lumpy, sloppy, mud-like mess all over the place. Old Lady Lu watched from the side, feeling her chest ache with anger. This wasn't cooking, it was wasting food. "You useless woman. Can you even cook?" "Mom, I'm just learning." Hu Lily raised her head, with flour on her face and a look of grievance, like a comic character in a play. "You and Jingwo both say, I'm not as good as Su Nan. She can cook, I will learn slowly. I will definitely learn." She emphasized the word, learn, heavily, pretending to be hardworking and patient, which left Old Lady Lu speechless. Half an hour later, 3 bowls of noodles were served on the table. It is called noodles, but it is actually a bowl of cloudy noodle soup. Inside, there are a few thick, broken pieces of noodles. There is a boiled egg on top, but the yolk is broken and mixed into the soup, creating a yellow foam. Wang Xiaolong picked up 2 bites and immediately pushed the bowl away. "I won't eat. What is this? It looks like pig food." Old Lady Lu picked up a thick noodle, chewed it, then spat it out with a loud poo.
Too salty.
"Salt is free. Do you want to make us old Wang family die from salt poisoning and inherit the family property?" Wang Jiangwo frowned. He didn't even want to pick up his chopsticks. After setbacks in business and coming home, he couldn't even enjoy a simple meal. He felt extremely frustrated. With a loud bang, he slammed his chopsticks on the table and stood up to leave. "Jiangwo, where are you going?" Hu Lily called out tearfully behind him. "Just going outside for some air. Seeing you all makes me annoyed." Wang Jiangwo's figure disappeared at the door. Tears finally fell from Hu Lily's eyes. She sniffled and said to Old Lady Lu, "Mom, this is my first time cooking. I promise I will learn properly next time." Old Lady Lu looked at the 2 bowls of noodles that looked like pig food, then at her crying daughter-in-law. She couldn't say anything, only waving her hand and going back to her room to sulk. For the next 3 days, the Wang family dinner table was filled with this kind of Hu family's noodles every day. On the first day, Old Lady Lu scolded and forced Hu Lily to redo it. Hu Lily looked exhausted and made the noodles again, but they still looked like pig food. On the second day, Wang Jiangwo simply didn't come home for dinner. Old Lady Lu was so hungry she felt dizzy and ended up eating 2 cold buns. Wang Xiaolong and Wang Xiaofeng didn't even go into the kitchen. When they were hungry, they just looked for cookies in the cabinet. By the 3rd day, Hu Lily still stubbornly brought 2 bowls of overly salty noodle soup. The 2 children looked so hungry that their faces had thinned. When they saw the bowls of noodles, they looked at them as if they were poison and kept shaking their heads. Old Lady Lu sat at the table, looking at the sticky, gloppy food in front of her. She also looked at her thin, hungry grandchildren, feeling heartbroken as if cut by a knife. She remembered Su Nan. She remembered the hand-pulled noodles Su Nan made, tough, smooth, and delicious broth. Thinking of Su Nan's steamed eggs, so tender it's like tofu pudding, melting in the mouth. Thinking of Su Nan's braised pig's trotters, soft and falling off the bone, with a strong aroma. Without comparison, there is no harm. In the past, with Su Nan around, she thought everything was natural. Now that Su Nan is gone, replaced by this city wife who only spends money and makes trouble, she finally understands how essential this family is to her. If things keep going like this, Not only will she never enjoy the joy of grandchildren, but her old bones will be worn out by all this fuss. Enough. Stop doing this. On the fourth noon, when Hu Lily carried out those 2 bowls of creations again, Grandma Lu suddenly stood up, snatched the tray from her hands, and went to the yard. With a loud clatter, she poured both bowls of noodles into the pig's food trough. The old sow, usually eating leftovers, came over to sniff, snorted twice, and then turned away in disgust. Even the pig wouldn't eat it. Grandma Lu's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. "Mom, what are you doing?" Hu Lily looked upset again. "What am I doing? If I don't do something, our family will starve to death." Grandma Lu walked in front of Hu Lily, speaking firmly. "My health has improved a lot after resting for a few days. My back doesn't ache anymore. From now on, you're not to touch the stove in this house. I will cook." She pointed at Hu Lily's nose and said seriously, "I've realized it now. You're just a lucky one, not fit to serve others. Listen carefully. From now on, I will handle shopping, cooking, laundry, and cleaning. You only need to take care of one thing." Hu Lily was stunned. "What thing?" Grandma Lu's eyes sparkled with scheming. "You go think of a way to get Su Nan's secret recipe for braised meat. If she can sell pig offal at such a high price, her recipe must be a treasure. If we get that recipe, we can open a shop too. Won't we make money? Then we can afford 10 or even 20 nannies." Seeing this revived old woman, Hu Lily's heart was filled with cold laughter. Dream on. Let her steal the recipe and then sit back and enjoy the benefits? Is she an idiot? But she kept a calm face and instead pretended to be enlightened, nodding heavily. "Mom, you really have foresight. I didn't think of that. Don't worry, I will handle this. I'm from the city. I have more experience and a sharper mind than her. Dealing with a country bumpkin like her is easy for me." At the entrance of the textile factory, the sun had just passed the treetops. Su Nan was busy chopping meat with her knife, making a steady sound. The pork head on the cutting board was quickly decreasing. Today was her last day selling here. She had prepared 10 extra jeans of goods, just in case. "Girl, you brought a lot today. Looks like you're about to close up shop," an older regular customer teased, watching Su Nan add a handful of peanuts into her paper bag. Su Nan wiped her hands on her apron, smiling happily. "You're right, sister. I won't be here anymore." A few women in line overheard and got worried.
No.
"Girl, we just got used to your food. If you stop, where will we satisfy our cravings? The big pot dishes in the cafeteria are so bland like dishwater." "Exactly. Did someone bully you? If anyone causes trouble, our union has people to support you." Su Nan felt warm inside. These days, people's kindness was very strong. She smiled and took out a neat stack of red paper slips from her bag. These were written by Su Qing in the evenings. The address was carefully written with a brush. "Sisters and aunties, don't worry. Business will definitely grow, and it will get even better. I rented a shop behind the machinery factory called Su's Marinated Food. It will open tomorrow, with a proper place to stay dry and clean and more varieties." As she handed out the red slips, she shouted, "Show the slip, and tomorrow when you buy meat at the shop, spend a full yuan and get a marinated egg free." The shop is behind the machinery factory, Su Qing's old place. It's easy to find. Wow, that's a big upgrade, becoming a real boss lady. The older sister took the slip happily. The shop behind the machinery factory isn't far, just 10 minutes by bike. "Okay, I'll come support you after work tomorrow." "I'll go too. Marinated eggs are really good." Just then, the first lady who bought meat looked a bit serious.
Wait.
"Are you talking about Su Qing, the girl whose husband passed away at the machinery factory?" Her voice lowered, with some worry. "Girl, how dare you rent her shop? That place is full of trouble." The crowd that was originally cheering for the marinated eggs suddenly fell silent. A few older female workers exchanged knowing looks, clearly having heard some rumors. That's right, another woman also stepped forward. Her big brother-in-law, Li Baogua, is well known in the factory as a troublemaker. He often bullies orphans and widows, always trying to take back the shop to give to his own son. Before anyone who wanted to rent it, he would interfere. This has caused quite a fuss at our textile factory. You, a woman from out of town, getting involved in this mess, probably won't have an easy life in the future. For a moment, the air was filled with tense gossip. People's gazes shifted from their craving for the marinated food to sympathy and concern for Su Nan. Su Nan listened calmly, without showing any panic. "I'm not afraid," she said. She lifted her head and looked around at everyone, smiling. "I signed a clear contract with Comrade Su, and it's registered with the Business Bureau. If anyone tries to cause trouble, I will report to the police. This is a new society. If you have problems, you go to the public security officers." That's a simple truth everywhere. The older woman sighed and looked at her with complicated eyes, as if she was looking at a naive child who didn't know her limits. "Let's hope so. Anyway, be more careful," she said, carefully folding the red note into her basket. "Good luck with your opening. Tomorrow, I'll definitely come to support you." By 10 o'clock, 2 big pots of marinated food were emptied, not even leaving the broth. Su Nan packed away the metal box with the money and bowed to the crowd. "See you tomorrow." The next day, behind the machinery factory. After a few days of tidying up, Su Qing's shop looked completely different. The walls were painted bright white, making the place look clean and cheerful. The floor was relaid with cement and swept clean. Most eye-catching was the glass display case at the door, over a meter long. It was an old item bought from the department store, polished until shiny. It was the most fashionable front for this era. Glass was a rare commodity now. People in the countryside had to rely on connections to get a piece, and what they found were often leftovers from glass factories. Such a large piece of glass, even though old, was hard to get without good connections. Above the door, a brand new wooden sign read, "Su's Marinated Food." The characters were written by Li Ke, the factory director, in bold strokes. A red silk ribbon was hung over it, making the sign look festive. "Big Sister Nan, this place is so impressive." Su Qing, dressed in a brand new white coat and wearing a white hat, stood a bit nervously behind the counter. "I'm really nervous about doing a good job." "Why are you nervous?" Su Nan was busy arranging goods on the counter. Inside the glass display, shiny pig's feet, thick intestines, and sliced pig ears looked very tempting. "You have hands and feet. Our business is legal. Our license is on the wall. Who's going to stop us?" Wei Yi and Ma Lu were outside hanging firecrackers. These days, opening a shop is all about making noise. Ma Lu specially bought a big set of firecrackers that make 5,000 loud bangs. "Time's up. Fire the crackers," Ma Lu shouted loudly.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! The deafening sound of firecrackers exploded in the back street. Red paper scraps flew everywhere, instantly making the street lively. The mechanical factory just finished work for lunch. Thousands of workers poured out of the gates like a tide. With the sound of the firecrackers and the strong smell of marinated meat in the air, it felt like a hook pulling the workers' spirits over. "What's this shop? It smells so good. Looks like the place that used to deliver marinated meat to the night shift at the factory. I heard they took over Su Qing's shop. Let's go. There's an event today, free marinated eggs." Soon, a long line formed outside the small shop. Su Nan stood behind the counter, never stopping with his knife. Su Qing was in charge of taking money, giving change, packing, and handing out food. At first, her hands trembled a little, but with Su Nan's encouraging look, her movements became faster. "Half a pound of intestines, more broth." "Got it." Su Qing, "Take the money. 2 pig's feet, cut into pieces. No problem." "Here you go, brother. Here's a marinated egg for you." Wei Yi was also busy. Though he didn't speak, standing at the door like a steady anchor, anyone trying to cut in line or cause trouble saw his stern face and muscular arms and quickly behaved. Ma Lu kept order and helped refill the hot food from the stove onto the counter. They worked until after 1 p.m., and the crowd gradually dispersed. Su Nan was so tired his arms couldn't lift anymore, but he smiled as he looked at the full cash drawer. "Big Sister Nan, this place is so popular." Ma Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead. "That scene just now, people might think this meat is free. This is way better than just selling at a stall." "Of course." With a shop, we've really established ourselves, she replied. Sunan looked at them and said seriously, Today, you really worked hard. If it weren't for you two, Sister Su Qing and I would have been crushed by the crowd. Ma Lu leaned against the wall, massaging his lower back. When he heard this, he immediately straightened up and pretended not to care. Sister Nan Nan, you're talking nonsense, he grinned, showing 2 rows of big white teeth. My third brother and I are off today, so we came to support you. Besides, he leaned in mischievously, lowering his voice but still glancing into the glass display case. You think you can cut down our meat? After working all morning, our stomachs are already empty. Su Nan was amused by his greedy look, and her tiredness eased a bit. Your share is guaranteed, she said boldly, taking off her apron. Today is a lucky day for our opening, so we must eat well. Wei Yi, who had been silent, came over quietly and pulled down half of the rolling shutter, blocking the view outside and dust, leaving only a small gap for light. Su Nan took a sip of water. Su Qing, go to the back and bring out those leftover meats. Everyone, let's eat first. Su Qing quickly carried a large ceramic basin from the kitchen. Inside were some carefully prepared delicacies, tender, fatty braised large intestines, melt-in-your-mouth pig's trotters, and a plate of spicy ear with red oil chili. Hurry up. Wash your hands and eat. Ma Lu couldn't wait any longer. He rushed to the well, rinsed his hands hurriedly, grabbed chopsticks, and reached for the intestines. One piece of fatty intestine went in, and Ma Lu winced from the heat. That's the taste. Sister Nan Nan, with your skills, I bet in less than half a year, no one in our county won't know about Sue's braised delights. By then, you'll be the first female millionaire in our county. The words, female millionaire, in this era were a symbol of wealth and prestige. Su Nan smiled as she served everyone a bowl of mung bean soup. I'll take that as a good wish. Today's success depends on everyone's effort. She picked up an entire pig's hoof and placed it into Wei Ye's bowl, then added a big scoop of wind-eared pig's ear for Su Qing. Brother Wei is the strongest, and Sister Su Qing is almost cramping from holding the money. Eat more to get stronger. Su Qing also helped Nyo by placing a piece of braised 3-layer pork on her plate. And our Nyo, she's also helped us a lot. Su Qing looked at the meat in her bowl, her eyes filling with warmth. Since the man left, she and her daughter barely had enough to eat. Just a full meal was a blessing. Now, with Su Nan, not only does she have a salary and a place to stay, but she also gets to eat such delicious meat. Life is now better than she ever dreamed. Wei Yi looked at the shiny, oily pig's hoof in the bowl, but didn't pick up his chopsticks. Instead, he looked at Su Nan with deep eyes and quietly nodded. The 5 of them sat around a small square table, eating happily. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The half-rolled-up shutter door was kicked open from outside, bouncing up with a loud metallic screech. The sudden noise startled everyone inside. Ma Lu's piece of meat fell back into his bowl with a slap. The light at the door was blocked by 3 tall figures, making the room seem darker. Sunlight streamed in through the gap in the shutter. Dust danced in the beams of light. At the door stood 3 men, led by Li Baogua. He was in his 40s, wearing a blue work uniform from the machinery factory, but his buttons were undone, revealing greasy fat. His big face was covered with horizontal folds, and his sparse hair was slicked back with oil, giving him a shiny, greasy look. He had a rough, gangster vibe that couldn't be hidden. Behind him were 2 younger men, probably in their early 20s, looking careless. They carried wooden sticks that looked like they had been broken from somewhere, and they were eyeing the room with bad intentions. Hey, everyone's eating. Li Baogua stepped onto the freshly cleaned threshold. His small, squeezed eyes greedily scanned the pig's hoof and large intestine on the table, finally locking onto the drawer where the money was kept. Life's been pretty good, Su Qing. Don't you think you should show some respect to your big brother? Li Baogua sneered sarcastically and spat out a toothpick. The air inside the room instantly froze. Nyo was so scared she cried out, "Wow," and buried her head in Su Qing's arms, trembling. Su Qing's face turned pale instantly, and her hand holding the bowl trembled uncontrollably. Over the past 6 months, this nightmare man had come to harass her many times, either demanding money or forcing her to transfer the house to the so-called eldest grandson. Each time, she could only hide in a corner with her child, crying, while they took away the little rice and flour left in the house. Cry, cry, cry. You just know how to cry. All your good luck is gone because of your crying, Li Baogua impatiently scolded, then stepped forward to break in. My house has been rented out. Where's the money? Hand over the rent. Ma Lu slammed his chopsticks on the table and stood up suddenly, about to curse, but Wei Yi reached out and pressed his shoulder. Wei Yi sat there motionless, not even lifting his eyelids, just calmly picking up a piece of pig's trotter and putting it in his mouth. He wanted to see if Su Qing could stand up this time. If she couldn't even chase away this dog at her own door, she wouldn't be able to run her shop in the future. Su Qing felt the gaze behind her. Those were Su Nan and Wei Yi. She looked down at Nuno, who was hiccuping from crying in her arms, then at the delicious dishes on the table and at Su Nan's trusting eyes. She couldn't back down. If she retreated now, the shop that Sister Su Nan worked so hard to build would be lost, and her and Nuno's good life would end. Su Qing took a deep breath, squatted down to comfort Nuno. Nuno, don't be afraid. Mom will protect you. You go to Aunt Su first. Mom has something to talk to Uncle about. After saying that, she quickly handed Nuno over to Su Nan. She stood up. Although her face was pale, she remained firm, blocking the counter and the dining table. Li Baogua, Su Qing's voice trembled clearly. This is my home. Please leave. Li Baogua was stunned for a moment, as if he had heard a big joke. He looked back at his 2 followers behind him, then burst into a loud, harsh laugh. Ha ha ha. Listen up, everyone. What is this woman saying? She wants me to leave. Li Baogua's laughter shook his fat belly, then suddenly stopped, his face turning serious, revealing a fierce look. He stepped a few paces closer to Su Qing, almost poking her nose with his finger. Su Qing, have you forgotten your surname? This house belongs to Li. This was left by my younger brother. My brother has passed away, and he didn't leave behind any heirs. This is our old Li family's ancestral property. I am the eldest son of the main branch, so I should be in charge of this house. You, an outsider, are just a useless hen. What right do you have to challenge me? This is a typical inheritance dispute theory from the 1980s. In the minds of some people with old-fashioned ideas, this is considered a natural right. That's the old social way. Su Qing, somehow feeling brave, pushed his hand away. This is a new society now, and we follow the law. The house registration has the name of Zhangwo. He has passed away, and I am his legal wife. Nuno is his biological daughter. This house belongs to us, mother and daughter. It has nothing to do with you. Hey, you've grown some nerve. Dare to fight me. Li Baogua was furious and embarrassed. He was used to bullying others at the factory and had never been challenged like this. He raised his hand and slapped Su Qing in the face. Today, I'll teach you a lesson for Zhangwo, you unfaithful woman who doesn't respect your marriage. The slap sounded like a gust of wind, about to land on Su Qing's face. Su Qing instinctively closed her eyes but didn't step back.